February 2nd, PM 08. On February 2nd, 2019, a piece of news from Longwa sent shockwaves around the globe. The Dragon Nation, once a formidable military power, astonishingly conscripted 50 million soldiers overnight. Simultaneously, an SS-level alarm is sounded, calling upon all students abroad to return home immediately in preparation for battle. The beautiful nation issued 99 accountability letters late at night. Life has become utterly chaotic in the face of the united resistance from Western nations. The Dragon Kingdom has altered its customary demeanor of benevolence. Firmly declare that no individual or nation shall intervene in any decision made by our country. Otherwise, our nation shall inevitably unleash an unparalleled onslaught to the utmost extent. All of this is merely due to your rebirth from the apocalyptic realm back to the present. You are acutely aware of the absurdity of apocalyptic rhetoric, yet you dare not exhibit the slightest negligence. After all, you will witness your comrades charging towards the tide of beasts, clutching gas canisters in their embrace. The child's drawing paper drifts through the mushroom cloud of a nuclear explosion. Witness the annihilation of humanity. Nearly an hour has elapsed since the Dragon Nation announced the nationwide transition to a state of Level 1 combat readiness. Initially, the society experienced a ripple of unrest, however. It was soon enveloped by a peculiar atmosphere. The armed departments and military districts of each city have formed long lines. Currently, only the first group has received the news, and those nearby have arrived. As time progresses, this number is destined to grow increasingly larger. It is noteworthy that the Dragon Kingdom boasts over 50 million retired veterans and reservists. Countless individuals have flocked to the military at the nation's call. They are filled with urgency and haste, fearing that a moment's delay might cost them the opportunity to serve their homeland. Command Center. Old Zhu surveyed the current weather analysis before him, unable to suppress a nod of approval. All was functioning smoothly at present. The public's mood and order were significantly better than anticipated. Indeed, the Central Command had not erred in its assessment. Chief Ding smiled faintly. How could there possibly be an issue? We, the people of the Dragon Nation, have never wavered in the face of significant principles. Closely monitor all developments. According to the predictions of Model 9, Chapter 3, there will be no significant fluctuations in Taida for at least the next 72 hours. Do not focus solely on me. How are things on your end? Old Zhu glanced towards Chief of Staff T beside him. On my end, when did we ever falter? Do you harbor any misconceptions about our valiant soldiers? Currently, the entire army has entered a state of heightened readiness. Reservists and retired veterans across various regions are hastening their return to the ranks. At the present pace, within 3 days at the latest, we shall amass a force exceeding 50 million. In 3 days, we shall proceed to the next phase. This subsequent phase is indeed pivotal. Chief Ding sighed. The weather remains as forecasted. Old Zhu, do you believe we can endure this? Can we ensure that order will not collapse and maintain a normal environment for production and daily life? Once that so-called crossing begins, the impact and trial on the human spirit could be utterly terrifying. Zhu Lao's expression grew exceedingly grave. It is uncertain based on the psychological and sociological knowledge I have acquired throughout my life. I would assert that it is implausible. No nation or collective can maintain order under such circumstances. The occurrence of riots and looting is virtually inevitable. However, with a shift in his tone, Elder Zhu echoed the sentiments of the central authority, expressing his unwavering faith in our people. Moreover, this time, we are not alone. We have him by our side. We can prepare in advance, ensuring that we will achieve an entirely different outcome. As he spoke, Elder Zhu cast his gaze toward the other side of the command center, where you were deeply engrossed, fervently scribbling down everything you knew with a sense of urgency. At that moment, you were filled with frustration, lamenting for the first time the inadequacy of your own intellect. In the final 3 years of the otherworld, that hellish experience drained you of all your strength. Now, many pivotal events have become indistinct in the recesses of your memory. You must grit your teeth, exerting every ounce of your mental faculties. You are acutely aware that recalling even a single detail or reflecting upon an additional memory might ultimately save countless lives and enhance the chances of victory for the Dragon Nation. Xiaomu, the time is drawing near. Chief of Staff T approached softly, his voice gentle laced with a hint of concern, as he raised his hand to tenderly pat your shoulder. He took a deep breath, slowly nodded, and deftly gathered the sheets of paper before him, cradling them tightly in his arms. Then he exhaled heavily, steadied his mind, and, with resolute steps, exited the command center. In the grand assembly hall, voices are resounding. An atmosphere of exuberance prevails. The foremost scholars from the Academy of Social Sciences and the Agricultural Academy of the Dragon Nation, alongside senior military officers from the three armed forces, have gathered here in unity. Under the gaze of all, you clutched a substantial stack of documents, striding confidently onto the stage, directly making your way to take a seat among the esteemed elders, such as Mr. Qian and Mr. Zhu. It is uncertain whether it is merely an illusion, but people perceive an overwhelming spirit of battle emanating from you. Upon witnessing the 7 households amidst the sea of snow on the mountain, the sharp, formidable aura seems to have caused the temperature of the entire venue to drop several degrees. The first emergency meeting of the Special Response Command of the Dragon Nation commenced. As the words appeared on the giant screen, an uproar erupted among the audience. However, the initial shock was swiftly subdued as the crowd gradually composed themselves, all holding their breath in anticipation for what was to follow. You pause for a moment, allowing your gaze to gradually sweep over each individual in the audience. Once the venue falls into complete silence, you declare, "What I am about to share may be difficult for many to accept at first. However, I kindly ask that you listen patiently until I have finished. Should you have any inquiries, please hold them until I conclude." Time. The entire venue descended into a peculiar silence. The expressions on the faces of the crowd varied greatly. Some were filled with confusion, their brows furrowed tightly. Others displayed disdain, while a few were flushed with excitement. Yet, throughout all, not a single person dared to interrupt. Until you have completed the final presentation of your materials, the audience erupts in a fervor. A universal journey through dimensions, seeking survival in a foreign realm. The commander, who has traversed from the distant future back to the present, presents a tale that sounds utterly fantastical. Are we certain this is not a jest? Greetings, everyone. Master Zhu rose to his feet and proclaimed loudly, "I assure you all, this is entirely true, and in no way a jest." The former elder also rose to his feet, his hands resting upon the table, his body slightly leaning forward, with a serious expression gracing his countenance. "I can also assure you that we have repeatedly validated this matter through various means. With the appearance of these 2 esteemed elders in the Dragon Kingdom, whose influence is profound and far-reaching, the doubts regarding the authenticity of the matter dissipated. However, this was soon accompanied by a plethora of deeper and more perplexing questions. May I inquire, when precisely did this journey across realms commence?" 80 days remain until the commencement of the first batch of crossings, specifically at 9:37 p.m. on the 81st day, precisely at midnight on June 15th, 2XX9. What accounts for the occurrence of such a phenomenon of traversing through time? It remains unclear. We harbor suspicions of intervention by advanced civilizations, however. We currently lack conclusive evidence to substantiate this claim. Can time travel be prevented, or can it be controlled? At least thus far, there exists no conceivable method. A major general rose to his feet, his voice resonant and commanding, imbued with the characteristic decisiveness of a soldier. Why do we fail? Because the last time, we were utterly unprepared for the sudden and unforeseen arrival. At first, no one believed it at all. By the time everyone finally confirmed the reality of the situation, the social order of most countries had already collapsed. During the 3-year transition period, in the early stages of this alternate realm, we found ourselves incapable of uniting. Why? The major general pressed. Because the traversals are entirely random. The sequence of crossings is unpredictable. The locations of our journeys into the past are also arbitrary. Initially, we find ourselves in a foreign realm, devoid of any means of communication. Thus, we are unable to rally our forces. In the first year, the mortality rate among the populace who traversed into the past exceeded 80. By the second year, we barely managed to establish a foothold in this unfamiliar realm, creating several modest gathering points. By the third year, we had successfully re-established our nation in the other world, embarking on the revival of technology and production. However, as the 3 years came to a close, 4 distinct factions unexpectedly emerged, collectively launching an assault against humanity. All of humanity united in resistance. Yet in the 12th year, the final line of defense was breached. Ultimately, mankind faced extinction. At this moment, your voice trembles slightly, your eyes filled with anguish and defiance. You are all esteemed leaders, the backbone of various industries. Today, we convene this urgent meeting to pool our wisdom and make the best use of the remaining time to prepare thoroughly. With unwavering resolve, you surveyed the entire assembly and proclaimed loudly, "This time, we must not suffer defeat once more." Each one of you present here is a trustworthy comrade and a member of the Special Task Force for Crisis Response. Everyone will be categorized into 5 segments based on their respective fields: military, environmental, production, life, and logistics. Drawing upon the existing information, we shall spare no effort to prepare for the impending transition. I kindly urge each of you to devise the most impeccable contingency plan for our Dragon Nation, for the benefit of its countless citizens. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had swiftly elapsed. Secretary General Li Chong approached with purposeful strides. Presenting a document adorned with a red top secret seal, he respectfully handed it to Elder Zhu. Elder Zhu, this is the data urgently gathered from various customs and airports over the past few days. Zhu Lao took the documents in hand, his gaze swiftly traversing the contents. The outbound population stood at 2 million, with nearly 200,000 being citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. He shook his head gently, a frown creasing his brow, his tone tinged with a hint of perplexity. This figure is significantly lower than my initial estimation. Does this include those who have entered illegally as well as those merely traveling for leisure? Liqiang Nudastili. All foreign nationals within the country were accounted for without exception. However, the number of individuals without legal status was considerable, and their identity information was completely unrecorded. We are racing against time to conduct a thorough investigation. Zhu Lao paced back and forth in the command center, his hands clasped behind his back. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke in a grave tone. The speed of the investigation must be accelerated. It must be completed within 2 days. If we are unable to locate the individuals, we shall restrict access to specific areas. We will search diligently, even to the depths of the earth, until we uncover their whereabouts. Li Chong responded succinctly and decisively. After a brief pause, he cautiously inquired about the 200,000 citizens of the Dragon Kingdom who had departed abroad. Zhu Lao, in a fit of impatience, waved his hand dismissively, abruptly interrupting his words. Such trivialities were of no consequence. Leaving was, in fact, a relief. Li Chong spoke little further, swiftly shifting the topic. In recent days, the number of individuals returning to the Dragon Kingdom from around the globe has surpassed 3 million, the majority being citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, with a small portion comprising those of Dragon nationality. This is a positive development. As long as one is willing to return, we shall extend a warm welcome to all. Elder Zhu's demeanor has softened, imbued with a sense of warmth. All departments are to be informed, to prepare for the reception diligently. We must ensure that our compatriots returning from abroad do not feel disheartened. Of course, the screening and preventive measures must remain unwaveringly vigilant. Li Chong swiftly took note of the situation and subsequently reported. Furthermore, there is another concern. Numerous returning international students have expressed that their exceptional peers have been detained. Additionally, many have reported that key talents such as chief engineers, consultants, and developers have also been held back and are unable to return to the Dragon Nation. I'm already aware of the clear weather. A mocking expression surfaced on Zhu Lao's face. With a cold snort, he remarked, "Those fellows, repeatedly employing the same few tricks, lacking any novelty. Rest assured, we shall undoubtedly resolve this matter properly." At the same moment, within the confines of a special meeting room in the League of Nations Grand Hall, an intense confrontation was unfolding. The atmosphere was charged with tension during the second remote video conference held behind closed doors. The esteemed leader of the Eagle clan, John Ad, was flushed with indignation, his eyes wide with fury as he vehemently struck the table. "Your actions constitute a grave violation of the Free Trade Agreement. Immediately restore the export of goods and compensate for the losses incurred due to the delays. Otherwise, we shall promptly implement retaliatory measures." The central authority of the Dragon Kingdom smirked with disdain, their tone laced with scorn. Hearing such words from the lips of the supreme leader, is it not ironic? Who, After all, disregards free trade the most. Everyone knows the answer in their hearts. Let this tiresome farce come to an end swiftly. Should you wish to continue the performance, feel free. I do not mind playing the role of a mere spectator. Upon hearing this, Jonard and his companions immediately sealed their lips, their gazes fixed intently upon the heart of the Dragon Kingdom. Their eyes were filled with a profound curiosity, probing the depths of understanding. Just how much do you truly comprehend about that impending crisis? Judging by your actions, it is evident that you possess knowledge far exceeding what you have chosen to disclose. We are still in the process of verification. As for your side, have the results of the verification emerged yet? The central authority of the Dragon Nation wears a smirk, tinged with a hint of mockery. During the last closed-door meeting, the central authority had informed all nations of the impending natural disasters. Subsequently, these prophecies were confirmed one by one. The expressions on the faces of Jonard and his companions instantaneously turned sour. Indeed, it aligned precisely with your predictions. However, this alone is insufficient to substantiate the gradual emergence of the crisis. We require additional information. It would be most advantageous for Longhua to unreservedly disclose all relevant reports. Rest assured, our Dragon Nation does not engage in the veiled dealings characteristic of certain countries. We will certainly be forthcoming. However, you must first comply with our stipulations. Release the scholars and various individuals from our nation who have been detained over the past 2 days, ensuring their safe return to Dragon Nation. Once they set foot on our soil, we shall naturally share more comprehensive information. This is inconceivable, Jonathan uttered without a moment's thought. Is that so? The central authority of the Dragon Kingdom, instead of expressing anger, chuckled. His gaze swept across the assembly, lingering on each individual in turn. Then do not hold it against me for failing to offer a warning. Perhaps in a couple of days, something may descend from the heavens, striking an important edifice. Alternatively, the populace of a certain locale, driven to the brink of endurance, exacts vengeance upon the tycoons of a grand conglomerate, successfully causing their disappearance. Furthermore, they might even unleash a cataclysmic tsunami, sweeping away every member of a particular family. Furthermore, the sudden shortage of consumer goods in your country piqued my curiosity, prompting me to dispatch an individual to conduct an investigation. As anticipated, the findings were not surprising. He lifted a stack of documents and waved them in the air. I believe the citizens of various nations must be quite intrigued by the whereabouts of these products. In order to assuage any doubts they may have and to facilitate their search for the relevant locations, we have thoughtfully included photographs along with a user-friendly, simplified map. I am confident that this information will ignite a grand celebration of zero-cost shopping among the peoples of the world. You are interfering in the internal affairs of another nation. Jonathan's neck flushed crimson with rage as he shouted. He was acutely aware of the true nature of his own people, not to mention that his family was among them. Should the Dragon Kingdom unveil their secrets, it would undoubtedly provoke a tremendous uproar. The central authority of the Dragon Kingdom suddenly cast the documents in its hand forcefully onto the ground, exclaiming in a furious tone, "I have no interest whatsoever in your trivial affairs. How you treat your own people is of no concern to our nation. I merely hope that you do not interfere with the plans of the Dragon Kingdom. The crisis looms near. If you do not wish to take proactive measures, at the very least, do not hinder our progress. Having expressed this, I trust that each of you will act wisely, lest you claim that you were not forewarned." 3 hours later, countless aircraft ascended into the sky, carrying those who had just glimpsed the light of day once more, filled with fervent anticipation for their journey home. March 25th, 8:01 a.m. Only 82 days, 15 hours, and 59 minutes remain until the final day of the crossing. The Special Situation Response Command. You lifted your gaze from the mountain of documents, then reached up to rub your weary, aching eyes. In the realm of the great weighty sheep, a vast virtual sandbox emanates a gentle azure glow. This sandbox is a meticulous recreation of an otherworldly terrain, crafted from the depths of your memory. Not only does it encapsulate the general landscape, but also significant landmarks are meticulously marked, resembling a three-dimensional map of a fantastical realm. As the final indolent commander among the traversers, the fierce battles, retreats, and steadfastness in a foreign realm have indelibly etched profound marks upon your very soul. rendering this sand table remarkably intricate. The command room is adorned with 4 sets of alien data meticulously reconstructed from your memory. Although you later assumed command, you frequently ventured to the front lines, engaging in close combat with the extraterrestrial beings. Thus, you possess ample assurance regarding the accuracy of this information. Military advisors and armament specialists are gathered around the data, engaged in discussions. Their mission is to devise more effective tactics and weaponry tailored to the unique characteristics and vulnerabilities of 4 distinct ethnic groups. Progress, albeit modest, has been made thus far. Experts from the Agricultural Science Institute are meticulously optimizing the seed bank. You may recall that there are unique crops indigenous to that region. They are currently selecting other potentially beneficial crops based on the growth characteristics of these native varieties. Experts from the Academy of Social Sciences have long been dispatched to various regions across the nation. Once personnel are in place and the foundational establishments are completed, a comprehensive training program will commence aimed at enhancing the survival probabilities of ordinary individuals during their immediate encounters with the past. One of the most pressing issues has found a glimmer of hope. Communication has begun to take shape. Utilizing the communication frequencies you provided, which can be employed in alternate realms, experts have designed a walkie-talkie device capable of receiving signals within a 10-kilometer radius. This innovation will enable individuals who have traversed into the past to connect with one another instantaneously. They have also developed a signal enhancement device designed to be mounted on drones. By deploying a single drone as a signal relay station, the communication range of the walkie-talkies can be extended to over 30 kilometers. Everything is progressing smoothly, however. There remains one particularly daunting issue that has yet to find a resolution: the sequence of traversal. Each day at midnight, 1,095 of the human population is transported, continuing for 3 years until everyone has crossed over. The process is entirely random, leaving no one aware of who will be next or when their turn will arrive. As long as this issue remains unresolved, it will be impossible to maintain a semblance of order. Ultimately, we shall inevitably descend into chaos. This is also the primary reason why the true nature of the crisis has yet to be disclosed to all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. One day, the esteemed director Juan hurriedly approached you, rousing you from your contemplative state. "Advisor Mu," he inquired, "do we possess any additional data or conditions? We have constructed a new social model and conducted simulations using the 9 chapters, yet the outlook remains rather bleak. If the sequence of time travel cannot be determined, no matter how we enhance control and stabilize people's minds, it will ultimately culminate in a complete upheaval between the end of the 2nd year and the 3rd year. The order of society will descend into utter chaos, with the most dire circumstances potentially not even allowing us to endure through the 1st year. Consultantmo, have you truly experienced this? Is there truly no indication of a time traverse? Even if it is merely an hour in advance, it could potentially enhance societal stability by at least 5 percentage points. You gaze at the elderly man before you, and suddenly felt a tightness in your throat. The elderly man's disheveled gray hair stands upright atop his head. His deeply sunken eye sockets are surrounded by a dark hue. It is uncertain how long it has been since he last enjoyed a restful slumber. On his cheekbones, 2 patches of sickly crimson flowed. These are the marks left by the ruptured capillaries within his cranium. His eyes are shrouded in an enigmatic brilliance, as if 2 flickering flames are ignited within his pupils. It is akin to a waning candlewick suddenly rekindled, illuminating the final vestiges of light. Once the journey through time commences, it undeniably unfolds without any discernible patterns or forewarnings. During the period when we could still maintain a semblance of order, extensive research and analysis were conducted. However, regardless of age, profession, physical condition, or even geographical location, there exists not the slightest correlation. However, in the otherworldly realm, we have uncovered certain elements pertaining to the phenomenon of traversal. You approach the sand table with measured steps, your finger indicating the area marked as a primary target in crimson. This is the last bastion of humanity. There, we have discovered a relic of a bygone civilization, within which lies a machine capable of generating wormhole fissures that connect to Earth. In recalling the past, a flicker of anguish dances within your gaze. At that time, the number of researchers was woefully inadequate, and the technological prowess of that machine far surpassed our own. Ultimately, we were unable to fully comprehend its intricacies. We devoted 2 years to coaxing the machine into operation, managing to generate a wormhole that could sustain itself for a mere 60 minutes. In the very end, it allowed the children to return to Earth. You take a deep breath, striving to quell the anger and sorrow within. You pull your thoughts back to the present. The researchers assert that the machine is capable of harnessing and controlling a peculiar particle, which serves as the key to traversing dimensions. What particles? The voice of Dean Wan was imbued with urgency. I am not a researcher, and I do not possess a comprehensive understanding of the subject. Researchers have bestowed upon it the moniker God particle. I inquired with my former mentor, and it appears that there is no research pertaining to such particles in our vicinity. In fact, we have yet to discover anything even remotely similar, let alone hope to control it in the final moments. Thus, it proves to be of little significance. Dean Wan appeared somewhat dejected, his once straight posture now slightly slumped. However, he quickly regained his composure and inquired further. Do you recall the identities of the first individuals who traversed? The earlier, the better, the more, the merrier. This way, we can make some additional preparations. Upon hearing those words, you were momentarily stunned. In the early days of your reincarnation, chaos reigned supreme, rendering statistical endeavors nearly impossible. By the time you traversed into this new realm, it was already the end of the second year. Yet a vague silhouette suddenly emerged in your mind. Report. Lieutenant Li Chong of the Special Forces Company, 4th Regiment, 51st Division of the Southern Combat Zone, has been ordered to report. A resounding voice echoed across the vast expanse of the playground like thunder. Very well. Join the ranks immediately. Wang Hu, as the commander of the Hongyang Ping Blue Army, is respectfully referred to as Old Wang by his troops. He speaks little, but with a decisive gesture, he points towards a nearby playground, where a neatly arranged formation stands. The square is already filled with soldiers. Among these soldiers, some bear the youthful freshness of their early days in the military, while others display the silver strands of time gracing their temples. A flicker of doubt stirred within Li Chong's heart. The ages and physical conditions of everyone present varied significantly, presenting a stark contrast that suggested they were not a cohesive unit undertaking the same mission. Recalling a recent moment, he remembered how his instructor had approached him, conveying the urgency of a special assignment that required him to report to Hanjing without delay. At that moment, Li Chong's heart surged with fervor. Ever since the Dragon Kingdom declared a state of heightened combat readiness, he and his comrades had toiled day and night in rigorous training, constantly yearning to become the vanguard in the front line. Now, he had finally been chosen, yet the scene before him was utterly perplexing. On the other side of the playground, Old Wang pointed to the square formation on the field. Old Mu, the last one from the 7th Army, named Li Chong, has also just arrived. Now, the entire army comprises a total of 1,462 men, and Li Chong is among them. We are nearly enough to form a battalion. How could there be so many? You two find it somewhat perplexing. Initially, I believed that having just one would suffice. Yet unexpectedly, we have assembled a formidable group reminiscent of Li Chong. Originally, there are not so many. However, after the nation entered a state of first-level combat readiness, retired veterans and reserve personnel responded to the call and returned to the military. The current number of troops approaches 50 million, resulting in a significant increase in personnel. This matter is of utmost importance. To gather everyone named Li Chong, I exerted considerable effort. You must not falter. With that, Wang Hu led you to the forefront of the formation. Everyone stood at attention, then relaxed slightly. With me as the reference point, direct your gaze forward. In an instant, all the soldiers moved in perfect unison, their gazes sharp and piercing, collectively fixed upon the horizon ahead. You commence your slow march along the square, meticulously scrutinizing each soldier's countenance, endeavoring to discern amidst the multitude of similar visages the figure concealed deep within the recesses of your memory. Suddenly, a familiar face emerges before your gaze. Although there are some discrepancies in memory, the ears remain intact, the face bears no scars, and the weight of life's hardships is not as pronounced. Instead, there exists a hint of youthful innocence and vitality. Yet you must understand, this Li Chong is indeed the person you seek. Among the few survivors of the first group of traversers, there exists not only Ji, but also he who established the initial temporary encampment alongside other traversers. In the later stages, he guided them on a long journey, ultimately arriving at the canine base of the Dragon Kingdom in this otherworldly realm. From that moment onward, Li Chong fought valiantly at the forefront against the alien races, achieving remarkable feats of valor until the very moment of his sacrifice. Your fingers trembled slightly, halting before the young soldier. Upon witnessing this, Wang Hu swiftly approached, his gaze filled with inquiry, as if he were earnestly awaiting your affirmation. You nodded slightly, offering Wang Hu an affirmative response. Wang Hu's tense nerves instantly relaxed. He raised his hand to wipe the fine beads of sweat from his forehead. What relief! Finally, he had found it. Subsequently, you escorted Li Chong to a private office within the command center, where you divulged the unreserved details of the circumstances surrounding the crisis of traversal. Li Chong listened in astonishment, his eyes initially reflecting confusion and shock, which soon transformed into determination. Sir, since this is a matter of great significance concerning the fate of our nation and all of humanity, I shall devote myself entirely. Yet, what can I contribute? Before you could utter a word, the hurriedly arrived Dean Wan interjected. You are capable of accomplishing tasks far beyond the ordinary, young man. Come with me, we shall first visit the esteemed elder at the Academy of Sciences. There, you will undergo a comprehensive evaluation, after which I have a most significant assignment to entrust to you. He pulled Li Chong towards the exit. I refuse to believe that there is not even the slightest hint to be found. You should come along with me as well. Dean Wan pointed towards you, who was standing beside him. Come over for a comprehensive examination, serving both as a reference for comparison and as a thorough health check for you. The logistics officer from the command center, Lao Fong, has complained to me several times about your well-being. How long has it been since you last had a proper rest? Seize this opportunity to take good care of yourself. Old Master Wan, is this really necessary? You hastily defer. I assure you, I am perfectly fine. Moreover, when it comes to self-care, you, Old Master Wan, are in greater need than I am. What are you saying? Director Wan was instantly enraged. Do you realize that your life at this moment is not solely your own? In our Dragon Nation, there are countless individuals who could take your place. Can you truly be replaced? If you were to vanish suddenly, what immense cost would our Dragon Nation have to bear? Immediately come with me. The preparations have already been made over there. Perhaps they will grant you a hasty pleasure. Perhaps they will offer you an urgent opportunity. You might even recall a few more things. Having said that, Dean Wan, without further ado, insisted on taking you and Li Chong to the former dean. In the grand hall of the Academy of Sciences, the former chief leaned over one of the machines, adjusting its parameters. The brilliance of the chamber illuminated his graying hair, making it particularly striking. You have arrived. He approached Li Chong in swift strides, taking 2 steps at a time. With calloused hands, he grasped Jia firmly. Li Chong, with his arm directed towards you, inquired, "Is this the comrade? Hurry, lie down." Li Chong was somewhat bewildered by the sudden onset of the scorching heat, yet the instinct of obedience ingrained in a soldier compelled him to act promptly. As the hatch of the medical pod slowly closed, you noticed the old man's fingers tremble slightly. When the former elder completed the calibration of all the instruments beside the medical chamber, he turned his attention to you and Elder Wan. This monitoring device was designed based on your previous suggestions, capable of analyzing various energy fields within the human body. From the intensity of brain waves to the levels of the bioelectric field, it encompasses nearly all known phenomena pertaining to humanity at present. The former elder gently tapped on an adjacent vacant apparatus. Based on my conjecture, I devised a comprehensive program capable of testing the intensity of the Higgs boson across 9 distinct fields. I sincerely hope it will prove to be of utility. Higgs boson, what is that? You have encountered a term of great significance. Curiously inquiring, it is indeed the so-called God particle you mentioned. According to human understanding and speculation, the most likely candidate to achieve the effect of traversing dimensions is the Higgs boson. Regrettably, our research on such particles is fundamentally lacking, to the extent that we cannot even ascertain their existence. I, too, have designed this instrument based on conjecture, though I am uncertain of its efficacy. Enough of that. You and Old Wan, find yourselves a medical pod and recline within. He may enter, but as for my aging bones, they shall remain unused, as Director One cheerfully gestures towards you. How can one proceed without it? With a glare from his aged eyes. The more reference points, the better. He pointed towards the other medical pods, all of which were brought in for comparative analysis. Otherwise, how could the data be validated? Moreover, Old One, your Snowy is nearly on par with a rocket propellant. It is indeed an opportune moment for an examination otherwise. One could never predict the day you might succumb to eternal slumber. Without allowing for further discussion, I promptly ushered Old One into the medical chamber, simultaneously signaling you with a gesture that was 7 times more urgent. You let out a wry smile, resigning yourself to the necessity of finding an unoccupied medical pod to lie down in. As you reclined, the lid of the pod gently enveloped you. Accompanied by a soothing melody and an enchanting fragrance, you succumb to a tranquil slumber. When you once again regain consciousness, you are unaware of how many hours have passed. The medical chamber emits a series of beeping sounds before gradually unveiling its lid. You swiftly rise to your feet, feeling an extraordinary sense of vitality coursing through your entire being, particularly in your mind, in a state of well-being that astonishes even yourself. Awake at last. What fine young lad you are. You have slumbered for a full 9 hours, far longer than most by more than double. The elder scrutinizes you from head to toe, his eyes brimming with astonishment. You appear somewhat bashful, reaching up to scratch your head. As for the former matter, I must take my leave. There are numerous tasks that await me. By the way, have there been any developments regarding that key? The former elder shook his head. Do you think scientific experiments are so simple? Where can you find such rapid results? I have already recorded data from all of you, which is currently undergoing analysis by the 9th chapter. It requires at least 3 samples. To make a valid comparison, remember, return in 3 days. Having spoken, the former elder approached your side, gently resting a hand upon your shoulder. You've endured much, he encouraged. Keep striving and do not worry. This time, we shall undoubtedly prevail. You were momentarily taken aback, poised to utter a word, yet the profoundly earnest gaze of the elder before you rendered you utterly speechless. Slowly, you rendered a perfectly executed military salute to the elder, before turning on your heel and hastily exiting the research room. As your silhouette gradually fades from view, the elder continues to gaze intently in the direction of your departure. Meanwhile, behind the elder, the screen of the instrument slowly generates an analytical report. No anomalous force fields or unique bioelectric fields were detected. Subject 1 exhibits no significant differences when compared to other subjects. The specific point cannot be confirmed. Sorting cannot be conducted. The former elder pondered for a moment before proceeding to manipulate the instrument. He then abruptly pushed a lever to its limit, enhancing the sensitivity of the quantum sensor to its utmost capacity. Please be advised that this action will diminish the lifespan of the apparatus. A warning emerged as he executed his operation. The former elder casually dismissed the warning and continued. Chapter 9. Import all particle models and energy field models currently present in the database, whether known or hypothesized, and subsequently deduce all potential scenarios for comparison once more. The model is currently being imported with an estimated completion time of 17 hours, 26 minutes, and 31 seconds. Watching the countdown on the screen, he felt a wave of relief wash over him as he prepared to sit down and take a brief respite. However, he was suddenly seized by a violent coughing fit. When he removed his hand from his mouth, it was stained crimson, unmistakably evident. The former elder gazed at his own palm with a wry smile, then shook his head. Subsequently, he opened another file, which was the result of your previous comprehensive scan. The document concluded with several lines of bold red text. Please note that the intensity of the analyzed subject's brain waves exceeds twice the normal limit. Among the observed subjects, the peak values have surpassed the threshold, indicating that they are operating at the extreme limits of their normal state, resulting in excessive psychological burden. It is advisable to engage in psychological counseling and support. The elder gazed at the words displayed on the screen, his hands instinctively clenching and then releasing. Ultimately, he let out a soft sigh. Hold on, young one, for the sake of the countless souls of the Dragon Kingdom. Upon stepping out of the gates of the Academy of Sciences, a peculiar sensation enveloped me, one that I could not quite articulate. A familiar voice interrupted your contemplation. Standing beside a military vehicle was the impeccably uniformed Officer Qin Yi, whose silhouette cast a long shadow in the sunlight. Chief of Staff T has urged you thrice, indicating that there are significant developments at the training ground requiring your attention. You hurriedly approached the military vehicle, the polished black leather shoes striking the granite surface with a brisk rhythm. Why haven't you called me in? You swiftly opened the door and slipped inside. The seatbelt clicked into place with a sharp, crisp sound. Qin Yi promptly turned the key to ignite the engine. I have waited for you for 3 hours. The former manager insisted that I must not disturb you, and even the internal phone line is unreachable, leaving me with no choice but to wait here. He adeptly started the car, swiftly heading towards the training ground. One and the others had already departed 3 hours ago, yet it is likely that the session has not yet concluded. Sure enough, upon your arrival at the training ground, Minister Xie Tao of the Logistics Department was fervently engaged in a bustling activity with a group of individuals. The commander arrived just in time. Hurry over and offer us your insights. Minister Xie, upon seeing you, waved eagerly, pulling you into the training field. 15. Swear-in system. Li Yunshu stepped out of the gates of the Academy of Sciences, a peculiar feeling lingering in his mind regarding old Qian. Yet he could not quite articulate it. Commander Li. A familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Special Agent Qin stood beside a military vehicle, his impeccably uniformed figure casting a long shadow in the sunlight. Chief of Staff Ding has called for you 3 times, stating that there are significant developments at the training grounds that require your attention. Li Yunshu hastened towards the military vehicle, the sound of his polished black shoes echoing sharply against the granite pavement. Why didn't you come in to call me? He swiftly opened the door and slipped inside, fastening his seatbelt with a crisp click. Qin Yi immediately turned the key, igniting the engine. I waited for you for 3 hours, he said with a wry smile. Glancing at his watch, old Qian insisted that I must not disturb you. Even the internal phone lines were redirected, so I had no choice but to wait here. With adeptness, he maneuvered the car, speeding towards the training ground. Juan and the others had already arrived 3 hours prior, but it was likely the session had not yet concluded. Indeed, when Li Yunshu arrived at the training grounds, Minister Xie Tao of the Logistics Department was bustling about with a group of people, engaged in fervent activity. Commander Li, you've arrived just in time. Come over and give us your insights, Minister Xie exclaimed upon spotting Li Yunshu, beckoning him to the center of the training field. Before him stood Li Chang, fully equipped, with a military backpack towering half his height. Nearby, a massive container lay parked. This is designed based on the traversal experiences you summarized, Minister Xie explained, patting the backpack on Li Chang's back. The backpack is ergonomically designed, utilizing the power of an exoskeleton, capable of supporting up to 200 kilograms in weight. As he spoke, he gently lifted Li Chang's outer garment, revealing a sleek exoskeleton device that was securely fastened around his waist and thighs. This hip assist exoskeleton is a semi-covered, fully supportive apparatus, crafted from aerospace-grade titanium alloy and nanofiber muscle bundles, working in tandem with the backpack. Thanks to the solid-state battery within the backpack, soldiers can maintain a normal pace for up to 72 hours while fully loaded and can sprint at a speed of 20 kilometers per hour for 12 hours. Next, Minister Xie opened the backpack to continue his exposition. Inside, it contains compressed rations sufficient for an adult's survival for 30 days, along with 3 simple water purification devices, fully meeting daily survival needs. Additionally, it is equipped with a first aid kit, a positioning receiver, 2 walkie-talkies, and a solar charging apparatus. The backpack weighs approximately 20 kilograms when devoid of other weaponry. Considering your assertion that each individual should carry a portable supply during traversal, what do you think of this backpack? Is there anything you feel should be added? Li Yunshu's gaze lingered on the backpack for a moment before he picked one up from the side and personally donned it to gauge its comfort. This design is exceptional. The weight of 20 kilograms hardly impedes movement, and with the exoskeleton, even if it were heavier, one could maneuver with ease. A look of delight spread across his face. If everyone were equipped with such a backpack in the early stages of crossing, their survival rates would undoubtedly see a significant increase. Indeed, this aligns perfectly with our plan. Minister Xie nodded in satisfaction, noting that given our current production capacity in the East, we could manufacture sufficient backpacks within 2 months without impacting other tasks. By filling each backpack with supplies and distributing them, we could effectively alleviate the chaos of the initial phase, even if we cannot ascertain the order of crossing in advance. Minister Xie paused before adding, by the way, we have also compiled a small booklet based on your data, detailing the potential dangers of creatures and unique terrains in the otherworld. Unfortunately, without physical samples, we can only provide written descriptions, considering the current inability to distribute it. We plan to impart this knowledge to the public under the guise of wilderness survival training once the training bases are operational, thereby enhancing everyone's survival chances. Do you have any additional suggestions? Yunshu pondered for a moment before responding. Could we not equip the public with some weapons? The otherworld is fraught with danger. Having weapons would at least allow them to fend off certain beasts. Weapons will certainly be provided, but not at this moment, Minister Xie replied. You are aware that in our nation, ordinary citizens rarely handle firearms. Distributing them recklessly could lead to unintended injuries rather than enemy casualties. Moreover, during such extraordinary times, a large influx of weapons into civilian hands could precipitate even greater chaos. We plan to conduct nationwide weapon training at the training bases, and, if the order of crossing remains uncertain, we will distribute weapons in the final days. That arrangement seems quite reasonable. I have no objections, Yunshu affirmed with a nod. Very well, now let us turn our attention to this, which is of utmost importance. Minister Xie pulled Yunshu along briskly toward a shipping container. This container was several times larger than the usual size, surrounded by numerous military personnel busily at work, including Chief of Staff Ding. What do you think? This is currently our military's most advanced communication device, Swearin. Upon seeing Yunshu approach, Chief Ding proudly patted the exterior of the container, introducing it with a beaming expression. With the roar of hydraulic machinery, the massive container slowly unfolded, revealing an intricate array of dense and complex electronic devices within. This is the Swearin Communication Command Center, capable of establishing a communication network with a radius of 200 kilometers, Chief Ding indicated, gesturing at the container. Its lining is made of a special composite armor that can withstand a certain degree of attack, while the outer layer utilizes solar charging panels with over 40% efficiency, the same as those used on our space station. The entire container meets the single independent item standard, awaiting your approval as the crossing expert. We intend to assign reliable personnel to carry over 1,000 Swearin devices to the otherworld, thereby establishing a comprehensive communication command network. This is Swearin number 1, the first unit, and it is crucial. Lieutenant Li Chang will be responsible for carrying it. Upon crossing into the otherworld, he will need to deploy the equipment immediately. At that point, it will serve as our primary communication node and the core of our first gathering place in the otherworld. Subsequently, Chief of Staff Ding guided Yunshu into the interior of the container, continuing his introduction. In addition to the communication and command modules, 2 systems are installed here, the reconnaissance balloon and the high-speed drone. Once deployed, the Swearin will release a multitude of reconnaissance balloons, which will conduct detection and regular monitoring in all directions from its center, providing real-time data feedback to create topographical maps. With a maximum detection radius of up to 500 kilometers. Theoretically, with just 2,000 Swearin distributed across the otherworld, a complete map of that realm could be drawn. To ensure safety, we plan to prepare more than double that number. The high-speed drones can swiftly reach the distressed locations based on each individual's locator and intercom, conducting reconnaissance before issuing rescue commands through the Swearin. Yunshu listened intently, recalling the chaotic scene from his last crossing. Had these devices been available then, the situation would have undoubtedly been vastly different. Can the production of these devices keep pace? After all, they are not as easily manufactured as backpacks. He gently caressed the components of the Swearin while anxiously inquiring. Chief of Staff Ding burst into hearty laughter. Surely, you do not harbor any misconceptions about our status as the world's largest industrial nation? The technologies employed here are all well established, and various production lines are already prepared. While solid-state batteries may be somewhat costly, we cannot afford to be overly concerned with that now. It is anticipated that within 30 days, 1,000 Swearin units will be completed. Besides Swearin number 1, we will select the most reliable elite forces from various military districts to expedite their familiarization with the operation of the Swearin, subsequently stationing them in teams of 10 beside each unit. Once the crossing commences, soldiers in a state of transition will be able to promptly access and carry the Swearin into the otherworld. By the way, you previously mentioned that there will be approximately 30 seconds of preparation time before the crossing, correct? Indeed. Yunshu nodded in affirmation. That sensation was peculiar. Once felt, one would know they were about to cross over, and then they would transition within 30 seconds. At 20:08 on March 27th, hunching time, which was 7:08 in the Eagle family, Supreme Leader Jonard downed a cup of strong coffee. The once rich and smooth Colombian coffee now tasted as bitter as bile, burning its way down his throat to his stomach. Ever since the Eastern nation on the other side of Blue Star sounded a first-level combat readiness alert, he had not experienced a single complete night's sleep in 5 days. As the bitterness in his mouth gradually faded, the caffeine jolted his sleep-deprived brain back to alertness. Jonard pressed the summoning button before him. In less than 3 minutes, his chief aide Matt appeared with a working group. Your Excellency, the situation is even more dire than we anticipated. Matt's expression was grave. Our stock market has just undergone its 20th circuit breaker this week, compelling us to resort to physical measures to prevent further market deterioration. Across various regions, the populace is in turmoil, struggling to procure sufficient food and essential supplies. A staggering 637 supermarkets and large retail establishments have been looted nationwide, with the majority of stores now shuttered. Banks are also in disarray, besieged by a wave of withdrawals, and at least 15 banks have signaled distress. The paramount issue lies in the public's descent into panic, as many believe that war with the Eastern nation is imminent. Numerous fringe sects are seizing the opportunity to propagate apocalyptic rumors, profiting from the ensuing hysteria, with some individuals even stockpiling gas masks and coffins. Jonard's temples throbbed as he approached the window, through the floor-to-ceiling glass. He beheld a gathering of protesters outside the White House fence, their banners snapping in the morning breeze. We want bread. No war. Why is there still a scarcity of goods? Has the Eastern nation failed to deliver as promised? They have merely sent the previously agreed-upon portion but refused to sign any new contracts. If we wish to continue receiving supplies, the Eastern nation has provided a list, demanding a barter system based on the specifics outlined, rejecting any monetary transactions except in Eastern currency. Then let us provide them with Eastern currency. The Supreme Leader expressed his displeasure. However, we do not possess any reserves of Eastern currency, Matt shrugged. We have never contemplated holding Eastern currency, thus we are utterly unprepared. While a limited amount of Eastern currency is available on the international black market, it is prohibitively expensive, having surpassed a 10-to-1 exchange rate against our Eagle dollars. And the quantities are far too scant to be of any significant use. Are you implying that Eastern currency can be exchanged at a 10-to-1 ratio with our Eagle dollars? Am I mistaken? Or have you mispronounced that? Jonard's eyes widened in disbelief. Sir, I have neither mispronounced nor have you erred in your hearing, currently. The black market exchange rate for Eastern currency against Eagle dollars exceeds 10-to-1, yet remains scarce. Following the Eastern nation's declaration of an impending crisis, their currency has become the only medium partially accepted for trade. Acquiring goods from the Eastern nation necessitates the use of their currency. Those despicable Easterners are exploiting the chaos. Jonard erupted in unexpected fury. I am gravely suspicious that this crisis is merely a ruse orchestrated by the Easterners, aimed at reaping profits globally. He paced the Oval Office like an enraged bull. After a moment, he let out a resigned sigh. All prophecies provided by the Easterners have proven accurate. If this indeed is a deception, he is left to choose between the unsettling truths that they possess the power to manipulate natural disasters, or that a divine presence has descended upon the Eastern nation. Enough. We will settle accounts with those wretched Easterners later. For now, let us distribute the received goods into the market to restore societal stability, Jonard commanded. Yet, the goods that had been delivered had been consumed before even leaving customs, rendering them unable to enter the market. Matt found it difficult to meet Jonard's gaze, his throat constricting as he struggled to swallow. The latest shipment received by customs had not even been unloaded before it was seized by various authorities. His eyes drifted outside, where several military trucks were parked, requisitioned under the National Security Emergency Act. Damn it, Jonard exclaimed, tearing off his deep crimson tie, the luxurious silk crumpling in his fingers. He was rendered speechless, taking a considerable time to steady his breath. What about our own products? Is it merely a matter of higher prices? Isn't this a prime opportunity to reclaim the market? Jonard suddenly lifted his gaze to Matt. With all due respect, sir, Matt replied, his face etched with bitterness. We are currently unable to produce an adequate supply of goods. We lack skilled laborers and even sufficient production lines that can be activated immediately. We need time. Damn it. Jonard's anger reached a breaking point. Is it truly so devastating that merely halting trade with that country affects us to this extent? He looked at Matt, seeking an answer. Matt's lips moved, yet no words emerged. Jonard slumped into his chair, silent for an extended period. After what felt like an eternity, he stood again, his face grim. Initiate the Harvesters Program, Johnard declared suddenly, his voice as frigid as the permafrost of the Rocky Mountains. Matt's expression shifted drastically. This was a contingency plan devised for extraordinary circumstances, permitting the deployment of foreign troops to commandeer resources from allies. Sir, this could provoke our allied system. Let them harbor hatred towards the Easterners. Johnard ripped open the curtains, sunlight pouring in like molten gold, yet failing to illuminate the darkness in his eyes. Inform the media that all shortages are due to the Easterners' violation of trade agreements. Have Facebook emphasize their military exercises in the South China Sea, spreading the narrative that goods have been completely snatched up by Easterners. His fingers traced the glass, producing a harsh sound. Hatred could serve as a potent tool, provided it was directed appropriately. Of course, none of this will be communicated through official channels. After all, there exist numerous media outlets and journalists willing to champion the truth. Do they not? 17. I'm afraid you are beyond our jurisdiction. William Wong resembled a frightened hamster, huddled in the corner of his apartment, his fingers fiddling with the last few crumbs of biscuits. Outside, the cacophony of sirens and explosions intertwined, creating an impenetrable web of death. Just 5 days prior, upon stepping onto this land, he had reveled in the so-called freedom of the air, marveling at the sweet atmosphere and potable water. Yet now, he felt like a mouse lost in a labyrinth, surrounded by despair on all sides. Only 3 left, he murmured to himself, his fingertips trembling as he broke a half biscuit, allowing it to dissolve slowly in his mouth, his saliva softening its dry texture. Hunger clawed at him like an invisible talon, tightening mercilessly around his stomach. Once adorned in finery and never having tasted the pangs of hunger, he could scarcely fathom that he would find himself in such dire straits in this self-proclaimed beacon of the world. Suddenly, his phone screen illuminated with yet another urgent alert. All residents are advised to remain indoors. The unrest persists, and the distribution of supplies will be delayed. Nonsense about distribution. William Wong, consumed by rage, hurled his phone onto the sofa. The government's promised deliveries had vanished for 3 days, leaving the supermarket shelves starkly bare. In times past, he would have inundated the government's complaint hotline and exposed the responsible officials online, ensuring they paid dearly for their negligence. Yet, in this moment, he dared not utter a sound, fearful that any movement might invite disaster. William Wong stealthily approached the window, cautiously lifting a corner of the blinds. Across the street, a convenience store was being ravaged. Several masked individuals brandished clubs, shattering glass and frantically seizing the scant goods that remained. Instinctively, he touched his own face. His features, distinctly Eastern, now felt like a perilous mark. Individuals like him had become targets, and he could sense the hostile glares that pierced him like daggers wherever he went. It was all the fault of those lunatics. He clenched his teeth, directing his fury across the ocean towards his homeland. In his twisted perception, if that nation would simply bow to the leadership of the civilized world, he would not be in this predicament. William Wong made his way to the bathroom. Staring into the mirror, dark hair, slightly upturned eyes, a quintessential Eastern visage. Once, he had yearned to escape this so-called curse of lineage. Now, it had morphed into a symbol of danger. Suddenly, a loud knock at the door sent a shiver down his spine. He held his breath and stealthily crept to the door. Peering through the peephole, 2 burly white police officers stood outside. William Wong gasped, instinctively covering his mouth, terrified that even the slightest sound might draw the officer's attention. The policemen seemed oblivious to his presence, and after a few more forceful knocks, they turned away, cursing under their breath. Shortly thereafter, a similar knocking echoed from the neighboring room. William recalled that the occupant next door was a woman who had journeyed here from the east alongside him. She was reputed to be a writer of some renown, having penned numerous critiques of the Eastern government. With a creak, the door appeared to open. The thin walls of the dilapidated apartment offered no soundproofing, allowing him to hear the conversation clearly. "Officer, may I inquire what the matter is?" came the voice of the writer. "We received a report stating that someone has seen you cultivating marijuana in your residence without permission. We need to conduct a search," the officer replied. "That is preposterous. Someone must be slandering me. I have never touched such substances." The writer's voice rose in protest. "Whether it is slander or not will be determined once we conduct our search. I must firmly inform you. Step aside. You have no search warrant. You have no right to enter my home uninvited. This is my territory." The writer shrieked in defiance. "Last warning. Step aside." The police officer's furious roar echoed alongside the sound of a forceful kick against the door, causing William Wong to witness a cascade of white dust falling from the ceiling above. The writer's screams grew increasingly shrill, declaring, This is unconstitutional. I will lodge a complaint with the federal court. Suddenly, with a sharp crack and a crackling surge of electricity, her voice was abruptly silenced. Hey, look what I found. An excited voice exclaimed. This yellow-skinned monkey is indeed cultivating marijuana illegally. This is irrefutable evidence. Marijuana? Impossible, William pondered. Though he wasn't particularly familiar with the woman across from him, he did not recall her ever engaging in such activities. Then, a thought struck him. He remembered her cultivating a variety of tomatoes and scallions in her home. Could it be those? Just then, a shout rang out again from across the way. Dude, come see this. FK, this guy has hoarded so many supplies at home. Damn it, it's true. Those yellow-skinned monkeys took everything. The messages on Facebook were not lies. Why are we still waiting? These are all stolen goods. We must confiscate them immediately. You can't take my things. You have no right to do this. The woman seemed to regain her composure. Ma'am, we are formally charging you with illegal marijuana cultivation. These illicit gains are being seized by law. You can discuss this at the police station, the officer barked menacingly. Give me back my things. The air was filled with screams and shouts. Ma'am, I warn you, do not, This damn guy actually dared to scratch my face, my eyes. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted continuously, before fading into an eerie silence. William crouched behind the door, his hands clamped tightly over his mouth, trembling uncontrollably, too terrified to make a sound. That night, a news article appeared on his phone. Illegal immigrants secretly cultivating marijuana in a rental property, violently resisting law enforcement. Shot dead after police warnings went unheeded. The newspaper included several photographs, one of the woman, lifeless with multiple gunshot wounds, another of a white police officer. His face obscured but with discernible red marks, labeled as injuries inflicted by the assailant. The last image depicted several potted plants, purportedly seized marijuana, though heavily pixelated. William instantly recognized them as tomatoes and scallions, unable to suppress the rising tide of fear and despair within him. William staggered to his feet and rushed to the trash can, frantically rummaging through its contents. At last, he unearthed a crumpled flyer, carefully unfolded it, and dialed the number printed on it. Hello, this is the East Country Embassy in Eagle House. How may we assist you today? You, who are you? Greetings. I am Wei, not Wang de Fa. Presently, I find myself ensnared in the clutches of the Eagle Nation, a place fraught with peril. I yearn to return to my homeland. Might you extend your assistance? Silence enveloped the line, and Wang de Fa dared not exhale, fixated on the telephone in his grasp. As if it were a lifeline. Time stretched interminably until, at last, a voice emerged from the other end. I sincerely apologize, Mr. William Wang. Upon verification, it appears you voluntarily renounced your identity as a Dongwa citizen and allied yourself with the Eagle Nation. We advise you to seek aid from the relevant authorities of the Eagle Nation. Farewell. With that, the call was terminated. Undeterred, William Wang dialed again. Only to be met with a busy tone. He had been blocked. Rumors swirled incessantly. Wang de Fa collapsed onto the ground, his mobile phone slipping from his grasp. At that moment, his disdain for a homeland he never truly cherished reached a fever pitch. Madmen, cursed lunatics. This wretched nation is destined for ruin. And I await the day of its utter downfall. How dare they sever our communication? In a fit of rage, Wang de Fa found himself involuntarily resorting to the Dongwa tongue he had long since abandoned. In his emotional fervor, he failed to realize that his outbursts echoed far beyond the thin, hollow walls of his room, permeating the air outside the apartment building. Below, a group of masked marauders, intent on hunting prey, abruptly ceased their movements. The leader, a robust Caucasian man, gestured for silence, cupping his hands to his ears as if to better listen. The voice of a Dongwa monkey, he is above. A cruel grin spread across his face as he peered toward the source of the sound. Brothers, onward. It is time for those damned yellow-skinned monkeys to relinquish the possessions they have usurped. In a parallel development, as the media proliferated reports concerning Dongwa, individuals like Wang de Fa, who had seized the opportunity to escape the nation and had long ignored the calls of their homeland, found themselves ensnared as targets. They were subjected to repeated robberies, many enduring brutal beatings, and those who dared to resist faced grave peril. Local law enforcement not only turned a deaf ear to their pleas for help, but also regarded them as targets. In a short span, Dongwa diplomatic missions worldwide were compelled to secure their premises, striving to maintain safety. Fortunate that some nations provided a safety net, ensuring at least a modicum of security. However, the online narrative surrounding Dongwa painted it as a mad nation, attempting to threaten the world with fabricated justifications. Furthermore, Donghua citizens were accused of hoarding resources to monopolize wealth. Meanwhile, within Donghua itself, the digital landscape remained turbulent. An inexplicable human crisis, a sudden nationwide state of emergency, was there indeed a genuine threat? Or was it merely a prophecy of the Maya? Merely discussing the state of heightened readiness, we yearn for freedom. The populace possesses the right to be informed. We shall not remain in ignorance. Prices are poised to soar, as the Eastern nation faces a collective blockade by various countries, leaving essential supplies with a mere 3 days' worth. A food crisis looms. The Eagle Nation, alongside numerous allies, has collectively ceased grain exports to the Eastern nation. The Red Star Federation, dissatisfied with the Eastern nation's export policies, has halted all resource deliveries. Your household's natural gas supply may last but 2 days. In this tumultuous period, a cacophony of rumors proliferates across various media platforms, particularly from adversarial factions, who incessantly broadcast fabricated videos of riots among the Eastern populace. The hosts, gripping their microphones, scream as if they were frantic fleas upon a hot skillet. While the majority of the Eastern citizens remain unscathed, a small faction has regrettably succumbed to these falsehoods. As a result of these unfounded claims, supermarkets have witnessed suffocating scenes. Even before dawn, long queues form outside the stores, filled with anxious whispers. As the doors open, throngs surge in, fearing that hesitation might result in missed provisions. One elderly woman desperately piles instant noodles into her cart, as though preparing for a year-long siege. A young couple pushes a cart brimming with bottled water, their brows glistening with perspiration. Others clutch large bags of salt, reminiscent of the frenzied salt hoarding of yore. Although some have attempted to debunk the rumors, it is often said that while fabricating lies requires merely a mouth, dispelling them demands tireless effort. Even when facts disprove the rumors, they cannot compete with the rapid spread of internal gossip. Why does the government not disclose the truth? Are we indeed facing starvation? Such questions inundate the air, exacerbating an already tense situation. At the Central Sea Information Control Center, the chief officer, Dong Janning, stands with arms crossed, observing the expansive screen before him. Countless red dots flicker on the map of the Eastern nation displayed on the screen. These dots are interconnected, occasionally sending forth red lines from larger dots, which in turn spark numerous new smaller dots, spreading like a contagion across the land. Director, according to our tracking and monitoring, we have identified over 200 core nodes and more than 3,000 secondary nodes. As for the terminal nodes, their numbers have surpassed 20,000. The core nodes within the Eastern nation are primarily located in the Magic City, Shopping Province, Eating Province, and Silk Province, all marked with specific individuals. The core nodes abroad are mainly situated in Ying Island and Nihon, with the largest nodes in the Eagle Nation. These pathways are under our control, enabling us to launch counteroffensive cyber operations to silence them at any moment. Young Major Lin Hao presented a tablet, the screen illuminating real-time coordinates of each node. The key figure within the nation is the deep-sea fish, who leaked epidemic data 3 years ago and is currently hiding in a villa district of Silk Province. Dong Janning's thumb pressed against the textured edge of the control panel, knuckles whitening from the force. The pandemic from 3 years ago, the trade war of the previous year, and now the global battle of public opinion. These hidden puppeteers behind the digital curtain have finally revealed their claws following the initiation of heightened readiness. He gazed at the highlighted crimson dots along the west coast of the Eagle family on the screen, recalling the public figures who had been working for the Eagle Yuan. A cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. Excellent. It was worth our while to leave a gap for them to exploit. After all these years, the time to completely net them in has finally arrived. These malignant tumors are nothing but a source of calamity, and this time, we must ensure that they are all captured in one fell swoop. To be frank, many of these nodes have long been monitored and documented by them, but we have refrained from taking action until now, for capturing such individuals seems an endless endeavor. Rather than apprehending them only to have another wave of hidden ones emerge, it is wiser to retain those whom we can control. However, the time has come to dig them out by the roots. Director, to what extent shall we proceed this time? The young soldier, brimming with excitement, could not help but inquire whether we would merely apprehend the core nodes or also include the secondary ones. Dong Janning abruptly turned, his gaze sharp as a blade, resolutely declaring, all of them, including the terminal nodes, not a single one shall be spared. Understood. Furthermore, activate the swear-in agreement and incinerate the servers of Ying Island and Nihon to ashes. Additionally, inform our infiltrators to disperse the materials. Let these individuals understand that when it comes to playing with fire, we of the Eastern Nation are the true ancestors. 19. The net and counterattack beauty blogger Xiaoli was deftly tapping away at her keyboard, her long, glamorous nails in no way hindering her agility. Family, who understands? My uncle at the Grain Management Center secretly informed me that our grain reserves ran dry 3 days ago, as she typed the final exclamation mark. She deliberately enlarged the font, making those 3 exclamation points resemble massive stones hurled into a lake, destined to stir monumental waves. The accompanying photo of the empty warehouse had been sent by an online contact late the previous night. The desolate interior was blurred, yet the words Eastern Nation Grain Reserve were conspicuously visible, leaving the comment section rife with speculation. The moment she clicked publish, Xiaoli watched the back-end data surge like a wild stallion. 100, 000, 500, 000, 1, 000, 000 followers and responses danced chaotically across the screen. She erupted into exaggerated laughter, her nails scraping against the armrest with a piercing sound. Just 2 more viral hits, and the Hermes Birkin will be beckoning to me. Leaning back against her chair, Xiaoli blew a kiss to her nails, the scattered diamonds on her manicure glinting greedily under the lights. Meanwhile, the influencer Lu Jiai was busy photoshopping images, transforming the disaster-stricken streets captured during the last typhoon into what appeared to be a battlefield, adding a caption, "Shocking. Material shortages in City H have sparked looting, with numerous streets left in ruins." Self-proclaimed media mogul Sun Shu was also editing a photograph, one showing the reflection of a tower crane on the river surface, which he altered to resemble a submarine. Tilting his head to scrutinize the screen, he felt it lacked the necessary impact, so he added a few rust marks along the edges. A shoddy project must exude a rotten scent. In his accompanying text, he deliberately employed vague insinuations. Major scandal erupts in Eastern Nations military preparedness. In a military-industrial setting, each word conceals a hook, patiently awaiting to pique the curiosity of netizens. As a seasoned insider, he is well-versed in navigating the realms of reality and illusion, rendering falsehoods more convincing than the truth itself. Financial experts, veteran journalists, and conscientious insiders, an array of individuals striving to enhance their personas, are tirelessly toiling away, their imminent monetary gains blinding them to all else. Suddenly, outside their rental apartments and offices, a chorus of urgent knocks resounds. "Open the door. We're here to check the water meter." In the Royal Villa district of Silk Province, one of the most opulent residential areas in both the province and the entire Eastern Nation, those who reside here are either immensely wealthy or of noble stature, with even the least expensive properties commanding 6-figure prices per square meter. Dong Jinkai, president of the Eastern Goose Chamber of Commerce, reclines on a lounge chair by the pool, cigar smoke curling languorously in the sunlight. The delicate fingertips of a bikini-clad beauty dance gently across his back, while the bubbles of chilled champagne burst softly in their glass. In the distance, a fountain sparkles with a kaleidoscope of colors under the sun. As a successful businessman, he naturally possesses everything one could desire. However, unbeknownst to all, he is a covert operative planted by the Eagle family in the Eastern Nation. Recently, he has expended considerable mental effort to fulfill directives from his superiors. And with commendable results, he has earned accolades from his counterparts, allowing him to indulge in well-deserved rest. The recent uproar of rumors affecting the entire Eastern Nation is largely attributed to his meticulous orchestration. With this achievement, coupled with years of dedication, Dong Jinkai has secured the coveted Dong Huang Gold Card, eagerly anticipating the luxurious life that awaits him with the Eagle family. Perhaps due to his recent exertions, a wave of drowsiness envelopes Dong Jinkai. He gestures to one of the beauties, signaling her to assist him, and dons an eye mask to rest. Time drifts by. Yet the anticipated sensations of pleasure fail to materialize, as the hands upon him seem to impede any further actions. What sort of work is this? Will you just get lost? Use some strength, do you understand? He chastises without opening his eyes. What about the strength? A foreign voice challenges, followed by a pair of strong hands gripping his shoulders with a force that feels as if it might shatter his shoulder blades. Ah! Dong Jinkai emits a piercing scream, struggling to rise as he rips off the eye mask, only to find himself confronted not by the previous beauties, but by a group of men clad in uniforms reminiscent of his nightmares. Dong Jinkai, or perhaps we should refer to you as deep-sea fish? The leading voice slices through his carefully woven facade like a sharp scalpel. Dong Jinkai feels all his strength drain away, collapsing onto the lounge chair like a heap of lifeless clay. Damn it, my connections are gone. In an unremarkable building on Ing Island, A middle-aged man furiously slams his fist onto the keyboard before him. The keyboard shatters into several pieces, keys scattering across the floor. His name is Yamamoto Kenta, the mastermind orchestrating the operations of these individuals. At that moment, the entire room fell into a profound silence. Even the incessant clatter of keyboards ceased. 2 rows of computers, totaling 20, were arranged within the space, and about a dozen members halted their tasks, fixated on the enraged Kenta Yamamoto. "Boss, all my connections have been severed." A young man with a face full of acne raised his hand and declared. "Me too. All gone," echoed others in agreement. "What on earth is happening with those incompetent fools? Have they all been taken out in one fell swoop?" Kenta Yamamoto seethed with anger. Their incitement had unexpectedly succeeded. A great upheaval was imminent in the Eastern nation, yet at this critical juncture, all connections had inexplicably vanished. "Forget it. We shall manage on our own. Those imbeciles are utterly unreliable. Boss, I can't endure this any longer." A slightly plump female team member's voice quivered with a hint of tears, her fingers trembling on the keyboard as if each keystroke drained her of all strength. "I've been posting intensively for nearly 2 days without sleep. I genuinely can't hold on." "Yes, boss, let us rest for a while. It's exceedingly difficult for us to manage without any connections," another member chimed in. "You lot," Kenta Yamamoto fumed. "Do you not realize that the Eastern nation is on the brink of total collapse? We just need to stoke the flames a bit more. What does it matter if we're tired now? Once we bring the opposition down, we will be the greatest benefactors. Do you not wish to go to the Eagle family, to Hans, to reside in grand houses, feast on roasted chicken, and sip fine wine? If you desire that, then endure just a bit longer. The good days are nearly upon us." Under Kenta Yamamoto's fervent rallying, the team members had no choice but to muster their spirits once again and return to their posts. My computer can't connect to the network," a male team member suddenly exclaimed. "Mine too. The screen is black," another member screamed. "My computer has gone haywire. It's flashing uncontrollably." Gradually, all the team members discovered their computers were malfunctioning, and even Kenta Yamamoto was not exempt. How is this possible? Kenta Yamamoto stared in disbelief. This was the latest individual workstation from the Eagle family. How could all of them malfunction? He curiously reached out to tap the main unit before him, and it seemed to respond with a resounding hum. Then, amidst a cacophony of sparks, all the computers erupted into plumes of black smoke, transforming into fiery orbs. Next door, a thunderous explosion accompanied by screams erupted as a large computer, serving as a server, along with the entire server room, was blasted into the air, billowing smoke and debris into the sky, as if tolling the death knell for this clandestine conspiracy. However, the Eagle family, having preemptively fortified their robust systems, saw that the supercomputers designated as nodes did not explode. They merely lost connection, leaving dark screens and their dazed operators in a state of silent disarray. Meanwhile, in the streets and alleys of the Eagle family, countless rudimentary maps were disseminating everywhere. The map merely indicated certain locations, accompanied by symbols representing supplies. Yet it contained no additional inscriptions. However, each warlord who obtained the map instinctively believed it pointed to the clandestine storage sites of resources by the Easterners. With the encouragement of those with ulterior motives, throngs of marauders began to chant slogans demanding the expulsion of the Eastern vampires. They equipped themselves with ubiquitous tabloid reporters and live broadcasting equipment, marching resolutely toward the locations marked on the map. Shortly thereafter, several media outlets associated with the Eagle family erupted with a flurry of sensational news, each report conflicting with the others, in an astonishing revelation. An old warehouse at the port was found stuffed with daily necessities, many of which were on the verge of expiration. Suspected to be hoarded by the Easterners, marauders suddenly attacked a warehouse belonging to the Daijin family, seizing a substantial amount of supplies. A subterranean warehouse belonging to Group K was raided, leading to a confrontation between the marauders and the security personnel of Group K, resulting in multiple casualties. Breaking news: the CEO of a life insurance group was assaulted by marauders in his secret villa, sustaining severe injuries that proved fatal. In just 24 hours, tens of thousands were apprehended nationwide, as this thunderous operation swept through the Eastern nation like a tempest. The internet had erupted into chaos, with trending topics across major social media platforms completely dominated by related discussions, each post inundated with thousands of comments. A neighbor, Uncle Zhang, was taken away this morning. A netizen lamented on a community forum, recalling how Uncle Zhang had repaired my plumbing just last week. He certainly did not appear to be a villain. This post triggered a chain reaction. One-third of our apartment building was suddenly vacant, and the elevators were no longer crowded. Our company saw over 60 individuals, from the CEO to regular employees, detained. Now, only a young girl remained in the finance department, sobbing in the restroom. What kind of company is so exaggerated upstairs? XX New Media, top 3 in the industry. No wonder. If I may say, perhaps all of you are innocent. Surely, there are some who escaped scrutiny. But how is it that you weren't caught? I merely repair printers, and I'm just a contractor. Initially, anxiety gripped the populace, but gradually, they discerned a peculiar phenomenon. Those who had spread rumors, incited chaos, and tarnished reputations, who were as ubiquitous as cockroaches in a household, had nearly vanished today. Meanwhile, the state timely broadcast a special program across all platforms, titled The Vermin Hidden Amongst You. The program commenced in an interrogation room, featuring a young man, handcuffed and weeping, with a label identifying him as the chief planner of a renowned media company. We were required to create 30 trending topics daily. The company had a comprehensive emotional manipulation model that could adjust rhetoric based on real-time public sentiment. The young man sobbed while addressing the camera. They were not journalists. They were factories of misinformation. Huaxia, a special advisor from the Information Control Department, appeared on screen with an electronic display behind him scrolling through analytical data. This criminal syndicate manipulates a staggering 87,000 social media accounts, employing algorithms to precisely instill anxiety. Last year's food safety panic and the recent incidents of resource shortages bear their fingerprints. Suddenly, the broadcast studio connects to a live feed, where a shaky camera reveals special police forces dismantling a hidden door in a live streaming studio. Boxes of voice modulators and counterfeit press credentials are scattered across the floor, while a performance chart on the wall displays the creation of 16 looting incidents this week. Ladies and gentlemen, we are currently at the headquarters of Xiao Wang takes you to see the World Media Company. The reporter's voice trembles as he reveals that beneath what appears to be ordinary workstations, each keyboard connects to overseas virtual servers. We have also uncovered directives from abroad on the private computer of the company's CEO, urging them to incite chaos during this period and plunge the entire Eastern nation into disorder. They employ advanced deepfake technology to misrepresent traffic accident scenes as looting incidents. Huaxia reappears on the screen, and behind him, a video that has garnered immense attention in recent days plays. This video has incited 18 mass incidents within 72 hours. With the instigator, a young man in a detention center bearing acne scars, merely a high school dropout and video editor. As the flow of funds graph fills the entire screen, gasps arise from the audience. Intricate arrows extend from domestic accounts to overseas shell companies, eventually converging into an offshore account. Each rumor with over 10,000 likes contributes to this alarming figure. Huaxia highlights the soaring curve with a laser pointer, revealing that Teacher Li, a prominent financial influencer arrested last night, profited 9 million solely from inciting bank run panic. The most shocking scene appears at the conclusion of the program. The Information Control Department showcases their latest digital tracing system, which, by uploading any online ID, generates a relational graph within 60 seconds. As the virtual mask of a popular female influencer is peeled away, revealing the driver's license photo of a scruffy middle-aged man, all are left in disbelief. With this system, regardless of how many proxies you use or layers you hide behind, as long as you remain within the borders of the Eastern nation, we can easily locate you. I urge all who still reside within the Eastern nation and consider themselves citizens, merely momentarily misguided in taking ill-gotten gains to spread rumors and defamation, to cease immediately. Otherwise, this will be your ultimate destination. The camera shifts once more to the detention center, focusing on the young man, clad in prison garb, weeping uncontrollably. The program concludes punctually at 4 in the afternoon, yet the true storm is only just beginning. The homepage of social media platforms suddenly clears all advertisements, replaced by continuously refreshing self-report announcements. As internet users refresh their local forums, they discover that the avatars of the long-active informants have collectively dulled, leaving only a post from half an hour ago rapidly accumulating likes. I am Lee, a retoucher, who was involved in fabricating 37 images of the looting scene and false information. I am now submitting all original materials to the police. Simultaneously, the citizens of Donghua are astonished to find that the once barren supermarket shelves are again brimming with goods. The large screen in the supermarket continuously scrolls announcements. All goods in this supermarket are sufficiently supplied. Customers are urged to purchase orderly according to their needs, without scrambling, to avoid danger. Meanwhile, in the video beneath the announcement, countless unloading robots are busily traversing a neatly organized warehouse, distributing truckloads of goods to every corner of the city. In the Central Sea, at the Special Situation Response Command Center, Dong Jianing is reporting the results of the operation to all members of the command. Through this action, we have essentially severed the overseas tentacles reaching into our nation, dismantling all known nodes. The remaining nodes are either inactive or have either fled or turned themselves in. In the short term, the discourse and information security in our country will reach a remarkably high level, free from any foreign control and influence for the next 2 months. Additionally, we have integrated the swearing system into our entire network, serving both as a testing mechanism and a defense against potential cyber intrusions and attacks. Excellent. Your work has been commendable. Zhu Lao nodded in satisfaction. Only in this manner can we proceed with our next plans. He turned to consultant Li. What do you propose we do next? Li Yunshu did not answer immediately. Instead, he shifted his gaze to the elderly Qian beside him. Elder Qian, do you have any insights regarding the preemptive determination of the traversal order? Rest assured, I have already made some progress, Elder Qian replied, albeit with a weary expression. Yet his eyes sparkled with barely contained excitement. The code for the traversal order is concealed within the vibrational field of the Higgs boson. I have discovered evidence that may pertain to the traversal order. Give me at most another half-month, and I will surely confirm it. Wonderful. As Elder Qian's words concluded, a wave of elation washed over all present. Resolving this issue would render all other difficulties trivial. However, at that moment, Elder Qian suddenly succumbed to a violent coughing fit, tightly covering his mouth with his hand. Elder Qian, are you all right? Li Yunshu hurriedly rose to his feet. Nothing to worry about, nothing to worry about. Elder Qian waved his hand dismissively, retrieving a few pills from his pocket and swallowing them with a nearby cup of tea. Just an old ailment. It's nothing serious. This old body can still hold up. I believe my presence here is no longer necessary. So I shall return to my office and strive to finalize the determination method a few days earlier. With that, Elder Qian slowly stood up and hurriedly departed the meeting room under the watchful gazes of all present. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room grew tense. But it was soon broken by a renewed sense of purpose. Academician Qian diligently fulfills his responsibilities, while each of us has our own duties to attend to. The central figure cleared his throat. Time waits for no one. Let us commence our discussion on whether to initiate the next mobilization efforts and whether to disclose the details of the crisis to the populace. Mobilization Order 21. I am in favor of advancing to the next phase of the plan. Elder Zhu was the first to voice his opinion. We currently have over 30 million grassroots personnel on standby, and with the recent conscription of soldiers, we possess sufficient resources to maintain order and support the subsequent actions. I concur with Elder Zhu's assessment, Elder Wan added. The militia bases, armed forces stations, and numerous schools and public squares across the country have been adequately refurbished and can be activated at any moment. We are also prepared on the military front. Chief Ding remarked. We have selected 600,000 veterans from the ranks to serve as military trainers, assisting in maintaining order. Advisor Li, what is your perspective on this matter? The central figure turned to Li Yunshu on his left. I also support proceeding with the next phase of the plan. Commencing nationwide training and education immediately. Acquiring additional skills will enhance our chances of survival, Li Yunshu responded. Excellent. The central figure decisively announced. The first agenda item has been unanimously approved. We shall initiate nationwide training to confront the impending crisis. Minister Zhu, it will be your responsibility to strike a balance between training and production once the nationwide training commences. Training is crucial, yet so is the accumulation of resources. One cannot accomplish great deeds with empty hands. Rest assured, we have already devised contingency plans, Elder Zhu reassured, patting his chest. Chief Ding, your military must be prepared to face any external threats during this period, while also cooperating with the nationwide training. Can you manage this? Absolutely. We will ensure the mission is accomplished. Advisor Li, please monitor the training progress and, drawing from your experience, propose improvements and suggestions to guarantee effective training, enabling our people to thrive in the face of adversity. Understood. Li Yunshu stood and saluted. Now, for the second agenda item, does anyone have suggestions? The central figure surveyed all present. This time, no one spoke up. After all, human nature is unpredictable, and no one could ascertain the consequences of disclosing the specifics of the crossing. Particularly for Li Yunshu, the chaos spawned by the last crossing was still fresh in memory. I propose we first share a portion of the truth with the public. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yunshu rose. Humanity cannot withstand the trials of uncertainty, especially when faced with life-and-death situations. Without a clear understanding of the crossing sequence, the potential for panic-driven looting is significant. We could judiciously inform the populace of certain details to encourage their full participation in training. Once Academician Qian confirms the crossing sequence, and this strategy can be disseminated nationwide, we can then reveal the remaining information. Stability supersedes all. Only through stability can we continuously produce the necessary weaponry and resources, equipping ourselves to meet the challenges of the other world with utmost preparedness. The conference room fell into a brief silence, the only sound being the faint hum of the central air conditioning system. I oppose incomplete transparency, suddenly declared Academician Zhou from the Jiuzhong Computer Center, breaking the silence. Behind him, the holographic projector cast a dense stream of data, indicating that, according to the Jiuzhong public sentiment model, any incomplete information could lead the public to deduce over 100 possible versions, with 63 likely to incite widespread regional panic. Either disclose the complete truth to the public or say nothing at all. I wish to add something. General Ding, who had remained silent until now, stood up. He picked up a document and stated gravely, as of the meeting's commencement, our cybersecurity department has intercepted at least tens of thousands of attacks from foreign intelligence agents. At least 5 countries' intelligence networks have reached our peripheral core areas. Currently, only this small circle of individuals knows all the truths, and we can still keep the secret. If the circle expands even slightly, I wouldn't be surprised if all the information gets leaked. Although we are indeed prepared to share intelligence with countries around the world, how do we explain that we are still uncertain about the sequence of crossings? Would they believe us? If they do not, what kind of harm might that bring us? I wholeheartedly agree with what was previously stated. We must neither overestimate their capabilities nor underestimate their limitations. If we, as the Eastern nation, cannot maintain normal order without clarifying the sequence of crossings, then they certainly cannot. In desperation, they would undoubtedly take any possible action. Are we to face a large-scale civil war before confronting the challenges of another world? Therefore, I too oppose disclosing everything at this moment. Are we then to say nothing at all? Elder Zhu furrowed his brow. Setting aside the public's right to know, how can we unleash the full potential of our citizens? Are we to rely solely on a hollow title? That would be utterly inefficient. Once again, the entire venue fell silent. Let us clarify a few core contradictions. The central figure suddenly interjected. First, the essence of whether to disclose is a matter of risk hedging, trading partial truth for mobilization efficiency versus maintaining complete secrecy to avoid uncontrollable risks. Second, our time window. The progress of Old Man Qian's team in determining the sequence of crossings. The central figure's gaze shifted to the other side of the conference room. Seated at the end, Old Man Qian's student quickly stood up. At most, we have 4 weeks, and the teacher will lead us to conquer this conundrum. 4 weeks. The central figure repeated, tapping his fingers on the table for emphasis. In these 4 weeks, we must initiate nationwide training, prevent internal chaos stemming from truth leaks, and address the infiltration of foreign forces. He suddenly turned to Li Yunshu, Shaoli, having experienced the chaos following the first crossing. What was the most critical point of failure back then? Li Yunshu felt a tense knot in his back as memories surged like a tide. During the looting of the grain depot in City A, he had once personally subdued 3 citizens wielding kitchen knives. The mingled scent of blood and fermenting flour in his protective suit still vividly haunting him. It was the unknown. He fixed his gaze on the central authority. As the populace witnessed their acquaintances vanishing one after another, their mobile signals disrupted, traffic controlled, and military enforced, yet received no explanation, rumors spread faster than the virus itself. The heart of the panic lay not in the truth but in the dread of the unknown. Suddenly, the holographic projection before Academician Zhou transformed into a 3-dimensional model. Streams of red and blue data swirling in the conference room's center. This represented the core parameters of public sentiment modeling. When information transparency dips below 40, the panic index escalates exponentially. However, when it exceeds 60, coupled with effective control measures, mobilization efficiency increases by 37. Hence, the emphasis lies in how to communicate, rather than how much to say. Old Man Wan interjected unexpectedly. This elder, who had presided over 3 national emergency drills, opened his leather notebook. During the flood relief efforts, we unified our communication through the extreme weather emergency response plan. which not only mitigated panic but also galvanized public participation. This model can now serve as a reference. He extracted a chart annotating the tiered emergency response plan. Phase 1, from today until the sequence of events is confirmed. Publicly announce a global ecological crisis alert, framing the training as a national disaster preparedness skills enhancement initiative, with a strong emphasis on self-rescue production in extreme conditions. Phase 2. Upon successful prediction of the sequence by Old Man Qian, will gradually release scientific explanations for the anomalies in spatial dimensions, using technical details to counteract the fear of the unknown. Phase 3. Once all information is disclosed, will unify everyone with a sense of urgency, propelling them towards crisis preparedness. Chief of Staff Ding's finger traced the classified marking on the document. However, such rhetoric necessitates absolute coordination among the military, research institutions, and media systems. Particularly, the media must sever the information infiltration channels of foreign forces. Last week, they had already begun tentatively disseminating rumors about Eastern nations' secret development of time-space weaponry. This poses no issue. Dong Janning from the Information Control Center rose to respond, stating that following previous actions, we can guarantee at least 2 months of absolute information security. The atmosphere in the conference room finally relaxed as academician Zhou's model parameters transitioned to a green safety zone on the screen. The central authority decisively announced, first, effective immediately. Launch the National Disaster Preparedness Skills Enhancement Initiative, with external communications focusing on survival training in extreme environments, refraining from mentioning the truth of the sequence. Second, simultaneous public sentiment monitoring and emergency drill rehearsals will be conducted, with the possibility of disseminating alternative narratives online to confound foreign spies. Third, Old Man Qian's team must establish a method for determining the sequence within 4 weeks, providing technical support for subsequent information disclosure. Fourth, the military will comprehensively upgrade border and cyber security, executing indiscriminate strikes against any attempts to steal core intelligence. He rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping over each weary yet resolute face. We are not choosing whether to disclose the truth. Rather, we are racing against time. The immediate priority is to unite 1,400,000,000 people into a single force, regardless of whether the crossing occurs in 3 months or where we may venture. The people of the Eastern nation must confront every challenge with organized resolve. After the meeting, the national mobilization order for the Eastern nation was to be initiated without delay. Remember, stability is not achieved through the suppression of information, but by instilling in the populace the belief that we possess the capability to protect them. Training commences at 8 a.m. on April 1st, Eastern Nation Time. There were still 76 days, 15 hours, and 60 minutes remaining until the final crossing day. As the first rays of morning light pierced the clouds over Huaxia, the same news broadcast resonated across all regions of the Eastern nation. Giant screens in shopping malls, subway displays, and every medium capable of relaying text trembled as countless individuals froze in front of their televisions and smartphones. The Eastern nation officially declares a national mobilization at 8 a.m. Huaxia time on April 1st. Beneath the declaration, the specifics of this national mobilization rolled across the screen. 1. All eligible citizens of the Eastern nation shall, from this moment forth, enter training camps across the country for a duration of 3 months of military readiness training. 2. All unnecessary expenditures are to be abolished. Public transportation will be regulated, with non-essential travel prohibited, and the nation will enter a state of wartime production. 3. During the mobilization, all debts, regardless of size, will be frozen. All non-essential financial transactions will be suspended, and all bank settlements will be halted. 4. A rationing system will be implemented during the mobilization, with essential goods distributed uniformly by the state until the conclusion of the mobilization. 5. Throughout the mobilization, any losses incurred by enterprises and individuals due to the mobilization will be compensated by the state after its conclusion, and subsidies will be distributed to all at levels consistent with the national average from the same period last year. The wailing of air raid sirens penetrated the clouds as fully armed soldiers began to populate the streets and alleys. Grassroots workers, long prepared, commenced their duties. They established workstations in every community and transportation hub, articulating policies to the public, reassuring ordinary citizens, and maintaining order. The announcements emanating from the loudspeakers at the workstations carried an undeniable authority. Residents, please remain calm and collect your wartime ration cards in an orderly manner. Everything proceeded with meticulous organization. The citizens of the Eastern Nation, having endured a previous nationwide lockdown, quickly adapted to the current situation. Clearly, the state had been well prepared, and with the assurance of national backing. Even the most fastidious citizens refrained from voicing complaints at such a critical juncture. It became a shared belief among billions in the Eastern Nation. The state faces challenges. We must not complicate matters at this crucial moment. Soon, the once bustling Eastern Nation settled into silence. The ceaseless flow of traffic through the streets vanished, and the vibrant neon lights of major shopping centers lost their former exuberance. Only the long queues at the various workstations remained, patiently awaiting registration. At 9 o'clock in the morning, at a military training ground in Hanjing, 6,000 elite soldiers had gathered, each a paragon of their respective units. Among them were reconnaissance soldiers with frostbitten cheeks from remote sentry posts, veteran sergeants bearing shrapnel from peacekeeping missions, and engineers who had sacrificed their hearing in the face of floods. They may not have been the most formidable fighters in their battalions, and some were no longer on the front lines. Yet each of them was steadfastly reliable, seasoned by countless trials, willing to shed their blood for the people and the nation. Today, they were to undergo 3 days of specialized training before becoming instructors across the country. As the time approached, a serious-faced major general clad in military uniform took his position at the podium, remaining silent as he surveyed the ranks below. Although a sense of confusion lingered among the soldiers, their discipline and training prevented any outward expression. They stood resolutely at attention, like spears thrusting into the sky, emanating an awe-inspiring presence. Suddenly, a palpable aura of menace enveloped the training ground, casting a shadow over the soldiers. Instinctively, they tensed, every muscle coiled with latent power. Prepared for battle. Their pupils constricted sharply, gazes piercing as they scanned for the source of this ominous energy. This aura was familiar to them. It belonged to those who had survived the brutal realities of the battlefield, warriors who had emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Yet this presence was overwhelmingly intense, as if the very essence of countless conflicts had coalesced into one, something only the seasoned generals who had fought for the East all their lives might possess. The Major General appeared youthful, leaving them to wonder where he had honed such formidable energy. Gradually, many veterans began to discern a different flavor within this malevolence. It was the sorrow of a soldier. The eldest among them widened their eyes in realization. Interwoven with the ferocity was a profound despair, regret, and unwillingness, a sorrow that cut deeply into their bones. As this melancholic sentiment intensified, tears welled in the eyes of all the soldiers. The formation began to quiver. These ironclad men seemingly witnessing phantoms, a burning national flag sinking into the mire, the bodies of children heaped like mountains, and countless buildings reduced to ashes amidst flames. Unbeknownst to them, someone bit their lip, and the metallic taste of blood spread through the ranks. They did not know who the figure at the podium was, nor what experiences had shaped him. All they understood was that he bore a military spirit identical to their own, one that burned with the same intensity. Their comrades were steeped in regret and bitterness, for he and his legion had failed to protect what they were sworn to defend. Instinctively, the soldiers clenched their fists, the sound of grinding teeth resonating in the air. At that moment, the Major General, Yunshu, finally spoke. "Comrades, do you feel it? I have lost. We have all lost. In the impending battle, we lost everything, all that we sought to protect. You may wonder what battle it is. I would argue that it matters not. What holds significance is one question. Do you, we, wish to concede defeat? Absolutely not." In an instant, the audience erupted into a thunderous roar. Therefore, let us rise to the occasion. Yunshu clenched his fists and brought them down with great force. With his motion, dozens of military trucks rolled into the training ground. Countless materials and equipment were unloaded from the trucks, forming a heap around the soldiers. These are the intelligence on our imminent adversaries, along with the strategies and weaponry we have devised to confront them. You have 3 days to familiarize yourselves with all of this, and thereafter, to propose improvements based on your individual experiences. Ultimately, everything must be thoroughly mastered before we head to various training grounds to impart your acquired knowledge to fellow comrades and the broader populace. This time, we shall not accept defeat. 23. What are the Easterners truly up to? The expletive echoed in the air as the supreme leader, Jonard, was once more roused from his slumber, his fury reaching celestial heights. What is happening? Which family's treasury has been plundered this time? Or which unfortunate CEO met their demise at the hands of marauders? Jonard bellowed. How many times must I reiterate? Do not disturb my rest. He glared at his chief of staff, Trace, standing by the bedside, his eyes ablaze with wrath that seemed ready to consume him. Those fools. I had warned them long ago. The Easterners have discovered their clandestine maneuvers and have disseminated this information. And those unable to extricate themselves from their own mess should meet their demise. I apologize, Your Excellency, but it is not as you surmise. Something significant has indeed transpired. Despite his grim countenance, Chief of Staff Trace steadfastly handed a tablet to Jonard. With a furrowed brow, Jonard accepted the device and casually glanced at the screen. In an instant, his expression froze. There, in blood-red characters, a message was emblazoned. The Easterners have declared a nationwide mobilization. Nationwide mobilization? Are they truly preparing to combat extraterrestrials? Jonard could not help but exclaim. 10 minutes later, in room 3, the atmosphere within was so tense it felt suffocating. The harsh white light illuminated the faces of those present, revealing their profound anxiety and disquiet. How could this be? Has the intelligence network we painstakingly built over years amounted to nothing? A sharply dressed official suddenly sprang to his feet, slamming his hands on the conference table. Disbelief and fury etched across his face. The last incident could be deemed a surprise, but to learn of such monumental news regarding the Easterners' mobilization through their television broadcast? After deploying so many hyenas, the hundreds of billions of eagle dollars spent yielded this? Calm down, this is not the time for outrage. The speaker is an elderly man with white hair and piercing eyes, a seasoned advisor to the intelligence agency named Blake. At this juncture, losing one's temper serves no purpose. We must ascertain the true intentions of that nation. Given the scale of that country, once a full mobilization is initiated, the magnitude of power that could unleash is not lost on you, is it? Jonard furrowed his brow, pacing the room with the tablet clutched tightly in his hand. As if he could glean further secrets from the ominous phrase nationwide mobilization written in blood red. A human crisis. What precisely is this human crisis? It has not only prompted them to enter a state of heightened readiness, but has also led to a full-scale mobilization. Those damn Easterners must be concealing something. The Chief of Staff, Matt, interrupted his musings. Your Excellency, let us not concern ourselves with whether a human crisis is imminent. Our crisis is already upon us. The actions of the Easterners pose a significant threat to our global strategy. Our commercial interests, infiltration plans, and newly established industries and companies over there are all at a standstill. Particularly, our stocks have suffered. Since the Easterners halted trade, they have experienced their 40th circuit breaker. If this continues, our stocks will be rendered worthless. Enough. We will address those matters later. We have more pressing issues at hand. Jonard interjected, cutting off his chief of staff. Normally, he appreciated this individual, who brought countless benefits to himself and his family. However, to focus solely on those concerns now would be excessively narrow-minded. If the crisis cannot be navigated successfully, what use is all that wealth? We must find a way to re-establish intelligence channels and uncover the true situation and intentions of the Easterners. Jonard halted, his gaze fierce. What of those undercover agents we had nurtured? Have they also lost contact? Indeed, sir, the intelligence chief replied helplessly. Since entering a state of mobilization, they have intensified internal scrutiny. Our operatives have likely been discovered and dealt with. The last messages we received were nothing but absurd tales, claiming humanity is about to transcend. The Trisolarans are coming. The moon is alive, harboring world-ending weapons. Such nonsensical narratives resemble Hollywood scripts from recent years. Upon hearing this, Defense Minister Hansen could not help but cast a glare at him, considering that Hollywood is an industry greatly influenced by his family, which has provided numerous scripts. I suspect these stories were deliberately released by the Easterners to obscure their true motives, the intelligence chief continued, disregarding Hansen's glare. Order our allies to exert maximum pressure on the Easterners immediately. They must divulge everything they know. Jonard regarded the intelligence chief thoughtfully. However, since the last harvester's plan, our allies have grown quite discontented with us, and domestic protests are rampant. Tress replied somewhat helplessly, what does that matter to us? Let them protest as they wish. Have we not been subjected to protests ourselves? Jonah rolled his eyes and instructed them to follow his directives, threatening that he would not hesitate to replace their prime minister if necessary. Moreover, this is not solely our nation's affair. His gaze swept across every individual in the room. Do you not, nor do your families, wish to uncover the truth behind this so-called crisis? Do you not desire to prepare in advance? Instantly, every face reflected a serious demeanor. But what if the Easterners remain silent? Defense Minister Hansen could not restrain his inquiry. Then we shall wage war to compel them to speak, Jonah replied with a fierce expression. as soon as he uttered those words. The conference room fell into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Hansen's Adam's apple bobbed as beads of perspiration formed on his forehead. Your Excellency, are you suggesting total war? Hansen's voice trembled. Yet over half of our aircraft carriers remain under repair. And the production line for the current generation of fighter jets was recently terminated. The anticipated next-generation fighters exist only as mere images. Silence. Jonah seized the crystal ashtray from the table and hurled it against the wall, the shards creating a piercing sound as they struck the bulletproof glass. Are you implying that our magnificent nation is incapable of even a minor conflict? Your Excellency, this is not a trivial war. If we truly engage with the East, it would engulf the entire world, Hansen screamed in despair. Then let it engulf everyone. Jonah bellowed. If we cannot proactively address the crisis, then no one shall. We have no reason to exist in this great world. 24. The fighting spirit etched in our very veins. Hanjing, training base. I believe we need armor-piercing rounds. A 5.8 mm is unlikely to penetrate its exterior, a soldier with a scar beneath his right eye remarked, gesturing towards the holographic projection before them. Our standard weaponry, whether QBZ or QBU, lacks the lethality required against this entity, let alone the QCW, which may not even breach its defenses. Engaging this creature necessitates the QY, ideally equipped with specialized warheads, preferably explosive ones. However, equipping all with QY is impractical. It is excessively heavy and poses logistical challenges, as the command has indicated the need to consider scenarios devoid of resupply for an extended period. Another soldier joined the discourse. Thus, we must contemplate concentrating our firepower or utilizing tubes. Yet observe here, the previous soldier pointed to the annotations beneath the projection. Bladeclaw insect. The most common low-tier force of the insectoid species, often mobilizing in groups and disregarding steep terrain, capable of speeds reaching approximately 40 kilometers per hour. This creature operates in swarms. We cannot rely on numerical superiority, and we may very well find ourselves at a disadvantage. It poses a considerable challenge. I possess the confidence to eliminate one of these creatures with a rifle, yet if two are present, I would have to flee, with 3 or more. Escape becomes a daunting task, particularly for the new recruits and ordinary individuals. The veteran's expression was grave. Our casualties will be staggering. I believe there is no need for such concern, interjected a veteran with only one hand, yet bearing 4 crutches on his shoulder. Did not the document state that for at least the initial 3 years, we would not encounter many of these fiends? Initially, we primarily contend with the beasts. Moreover, do we not have exoskeletons and unmanned assistance systems now? Is there truly any fear of insufficient ammunition? Rather than engaging in idle discussions here, it would be more prudent to practice diligently. When the time comes for battle, it is not mere words that will resolve our dilemmas. Good day, Sergeant. With the veteran's arrival, the soldiers instantly straightened their postures and rendered a crisp salute. You lot, I refuse to believe you are unaware of the gravity of the situation. Why engage in such arguments? The veteran cast a disapproving glance at them. The scarred soldier, feeling sheepish, scratched his head, though adorned with a rank insignia. He appeared as a novice before the veteran. It is not yet our turn, so we occupy ourselves with discussion to bolster our confidence. He instinctively glanced towards the far end of the training ground. At the edge of his vision lay thousands of silvery pods, arranged with precision, their metallic sheen glistening under the harsh light. Most of the soldiers participating in the training were lined up in an orderly fashion, with many already lying within the pods, quietly awaiting the commencement of their specialized training. The central black control pod stood out prominently, with dozens of optical fibers extending like veins, connecting to other subordinate pods. Yunshu lay within the control pod, the brain-machine interface sensors affixed to his temples, rising and falling gently with his breath. This was the Academy's latest generation of virtual reality simulation pods, employing cutting-edge brain-machine interfaces to directly extract information from his memories, subsequently collaborating with other simulation pods to create a virtual world with over 80 realism. Unfortunately, this technology remains in the experimental phase, requiring immense power and computational resources. Currently able to operate no more than 1,000 simulation pods simultaneously. This pivotal training would unfold within this meticulously crafted virtual realm. In the virtual world, 3 suns hung in a dark purple sky, casting a crimson hue over the desolate expanse as fierce winds swept through the sands, emitting a soft, mournful wail. Yunshu stood on this familiar yet somewhat alien terrain, the air thick with a foul odor reminiscent of distant memories, intermingled with faint hints of blood and fire, prompting him to clench his fists, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Before him stood 1,000 fully armed soldiers, donned in the latest combat attire. Wielding an array of weaponry, with individual cloud explosion devices and handheld anti-air missiles secured to their backs. Beside many of the warriors lay various battlefield personal support equipment. This was their first encounter with the virtual reality technology that had previously existed only in laboratories, and the peculiar world before them filled them with both excitement and trepidation. All present, form ranks. With a commanding voice, Yunshu instructed, and instantly, the soldiers arranged themselves into a precise formation. This was a virtual realm constructed from the fragments of my memories, designed to acclimate you to the battlefield environments you may confront in the future. The soldiers held their breath, their gazes fixed intently upon Yunshu. Yunshu surveyed the surroundings. I am aware you harbor numerous questions, but time is of the essence. We must swiftly embark upon our combat training. In this virtual world, you will face simulated attacks from the insectoid species, whose behavioral patterns and combat strategies are rooted in the authentic data from my recollections. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, the barren ground trembled, and from the horizon, a dark swarm of insects surged forth like a relentless tide. The soldiers' breaths quickened. Some instinctively took a half-step back, but soon regained their composure. Remember, fear is a natural response, but do not allow it to govern you. Yunshu admonished sternly. Now, let the training commence. As his words resonated, the soldiers swiftly organized themselves into their respective combat squads, while the swarm launched an incessant assault. The heavy firepower unit positioned itself at the forefront. Setting up huge Y-machine guns, snipers sought high ground, and the assault group fanned out on the flanks, creating a crossfire net. The swarm advanced with astonishing speed, closing in within 100 meters in an instant. The creatures dubbed bladespike bugs, their shells glistening with a dark sheen, bore 6 sharp appendages that carved deep grooves into the ground, their crimson compound eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty glint. Open fire. At the command, a cacophony of gunfire erupted. The 5.8mm rounds cascaded like rain, yet as previously discussed, standard bullets proved ineffective against the bladespike bug's exoskeletons. Only the armor-piercing rounds from the QJY machine guns could carve a breach within the swarm, which was swiftly filled by the relentless tide of insects that followed. Concentrate fire. Aim for the joints and compound eyes. The squad leader calmly directed. The soldiers adjusted their firing strategies, focusing their attacks on the vulnerable points of the creatures. And a multitude of bladespike bugs fell beneath the precise barrage, yet even more pressed forward to the front line. Throw grenades. The assault team swiftly launched explosives, and the violent shockwave momentarily stalled the charge of the swarm. However, the sheer number of insects was overwhelming, and they soon advanced again. At that moment, dozens of drones whizzed overhead, dropping incendiary devices that ignited in a fiery explosion among the swarm, momentarily halting their advance. Prepare the individual cloud explosion device. Let it rip. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, the soldiers grasped the hefty tubes from their backs, unleashing a multitude of plump black projectiles accompanied by wisps of white smoke upon the encroaching swarm. As a veil of white mist enveloped the entire swarm, a resounding crack echoed, and a colossal fireball engulfed them entirely. In an instant, the swarm was diminished by more than half. However, the remaining insects surged forward with even greater ferocity. Yunshu hovered in midair, observing the battle below, filled with pride at the performance of the soldiers. Though it was their first encounter with such adversaries, they truly lived up to the title of the strongest army on Blue Star. With ample firepower, they were able to engage insects that outnumbered them by several dozen times, trading blows fiercely. Yet, just as the soldiers believed the situation had eased, the ground suddenly trembled violently, fissures tearing open beneath them. Watch your step, someone shouted. In the next moment, a creature resembling a centipede magnified 1,000-fold erupted from the earth, its shell more formidable than that of the blade claw insects, with numerous appendages resembling razor-sharp blades. One of these burrowing worms lunged into a stronghold, instantly shredding several soldiers to pieces. Fall back. Create distance. The soldiers swiftly adjusted their formation, but the burrowing worm was alarmingly swift, tearing apart 2 more soldiers in the blink of an eye. Sniper. Aim for its eyes. High above, a sniper held his breath, squeezing the trigger as a 12.7mm armor-piercing round struck the burrowing worm's compound eye, splattering green ichor everywhere. The worm emitted a piercing screech, thrashing wildly, but soon, another sniper delivered a second shot, bringing its life to an abrupt end. Yet, more burrowing worms were closing in, and the distant swarm began to regroup, a dark mass that seemed endless. Yunshu furrowed his brow. He knew that on the true battlefield, The number of the insectoids would only increase, and their tactics would grow more cunning. He had to prepare his soldiers to adapt to the harshest conditions ahead. Thus, he raised his hand and waved it, causing the sky to darken ominously. "What is that?" someone gasped. Above, dozens of flying beetles with wingspans exceeding 5 meters descended rapidly, their shells glinting with a ghostly blue sheen, sharp mandibles shimmering menacingly in the sunlight. Anti-air team. Quick! The soldiers swiftly readied individual anti-air missiles, but the flying insects were remarkably fast. As soon as the missiles locked on, the creatures had already swooped down upon them. Too late. Scatter. The soldiers dispersed, yet some were still toppled by the claws of the flying beasts. One such creature seized a soldier, hurling him skyward before slamming him back to the ground. "Damn it!" An experienced soldier roared, raising his rocket launcher and manually aiming, firing with a deafening blast that obliterated the flying insect into fragments. However, more flying insects had breached the defenses, launching reckless assaults on the support units positioned at the rear. "Steady! Don't panic!" The team leader's furious bellow reverberated across the battlefield. The soldiers gritted their teeth, re-establishing their defenses. The assault team began deploying incendiary grenades to block the advance of the ground swarm, with numerous mechanical wolves leading the charge, ready to detonate themselves once their weapons were exhausted. Meanwhile, snipers concentrated their fire on suppressing the flying insect onslaught, while heavy fire teams focused their might on tearing apart every insect that approached their line of defense. The battle had escalated to a fevered pitch. The warriors' stamina rapidly depleting, ammunition running perilously low, and casualties steadily rising, yet no one faltered. An hour and 37 minutes later, as the last soldier embraced his fate with a bomb, perishing alongside a burrowing creature, the battlefield fell utterly silent. Yunshu hovered quietly in midair, observing the scene below. These were the valiant warriors of the Eastern nation, eternally the most admirable, whether in the present or the future. Even in their inaugural confrontation with these insectoid foes, they exhibited remarkable fighting prowess, truly worthy of the title of the strongest army on Blue Star. Had it not been for the lack of sufficient heavy firepower last time, how could they have faced defeat? He could not help but rub his eyes, gradually descending to the ground. With Yunshu's descent, the battle-scarred terrain resumed its initial state, revealing numerous soldiers maintaining their combat stances, appearing somewhat bewildered before him. Though death in the virtual realm does not claim life, the sensations of pain and fear are all too real. Many bore pale expressions, clearly still reeling from the fierce skirmish. How do you feel? This is the enemy we shall encounter in the future. However, this is merely a minuscule fraction of their kind, both in number and caliber, Yunshu spoke softly. They fear not death, and their numbers are vast. Even the slightest chink in your defenses can be exploited. In the future, you will confront even more terrifying hordes of these insectoids, perhaps even beings as formidable as battleships. To substantiate his words, a flicker of thought from Yunshu summoned an ethereal silhouette above them, the colossal insectoid he had witnessed in the last battle. A massive centipede was seen spewing venom, while around a dozen armed helicopters unleashed a torrent of ammunition upon it, yet they could inflict no harm. In comparison to the centipede's enormous body, those helicopters appeared as mere moths. This was the largest insectoid we encountered last time. As for whether there are larger ones, I cannot guarantee, for we could not compel them to reveal all their trump cards. Now, I ask you, do you still dare to wage this war? With Yunshu's words, the previously weakened soldiers stood tall, fire igniting in their eyes, their fists clenched, crackling with determination. Dare? Why should we not? The soldiers of the Eastern nation have never contemplated surrender. If one company cannot vanquish it, we shall send a battalion. If a battalion cannot conquer it, we shall dispatch a brigade. As long as we are not entirely extinguished, we shall surely prevail. The soldiers roared in unison, even raising their weapons towards the ethereal figure in the sky. This is the spirit of our warriors. Yunshu could not contain a smile, though it quickly faded. Then let us continue our training. The temporal ratio of this virtual world to the outside is 50-1, allowing each of you to undergo 10 days of training here daily. During this period, I shall impart all that I have mastered unto you. Strive diligently to master all that you can, and amalgamate your knowledge with your experiences to render it stronger, more effective, and ultimately deadly. Then, take the fruits of your training and impart them to every willing warrior in the Eastern Kingdom. As the fleeting 3 days passed, when the utterly exhausted Yunshu finally managed to rise from the command chamber, he was immediately supported by 2 medical personnel awaiting outside. Before them stood an impeccably arranged assembly of 6,000 warriors. Present arms. at the command of the two veteran soldiers at the forefront. All warriors saluted the somewhat unsteady Li Yunshu. "Commander, you have endured much." The gaze of every soldier was fixed upon Li Yunshu, and without the need for excessive words. Their eyes conveyed everything they wished to express to him. The more than 120 days and nights spent in the virtual realm, filled with brutal and at times despairing battles, had allowed them to comprehend the burdens that Li Yunshu bore. Throughout the training, he had vividly recounted all the indelible battles he had experienced, even simulating his former comrades to fight alongside the trainees. Now, each of these 6,000 soldiers could be regarded as an expert in combating otherworldly threats. Of course, they had also compiled a wealth of improvements based on their own experiences in battle. In the previous encounter with the otherworld, they had to make do with whatever resources were available. This time, however, they would ensure that those accursed extraterrestrials would witness the true meaning of wanting and having. As the trained soldiers gradually departed the training grounds, they were set to travel to various training centers nationwide to become instructors there. Li Yunshu, too, was urgently escorted to the medical center within the training facility by the medical staff. Upon entering, the medical team that had been waiting for some time promptly administered a comprehensive set of monitoring and therapeutic devices upon him. The head of the medical center, one of the nation's finest doctors, Old Sun, looked at the now limp and trembling Li Yunshu on the hospital bed with a sense of helplessness. "I told you that apparatus is still experimental. As the primary operator, the burden is immense. You should not exceed 3 hours in one session, and continuous operation should not surpass 24 hours. Yet here you are, enduring 4 hours at a time for 3 consecutive days." As he spoke, he grasped Li Yunshu's wrist to carefully check his pulse before extracting several slender silver needles, which he proceeded to insert into Li Yunshu's forehead. With the insertion of the silver needles, the frequency of Li Yunshu's tremors gradually diminished, and his clenched jaw began to relax. "It's all right, Old Sun. I can still hold on." Li Yunshu managed to force a smile onto his pale face. "This apparatus is truly invaluable. We have accumulated a wealth of experience over these past few days, and the suggestions from my comrades have been exceptionally beneficial. If we could have a few more sessions." "I believe." "A few more sessions?" Li Yunshu's words were abruptly interrupted by Old Sunday. "Do you realize how close you were to losing your mind? The monitoring report reveals that your amygdala region has sustained significant damage." Old Sun directed a holographic projection towards the sickbed, displaying 17 hemorrhagic spots amidst the folds of the hippocampus. "If this continues, it will lead to either a cerebral hemorrhage or brain atrophy. Even a brief additional hour could prove fatal, had it not been for your brainwave intensity being considerably stronger than that of an ordinary person. Your brain would have disintegrated into mere mush by now." Old Sun's tone was grave as he administered an 4 drip to Li Yunshu, utilizing a concoction he had personally prepared, which could effectively nourish Li Yunshu's neural pathways and provide him some relief. However, Li Yunshu still wished to voice his thoughts. "No buts. I absolutely will not permit you to use those substances again." Old Sun glared at Li Yunshu. As if recalling something, his tone softened. "I understand your desire to achieve more, to excel, but it truly is not feasible. Li Yunshu, please heed Old Sun's counsel." Accompanying the voice, Chief Ding stepped into the ward. Utilizing those substances was inherently a gamble, had it not been for Old Qian's assertion that your brain could withstand it. And the continuous monitoring by Old Sun and his team, you would never have been allowed to attempt it. The past 3 days have already been perilous. Do you realize that Old Sun and his team have been vigilantly observing your vital signs without once closing their eyes? 3 days is the limit. What? Do you intend to accomplish everything in one go? Old Ding, you know that is not my intention, Li Yunshu replied with a bitter smile. I am well aware, Chief Ding said with seriousness. He approached the bedside and gently patted Li Yunshu's shoulder. Yunshu, we all understand your feelings. However, you must recognize that you are not merely a soldier but also our hope against the otherworld. Your experience and wisdom are invaluable. Trust in your comrades and us old-timers. Old Sun, adjusting the 4 drip speed, nodded in agreement. The data indicates that your neural pathways are exhibiting signs of excessive fatigue, which cannot sustain the demands of the control chamber. Li Yunshu closed his eyes, savoring the coolness brought by the silver needles. He understood that both elders were correct. Yet the faces of his comrades who had perished in the otherworld continuously flashed in his mind. I understand. He slowly opened his eyes. However, I have one request. Chief Ding and Old Sun exchanged glances. Speak. Could we perhaps enhance the simulation system? Although Li Yunshu's voice was frail, his gaze was resolute. The fidelity of the simulation could be reduced, and the scenarios minimized, with a slower passage of time, as long as it alleviates the operator's burden. This simulation training system is exceptionally effective. It truly increases our odds against the other races. Chief Ding erupted in hearty laughter. Yunshu, rest assured. Director Ma and the data center team have already initiated this work during your simulation training. Through your data, Director Ma and his team have been diligently working on the second-generation equipment, and they have made significant progress. It is said that the second-generation equipment is an enhancement based on the existing virtual helmets, not striving for the construction of scenes or realism. Achieving an authenticity level akin to mainstream virtual games, approximately 30 to 40%. There is no longer a need for a human-computer interface. Instead, it directly retrieves the virtual combat scenarios from the past few days. A single server can support hundreds of individuals online simultaneously, and we can ensure that each training center is equipped with at least one such training system. Li Yunshu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although utilizing existing data might lack some variability, the hundreds of battles conducted in recent days were sufficient for training in most scenarios. The soldiers require experience in facing adversaries and understanding their behavioral patterns and weaknesses. The question of authenticity is of little consequence. That's wonderful, Li Yunshu exclaimed, his excitement evident as he looked at Chief of Staff Ding before him. How does it feel to have the pressure alleviated? Chief of Staff Ding remarked earnestly. In a vast country like ours, with so many people, being caught off guard can be quite troublesome. However, with preparation, the potential for an explosive response is remarkable. By the way, take this. It should make you feel a bit more comfortable. As he spoke, Chief of Staff Ding handed a tablet to Li Yunshu. Have a look and provide any additional feedback. Confused, Li Yunshu accepted the tablet, and as he opened it, his gaze was immediately captivated by the data displayed within. First Capacity Adjustment Plan of the Eastern Command. As of now, the nationwide count of eligible working population stands at 880 million, with an estimated maximum mobilization of 1 billion during the mobilization order. A total of 400,000 production lines of various types have been activated nationwide, expected to increase to around 1 million within a month. The newly deployed intelligent auxiliary robots exceed 2 million, gradually increasing to 10 million. Current primary production plans include various drones and robotic wolves, anticipated to elevate production to 1 million units within a month, and exceed 3 million monthly within 3 months. The expected monthly production of various bullets and shells is projected to reach its limit next month, with bullets increasing to a monthly output of 20 billion and various shells reaching around 10 million. As the shadows of war loom closer, Li Yunshu felt increasingly exhilarated. He understood better than anyone what such production capacity represented. As long as order could be maintained, every individual from the Eastern nation could be fully equipped, armed with resources sufficient to survive for at least a month without resupply, coupled with the Swearin system's unmanned reconnaissance capabilities. Swiftly locating the dispersed citizens of the Eastern nation would enable the formation of a formidable force in no time. By the way, there are numerous suggestions for improvements to the current weapons. Chief of Staff Ding pointed to the tablet. It is somewhat embarrassing to admit, but most of our current weapons were designed primarily for combat against humans, and they do not perform optimally against those entities. Based on simulated combat, the General Staff and the Weapon Design Bureau have provided these modification suggestions. You may offer your insights as well. Li Yunshu scrolled through the screen, perceiving a series of exhilarating improvement proposals. Development of a 7.62mm tungsten core armor-piercing round tailored for the characteristics of alien exoskeletons, with an anticipated daily production of 50 million rounds. Enhanced individual cloud explosive device, expanding the lethality radius to 50 meters. Specifically designed to combat clusters of small extraterrestrial entities. Portable electromagnetic pulse device, capable of incapacitating the exoskeletal nervous system of medium-sized extraterrestrials. Individual anti-aircraft missile backpack, specifically targeting airborne small units. Underground mine-laying vehicle, capable of directly placing conical mines underground to effectively thwart tunneling worm incursions. These, Li Yunshu's fingers trembled slightly. If only these had been developed sooner. Chief of Staff Ding placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. It is not too late. The research teams of the Light Arms Group and Northern Industries are diligently analyzing the data you provided, in conjunction with simulated combat records. More new weapons will be ready for mass production next month. Li Yunshu inhaled deeply, gently placing the tablet on the table, his eyes shimmering with a complex glint. Chief Ding, if we had possessed these tools back then. His voice faltered, fists unconsciously clenching. Chief Ding remained silent for a moment. Yunshu. Those events are now in the past. At present, we have the opportunity to prevent such occurrences. He gestured toward the tablet set aside. See. The entire national apparatus is functioning towards this very day. Suddenly, an alarm reverberated throughout the training base. Both men turned pale. Chief Ding swiftly activated the communicator. What is the situation? The voice of Minister of Defense Jiang came through sternly. The Eagle Clan and the Northern Alliance have jointly declared war on our nation. We have observed the assembly of naval fleets at bases across surrounding countries. The Central Command has ordered us to prepare immediately. I will be there shortly. Chief Ding set down the communicator, a hint of sarcasm curling his lips. These fellows, did they truly believe it was a century ago? Central C. National Defense Center. What is the status? Chief Ding hurriedly arrived at his post. The Eagle Clan, in conjunction with the corrupted Kingdom, Hans, and Iris, among 8 nations, has collectively protested against us, demanding a detailed explanation regarding the mentioned crisis within 24 hours and the submission of all intelligence related to the crisis to the League of Nations. The 3rd, 5th, and 7th fleets of the Eagle Clan have been observed gathering, targeting our maritime territories. Bases such as Yen Island and Ni Hong are now in a state of readiness. Numerous satellites from the Eagle Clan are moving into orbit above us, and the operational trajectory of the Star Ring satellite system is being altered, expected to pass through our territory. The corrupted Kingdom, Hans, and Iris are also showing signs of military mobilization. The Red Star Federation has yet to take any action, nor have they issued any announcements, appearing to be in a state of observation. The staff quickly compiled the intelligence for him. Chief of Staff Ding let out a cold laugh, swiftly sliding his finger across the operations command platform to bring up the global strategic situation map. The screen was densely populated with red dots, symbolizing enemy movements, resembling a tightening net. Clearly, they were indeed anxious, just as we had anticipated. However, Ding noticed the sparse red dots closest to the Eastern nation's maritime territory, merely a handful. Is this a show of contempt? What is the situation in Nihu? He pointed to a solitary red dot adjacent to Nihu. I recall there being a considerable garrison there. How could only one emerge? Officer Lee stifled a laugh and handed a report to Chief Ding. What? The Prime Minister of Nihu has suffered a severe hemorrhage and has been rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment? There is another outbreak of civilian protests in Yenzhou, effectively trapping the military inside? Chief Ding gazed at the information in disbelief. It seems this Nihu fellow is not entirely foolish. He understands that making an appearance now could lead to dire consequences, though this display is rather theatrical. At that moment, the information officer in charge of dynamic monitoring received fresh intelligence. Report: the leader of the Eagle Nation has posted new content on Twitter, stating that should we fail to meet their demands, they do not rule out the use of nuclear weapons against our country. A show of false strength. Chief Ding scoffed. Even before the battle has begun, they are already preparing to cover their own backs? It appears the Eagle Nation is acutely aware of the ineptitude of their subordinates in their own precarious state. Now, realizing that their allies are unwilling to exert effort and that their fleet is not fully manned, they are likely to lose in a conventional war against us, leading them to resort to nuclear deterrence in a desperate bid. Who do they think they are intimidating? Chief Ding slammed the table. Old Ding, do not underestimate them. After all, they were once the beacon of humanity, the ostensible strongest nation on Blue Star. At that moment, Minister of Defense Jiang entered the command center after attending an urgent meeting. By the way, I have brought the resolution from the Central Authority, which was just passed in the meeting. Minister Jiang handed a document to Chief Ding. The Central Authority demands that we make no concessions whatsoever, that we allow not a single breach, but we must ensure that domestic preparations for the crisis remain unaffected. This time, we must make those accustomed to arrogance understand that they cannot force the Eastern people to bow down with these tactics. Dream on. Old comrade, rest assured. We have long since deciphered their behavioral patterns and have prepared contingency plans. Just wait and see the spectacle unfold. Chief Ding issued a direct order. Inform everyone to initiate the Jingwei plan and calm down those fellows in the West. Furthermore, let our fleet know that it is no longer the time to conceal their capabilities. They must unveil all our new assets and ensure area denial, keeping the enemy beyond our territorial waters. Also, instruct them to advance the fleet 100 nautical miles into international waters from now on. That will be our first line of defense. April 5th, 6:03 a.m. Less than 73 days remain until the commencement of the traversal. A single message, akin to a colossal stone cast into the tranquil surface of a lake, instantaneously stirred tumultuous waves across the internet. spreading with astonishing velocity and engulfing the entirety of the online realm. The Eagle Nation, in collaboration with the Corrupt Kingdom, Hans, Iris, and 5 other countries, has audaciously declared war on the Eastern Nation. In an instant, the entire network erupted, reminiscent of a powder keg ignited. What is happening? Awakening to witness the emergence of a new age of the 8-Nation Alliance? An invasion reminiscent of the past? Do these individuals wish to resort to antiquated tactics, believing us to be mere soft targets? Indeed, it is the 8-Nation Alliance, yet the times have changed. We are no longer the decayed and feeble Qing dynasty of yore. Should they dare to oppress us, they shall find no avenue for success. It is no wonder that our homeland has abruptly entered a state of heightened military readiness, issuing mobilization orders, as they had foreseen this eventuality. We must impart a profound lesson to these rascals. Even if I toil in a factory until I am weary, I shall harbor no grievances. I earnestly call upon our homeland to continue conscription, this time, if we do not rectify both new grievances and old resentments, we shall be unworthy of being called citizens of the Eastern Nation. In no time, the clamorous call for war surged through the Eastern Nation like a tidal wave, unprecedented in its fervor. However, amidst the fervent crowd, a note of pessimism could not be overlooked. Have you not observed? The most powerful nations in the world, accompanied by 7 allies, are uniting against us. These are all developed nations. How shall we contend with them? Indeed, the Eagle Nation has issued grave threats, leaving open the possibility of utilizing nuclear weapons. They have truly unleashed nuclear bombs before, unlike certain nations that only dare to utter empty words. Setting aside whether we possess the strength to confront so many nations simultaneously, even if we were to miraculously achieve victory, should nuclear warfare erupt, would it not spell doom for all of humanity? What then shall we do? Are we to raise our hands and surrender? Such thoughts are utterly inconceivable. While the debates raged on the internet, major media outlets suddenly began to broadcast a brand new program. The visuals revealed a long underground passage, the location of which remained unknown, lined with an array of densely packed missiles, all of which had completed their fuel injection and stood poised on launch pads, resembling a battalion of steel behemoths ready to unleash their fury. Just a single continuous shot showcased no fewer than 100 missiles, and such imagery appeared in the video no less than 20 times. Following this, a powerful and resonant narration commenced. The Jingwei project is a pivotal core component of our strategic counterattack. Its primary objective is to ensure that, upon suffering a nuclear attack from any nation, our country will automatically initiate a nuclear retaliation program without regard for any hindrance or delay. A total of 2,000 nuclear missiles will launch an immediate assault on all designated targets. To guarantee an infallible counterstrike, the Jingwei system will simultaneously activate land-based, sea-based, and space-based forces, akin to the mythical Jingwei filling the sea, unyielding in purpose until success is achieved. The scene shifted back to the surface. On a certain roadway, dozens of heavy missile trucks were seen racing in formation. Subsequently, they dispersed rapidly onto various roads, camouflaging themselves within the vast expanse of land. The camera sweeps across the cockpit, where the numbers on the electronic display flicker wildly, representing real-time updates of target coordinates. For those in the know, these coordinates are all too familiar, each pointing to well-known locations. The scene transitions to reveal a vast underground harbor, where a dozen dark submarines lie silently anchored, their massive, turtle-like backs resembling silent behemoths, emanating an aura of dread. With another shift, the previously moored submarines vanish without a trace, leaving behind an empty dock as if they had never been there, having silently descended into the depths, poised to deliver a lethal strike at a moment's notice. The next scene introduces a grand production workshop, where missiles are meticulously assembled along fully automated production lines. An engineer, clad in a deep blue jumpsuit, wearing a mask and sunglasses, turns to face the camera. His nameplate reads Deputy Director of the 918 Research Institute. We have carefully equipped each missile with 3 independent guidance systems. Even if 2 systems are incapacitated by an EMP attack, the remaining system can accurately deliver the package to the Western Hemisphere, completing the mission. Finally, the screen presents a live broadcast of a hypersonic missile launch. In the vast desert, a missile rises majestically, piercing the heavens, its powerful thrust leaving the sound of its launch far behind, trailing a long white plume. Subsequently, in a certain maritime region, a fiery line streaks across the sky, transforming into dozens of beams of light that crash into the ocean's surface. As the program concludes, it seems to have merely introduced the Jingwei project, lacking substantive content. Yet, upon closer inspection, it appears to reveal everything. each frame and voiceover proclaiming to the world, the Eastern nation fears no threat. Suddenly, a furious roar erupts from within the white pentagonal building. Supreme Leader Jonard, consumed by rage, violently hurls his coffee cup to the carpet, shattering it into countless pieces and splattering coffee everywhere. How dare they? Jonard seethes, his face flushed crimson, eyes seeming to blaze with fury. We merely issued a slight threat, and they dare to respond in such a manner. Aren't they afraid of provoking the apocalypse? This is madness. Standing nearby, Chief of Staff Trice wears an awkward smile, too fearful to utter a word, silently enduring Jonard's wrath. Before them lies a thick stack of documents detailing the analysis of the Eastern nation's Jingwei project, which now feels like a heavy mountain, suffocating them. After venting his frustration, Jonard slumps back into his chair, his hands frantically tugging at his hair, once a source of pride, now a disheveled mess. Over 2,000 nuclear warheads, damn it. Wasn't it said they only had 250? Where did these extra warheads come from? Jonard suddenly seized Tress by the collar, his voice laced with desperation. They're deceiving us, aren't they? Tress wore a bitter expression, yet he dared not struggle forcefully, stammering instead, My lord, we cannot take that risk. Even if they truly possessed only 250 nuclear warheads, coupled with the missile they had publicly unveiled. Tress trembled as he pointed to the image of the missile on the document, his voice trembling with fear and helplessness. Nearly 10,000 kilometers away. It could reach its target in a mere 20 minutes, following a highly adaptable trajectory with over 30 multiple warheads. Just this one weapon could lead to our annihilation. And those nuclear submarines, we have yet to detect their presence with any of our monitoring methods. Perhaps they are lurking right under our noses, poised to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. As he spoke, Tress could not help but shiver, as if he could already envision the incoming missile and sense the breath of death. Jonard released his grip on Tress's collar, slumping back into his chair like a defeated rooster. Damek, it was his fault that he let that individual go, enabling the Easterners to acquire such terrifying weaponry. Jonard's expression twisted into a grimace, as if possessed by a demon. Isn't it all about mutual destruction? Come on, who's afraid? Tell Hansen to command the Navy to proceed at full speed. Inform our allies that it is time for them to demonstrate their courage and strength for their so-called free world and to stop being timid turtles. Let all our nuclear warheads be prepared for launch, and get ready to test fire our latest hypersonic missile, broadcasting it live to the world. I want them to know that we are not to be trifled with. I'm afraid, my lord, we cannot do that. Tress's complexion grew even graver. Cannot do it. Why? Jonard, as if driven mad, leaped to his feet again, roughly grasping Tress by the collar, the veins in his neck bulging. You had better give me a reasonable explanation. Or else. The dissenting voices within the country are growing louder. After witnessing the Easterners' doomsday plan, many legislators, including your former staunch supporters, have been frightened into retreat. Tress managed to swallow hard before cautiously continuing. Your command would be perceived as an escalation of tensions, likely leading to a full-scale nuclear war, which they would never approve. Furthermore, the plan to live-stream the hypersonic missile test is also quite challenging. Our current success rate for hypersonic missiles is only 1/3. Should the test fail, we would become the laughingstock of the world, and our international standing would plummet. Damn it. Jonard sank helplessly back into his chair. Meanwhile, off the coast of Minghua, as the first fleet to respond to the Supreme Commander's orders and the closest to the Eastern Kingdom, the 7th Fleet of the Eagle family had already completed its assembly and was swiftly advancing towards the eastern waters. Fleet Commander Taylor, with a cigar clenched between his lips, sat grandly in the captain's seat, his expression imbued with a sense of arrogance and disdain. Report to the commander, we are 300 nautical miles away from the territorial waters of the Eastern Kingdom. Each ship is inquiring whether to continue the advance. The aide approached Taylor briskly. Proceed until we are 50 nautical miles from the eastern territorial waters, then swiftly deploy the attack formation, Taylor commanded without lifting his gaze, his tone replete with imperious arrogance. The aide hesitated slightly, carefully voicing his concern. Might that bring us too close? If the Easterners launch an attack, what is there to fear? Taylor abruptly stood, sweeping his arm as if to grasp the entire world within his grasp. We have no rivals at sea. As long as we do not enter their territorial waters, what can they do to us? With that, he forcefully stamped his foot, declaring, Beneath us lies the flagship of the Eagle family's 7th Fleet, a formidable presence that has roamed these vast seas for over 20 years. However, the moment his words fell, a piercing alarm suddenly blared. Report, we are locked on by fire control radar. The anxious voice of CIC Supervisor Howard crackled through the communicator. Emergency evasion. The cigar slipped from Taylor's mouth as he ignored the blistering pain on his thigh from the fallen cigar and hastily issued commands. Activate the jamming system to full power. Hard left rudder for evasive maneuvers, and once the lock is released, initiate countermeasures immediately. Yet, no matter how frantically they implemented their strategies, the ominous wail of the fire control radar lock continued unabated. Half an hour prior, the fleet of the Eastern Kingdom, stationed beyond 200 nautical miles, had detected the 7th Fleet's presence through the aerial reconnaissance drone, the Sungwon. Numerous sensors embedded in the maritime domain were activated, working in tandem with drones and satellites to firmly lock onto each warship of the 7th Fleet. This was precisely the maritime defense and strike system conceptualized by Elder Chen years ago. Now, through the relentless efforts of countless researchers, this grand vision had begun to manifest in astonishing might. 28. Confrontation and suppression somewhere 100 nautical miles from the Eastern Kingdom's territorial waters. The 3rd Mixed Combat Group of the Eastern Shanghai Fleet, flagship Dongshan, a Blade-class destroyer. Within the operations center, a holographic projection vividly displayed the situation across a 200 nautical mile radius on the central tactical table. Operations Officer Zheng Haitao fixated on the flickering red dots, his throat involuntarily tightening. Captain, is this the fleet of the Eagle family? His voice bore incredulity, faltering as he swallowed the words. As if fearing to offend some sacred notion. Vulnerable to attack? Captain Ding Zhun's lips curled into the faintest hint of a smile. He is in his early 40s. His temples already graced with streaks of silver. The Navy? Oh, never underestimate them. They are, after all, one of the most formidable maritime forces on this planet and possess unparalleled experience. The current predicament stems not only from our unexpected maneuver, but primarily from their complacency. It is crucial to recognize that they have not engaged an opponent of equal strength, or even one close to their caliber, for far too long. Bullying novices too often can lead to one's own downfall. Nonetheless, they still possess a solid foundation and will not remain in disarray for long. As if to validate his assertion, the once chaotic 7th Fleet of the Eagles swiftly regained order, forming a standard battle formation. Observe. This is the result of decades of hard-earned experience, enabling them to devise a strategy regardless of the circumstances. Ding Zhun strolled to the tactical table, his fingertips lightly tapping, magnifying the formation of the 7th Fleet. Witness their speed of reorganization, from chaos to battle readiness, accomplished in a mere 7 minutes and 20 seconds. There was a hint of admiration in his voice. This was the essence forged through years of actual combat. After descending into confusion, not only did the fleet quickly regroup, but the fact that they managed to avoid colliding with one another is commendable. Truly impressive, the first officer, Dong Rue, concurred. Even when caught off guard, a typical opponent, endowed with such caliber, could launch a counterattack or even turn the tide. Regrettably, this time, they encountered us. Indeed, it is a pity they faced us, Ding Captain mused, as if lamenting the shattering of an idol. All units, heed my command. Open all missile launch bays, prepare for the launch of the Moment Light 27 missiles. Target every warship across the way for a saturation strike. The operations center will allocate firepower, ensuring each target receives no fewer than 10 missiles. Maintain targeting and launch readiness. But do not fire yet. Await their breach of our territorial waters or the firing of the first shot. We must ensure they do not get a chance to fire a second shot. After the initial chaos, Taylor, commanding the 7th Fleet, swiftly redeployed the entire fleet. No longer displaying an air of arrogance, he now sat at the operations center table with a countenance of utmost seriousness. With over 30 years of naval combat experience, he is undoubtedly a distinguished commander. The array of unusual signals has made it clear to him that the adversary before him is formidable. Howard, explain to me why the fire control radar is still blaring an alarm? Have we not shaken them off? No, the damn lock has persisted. We cannot even discern their point of origin. Howard's voice, once frantic, now bore a tone of calm. Is it possible to deduce their location from the lock? Taylor inquired. Unfortunately, not yet. They likely did not lock onto us directly through the fleet. Rather, they are utilizing drones and satellites, and perhaps some maritime assets. I have detected at least 3 distinct radar waves, Howard replied, somewhat exasperated. Maritime assets? Are we surrounded by submarines? It seems unlikely. There are far too many signal sources, and they are considerably smaller than submarines. I fear that these damned Easterners have deployed a multitude of detection devices in this maritime region. We have been deceived. Captain, what shall we do? The combat commander, Oliver, inquired through the communicator. The young men were growing impatient. We should strike first. No, wait a moment longer, Taylor firmly declined. We are currently in a locked state. If we fire indiscriminately, we risk being sunk. We must locate them first. Inform the fleet to retreat 10 nautical miles. And activate all anti-submarine sonar equipment on each vessel. Stir the waters for me. Taylor connected with the air squadron leader. Have our capable lads take to the skies immediately. But first, head in the opposite direction to avoid any misinterpretation that might provoke an attack. Have your Tomcat squadron equipped with electronic pods. Remember, he raised a finger, fly just above the water's surface and use the electronic warfare pods to blind their eyes. Once radar suppression is lifted, the entire fleet shall launch a coordinated assault, locking onto the Eastern Fleet. With his orders, the 7th Fleet began to turn and subsequently sailed away from the territorial waters of the Eastern nation. The Eastern Fleet. Has the Eagle family retreated? Deputy Captain Dong gazed at the radar blips, perplexed. They are entirely within our lock. Any movement will invite a thunderous retaliation. What else can they do if not retreat? The operations officer, Zheng Haitao, spoke with excitement. Remember, they are the bona fide First Navy of the Blue Planet, and they fled after just one encounter. Do not be complacent. Captain Ding shook his head. Their commander is Taylor, who, despite his arrogance, is a formidable naval general. He will not easily concede. Sure enough, a few minutes later, the intelligence analyst detected that the enemy aircraft carrier was preparing to launch its aircraft. It seems they are still eager to engage. Captain Ding's spirits lifted. Let us see what tactics you have in store. Command the Hushan and Heishan class frigates to activate all air defense radars and lock onto the aircraft's movements. If any approach us, shoot them down immediately. Notify the Changquan aircraft carrier to arm all its aircraft for air combat and prepare for battle. At that moment, the alarm in the command room suddenly blared. We are encountering maximum electronic interference and decoys. It is an electronic warfare aircraft. The voice of the Network Warfare Technology Director, Zhao Bo, resonated. We have awaited you for a long time. A glint of cold light flashed in Captain Ding's eyes. Activate the beacon fire protocol, he decisively ordered. Yes. Zhao Bo swiftly entered a series of commands on the console, and the lights in the bridge shifted to a deep crimson. 3 seconds later, the entire electronic warfare system of the ship emitted a low hum as dozens of phased array jammers concealed within the hull activated simultaneously. Meanwhile, at an altitude of 20,000 meters, the main control computer of 2 large Geotian drones also flickered to life. Protocol confirmed, activating Bill large electronic pods. Commencing full-frequency signal suppression. The snowflakes on the radar screen gradually clarified, and Zhang Haitao suddenly exclaimed, "Enemy aircraft detected." At a distance of 120 nautical miles. At an altitude of 8,000 meters and a speed of 1.2 Mach, an imminent approach was detected. Indeed, they have arrived. A faint smile graced Ding Zhen's lips as he commanded the Vermilion Bird Squadron to ascend immediately for interception. The vessels Hushan and Heishan maintained a vigilant watch, particularly wary of low-altitude assaults. Meanwhile, the Eagle family fleet successfully executed interference. Howard reported excitedly, noting a significant radar blind spot on the enemy's side. Taylor abruptly stood, declaring, "The entire fleet, turn immediately for an assault. Oliver, prepare all Harpoon missiles for launch. Target, the Dongshan." The 7th Fleet elegantly traced an arc, with over 30 warships simultaneously changing course. The vertical launch systems of the destroyers activated in unison, with hundreds of missiles poised for launch. Suddenly, the entire electronic apparatus of the 7th Fleet, both radar and communication devices, were engulfed in static, followed by an unbearable hiss of noise. They were facing a full-frequency jamming interference. The communication system was obliterated. We lost contact with the air group. Positioning and navigation systems failed entirely, rendering us incapable of locking onto targets. Howard let out a desperate cry. Immediate retreat. Taylor sprang to his feet, his earlier confidence evaporating, replaced by sheer astonishment. Notify the fleet to withdraw at once. And call back the onboard aircraft, he bellowed. Our communications are jammed. We cannot reach anyone. Howard's voice quivered with distress. Signal flags. Firing signal flares. Taylor's voice, strained and frantic, echoed with an unprecedented panic. In any case, employ every possible means to bring the fleet back. We must act swiftly. Report. The Eagle Family 7th Fleet has confirmed its retreat, currently over 300 nautical miles from our position. The voice of communications officer Lei Lijun brimmed with uncontainable pride. Order all ships to cancel first-level combat readiness and enter second-level standby status. Captain Ding exhaled deeply, as if releasing a tremendous burden, rising to stretch his stiff limbs. Joints cracking slightly. Report. The Vermilion Bird Squad has returned. They have captured 2 significant prizes. The communication from Air Officer Yuan Feng suddenly chimed. Oh? What transpired? Captain Ding's interest peaked instantly, curiosity and anticipation flickering in his eyes as his previously relaxed posture leaned forward slightly. They have captured 2 roars, previously disoriented under electronic suppression. These 2 aircraft had lost their bearings and inadvertently drifted toward us, fortuitously intercepted by the Vermilion Bird Squad. Aboard the aircraft carrier Changkoan, the 2 electronic warfare planes of the Eagle family, escorted by the Vermilion Bird Squad, approached the landing area like tamed beasts, albeit with great reluctance. It must be said, the Eagle family's ace pilots truly lived up to their reputation, even when confronted with the unfamiliar deck of the Changkoan. They executed a landing that could only be deemed flawless, thanks to their remarkable skills. The fully armed rapid response team swiftly surrounded the 2 aircraft. After a brief moment, 4 dejected soldiers from the Eagle Nation emerged from the aircraft, raising their hands in surrender to the rapid response team. The results of the maritime probe soon reached Central Sea. To our astonishment, we have managed to suppress the Eagle Nation fleet so swiftly. Chief of Staff Ding remarked as he perused the battle report. Our years of preparation and numerous hidden strategies have certainly paid off. Although this was merely a reconnaissance mission without any shots fired, it was evident to any discerning observer that had the Eastern Nation fleet harbored aggressive intentions, the Eagle Nation's 7th fleet would have been reduced to mere remnants at the ocean's depths, having suffered such a considerable loss. And with the latest electronic warfare aircraft now in our possession, the Eagles would surely not let this matter rest easily. Old Zhu examined the report, a sense of pride mingling with worry as he furrowed his brow. What is there to fear? When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water rises, we shall build dikes. Ding banged the table, exuding confidence. I'm not afraid, Old Zhu retorted with a sidelong glance. I merely worry that should a full-scale war erupt, it would severely hinder our preparations. Rest assured, Ding replied, patting Zhu's shoulder. Had we not achieved such a decisive victory, your concerns might have merit. As it stands, we are not the ones who should fear. Just observe, those fellows are paper tigers. As long as we stand firm, they will undoubtedly falter. As predicted by Chief of Staff Ding, further hostilities did not ensue. The Eagle Nation's 7th Fleet retreated directly to the Yong Island base, where Commander Taylor was promptly summoned by Supreme Leader Jonathan upon docking, appearing utterly disheveled. Numerous allies displayed their own ineptitude, with the combined fleet struggling to assemble. The Britannic nation, citing repairs, could only muster a single sailing vessel, providing ample fodder for global ridicule. Upon receiving this news domestically, coupled with the earlier reconnaissance results, the morale of the Eastern nation soared to unprecedented heights. Citizens spontaneously formed long lines at training grounds and factories, with training effectiveness and production efficiency soaring by over 30%. Thus, amidst the diplomatic haggling among nations, 10 days passed. As the first phase of national training concluded and preparations for the second round commenced, a grave piece of news reached the Special Situations Response Command. What? Old Qian has fallen ill, and the situation is critical? Li Yunshu, engaged in fervent discussions regarding combat readiness transformations, froze at the sound of this dire news, his voice trembling involuntarily. Setting aside his current tasks, he hurried to the medical center. Upon arriving at the hospital room, he could scarcely believe that the frail figure lying on the bed was indeed Old Qian. The elder's eyes were tightly shut, his complexion ashen, devoid of any color, and his body emaciated, as if all vitality had been drained from him, leaving behind none of his former vigor. What on earth has happened? Li Yunshu shouted at the attending physician beside him. However, the doctor merely shook his head silently, his face etched with helplessness and regret, offering no response. Teacher. He was just too anxious. At that moment, from the other side of the hospital bed, a voice choked with tears emerged. It was Wang Lisan, a student of the esteemed Qian Lao, who was now gazing at Li Yunshu with reddened eyes, in his fervent quest to unravel the mysteries of time travel. The teacher had recklessly conducted experiments, yearning to advance time just a fraction more. Just yesterday, he had excitedly informed us that he had finally discovered the key to it all, needing only one final experiment to unveil the secrets. We had prepared the necessary apparatus as per his instructions, aiming to generate a unique energy field, through which he asserted we could detect the presence of the Higgs boson. Before the experiment commenced, He had ushered all of us students out of the laboratory, insisting that our presence would introduce interference, compromising the results. As Wang Lisan recounted these events, he could no longer contain his emotions, breaking into sobs, his shoulders shaking violently. We were all oblivious to the fact that the energy field posed a lethal threat to humanity. It was never about the experiment's integrity. The teacher feared for our safety. Which is why when we finally activated the equipment, the radiation alarms in the laboratory blared, revealing the grave predicament. We attempted to shut down the apparatus, but the teacher had long since programmed it, blocking any intervention from us. We could only watch in horror as he, alone, smiled and operated within the deadly irradiated laboratory. He even urged us not to cry, insisting that someone must remain within the energy field to record the data. For the Higgs boson's response was so feeble that any disruption could obliterate the clues. By the time the experiment concluded, the teacher had already collapsed, unconscious on the floor. Li Yunshu stood frozen, utterly at a loss for words, merely staring at the ailing Qian Lao and the distraught Wang Lisan. Suddenly, Wang Lisan wiped away his tears and carefully retrieved 2 items from his pocket, a notebook and a bracelet. These are the last belongings the teacher held close. And he left a note, addressed to you. Li Yunshu took the items, trembling as he opened the notebook. Li Xiaozai, I shall refer to you as the lad. By the time you peruse this notebook, I may no longer be present. However, fret not, for I have discovered the key. Do not mourn for me. I have long been beyond salvation, my days numbered, to accomplish a task that may potentially rescue countless citizens of the Eastern nation in my final moments. I consider my life to have been worthwhile. That bracelet is the key. I have located the Higgs bosons that continuously accumulate within all living beings. They are the reason for our ability to traverse. In my last experiment, I meticulously recorded the fluctuations of the energy field of the Higgs bosons, allowing Jiao Zhang to construct a model, all contained within the bracelet. Through the energy field comparisons in the bracelet, we can ascertain the precise sequence of our crossings. The craftsmanship of the bracelet is not overly complex. With rapid production, it can soon be supplied nationwide. The task now rests upon your shoulders. In closing, Li Xiaozai, I wish to convey my gratitude for your hard work. Carrying such burdens alone must be exhausting. I, with my frail frame, am pleased to alleviate some of your weight. As he gazed at the notebook in hand, Li Yunshu was overcome with emotion. 30. The Countdown Bracelet. April 16th, 9:01 a.m. Less than 62 days remained until the commencement of the traversal. Central C, Special Situations Response Command, 3rd Extraordinary Meeting. The atmosphere within the conference room felt as though it had solidified, each breath distinctly audible. All present were shrouded in silence, their gazes converging upon the silver-gray bracelet resting at the center of the table. This bracelet had been entrusted to Li Yunshu by Elder Qian's student the previous day. At first glance, it resembled an oversized sports bracelet, yet the display section was considerably thicker than an ordinary one, indicating the presence of advanced internal equipment. The surface gleamed with a cold metallic luster, reflecting a faint blue hue under the overhead lights. Elder Qian had departed earlier that morning. Elder Sun's hoarse voice shattered the stillness as he gently caressed the rim of his teacup with his wrinkled fingers, a smile lingering on his face. This revelation struck like a stone cast upon a tranquil lake, sending ripples of unease throughout the room. In truth, Elder Sun inhaled deeply, his voice quivering. For Elder Qian had been diagnosed with late-stage pancreatic cancer a week prior. He had specifically instructed me not to inform you. The air in the conference room grew even heavier. Why does everyone wear such expressions? Li Yunshu suddenly forced a smile, his voice rising an octave. Recalling Elder Qian's words, my life has been worthwhile. To accomplish such a significant task in his final moments is certainly preferable to lying in a hospital bed. Counting the days until death, is it not? As he spoke, his voice began to falter, a single tear escaping uncontrollably from his reddened eyes. Li Yunshu abruptly tilted his head back, his shoulders trembling as he endeavored to conceal the surge of sorrow. Yunshu was indeed correct. The previously silent central figure finally spoke, gently brushing over a document on the table. I have meticulously perused the report. This experiment is not beyond the capabilities of specialized equipment or remote operations. However, the calibration and preparation of the specialized equipment require a minimum of 2 weeks, while remote operations are susceptible to interference from energy fields, compromising precision. The central figure gradually rose to his feet, declaring, Old Qian has, with his very life, secured us a precious 2 weeks for the countless people of the Eastern nation. His voice suddenly surged in intensity, and he walked with purpose. Now, with a deep and commanding tone, he proclaimed. I announce a 3-minute moment of silence to honor our old comrade and friend. Instantly, the conference room resonated with the sound of synchronized standing. Everyone bowed their heads towards the direction of the martyrs' cemetery. The clock on the wall emitted a solemn ticking sound, with the second hand moving incrementally, as if also bidding farewell to this great scientist. After 3 minutes had elapsed, the central figure gently wiped the corners of his slightly reddened eyes and took a deep breath. All right, we shall now convene a special meeting of the Special Operations Command. Let us be vigilant. We must not squander a single second of the time that old Qian has traded with his life. His gaze shifted to the wristband on the table. Li Yunshu, please elaborate on the status of this wristband. Li Yunshu swiftly rose and seized the wristband. With skill, he secured it around his left wrist and gently touched the screen to awaken the system. This is the time travel validation tool developed by old Qian. It can accurately calculate the remaining time until the bearer's traversal. As he operated it, the wristband's screen illuminated with a ghostly blue glow, and a series of numbers began to fluctuate. 573 days, 16 hours, 42 minutes, 16 seconds. Old Qian is truly a genius, Li Yunshu's voice brimmed with admiration. Given that human technology has yet to directly manipulate the Higgs boson, he ingeniously devised a method to achieve this breakthrough by monitoring variations in the strength of the Higgs field within the human body. He projected a series of data charts onto the wall. After extensive monitoring of myself, Li Chong, and other experimental subjects, old Qian not only confirmed the existence of the Higgs field, but also established a comprehensive mathematical model to predict traversal time. The wristbands can also form a network, continuously refining the predictive results through real-time data comparisons, achieving an accuracy rate of 99.9%. By distributing these wristbands to the populace, we can mitigate the likelihood of the chaos we fear to an absolute minimum. When the unknown becomes known, we can prepare in advance, transforming the uncontrollable into something manageable. Upon finishing, Li Yunshu removed the wristband and handed it to the central figure. Curiously, he accepted it and adorned his own wrist. The moment the wristband sealed, a new countdown appeared on the screen. 392 days, 7 hours, 8 minutes, 11 seconds. A soft chuckle escaped from the central figure, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes relaxed. It seems this old body of mine shall take the lead. The atmosphere in the conference room lightened slightly as the wristband passed among the attendees, each witnessing their own countdown to traversal. Old Ju's countdown was the shortest, with less than 100 days remaining, whereas Old Sun's was the longest, not set to traverse until the final month. Old Qian is truly a once-in-a-century genius. The central figure sighed while caressing the wristband, remarking that it is indeed a great fortune for our Eastern nation to have him. Suddenly, he asked with a serious demeanor, "Can this be mass-produced? Will we have enough time?" "Absolutely no problem," Li Yunshu replied confidently. "Apart from the core force field sensing module, any manufacturer of sports wristbands can produce the other components. We can even retrofit existing sports and medical wristbands." He displayed another set of data. As for the core force field sensing module, the technologies chosen by old Qian are all mature, and with slight adjustments to the production line, we can commence production immediately. Excellent. The central figure slammed the table. Old he. Coordinate with national production enterprises immediately and push forward the mass production of the wristbands. We need to achieve a coverage rate of 1 wristband for every 10 people within a week and ensure that everyone has one within a month. Understood. Minister He, responsible for industrial production, rose promptly. I have conducted preliminary research, and our production capacity can fully meet the demand. However, he opened his notebook. This force field sensing module requires a substantial amount of dysprosium. Currently, our country's dysprosium output accounts for over 95% of the global total, and our existing reserves and production capabilities can satisfy the demand for approximately 3 billion wristbands within 2 months. The module has very high purity requirements for dysprosium. Even slight impurities can affect measurement accuracy, thus recycled dysprosium and secondary dysprosium are completely unusable. Minister He adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a sharp glint. Should we consider controlling the export of wristbands and the foreign trade of dysprosium? 31. Our Eastern nation should inform all countries about controlling the export of wristbands and dysprosium? Upon hearing Minister Du's words, the central figure fell into contemplation. Although our Eastern nation has officially severed trade with various countries, there are still numerous transactions occurring behind the scenes, albeit without accepting US dollars. After all, our nation still requires many essential resources from foreign imports. Once the wristbands begin distribution, they will undoubtedly be noticed by other countries immediately, and they will surely seek every means to acquire them. Minister He, how complex is the production process of this wristband? If we add an encryption module, could we, to some extent, prevent other countries from replicating it? Minister He shook his head. It would be quite difficult. The wristband does not employ particularly complex technology, and it would not be a challenging task for other countries to replicate it. At least for those established industrial nations, the effort required would not be substantial. We could employ the Academy of Sciences to add a layer of disruptive camouflage to the wristband, but I cannot guarantee how effective it would be. In that case, let us forego any pretenses. The central figure waved his hand decisively. Unnecessary camouflage serves no purpose other than to invite disdain. We shall proudly showcase the wristbands to the world. However, the central figure's tone shifted. Designate dysprosium as a national strategic material of utmost importance, without special approval. No one is permitted to export it, and let the military oversee all aspects of dysprosium production, regardless of who it is. Anyone who unlawfully exports large quantities of dysprosium shall be deemed a traitor and face severe punishment. The industrial machinery of the Eastern nation has commenced operations at full throttle. Tens of thousands of wristbands are surging from the production line, a rather unusual occurrence that has immediately piqued the interest of intelligence networks across various nations. Eagle family, are you suggesting that the Easterners are now fervently manufacturing a rather unique wristband? Commander Jonard inquired, casting a skeptical glance at his chief of staff. Indeed, Your Excellency. You see, this is a photograph we procured through special channels, Tress replied, handing a picture of the wristband to Jonard. The Easterners are treating this matter with utmost secrecy, maintaining a near military control throughout the process. We were fortunate to obtain this photograph, but acquiring the actual item is beyond our capabilities. Jonard scrutinized the photograph closely. The image was exceptionally clear, showcasing every detail of the wristband, making it hard to believe it was taken covertly. What exactly is this? Jonard asked, bewildered. It is said that the Easterners consider this to be the key to addressing their crisis. We have tasked the National Laboratory with an analysis, but without the physical object, we cannot draw any conclusions, Tress responded, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Jonard felt a surge of frustration. Just a photograph? Is there nothing else of value? That's not entirely true. Tress quickly interjected. Our intelligence personnel have discovered that the Eastern nation has taken control of all rare earth production enterprises within its borders, which we suspect is related to the manufacturing of the wristband. Rare earth elements? Jonard furrowed his brow. The mention of the Eastern nation's rare earths was a source of exasperation for him, as they had previously wielded it as a bargaining chip against him, leaving him powerless. Yes, rare earth elements. Moreover, our technicians have conducted an analysis and strongly suspect that the Easterners' target is dysprosium. Although all rare earth elements are under strict control, the production process for dysprosium is particularly stringent. Currently, regardless of the nature of transactions, be it barter or otherwise, the Eastern nation has halted all exports of dysprosium. Presently, over 95% of the world's dysprosium is under their control. Immediately investigate. Get to the bottom of this. At all costs. Jonard's gaze grew dangerously intense as he commanded. Order the military to mobilize and apply pressure on the Eastern nation once more. Inform those generals that our previous defeat has left us in a precarious position. This time, no matter the price, we must not retreat. Yes, Your Excellency, Tress nodded promptly, preparing to relay the orders. At that moment, Chief of Staff Matt hurriedly burst into the office. Your Excellency, the Eastern nation has issued another announcement. It's being broadcast live globally. In the broadcast studio of the Eastern nation's national television, Dr. Wang Lisin took a deep breath, adjusting the emblem on his chest. Under the spotlight, his figure was projected onto billions of screens worldwide. To all the dignitaries and citizens watching this live broadcast, I am Dr. Wang Lisin from the Eastern Academy of Sciences. Today, I am here to introduce something to you. As he spoke, he retrieved a bracelet from beneath the stage and placed it upon the podium. It is believed that countries around the world, particularly those few nations, are certainly no strangers to this object, for you have been probing its secrets during this time. Surely, images of the bracelet have graced the desks of your leaders. There is no doubt that was information we deliberately leaked. Now, I shall unveil the secrets of the bracelet, as well as the crisis foretold by our Eastern nation. Upon concluding his remarks, Dr. Wang revealed a document meticulously compiled by the command center. In this document, Aside from the concealment of Li Yunshu's existence, the information he had retrieved was reframed as a series of codes fortuitously received by the Eastern Observatory, which were subsequently deciphered. Through this code, we learned that all of humanity on Blue Star will randomly traverse to another realm at midnight on June 15th, 60 days hence. Over the span of 3 years, we cannot ascertain whether this is a jest from a higher civilization or not. However, the code explicitly stated that in another world, civilizations would be tested, and only the strongest would endure. The code also prophesied all conceivable natural and man-made disasters that might befall Blue Star in the near future, all of which have been corroborated, which is why we do not regard this information as mere jest. Recently, under the leadership of our esteemed academician Qian, we have finally uncovered the evidence of the impending traversal, the very bracelet itself. After Dr. Wang had spoken, he donned the bracelet upon his wrist before the camera. Dr. Qian discovered the legendary Higgs boson, an entity merely speculated by humanity, which currently manifests within each of us, albeit at varying intensities. We suspect that when the concentration of this particle reaches a certain threshold, forming a unique force field, it will mark the commencement of the traversal. Dr. Wang further showcased the bracelet upon his wrist for the camera. The lens zoomed in, revealing a countdown visible to the entire world. 79 days, 23 hours, 58 minutes, 57 seconds. 56 seconds. Following the broadcast, our nation will gratuitously offer a limited number of bracelets to various countries. However, due to the intricate craftsmanship and material scarcity, the quantity will not be substantial. Furthermore, our research has unveiled a portion of the rules governing the traversal, which will be shared with all nations. Finally, we invite our central authority to address the nations of the world. The broadcast shifted from the podium to the most renowned speaker's platform of the Eastern nation. At this moment, the central authority stood there, scroll in hand, with a serious demeanor. The Eastern nation addressed the global community. As the imminent crisis looms, we choose to disclose life and death information to the public. We seek no praise, no rewards. We merely wish for the ember of human civilization to endure. Yet, should anyone dare to hinder or betray us at this critical juncture, the central authority's gaze pierced through the screen like a sword. Let it not be said that we did not forewarn you. 32. The Gatekeeper Project and Possible Hidden Agendas. The live broadcast from the Eastern nation detonated like a bomb, stirring an unprecedented storm across the globe. Every viewer was engulfed in fervent discussions, with a relentless tide of comments in various languages flooding social media. The Easterners are indeed serious. The apocalypse is imminent. A trembling post surged to the top of the international forum's trending topics, accompanied by the Eastern nation's proclamation to all countries. It has been declared that extraterrestrials are coming to abduct us. This is what the Easterners assert. A renowned conspiracy theorist fervently shared the post, and the comments section overflowed with hysterical speculations. What exactly is going on? Who can elucidate this situation? The ordinary populace was thoroughly panicked, scouring for any scrap of information, only to find that apart from the Eastern government's brief announcement, other nations remained either silent or incoherently denied the claims. Meanwhile, in the international black market, a frenzied transaction was unfolding on the dark web. Wristbands. I need wristbands. Who can provide me with a wristband from the Eastern nation? I'll offer 10 million Eagle Yuan. An anonymous billionaire was offering a fortune, desperate to acquire a silver wristband issued by the Eastern nation. However, apart from the batch of wristbands given to various countries, not a single wristband had leaked from the Eastern nation, and that batch was tightly held by national leaders, ensuring it would not enter the market. In an instant, the already chaotic situation among nations worsened, descending into utter disarray. While the world descended into disorderly panic, the atmosphere within the Eastern nation was starkly different. Thanks to the tireless efforts of numerous grassroots workers, people diligently carried on with their tasks and training, as if the external tempest held no relevance for them. Beneath the veneer of calm lay a meticulously functioning national apparatus operating at high speed. In every training ground, factory, and even grassroots workstation, the wristbands that other countries yearned for were prominently displayed. The Special Situation Command Center was equipped with a batch of wristbands at every location, allowing any interested citizen of the Eastern nation to freely test their potential time travel capabilities. Next to the wristbands was a notice indicating that these wristbands were merely prototypes. While they could provide preliminary assessments of time travel sequences, their accuracy was not guaranteed. In the forthcoming month, a second batch of more precise wristbands would be distributed to every individual, utilizing real-time data monitoring through network connectivity to ensure the determination of travel times was flawless. This very assurance allowed the Eastern nation to maintain its current order. Report: a total of 5 million wristbands have been distributed to major military districts, and comparisons are being conducted through the wristbands to ascertain travel times. Once all travel times are confirmed, we will immediately initiate the selection process for personnel involved in the Gatekeeper project. Wang Hu strode confidently into the Special Situation Command Center, reporting his progress to the command staff. The large screen in the command center displayed real-time data streaming in from various military districts, with new wristband assessment information uploaded every second. Technicians remained fixated on the screen, ensuring that no errors occurred, and subsequently recorded the verified times into the database. The entire army will finalize the order today, at which point the next phase of selection can commence, expected to be completed within a month. Wang Hu's voice trembled slightly, revealing that his inner turmoil was far from the calm facade he projected. As the head of the Gatekeeper project, he understood the gravity of this mission better than anyone. This was not merely a military operation, but an expedition crucial to the survival of the entire nation. The Gatekeeper project entails the selection of the most elite warriors from the army to form 2 special units, the Shinto Squad and the Yulei Squad. These names are derived from ancient legends of the Eastern Kingdom, embodying the essence of guardianship. The Shinto Squad represents the vanguard, selected from those warriors who traverse time earliest within the army. They are entrusted with the responsibilities of clearing obstacles, uniting the populace, and mapping the terrain. Each member of the Shinto Squad is an expert in combat and wilderness survival, standing as a bulwark against danger for the millions of ordinary citizens of the Eastern Kingdom. Only the most intrepid warriors can fulfill this role. Unlike others who may remain in relative safety, they must actively explore their surroundings, where lethal creatures, harsh environments, and even unprecedented human threats may lurk. If the Shinto are likened to a sharp spear, then the Yulei serve as a sturdy shield. The mission of the Yulei Squad is to transport vital equipment and resources, various supplies, quantum computers, genetic libraries, agricultural seeds, industrial machinery. Each item is essential for the survival of the Eastern Kingdom in this alternate world. Consequently, the selection for Yulei is even more rigorous than for Shinto. They must possess extraordinary physical abilities as well as an iron will. Once they enter this alternate realm, they cannot falter, nor can they lose track of any essential supplies. After reporting on the progress, Wang Hu fixated on the fluctuating data on the large screen and could not help but express his frustrations to Li Yunshu. I must say, boldly, something about this crossing feels rather amiss. Amiss? Pray, elaborate, Li Yunshu inquired, perusing the materials in his hand. Indeed, it's perhaps the instinct of a soldier. Wang Hu nodded. I can't shake the feeling that the rules of this crossing are imbued with malice. Just consider the abrupt onset of this crossing. Were it not for you, we might not have reacted until the crossing truly began, and then it would have been catastrophic. We would have been left in the dark, witnessing people around us vanish one after another without any explanation. Who knows what was happening? Moreover, the randomness of the crossing seems absurd, as if it were designed to exacerbate conflicts and increase difficulties, as if some unseen hand fears our unity. And let us not forget that rule regarding resource retrieval, which seems intent on sowing chaos amongst us. Oldly, having experienced it once, you must have profound insights on the matter. Wang Hu gazed into Li Yunshu's eyes. Profound insights? Need one even ask? Li Yunshu recalled the chaotic onset of the last crossing, a lingering sense of dread still haunting him. It was utter chaos, overwhelming chaos. Oldly, do you really think there are extraterrestrials orchestrating all of this? Much like the electronic cricket fighting and cyber pets we frequently encounter online. Are they merely here to mock humanity? Wang Hu's fervor escalated, his tone eventually tinged with menace. Old Wang, do not overthink it, Li Yunshu replied, setting down the documents and locking his gaze onto Wang Hu's eyes. He had been both a comrade and a rival to Wang Hu for many years. Well aware that old Wang, who had persistently held the position of Blue Army commander in Hongyanping, had a tendency to contemplate underlying conspiracies. These speculations were also voiced by others at the time, yet no evidence ever surfaced. Moreover, even if we were to uncover the truth, what difference would it make? Do we possess the leverage to overturn the table? We can only proceed as directed. The most pressing concern now is to survive and navigate through the current challenges. Li Yunshu's voice abruptly took on a deep and resolute tone. As for settling other accounts, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. Once we establish a firm foothold, we shall address those matters in due course. Test of material transport April 20th, 8 o'clock a.m. Less than 56 days remained until the commencement of the traversal. Lieutenant Li Chong. Please secure the specially designed wristband before us and cooperate with us to complete the forthcoming tests. Li Yunshu's voice resonated through the communicator, reaching Lieutenant Li Chang, who stood in the center of the testing area. As one of the first confirmed soldiers for the traversal, coupled with his commendable track record and recommendations, Li Chang had been selected for the Gatekeeper project, assuming the role of captain of the Shin-2 squad. Li Chang grasped the wristband. Its metallic chill prompted a slight frown. This device was significantly heavier than he had anticipated, weighing at least 20 pounds. Unlike mass-produced versions, this wristband was larger in size and connected by numerous cables that extended to various monitoring apparatuses surrounding him. He glanced up towards the control panel, observing Dr. Wang Lisin and a team of researchers diligently calibrating the equipment, the myriad of instrument indicators flashing incessantly. Rest assured, this is merely a prototype. Seemingly aware of his apprehension, Dr. Wang's voice crackled through the earpiece, accompanied by a faint electrical hum. The primary objective this time is to ensure the accuracy of experimental data. The final version will be optimized to the size of a standard wristband. Li Chang nodded, inhaling deeply before pressing the activation button on the side of the wristband. A soft beep resonated, and the surface of the wristband illuminated. The Higgs-boson force field visualization has succeeded. Dr. Wang's voice rose in excitement, eliciting a wave of cheers from the control room. Li Yunshu turned his attention to the large screen, which displayed Li Chang's three-dimensional holographic projection, enveloped in a flowing red energy field reminiscent of flames. Commencing the second phase of testing, Li Yunshu redirected his focus back to Li Chang. Please don the standard tactical backpack to your side. Li Chang approached the side of the testing area and picked up the standard military backpack. As he hoisted the backpack onto his shoulders, the crimson force field on the screen immediately extended, enveloping the backpack, merging the two into a singular entity. Now, please sit on the ground. At the command, Li Chang slowly lowered himself. The instant his posterior made contact with the ground, the red force field atop the backpack abruptly receded like a retreating tide, leaving only an energy barrier surrounding his body, while the backpack stood excluded from the field. Just as before, Li Yunshu murmured to himself, tapping lightly on the control panel. The carried items must remain in an upright position, for once seated, they would be excluded. Furthermore, it appeared that this determination of standing required a maintained upright posture, rather than merely being able to stand. Such a rigid criterion seemed rather lacking in sophistication. After pondering for a moment, he pressed the communication button to request another backpack. At his words, Li Chang removed the standard backpack from his shoulders, revealing a massive pack nearby, several times larger than the standard one. He struggled to fit the straps of the enormous backpack onto his shoulders. Yet he found himself unable to rise. The backpack weighed at least 400 to 500 kilograms, a burden even for an elite soldier like Li Chang. At that moment, two staff members rushed over, one operating a small forklift to lift the backpack and assist Li Chang in standing, while the other positioned a support frame beneath the backpack. Now, although he could not move, he was at least standing upright. On the screen, the red glow symbolizing the Higgs force field swiftly enveloped both the pack and Li Chang. Indeed, such a rigid determination. A spark of excitement flickered in Li Yunshu's eyes. It was time to proceed to the next phase of the experiment. Captain, please sequentially make contact with those models and maintain contact. On the opposite side of the experimental area, various miniature models were neatly arranged, ranging from ordinary civilian vehicles to main battle tanks, from next-generation fighter jets to aircraft carriers, and even scaled-down military bases and residential complexes. Li Chang approached the first model, placing his palm flat on the turret of the tank. A scene reminiscent of his earlier interaction with the backpack unfolded. The red force field spread from his palm as if alive, swiftly enveloping the entire tank model. However, when he attempted to touch the adjacent base model, the force field only covered the main building, leaving the surrounding walls and auxiliary structures unchanged. Additionally, he had to maintain contact at all times. The moment he ceased contact, the force field would vanish instantaneously. This was consistent with expectations. Dr. Wang was diligently recording data. The force field could only cover the directly contacted structural elements and anything within them, while external objects were excluded. He turned to Li Yunshu commanderly. Shall we try a real building? Half an hour later, Li Chang stood before an experimental building at the Academy of Sciences. All personnel inside the laboratory had been evacuated, and now the empty space beside it was filled with onlookers observing the experiment. Li Chang pressed his palm against the wall of the experimental building, and the force field surrounding him began to spread toward the entire structure, just as it had with the model. However, akin to the model test. The force field enveloped only the building he was touching, leaving adjacent facilities completely unaffected. Subsequently, at the request of Yunshu, a laboratory staff member began to approach the experimental building. The moment the staff member made contact with the structure, the force field surrounding Li Chang shattered instantaneously. It appears that our previous conclusions regarding the transportation of materials during traversal were largely accurate. What was once mere speculation has now been validated through tangible evidence. Yunshu set down the communicator, signaling that Li Chang could conclude the test. Mr. Li, this should elucidate the reason why traversal permits the transport of materials. It's indeed the Higgs force field. Dr. Wang, radiating enthusiasm, approached Yunshu. Now that we can manifest the existence of the force field, we can ensure that every item transported will encounter no issues. I shall return to enhance the wristbands. Within 5 days, I will produce a special wristband equipped with scanning and display features, which can then be distributed to our soldiers. Yunshu shared in the excitement. After uncovering the secrets of traversal, the Eastern nation had explored every avenue to facilitate the transport of additional resources to alternate realms. However, the rules governing what could be carried were based solely on conjecture, and not all items could be fully transported, resulting in the loss of numerous crucial materials and a prolonged inability to re-establish industrial capabilities. What a pity, Dr. Wang suddenly interjected, shaking his head. This Higgs boson force field can only be observed. We cannot intervene in any way, or we would have greater certainty. Yet this is already quite remarkable. Yunshu chuckled. Achieving this milestone opens up numerous opportunities for future arrangements. Besides, while we may not control the force field, it does not preclude us from altering the necessary materials. If the entire base cannot be transported, it is simple. We shall encase it entirely with our resources. Now, that constitutes a whole. Meanwhile, as the Eastern nation was engrossed in their endeavors, the Eagle family, situated on the opposite side of Blue Star, was equally occupied. Within the office of the Grand Commander of the White Pentagonal Building, Commander Jonard, the first nation to receive the wristbands from the Eastern nation, was wearing one while his expression fluctuated between concern and agitation, his gaze fixed intently on the screen of the wristband. Countdown. 135 days, 11 hours, 37 minutes, 21 seconds. This sequence of numbers loomed ominously, each tick resonating heavily upon Jonard's nerves. His complexion fluctuated erratically, clearly indicating that the outcome of the traversal time left him profoundly unsettled. Eric, what are your thoughts on this device? After a prolonged silence, Jonard finally spoke, his tone laced with irritation and urgency as he turned to his chief scientific advisor, who was engrossed in studying the wristband's intricate design. Eric was completely absorbed in the wristband's ingenious construction, oblivious to Jonard's inquiry. Frowning in frustration, Jonard raised his voice and repeated the question. When Eric still failed to respond, Jonard slammed his hand down on the table, shouting, "Eric!" This outburst finally snapped Eric back to attention. An exquisite design, Your Excellency. The scientist who conceived it is truly a genius. Eric remarked in admiration, gently caressing the bracelet in his hand. The concept of detecting and controlling a particle beyond the reach of current human technology through an alternative method to sense its field is indeed unparalleled. However, I did not inquire about that. I wish to know if this device is reliable. Are the claims of the Easterners genuine? Jonathan's voice rose, nearly a roar. Noticing the commander's fury, Eric reluctantly set the bracelet down and adjusted his glasses. Your Excellency, I find it challenging to offer you any assurances, as this matter transcends conventional understanding. The only guarantee I can provide is that if the God particle truly exists, it is undoubtedly the one observed by this bracelet. Are you suggesting that the Easterners are speaking the truth? Jonathan's demeanor soured. There is a possibility. Eric nodded. Could it not be that those Easterners are deceiving us? Jonathan clung to the last vestiges of hope, speculating that they merely discovered a long-known particle and crafted a bewildering bracelet to mislead the world. His tone was laced with both skepticism and self-reassurance. With all due respect, Your Excellency, Eric shook his head. Such a notion is implausible and devoid of significance. After acquiring the bracelet, we conducted numerous tests. Aside from humans, no other animals exhibited this force field, and it solely manifests within living bodies. You comprehend my point, do you not? Only the living possess it. Not even those who have been deceased for mere minutes show any trace of this force. Even more astonishingly, we specifically examined a critically ill patient who had no more than 3 weeks to live and found no signs of this force within him. It is as though by divine intervention, Only those who can partake in that trial are granted access. If this is not the handiwork of a higher civilization, I can only conclude it is a manifestation of the divine. Damn it. Jonathan succumbed to despair, casting a weary glance at the countdown on the bracelet before collapsing into the sumptuous Commander-S throne. Only a little over 100 days left? Jonathan murmured, feeling an unprecedented sense of powerlessness regarding his future as the most influential human on Blue Star. What progress have you made in the study of traversal? Is there any way to halt it? He turned to Eric, his gaze imbued with a flicker of last hope. I regret to say, Your Excellency, Eric spread his hands, his face a mask of helplessness. We are utterly in the dark. From the emergence of this inexplicable God particle, it seems impossible for us to intervene. It exceeds our technological capabilities by a considerable margin. Your Excellency, rather than dwelling on these matters, it would be wiser to prepare like the Easterners. After all, that may still afford us some hope, would it not? Eric proposed to Jonathan. Then let us take action. Jonard took a deep breath. As if he had made a momentous decision, and with renewed vigor, he inquired, how many bracelets did the Easterners provide us? 1,000, came the inevitable reply. And how long will it take to complete the nationwide assessment? I don't know. Given our current efficiency, it will take at least 6 months, Eric responded helplessly. Why such a lengthy duration? The Easterners managed to complete their preliminary assessment within a week. In a sudden fit of agitation, Jonard rose abruptly. Leaning over the table with his hands planted firmly on its surface, his gaze piercing into Eric. Sir, we simply do not have enough bracelets, and what? We cannot replicate the Easterners' method of deploying bracelets in crowded areas for self-assessment. We must rely on the military for distribution, which severely hampers our efficiency. Moreover, many citizens are adamantly opposed to the bracelet assessments, and they seize any opportunity to destroy them. According to their beliefs, this is a trial from God, and any interference will result in damnation. These damned fools. Jonard slumped back into his chair, cradling his head in his hands, his fingers gripping his hair tightly. His inner turmoil reaching a boiling point. Commence the deciphering and replication of the bracelets immediately. I demand to see 100,000 of our own production within a week. Jonard declared fiercely. Sir, that may be quite impossible. Why? Do not tell me you cannot crack the Easterners' encryption. You are the most formidable scientific collective on Blue Star, equipped with the finest technology. That is not my point, sir. The Easterners have not encrypted these bracelets, and the manufacturing process is not particularly complex. We could produce them domestically right now. The issue lies in our lack of sufficient materials. The production of these bracelets requires high-purity dysprosium, which we do not possess domestically. We have always imported dysprosium from the Easterners, and now they have prohibited exports. In the short term, it is utterly impossible for us to procure enough dysprosium. Our current domestic supply can only yield 1,000 bracelets. Again with this cursed rare earth, this damned dysprosium, those accursed Easterners. Jonard's fury surged as he abruptly rose, kicking over a nearby chair and cursing under his breath. At that moment, Chief of Staff Trace hurried into the Supreme Leader's office, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. A telegram clutched tightly in his hand, his expression frantic. Sir, I apologize for the intrusion. The Stoss family, the Kinney family, the Booz family, the Klingon families, and your own family have jointly sent a message demanding that we provide at least 10,000 bracelets as soon as possible. In a fit of rage, Jonard slammed the document onto the desk, the mahogany surface resounding with a loud thud. 10,000? Do they think this is Christmas candy? He gritted his teeth, tearing at his tie. Tell them that we can barely muster 1,000 nationwide. Tress wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. However, these families have stated that if their demands are not met, they will unite to impeach your position as Supreme Leader. They even mentioned that if you fail to satisfy their request within 3 days, they will. What will they do? Jonathan erupted in frustration. They will publicly disclose your medical reports and footage from your treatment on St. George Island. Tress stammered in response. The air in the room instantly thickened. Eric discreetly retreated to a corner, feigning interest in the data on his wristband. To hell with the impeachment. Jonathan suddenly exploded, hurling the crystal paperweight against the wall, as if the world were collapsing while these fools were preoccupied with their political games. My lord, please calm down. Tress hurried to Jonathan's side. We actually have a way to procure a batch of wristbands. What way? The Easterners are keeping a tight grip on everything. Jonathan replied weakly. There exists a batch of wristbands that are not under the Easterners' supervision. Tress whispered gently into Jonathan's ear. Aren't there numerous wristbands transported via our planes? The Easterners merely place them at the port and then neglect them. We could easily. Tress made a fist gesture. The next day, Many allies and subordinates of the Eagle family were astonished to discover that the wristbands promised by the Easterners had mysteriously vanished during the transfer through the Eagle family. 35. Major packaging verification. Jonathan stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of his office, gazing at the overcast sky outside. The matter of the wristbands and the countdown lingered in his mind. Seizing the wristband resources from allies was something he had long grown accustomed to. But this time the timing was particularly sensitive. More troubling than this was the coercion from those families that kept him awake at night. My lord, the first batch of wristbands has arrived. Tress entered, lowering his voice to report. 800 for the corrupt kingdom, 600 for the kangaroo nation, and an emergency seizure of 1,200 from the customs of Madong and Minghua have all successfully entered storage, along with the previously intercepted portions. We have provided nearly 8,000 wristbands to the major families. Jonathan turned around, his expression easing slightly. What was their reaction? The corrupt ambassador has already lodged a protest, and the Prime Minister's office of the Kangaroo Nation has called 3 times for inquiries. As for Mudong and Minghua, they have yet to reach out. But there is significant public outcry. Tress wiped the sweat from his brow. In response to those inquiries, we followed the plan and claimed there was an issue with the logistics system, which is currently under urgent investigation. I didn't ask you that. I meant those guys. Jonathan glared at him impatiently. Oh, Tress finally realized. The major families asked me to convey their gratitude to you, stating that they will fully support you in everything. Additionally, a sudden fire broke out on St. George Island, and the medical center you frequently visited has been reduced to ruins. Jonard let out a long sigh. Lamenting the unfortunate situation, the medical center's expertise was truly remarkable, was it not? Indeed, my lord. Trace displayed a nostalgic expression, pondering when another medical facility of such high caliber might emerge. Just then, Director Mike of the War Situation Bureau burst in, brandishing a document. My lord, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Eastern Nation has just issued a statement. They have announced the suspension of transferring wristbands through our country due to unforeseen logistical issues, opting instead for direct air transport to the destination, in the special conference room of the League of Nations. In light of the unforeseen logistical problems affecting the majority of wristband shipments, our country has decided to deliver an additional batch of wristbands to various nations. Spokesperson Zhao of the Eastern Nation smiled at the gathered journalists during a press conference. With a sense of responsibility and to prevent similar issues from arising again, we will directly dispatch transport aircraft to all countries this time. We kindly ask all nations to open their airspace in advance and prepare for reception. The quicker the preparations, the sooner the wristbands will arrive. In an instant, the room was ablaze with flashing cameras. A journalist from the corrupt nation pressed for details. There are reports suggesting that the previous batch of wristbands was smuggled back by the Eagle Nation. What is the Eastern Nation's stance on this? This, we cannot directly address. Perhaps, as some nations have suggested, there were indeed unforeseen logistical problems. However, I would like to say, Zhao sneered coldly, I believe that a truly responsible nation would not resort to forcibly seizing life-saving supplies from its allies in times of crisis, would it? Meanwhile, within the command center of the Eagle Nation, Defense Minister Hansen was fixated on the satellite map speckled with red dots. These were the protests from various countries against the Eagle Nation's hijacking of wristbands, from the Arc de Triomphe in the corrupt nation to the Great Light Gate in the Underworld Nation. And even the front of the Prime Minister's office in the Kangaroo Nation was teeming with angry crowds. Damn it, that fool Jonard. Austin slammed his fist on the control panel. Did he not realize that our greatest advantage lies in our alliance system? Chairman Carter of the Joint Chiefs of Staff wore a grim expression. Worse yet, the Eastern Nation has just announced the initiation of a global mutual assistance program, pledging to airlift wristbands directly to all developing countries. He pulled up a video showing the Eastern Nation's Tianquan transport aircraft landing at multiple airports in Black Continent, with local citizens jubilantly welcoming the technicians adorned with blue armbands. In the office of the Pentagon-shaped white building, Jonard stared at the live broadcast of the Eastern Nation's leader addressing the globe. When humanity faces a common crisis, unlike those who would seize their allies' last straws for survival, we choose to share the final piece of bread. This ironically charged statement, relayed through simultaneous interpretation, made his temples throb. My lord, the latest polls indicate that our support rate among allies in the Northern Alliance has plummeted to 31. Tress's hands trembled as he clutched the tablet. Nations had disregarded our warnings and unilaterally opened their airspace to the Eastern country. They even dispatched their air force to escort Eastern transport planes directly to the airport. With a crash, the cup in Johnard's hand shattered against the screen before him. I wonder if the leader of the Eagle family has any regrets, mused Chief of Staff Ding, seated in the helicopter, gazing at the departing fleet of transport planes with a wry smile. Regrets? How could they possibly feel remorse? Li Yunshu scoffed. They would only regret having given us this opportunity, never the actions they have taken. Let us not dwell on that. Their actions were anticipated long ago. Li Yunshu waved dismissively. Our foremost task now is to perfect our grand encapsulation plan. He and Chief of Staff Ding turned their attention to the experimental site below. There stood a large military factory, now dormant, encompassing nearly 20 hectares along with its auxiliary buildings. The entire factory area was shrouded in a colossal framework, where countless workers were busy affixing vast arrays of solar panels and metal sheets onto the structure, creating an impenetrable shell. Moreover, the factory floor was also covered with metal plates, seamlessly merging with the surrounding framework. Li Yunshu felt a twinge of anxiety regarding the feasibility of this plan. The encapsulation initiative was his brainchild, consuming an enormous amount of manpower and resources. Should it fail, he would find himself deeply embarrassed. It should be fine. Did we not simulate it through the 9 chapters? The success rate exceeded 97%. Besides, what if it doesn't succeed? Compared to your last memory, we have already achieved so much this time. Chief of Staff Ding reassured him, exhibiting a carefree demeanor. As the final solar panel was welded into place, the encapsulation of the military factory was deemed complete. The helicopter landed before the now enclosed factory, which had transformed into a large spherical structure, with countless drones scanning its surface to ensure no vulnerabilities existed. Commander Li, the force field monitoring equipment is in place, and the encapsulation inspection has confirmed everything is in order. We can commence the next phase of experimentation. Dr. Wang Lisan approached briskly, handing a tablet to Li Yunshu. Upon receiving the tablet, Li Yunshu observed the screen displaying a 3-dimensional rendering of the encapsulated structure, resembling a flattened egg. The rendering exhibited no signs of breach. This encapsulation was evidently flawless. The next phase of experimentation could proceed. Following Li Yunshu's command, Li Chong, already prepared, donned a more intricate wristband and gently pressed his hand against the surface of the encapsulated shell. 36. Mountain Moving Plan. Everyone held their breath, fixated on the screens of the monitoring equipment. On the monitor, a crimson ripple began to extend from the position where Li Chong's right hand pressed, gradually enveloping the entire packaging unit. Ultimately, the red force field shrouded both the packaging unit and Li Chong, forming a colossal orb of light. The experiment was a resounding success. The packaging plan proved effective. The observation area erupted with jubilant cheers, and Li Yunshu finally released the tension that had gripped him, exhaling a long sigh of relief. Excellent work, Yunshu. Chief of Staff Ding exclaimed, rushing forward with exuberance, his hand enthusiastically patting Li Yunshu's shoulder, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy. This means our options have multiplied. As long as we can transport the equipment, reconstructing the production line over there will be a trivial matter. A slight smile graced Li Yunshu's lips, yet he maintained his composure. Chief of Staff Ding, let us not celebrate prematurely. Transportation is merely the first step of a long journey. Subsequent installation, debugging, personnel training, and raw material supply. Each phase presents its own formidable challenges. He gazed towards the distant packaging unit and continued, moreover, we cannot ascertain the exact location of our passage. It is entirely plausible that we may end up in a desolate or perilously dangerous area. You worry too much, Chief of Staff Ding replied, shaking his head at Li Yunshu's caution. Now is the time for celebration. He suddenly threw an arm around Li Yunshu's neck. What if it is a remote area? Look at this packaging unit. He pointed emphatically at the object before them. Wherever it appears, it signifies our nation's core stronghold in the other realm, a domain of our own. Now, let us issue a communique. Inform the Elder that the packaging plan experiment has been a resounding success. Special Situations Response Command Report. Urgent telegram from Advisor Li Yunshu. The validation of the packaging plan has been overwhelmingly successful. The liaison officer practically sprinted into the room, his voice trembling with excitement. The elderly man, engrossed in his work, abruptly lifted his head from his documents, his eyes alight with fervor. Quickly, show me. He seized the telegram, his fingertips trembling slightly. Excellent. Truly excellent. As he perused Li Yunshu's detailed report, he could not help but slap his thigh with glee. Hurry, notify the others. We shall convene a new round of special meetings in 10 minutes. 5 minutes later, the conference room was filled to capacity. Aside from the yet-to-arrive Li Yunshu and Chief of Staff Ding, Elder Zhu, Elder Wan, Elder Sun, and others were present, eagerly perusing the validation reports sent by Yunshu. This news evidently exhilarated them, each of them beaming with joy. Since everyone is here, let us commence the meeting. Yunshu and Chief of Staff Ding will not return until evening. We shall not wait for them, and will proceed with preliminary discussions. What are your thoughts on this packaging plan? The elders exchanged glances, and Elder Zhu spoke first. It is an excellent plan, capable of significantly enhancing our strength and survival capabilities in the other realm. However, we must meticulously plan the sequence and quantity of the packaging to ensure it does not disrupt our production and daily life here. After all, although there are less than 50 days left before the commencement of the journey, the majority of our compatriots will still reside here for nearly 3 more years. My opinion aligns closely with his. Wan Lao also stood up, and our Institute of Social Sciences promptly initiated the establishment of a grand model through the 9 chapters, seeking a method to strike a balance between the two. However, once we embark on the grand encapsulation plan, will there be any shifts from the Eagle family? After all, the scale of this plan is so immense that it cannot possibly be concealed. Rest assured, Minister of Defense Jiang smiled as he replied. Following the recent incident involving the wristbands, the Eagle family has now garnered a notorious reputation. Though they have historically been indifferent to such matters, they will likely lack the energy to interfere with us in the short term. Allow me to lay the groundwork for you. At the behest of the command center, we discreetly supplied over 200,000 wristbands to the Eagle family and other nations through various channels. Most of these wristbands have found their way into the hands of influential families, government officials, and wealthy elites, who are the true architects of their respective national policies. The wristbands serve as a talisman for their safety. As long as they feel secure, they may refrain from provoking a catastrophic confrontation with us. Naturally, we will continue to clandestinely provide them with additional wristbands and pertinent information to ensure they remain placated. This approach not only calms their anxieties, but also allows us to exchange for numerous items that are otherwise unattainable in the open market. Do you know? Not long ago, we exchanged 5,000 wristbands for an entire set of the latest lithography systems from the Great Wheat Nation, which are currently being covertly transported back home. There are many other goods they are reluctant to export to us. However, under the threat to their lives, they have been willing to trade them for our wristbands. Currently, nations are not united with the Eagle family, and coupled with the deterrent effect of the Jingwei project, our long-held concern about a large-scale civil war among humanity is unlikely to materialize. Indeed, one could assert that those individuals are preoccupied with stockpiling supplies and constructing doomsday bunkers, leaving them little time to engage with us. After all, in their eyes, our encapsulation plan, at face value, is quite similar to their endeavors in building doomsday shelters. Is it not? The meeting concluded swiftly, and by the time Yunshu and Chief of Staff Ding returned, a meticulously verified proposal had already been placed in his hands. Preliminary proposal for the Grand Encapsulation Plan. 1. From this day forth, initiate the encapsulation plan codenamed Ishan. 2. Yunshu will concurrently serve as the overall commander of the plan, reporting directly to the Emergency Command Center. 3. It has been preliminarily decided to proceed with the encapsulation of various military, production, and medical facilities without impacting domestic production and livelihood. 4. Except for facilities that are exceptionally irreplaceable, efforts will be made to redesign other facilities into modular structures, facilitating disassembly and transportation. Production equipment should be replaced with artificial intelligence wherever applicable. 5. The encapsulation materials will primarily consist of metals and silicon wafers, utilizing various materials in high demand, with an emphasis on minimizing waste of human and material resources. 6. During the implementation of the encapsulation plan, it is imperative to maintain control over public opinion to prevent civil panic. 1. It is recommended that the first batch of packaged supplies focus primarily on equipment, medical necessities, and daily living essentials, ensuring sufficient strength to establish a foothold before considering other supplies. 2. Any improvements and adjustments during the implementation process shall be decided by the overall project leader and must be promptly reported to the Emergency Command Center for discussion. A brief announcement swiftly spread through the streets and alleys of the Eastern Nation. The mountain moving plan has officially been established, and we are now recruiting skilled construction workers, tower crane operators, proficient welders, rebar workers, and architectural designers nationwide. In a modest training base in the Lianghu province, Meng Jianxi rubbed his bleary eyes and, having just risen from his bed, noticed his dormitory mate, Chen Lifeng, packing his belongings, seemingly preparing to leave. Old Chen, in his 50s, was an experienced construction worker and shared a good rapport with Meng Jianxi. "What are you doing, old Chen? The training is about to commence," he exclaimed, springing up from his bed in a flurry. Chun Lifeng momentarily paused his movements, his calloused fingers stuffing a faded work uniform into a large woven bag. He lifted his gaze, the fine wrinkles at the corners of his eyes unfolding into a gentle yet resolute smile. "I am leaving, Xiao Meng." "Leaving? Why? Have you lost your mind?" Meng Jianxi was suddenly wide awake, rushing to old Chen's side and grabbing his wrist, pointing at the wristband he was wearing. "With less than 70 days until your journey, why aren't you training properly? Are you just going to wait to die? Have you completed your training or given up? I know that during the last shooting practice, you only hit one target, ranking last among the current trainees." "I have indeed given up," Chen Lifeng chuckled sheepishly. "I really am not cut out for this. After all this time, I haven't improved at all. Even the newcomers surpass me. I'm merely wasting a training slot and resources here. I should let those opportunities go to the younger ones." Hearing old Chen's words left Meng Jianxi momentarily speechless. The training base indeed allowed free entry and exit, relying entirely on willingness. However, it was uncommon for anyone to voluntarily leave. With the journey approaching, wouldn't it be wise to train more and learn as much as possible? Wouldn't that enhance your chances of survival? Looking at old Chen's earnest expression, he could only kindly remind him, "You need to think this through. The training camp rotates every 10 days, and since your training has only just begun, leaving now means you won't be able to return for at least a month. By then, you might forget everything you've learned. Besides, old Chen, didn't you mention in our previous conversations that you've dreamed of wielding a steel gun to combat enemies and become a hero since childhood? Have you forgotten that?" To Meng Jianxi's surprise, old Chen shook his head. "Of course I haven't forgotten, and I will not return to the training ground." "Why? Don't give up on yourself, old Chen. If you're not returning to the training ground, where will you go? Is it truly the case that one would toil in a factory, fastening screws until the very moment of transcendence? Initially, I harbored such a notion. However, I have since discovered a far superior alternative." With that, old Chen cast a glance out the window, where a grand screen was continuously broadcasting recruitment announcements for the mountain moving project. Heroes, after all, need not always wield firearms. At a military training base, Lin Yifei forcefully pushed open the lid of the simulation chamber, stumbling out and collapsing beside it, violently retching as the acidic contents of his stomach mingled with the remnants of breakfast. In the preceding simulation, he and his 16 comrades had been mercilessly torn to shreds by an unexpected swarm of insects. To test their mettle, the instructor had repeatedly replayed the gruesome footage of their dismemberment, ultimately shattering Lin Yifei's psychological defenses. "What's the matter? Can't take it?" The derisive voice of Instructor Tang Shan echoed. "With such feeble abilities, do you aspire to become a member of the Divine Troop? I suggest you reconsider. With your current state, you would merely become fodder for the insects, endangering your teammates and the innocent civilians awaiting your aid." Upon hearing Instructor Tang's words, Lin Yifei struggled to rise, wiping the filth from the corner of his mouth, and once more, he opened the simulation chamber lid, lying back inside. Again and again, he repeated this cycle, the exact number of attempts now a blur. This time, when Lin Yifei emerged unscathed from the pile of corpses, his gaze exuded unwavering determination. He needed no aim. Relying solely on muscle memory, he swiftly dispatched a clawed insect with 2 shots, then skillfully fashioned a makeshift explosive from the surrounding debris to obliterate a burrowing worm. Once more, the lid of the simulation chamber was lifted. "Congratulations, brother. You are now a qualified member of the Divine Troop," Instructor Tang Shan said with a smile, extending his hand toward Lin Yifei. In Lin City, within an ordinary women and children's hospital, a seemingly competent man cautiously cradled a newborn. The man appeared utterly perplexed, his hands trembling as if he were holding a bomb that could detonate with the slightest touch. A chuckle escaped the lips of a mother lying on a nearby hospital bed, unable to contain herself. "What on earth are you doing? Hurry and bring me a bao," she chided, casting a playful glare at the man. When the man clumsily handed the infant to the mother, he watched as she adeptly changed the diaper and began to nurse the child, finally exhaling in relief. "To be honest, I've never felt this tense even when handling unexploded ordnance in the military," he remarked, a smile spreading across his face as he playfully poked the baby's delicate cheek. "Be careful, or you'll make a bao cry, and I won't let you off easily," the mother retorted, pushing his hand aside with mock irritation. The man stood there, grinning foolishly at the mother and child, his face radiating pure bliss. It is uncertain how much time has passed, but the infant, having been well fed, has drifted into a deep slumber, occasionally revealing a sweet smile, as if lost in enchanting dreams. The mother gazes down at the small life cradled in her arms, the delicate lashes casting intricate shadows upon her face. After a considerable pause, she suddenly lifts her head, asking, "Must you really go?" Abeo is not yet a month old. The man exhales a heavy sigh, removing a bracelet from his wrist and gently affixing it to the baby's tiny hand. Countdown. 432 days, 17 hours. 21 minutes, 13 seconds. His gaze sharpens, akin to a drawn sword. Tell Abeo that Daddy is leaving, to secure a peaceful world for him. Rest assured. Daddy is a formidable member of the elite Ulate team. There are countless uncles and aunts like me who will ensure he lives in a place of tranquility and happiness. With that, he lowers his head, bestowing a tender kiss on the foreheads of both the mother and child, and despite the mother's heart-wrenching expression of desperation, he resolutely departs the hospital room. In another realm, the national mobilization is underway under the leadership of Commander Li. This is the feedback on the situation 2 days since the commencement of the mountain relocation plan. Qingyi hands a stack of documents to Li Yunshu, who remarks, "To be honest, I am genuinely moved. It is no wonder we can rely on the people of the Eastern nation in times like these." His typically stern demeanor is illuminated by a proud smile. In less than 2 days, over 2 million individuals have registered to participate in the mountain relocation plan. Had we not informed enough people at the various registration points, this number might have been even more astounding. Most of the participants are construction workers with over a decade of experience, alongside various skilled crane operators, rebar workers, and even a few master welders recognized as national craftsmen. Currently, all 1,200 initial targets of the mountain relocation plan have been allocated, with completion expected within a month. Li Yunshu's gaze swiftly glides over the terminal, as numbers and charts transform in his mind into a grand tableau, akin to towering pillars supporting the sky. Then, he diverts his eyes from the terminal to the view outside. In the distance, the construction site is ablaze with light. The silhouettes of cranes rising like steel giants against the twilight, the rumble of machinery faintly echoing, signaling the commencement of operations for the first batch of engineering equipment for the mountain relocation plan. "Qingyi," he suddenly inquires, "do you know why our ancestors were able to construct the Great Wall?" Qingyi pauses momentarily, then smiles, responding, "Because of unity?" "No," Li Yunshu shakes his head. "It was because they believed they were undertaking a task that would profoundly alter the future. They were convinced that they would erect a great wall to shield dangers from the outside, allowing their descendants to live in peace." He rises, moving to the window. Turning his back to Qingyi as he continues, "Now, we are engaged in a similar endeavor. The mountain relocation plan and all that we are doing is to erect a wall in this foreign realm, ensuring that our descendants can survive and thrive in happiness. Thus, they willingly undertake such tasks." Li Yunshu gently tapped the materials before him, remarking that our Eastern nation has never lacked individuals who bear all responsibilities upon their own shoulders. The Mountain Moving Project, Site Number 1012. Chen Lifeng struggled to secure his safety rope before gradually descending along the auxiliary guardrails from the top of the framework. This location was once a colossal nuclear power station, its vast expanse not conforming to the standard square shape, due to safety requirements. Its multi-layered outer shell rendered the structure exceedingly tall. Moreover, its remote location made the encapsulation process particularly arduous. Old Chun meticulously laid the silicon panels across the framework enveloping the nuclear power station, beads of sweat trickling down the edges of his safety helmet. Squinting through his goggles, he gazed into the distance. The setting sun cast a warm glow upon the immense concrete structure, bathing the silent steel behemoth in a deep crimson hue. "Old Chun, reinforce another layer on the left," came the shout from below. Chen Lifeng nodded, adjusting his tool belt before cautiously moving along the steel frame. His movements were steady. Despite nearing 50, years of experience in high-altitude work allowed him to navigate this environment with remarkable ease. The encapsulation of the nuclear power station was no simple task. They had to ensure that the entire enclosure would exhibit no vulnerabilities, guaranteeing that it would withstand the rigors of traversing 2 worlds without compromising the integrity of the main structure. Especially critical was the first requirement. The nuclear power station had to remain an intact whole, with each ancillary building serving a vital function. Should any component be lost during the traversal, it could either render the power station completely inoperative or transform it into an unstable dirty bomb. Thus, the choice of encapsulation material was limited to exceptionally lightweight and resilient silicon panels, which, aside from their manufacturing difficulties, possessed no notable flaws. However, The construction challenges were compounded by the remote location, lacking sufficient tower cranes. Workers could only ascend the outer frame using safety ropes to perform welding tasks. After several perilous welding sessions, Old Chen suddenly recalled a project he had participated in long ago, also involving welding at great heights. Due to a lack of equipment, progress had been slow until someone devised a solution to meet the deadline. Old Chen racked his brain for that memory. Are you saying that a construction worker provided us with a new method that, through rigorous simulations, could enhance construction efficiency by over 10% and significantly improve safety? Li Yunshu gazed in astonishment at Director Wan, who hurriedly approached him. Indeed, take a look at this. Director Wan activated a holographic projection, revealing a schematic of a high-altitude working tool. Such a simple structure could yield such significant results, prompting Wan to reflect on the matter with a hint of nostalgia. Is your intention in seeking me to expedite the nationwide promotion of this tool for the mountain-moving project sites? Li Yunshu inquired, somewhat perplexed. No, I wouldn't specifically come to find you for such trivial matters. In fact, the effectiveness of that tool has already been promoted after validation. Wan Laoyuan quickly shook his head. The reason I sought you out primarily concerns this matter. Upon receiving the tool, I specifically conversed with its provider via video. He introduced himself as Chun Lifeng, a construction worker in his 50s, who participated in the mountain-moving project to contribute his strength to Donghua. He mentioned that he felt utterly out of place at the training base, as the training was exceedingly challenging for him. He expressed his delight in having the mountain-moving project as a platform where he could truly shine. Upon hearing this, Li Yunshu gradually understood. He turned to Wan Laoyuan. Are you suggesting that we? Observing Li Yunshu's dawning realization, Wan Laoyuan finally revealed his true intent. Isn't it somewhat autocratic to implement universal training? One must consider that there are undoubtedly many individuals like Chun Lifeng throughout Donghua. They genuinely struggle with combat. Shouldn't we also prepare alternative pathways for them, allowing them to utilize their strengths? Wan Laoyuan's words jolted Li Yunshu awake. Indeed, not everyone is suited to be a warrior. Many excel in other domains. After pondering for a moment, Li Yunshu replied, I understand your point, Wan Laoyuan. However, foundational training must still be conducted for at least one cycle, as it serves as the minimum guarantee for survival over the course of a month. Furthermore, we must immediately initiate a nationwide assessment, allowing everyone to showcase their areas of expertise. Li Yunshu's gaze hardened. He realized he had overlooked something while focusing solely on the battlefield. He swiftly input commands on the terminal. Qinyi, promptly notify all departments to launch the 100 Craftsmen project. We must establish a second front for those who, while not suited for combat, possess professional skills. Construction workers, mechanics, welders, farmers, even chefs, teachers, and doctors, anyone with a specialized skill can find their place in this otherworldly context. The mountain-moving project is merely the beginning. We aim to establish a complete civilization. 39. The war potential of ordinary people. I am exceptionally adept at operating drones. I can swiftly master virtually all drones available on the market. I consider myself proficient with vehicles. Regardless of the type, I need only half an hour to operate them skillfully and an hour to perform stunts. While I may not excel in many areas, my decades of experience in mineral exploration have granted me an almost intuitive sense of where mineral veins, particularly coal and iron, exist. Just a glance is often sufficient for me to ascertain what lies within the mountains. Li Yunshu stood before the large screen in the command center, where a national map illuminated with countless flickering dots, each dot representing a certified special talent. I have been too narrow-minded, he murmured softly, reflecting on his previous fixation with merely seizing equipment and energy while nearly overlooking the most invaluable resource. Standing beside him, Old Zhu remarked, there is still time to adjust. The 100 Crafts plan has identified 87 major professional categories, encompassing over 30 million skilled individuals. We have established a database, and the identities of these individuals will be distinctly marked, enabling them to exert their strengths in their respective fields of expertise. Currently, all training bases and production units have initiated a specialization registration. Any skill, once verified, will be promptly included in the database. It is my fault, Li Yunshu lamented. I was too hasty, solely focused on enhancing military equipment and combat capabilities, neglecting the fundamental support underlying it all. Fortunately, the words of that Chun Lifeng awakened me. The memory of the complete annihilation during the last battle loomed over Li Yunshu like a colossal stone, consuming all his attention and leaving him no mental space to contemplate anything else. Come, let me share some good news to lift your spirits. Old Zhu deliberately raised his voice, attempting to dispel the somber atmosphere in the command room. What good news? Yunshu managed a faint smile. Do you recall the drone C strategy you discussed with Lao Ding and Academician Du? Yunshu nodded. He was intimately familiar with this plan, having mentally rehearsed it nearly every night. The primary characteristic of the insect race is their overwhelming numbers and fearlessness in death, while our soldiers are irreplaceable, as each loss diminishes our ranks. If we could utilize a substantial number of unmanned equipment to compensate for our numerical deficiency, combating the insects would undoubtedly become significantly easier. However, following our initial discussions, we encountered several challenges that caused us to temporarily shelve the idea. Firstly, the production capacity for drones is no trivial matter. The numbers required to confront the insect race are substantial, and establishing sufficient production lines in another realm proves exceedingly difficult. Secondly, we currently lack the means to produce an adequate number of combat-ready drone artificial intelligences, relying instead on operators for control. In the short term, Yunshu could not find enough individuals proficient in operating drones. Even if all military personnel were included, the total would scarcely reach 2 million operators. Wasn't the conclusion reached that the most effective method for countering the insect race was to employ unmanned equipment to neutralize their numerical advantage? Old Zhu stated as he retrieved a set of data. Now, both bottlenecks of this plan have been resolved. Resolved? So swiftly? Yunshu straightened up, his eyes widening in astonishment. Thanks to the nationwide mobilization, Old Zhu grinned, scrolling through the screen, where cascading production data flowed like a waterfall. Through industrial adjustments, our drone production capacity has skyrocketed. Major enterprises such as Wanyu have transferred all core technologies to the state for shared benefit, allowing us to produce 100,000 military-grade drones daily, not mere toys, but genuine weapons capable of engaging in battle. It is projected that next month, daily output will double. By then, not only will each person be assigned a drone, but it will also be feasible for each individual to command a small drone squadron. Yunshu inhaled sharply, finally grasping the profound weight of the title the greatest industrial colossus in human history. In his previous life in a foreign realm, he had struggled tremendously, unable to establish even a semblance of a production line. Yet now, envisioning the scene where a swarm of drones blotted out the sun and drowned the tide of insects, he felt his blood surge with excitement. However, he quickly forced himself to regain composure. What about the operators? Regardless of the number of drones, without a sufficient number of operators, it would all be futile. In the short term, our artificial intelligence cannot truly engage in independent combat. At best, it serves a supportive role. Well, Zhu Lao said mysteriously, smiling as he traced an exaggerated trajectory on the screen. Thanks to nationwide training in the 100 Crafts program, we have discovered numerous folk experts. Take a guess. How many skilled drone operators are there nationwide now? 5 million. Yunshu ventured boldly. If such a number existed, tactical options would be significantly enriched. Wrong. Try again. Zhu Lao shook his finger. Realizing he had been overly optimistic, Yunshu self-deprecatingly shook his head. Then, 3 million. He lowered his estimate. Why would you guess lower? Aim higher. Zhu Lao expressed his dissatisfaction. Higher? Did I really guess too low? Yunshu was taken aback. Could it be 10 million? His voice trembled slightly, hesitating as he raised a finger. Close, but you need to add another 0, Zhu Lao said, his right hand forming a fist and gesturing beside Yunshu's outstretched finger. A full 100 million, and this is just a preliminary count. 100 million. Yunshu nearly leapt from his chair, his tablet slipping from his grasp and crashing to the floor. He bent to retrieve it, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. 100 million operators? How could this be possible? If there truly were 100 million, why had it been so difficult to find a few capable of operating drones proficiently in the past? Often, soldiers had to risk their lives to gather intelligence in perilous situations. At that moment, Zhu Lao called up a video at a certain training base. Thousands of young individuals in casual attire donned VR goggles, skillfully manipulating virtual interfaces with their hands. Among them were students, delivery workers, programmers, and even elderly individuals with gray hair. The gaming industry has played a significant role, Zhu Lao explained. Games like War Thunder and Call of Duty have hardcore players who, after just 2 weeks of specialized training, can meet military standards, not to mention the many hobbyists and professional pilots. The scene shifted to a frail boy wearing glasses, his screen displaying real-time footage from 8 drones simultaneously. This boy, named Lin Yuchen, was the king of drone racing on a certain live-streaming platform, capable of coordinating 12 drones in formation combat. Yunshu suddenly recalled a news story he had read long ago about a university student who had skillfully controlled 5 drones simultaneously using a gaming controller to execute a complex choreography. At that time, I merely found it amusing. Upon reflection, it is evidently untapped potential for warfare. Moreover, he likely began to comprehend why there was a dearth of operators last time. These were ordinary individuals, even somewhat reclusive ones. It is probable that, under the previous circumstances, they would have struggled to survive until the end. Old Juan and his team developed a collective control system. Elder Zhu continued to demonstrate that a master operator could command hundreds of drones to form a swarm, while an ordinary operator could simultaneously manage 3 to 5, aided by artificial intelligence and decision-making. Suddenly, Chief of Staff Ding rushed in, interrupting Elder Zhu's presentation. "Yunshu, come quickly. I have something remarkable to show you." Before he finished speaking, Chief Ding had already dashed to Yunshu's side, grabbing his wrist and pulling him outside. This unexpected action left Elder Zhu momentarily stunned. And when he regained his composure, he hurriedly positioned himself in front of Chief Ding. "Old Ding, what on earth are you up to, dragging Yunshu along with you?" Chief Ding seemed to finally notice Elder Zhu's presence. "Ah, Old Zhu, you're here too? What do you mean? You here too? I have been here all along." Elder Zhu retorted, frustration evident in his tone. "What is going on? You seem utterly exhilarated, as if your behind were on fire." To his surprise, Chief Ding did not answer, instead flashing a mysterious smile and seizing Elder Zhu's arm. "Since you're here as well, come along. Let us see what Dean Wan and the others have produced this time." With that, he took both men along without waiting for any protests. At the Central Academy of Sciences affiliated testing ground, when Chief Ding brought Yunshu and Elder Zhu to the testing site, it was already teeming with people, all focused intently on something in the center. Upon their arrival, the crowd parted, revealing the object of their attention. It was a black, box-like apparatus mounted on 6 enormous wheels, with Dean Wan conducting tests beside it. Seeing the trio approach, Dean Wan greeted them with a smile, proudly gesturing towards the large box. "This is the Shi Rang unit, a multifunctional modular self-assembly platform for varied terrains, a civilian manifestation of our space station technology." He gave the surface of the multifunctional platform a hearty pat, producing a resonant sound. In the sunlight, this 3-meter square marvel appeared jet black, with 6 gigantic all-terrain tires showcasing its remarkable off-road capabilities. Elder Zhu adjusted his glasses and circled the impressively technological device. "Old Juan, this thing looks like it just rolled out of a science fiction film. It is far more practical than those fanciful but ineffective contraptions from the films," Dean Wan exclaimed, snapping open the control panel, causing a deep blue holographic projection to unfurl in midair, revealing a 3-dimensional structural diagram. Observing this configuration, the 800V semi-solid battery pack combined with a 100-liter range-extending generator boasts a remarkable range of up to 2,000 kilometers. The 6-wheel independent hydraulic suspension, complemented by solid tires made from memory foam, enables traversal of even the most rugged terrains without hesitation. The outermost layer of the shell features the most efficient perovskite silicon tandem solar cells available today, capable of partially replenishing the power consumed by the units. Yunshu noticed the neatly arranged universal hook system on the side of the equipment. These interfaces are a pertinent question. Dean Wan's eyes sparkled. This is the essence of the design, modular assembly. He retrieved a demonstration video, showcasing that each unit can be effortlessly disassembled and recombined. 2 such units can be directly configured into a field emergency shelter, equipped with water purification and air filtration systems, accommodating up to 10 individuals for short-term habitation. If 3 are connected in series, they transform into an articulated transport vehicle capable of carrying over 20 tons, with the ability to maneuver laterally and execute sharp turns. In the video, several units connected with precision like building blocks, forming various configurations through hydraulic connectors and clasps. "We have tested this," Dean Wan remarked, pointing to the deployable auxiliary track module at the bottom of the equipment. Even in extreme environments, such as dense forests or wetlands with no roads, simply deploying the track module allows it to navigate effortlessly. At this moment, an engineer nearby added, "Its main processor is a Roeline chip, featuring L3-level autonomous driving, capable of achieving multi-vehicle coordination through 5G. As long as there is a mid-range signal station, it can synchronize all connected platforms into a cohesive network." Zhu Lao stroked his chin thoughtfully. "So, regardless of the environment, this device can perform its function?" "Absolutely. Dean 1 interjected. 2 units in parallel form an engineering platform. Accommodating a mounted crane and a breaker, when deployed alone, it becomes a mobile command station, elevating a communication mast 6 meters high and facilitating drone operations. With just 20 units, one can assemble a medium-sized survival center, supporting the needs of thousands without difficulty. The greater the number of units, the more intricate the structures that can be constructed from the Huaxia units. If we were to amass 1,000 units, the creation of a miniature city from scratch would not be far-fetched. Initially developed for use in our space station, this technology has been simplified and transformed into the Huaxia unit. Our plan is to maximize production of these units in the remaining time, ensuring as many of our people as possible can be transported to the other world. Yunshu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he examined the Huaxia unit, touching and even experiencing its automated operation. This is truly remarkable, he exclaimed. With this, we can quickly establish a foothold in the other realm, significantly enhancing our initial survival rate. However, he hesitated and glanced at Dean Wan. Producing this must be challenging, right? Indeed, Dean Wan's smile instantly faded. Currently, the majority of production lines are unable to directly manufacture the Huaxia units, only capable of producing certain components. I have calculated that, even under optimal conditions, by June 15th, we can produce at most around 10,000 units, maintaining a daily output of 100 units until the end. Thus, we can only provide a portion of the elite forces to the Shinda squad. Noticing Li Yunshu's expression darkening, the old director suddenly smiled enigmatically. However, we do have an alternative method. As he spoke, Director One handed his tablet to Li Yunshu and opened a document. It was a simplified version of the Huaxia unit. By relinquishing the excessively complex components of the Huaxia unit's core and producing only its shell, we can combine it with most civilian vehicles currently available, thus creating a simplified version of the Huaxia unit. These simplified units can enhance the durability and off-road capabilities of civilian vehicles. The shell of the Huaxia unit is equipped with a drive-assisted track, powered by the vehicle's engine. The simplified Huaxia units can also achieve some basic functionalities through modular assembly. Director One pointed to the screen, explaining that although the functions are reduced, they can be mass-produced swiftly. With the existing number of vehicles in our country, we can significantly increase the adoption rate, providing greater assurance for more traversers. On May 1st, at 41 days before the onset of the traversal, Li Yunshu stood in the outdoor testing ground of the Central Academy of Sciences, gazing at the mobile fortress constructed from Huaxia units. These mobile fortresses exhibited remarkable defensive capabilities and mobility, easily transitioning from a collective form to individual units and back again. Director Wan stood beside him, with real-time data displayed on his tablet. The simplified Huaxia units had completed compatibility tests with various types of vehicles. He swiped the screen to bring up a video. Look, after attaching the shell, the vehicle's traversability over simulated alien terrains has improved by 67. With armor thickness equivalent to 30 mm homogeneous steel. We have also specifically enhanced the sealed nature of the simplified Huaxia units. As long as they do not encounter highly intelligent enemies, like ordinary beasts, the sealed Huaxia units can evade 90 of attack intentions. Coupled with the life support modules and supplies fitted to the Huaxia units, the drivers can hide and wait for rescue without issue, sustaining themselves for several days at least. Li Yunshu nodded, shifting his gaze towards the distance of the testing ground. There, 20 vehicles of various models were undergoing combination tests with the Huaxia units. The simplified Huaxia units resembled an unfolded box before assembly. As vehicles drove onto it, the track transmission device would automatically latch onto the vehicle's tires, allowing the tracks to move through the tire's motion. Subsequently, the surrounding panels of the simplified Huaxia unit would automatically rise, enveloping the entire vehicle within. The panels would fill the gaps between the vehicle and the panels with high-density self-filling material, integrating the vehicle into a singular unit with the Huaxia assembly. According to Dean Wan's explanation, the ordinary soil units can accommodate large SUVs at maximum and can also be compatible with small minicars at minimum, essentially covering the vast majority of civilian vehicles in the Eastern Kingdom. It is said that there are specialized simplified soil units that can be utilized for buses and long-distance coaches. What is the mass production status of the simplified soil units? Li Yunshu inquired. The daily output has reached 5,000 sets, Dean Wan replied. However, the critical issue lies in battery supply. The production line for semi-solid batteries is still being debugged and can currently only prioritize military versions. The civilian simplified version will temporarily rely on traditional lithium batteries. reducing the range to 200 kilometers. Yunshu frowned. We must find a way to enhance production capacity. Ordinary citizens may face prolonged periods of resupply shortages after crossing over, and inadequate range could be fatal. We are optimizing the process, Dean once stated. Additionally, we have discovered several battery engineers within the 100 crafts plan, which could somewhat increase the output of semi-solid batteries. Just as Yunshu was about to say something, the emergency communicator suddenly rang. It was a call from Qinyi. Commander Li, the 3rd, 7th, and 9th fleets of the Eagle family are once again approaching the territorial waters of the Eastern Kingdom. Qinyi's voice was filled with anger. Chief of Staff Ding requests your immediate presence at the Emergency Command Center. At the Emergency Command Center, the movements of the Eagle fleet were being marked in real time on the large screen. Chief of Staff Ding stood before the tactical sand table, tapping his fingers on the surface. Upon seeing Li Yunshu arrive, he directly sent the information to him. This is their final probe, Chief of Staff Ding remarked. According to intelligence, the situation in the Eagle family's homeland is in disarray, with the Supreme Leader's approval rating dropping below 20. They can only divert attention through military adventures. Li Yunshu observed the red dots on the sand table. This time, they have indeed brought quite a number. Not only the 3 fleets of the Eagle family, but several nations have also dispatched their navies, especially Kangaroo Nation, which has mobilized its entire military, noted Minister of Defense Jiang. According to our insider information, their primary goal this time is to apply pressure. Theoretically, they do not intend to escalate the intensity, but merely wish to compel us to meet their demands. They are overly optimistic. Chief of Staff Ding scoffed. They cannot possibly imagine the kind of power we can unleash when we enter a state of total mobilization. When the entire Eastern Kingdom unites with a singular purpose, it is perfect. We shall use them as a trial run, a grand rehearsal before our crossing. Minister Zhang nodded and turned to the communications officer. Order the Xianhai fleet to advance to the open sea and deploy the drone swarm to thoroughly test the training results. Activate the Swearin system to construct a closed-loop drone swarm, sensing network protocol to prevent interference from them. Let Geotian commence operations from above, this time. Suppress them thoroughly from beginning to end. Furthermore, warn the commander of the Eagle family, Minister Jiang articulated slowly, crossing the 100 nautical mile red line means war. This time, we will show no restraint. Soon, aboard the flagship of the 7th Fleet, Admiral Taylor gazed at the radar screen, which was densely populated with swarms of Eastern drones. Beads of cold sweat forming in his palms. Sir, the drone fleet from the east is advancing. The radar officer's voice trembled, estimating the number to exceed 100,000. All equipped with heavy firepower modules. We attempted to jam them, but to no avail. We suspect these drones utilize a specialized communication protocol. Taylor swallowed hard, recalling intelligence reports indicating that the East was vigorously producing various models of drones. Yet, he had never anticipated such an overwhelming quantity. Commander, the fleet from the corrupt nation is changing course. They are retreating. Hans, Iris, their fleet is also falling back. Taylor rushed to the porthole. Witnessing the distant corrupt fleet altering their trajectory, several destroyers' funnels belching black smoke in their flight for survival. These unreliable cowards. Taylor cursed inwardly, a mix of frustration and trepidation swelling within him. He contemplated retreat but was reminded of the Supreme Commander's fatal orders issued prior to departure. Relay to all units, prepare all close-in weaponry for firing, and scramble all aircraft immediately. Let the Mud and Abyss fleets advance as the vanguard. All destroyers, launch your harpoons. Targeting the areas with the highest concentration of signals, there lies the drone mothership. Fire. With Taylor's command, a multitude of fiery trails erupted from every coalition vessel, hurtling towards the eastern waters, while a significant number of aircraft took to the skies, pursuing the harpoons. We are encountering widespread, full-frequency signal jamming. Communication with the harpoons has been severed, cried the information warfare officer in despair. Not to worry, the targets for the harpoons were preset. Even amidst signal suppression, they will strike their intended targets. As the harpoons and aircraft ascended, the clusters of drones hovering in the distance began their offensive. They moved like a swarm of bees, tracing erratic curves as they surged towards the Eagle Coalition fleet. Report. The drones are approaching with great speed. The radar officer's voice was laced with desperation. All ships, target the drone clusters. Unleash the full might of close-in weaponry. Launch all missiles equipped with anti-radiation and graphene warheads, detonating them in the immediate vicinity. Be swift. As the close-in firepower from the warships intensified, Explosions erupted among the aerial drone clusters, each detonation creating a cascade of sparks. The blasts from the anti-radiation and graphene missiles cleared substantial swathes within the drone formations. Yet, more drone swarms surged forward, gradually closing in on the Eagle Coalition fleet. Report. Over 50% of our ship's close-in weapons are overheating and cannot continue firing. The fire control officer bellowed. They are coming. Evade. Taylor screamed as he beheld the overwhelming tide of red dots advancing toward them. The incessant explosions, accompanied by violent tremors, hurled Taylor from the captain's chair. As he struggled to rise, the piercing alarms of various devices assaulted his ears. The hull is under attack. The flight deck is completely damaged. And the port side is compromised. We have lost 30% of our power. The aircraft arrestor wires are all destroyed, and the planes cannot land. The land ship is taking on water and has sent a distress signal. The Blight ship has lost its combat capability and requests to withdraw from the combat zone. The Mihong fleet has suffered over 80% casualties, with more than half of its vessels sinking. The Mihong vessel Snowwind has sunk. The Iris fleet requests immediate retreat. Before Taylor could comprehend the extent of the losses, the radar officer screamed again. They are coming again. The radar displayed a multitude of red dots once more, another swarm of drones, even more numerous than the last. How can there be so many? How many drones have the Easterners constructed? Damn it. What happened to our harpoons and aircraft? Why Haven T we sunk their command ship? Taylor bellowed. There are simply too many of their drones. The radar officer, who had been observing, replied. Their drones occupy nearly all aerial passages. Our harpoons were shot down before they could reach their target, and our aircraft are similarly incapable of breaking through. The Eastern Fleet has issued an ultimatum, demanding our immediate surrender and cessation of all hostilities. In your dreams, we are the Eagle Alliance fleet, the mightiest fleet on this planet. Taylor seethed. Those drones have entered combat mode. The radar officer was nearly in tears. Taylor gazed out the porthole at the swarm of drones, darkening the skies above the fleet. Like the sword of Damocles. A bead of sweat trickled into his eye, bringing a stinging sensation. Order the fleet to cease fire, signal with flags, we surrender. Taylor slumped helplessly to the ground, removing his military cap, his voice suddenly aged by a decade. Inform the Supreme Leader that I have failed to execute his command. We cannot breach the Eastern Defense Network. The sky was filled with drones circling the joint fleet, monitoring every vessel. Any unusual movement would invoke their merciless assault. 2,000 meters above the battlefield, hundreds of Geotian drone motherships hovered, having deployed the previous wave of drones onto the battlefield. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in the command center, Li Yunshu, Minister Jiang, and Chief of Staff Ding closely observed the entire battle's proceedings. Through the Swearin system and the airborne Geotian drones, every detail of the battlefield was laid bare before them. Is this victory? The adversary is none other than the Eagle family, whose united fleet has dominated this planet for countless years. We have prepared for our foremost rival for many years. Chief of Staff Ding's expression was both complex and subtle, and he couldn't help but murmur to himself. Isn't victory a rather ordinary outcome? Minister Jiang, however, remained remarkably composed. We have made extensive preparations, amassing an unprecedented force, and considering the Eagle family's limited desire for battle this time, accompanied by a cadre of disloyal allies. They may fare well in minor skirmishes, but to triumph in a conventional war against us now is but a dream. Do not underestimate the simplicity of this engagement. During this period, over one-third of our produced drones have been deployed. Nearly 100,000 elite drone operators, meticulously selected from across the nation, stand ready. Coupled with our strategic advantage and the meticulously prepared battlefield, this victory has come to fruition. It is crucial to remember that our objective is the entire otherworld. Our preparations reflect this. Should we fail to conquer the Eagle family's fleet under such circumstances, what hope would we have? Li Yunshu gazed at the screen displaying the surrendering Eagle family fleet and suddenly laughed. It seems our preparations have exceeded expectations. Chief of Staff Ding's demeanor also lightened. At last, the final stumbling block before our crossing has been removed, having suffered such a significant loss. These fellows should behave themselves for a few days. We can now devote ourselves fully to the impending otherworldly incursion. The thought of the drones we recently expended stirs my heart with sorrow. They were produced through the tireless efforts of the entire nation, squandered in a futile conflict. We must swiftly replenish these losses. The Eagle family's actions are akin to a crime against humanity's destiny. This is no trivial battle, the Yunshu asserted. Given the Eagle family's notorious character, this clash was almost inevitable, and our current expenditure has proven quite satisfactory. Chief of Staff Ding chuckled, interrupting him. I am well aware that this battle was necessary. I merely harbor a sense of reluctance. Fortunately, it has finally concluded. No, this is merely the beginning, Minister Jiang interjected. He turned to the world map, promptly activating the East Wind contingency plan, instructing all overseas personnel to prepare for evacuation while simultaneously notifying each combat zone to ready themselves. Wary of a desperate enemy. Better to be overly cautious than to face unforeseen calamities. The command center buzzed with activity. At that moment, Qin Yu rushed in. Breaking news. The supreme leader of the Eagle family has announced his resignation, and the Eagle Family Congress has initiated a state of emergency. Additionally, over 27 nations have sought clandestine channels to engage in dialogue with us. Minister Jiang exchanged a glance with Chief of Staff Ding. It seems our drone display has yielded impressive results, Chief of Staff Ding remarked with a smile. The calm before the storm. Following the battle in the outer seas, the world has descended into a peculiar tranquility. The Eastern nation has merely issued a symbolic public declaration on its official website, condemning the unilateral approach of various countries towards its territorial waters, demanding explanations and apologies. The Eagle Nation has likewise released a statement, acknowledging some friction with the Eastern nation on the high seas, yet remaining cryptic regarding the actual circumstances and outcomes of this tension. However, the resignation of the Eagle Nation's leader, taking personal responsibility, has made it evident to discerning observers that this time, the Eagle Nation has likely suffered significant losses. While there have been vociferous calls for a nuclear strike against the Eastern nation, such voices will soon vanish from prominent positions, replaced by more rational successors. After all, most individuals do not wish to perish, especially those who have meticulously prepared for various contingencies. Representatives from the Red Star Federation have arrived, bringing resources equivalent to 1/10 of their national reserves, along with a routine resource supply agreement, pledging to allocate all of their output for the next 3 years, barring their own necessities, to the Eastern nation. They hope for adequate support in wristbands and industrial goods in return. Additionally, they have presented a variety of weaponry documentation and seeds from the permafrost region in exchange for the design schematics of the soil units. Upon parting, the representatives of the Red Star Federation emphasized their desire to become neighbors in another realm. Meanwhile, the delegation from the Eagle Nation arrived discreetly. They brought a private message from the newly appointed leader, extending apologies for the reckless actions of Jonard towards the Eastern nation, ensuring that such issues would not recur in the future. They also delivered a complete set of the latest chip manufacturing equipment and 100 million advanced chips. Of course, they departed with 10 million obsolete wristbands from the Eastern nation. Nations such as the corrupt nation, Hans, and Iris have all, through various means, made their way to the Eastern nation, signing numerous contracts before leaving quietly. In a short span, countless cargo ships have set sail from around the globe towards the Eastern nation, delivering a plethora of advanced products previously forbidden for export, while also departing with numerous items coveted by them. On May 21st, with 25 days remaining in the countdown, the first 1,000 targets of the Eastern nation's mountain moving project are nearing completion. Chen Lifeng sits atop a tall framework, wielding a welding gun that emits a pale blue flame as he welds the final pieces of the encapsulation shell. A young technician beside him holds up the blueprints. Master Chun, this shell interface doesn't match. The blueprint is incorrect, replies Chun Lifeng. He taps the steel frame with his welding gun, suggesting, trim the left rear support by 5 mm and see. When the silicon wafer clicks into precise alignment, the technician's eyes light up. How did you know? After 30 years as a welder, Chen Lifeng wipes the sweat from his brow, stating, the patterns on the steel speak. He gazes up at the banner hanging above the workshop. Every rivet is a seed of civilization. On May 25th, with 20 days remaining in the countdown, the Door God project and the selection of the Shinta squad have been completed, totaling 200,000 individuals. The oath-taking ceremony for the Shinta squad is about to commence. Captain Li Chong raised a handful of bullets. This is an armor-piercing explosive round, intended for combating the insectoid species. This is a signal flare, to mark coordinates. And this is a blank round. He paused. If fortune favors you and you survive to the end, use it to fire a celebratory shot. His voice resonated in the ears of everyone present. Remember, your mission is not to engage in battle, but to survive. Survive to establish the first communication node. Survive to sketch the initial map. Survive to locate all the lost citizens of the Eastern nation. Survive to set up a temporary base. And survive until the main force arrives. On May 30th, there were 15 days left in the countdown. Training bases across the nation were conducting the final round of training before the traversal. At a base in the southwest, an elderly teacher wearing a hearing aid was instructing a group of young individuals on identifying edible plants. In the northeastern heavy industry base, a team of engineers was engraving machine tool blueprints onto metal sheets, preparing to take them to another realm. In a manufacturing plant located in the central region, workers were accelerating production. After today, the facility would be sealed, becoming a cornerstone for the Eastern nation's endeavors in the otherworld. In every training base and production facility, countless metallic walls loomed prominently. These were the walls of honor, inscribed with the names of every Eastern citizen who had contributed their efforts. On June 10th, with only 5 days remaining in the countdown, the selection process for the Yulei squad concluded. Today marked the departure of the first batch of squad members to their respective supply depots. Attention! Chief Commander Wang, who addressed the Yulei members who were about to board planes to various supply locations. Every grain of rice and every drop of oil you carry embodies the spark of human civilization. Remember, when you step onto the alien soil, your footprints will serve as the boundary markers of the Eastern nation. Safeguard what you bear and survive. Deliver these supplies to the main force. I await the moment of our reunion. Now, board the aircraft and set forth. On June 13th, only 3 days remained until the commencement of the traversal. On this day, the Eastern nation suspended all training and production, unusually declaring a nationwide holiday. After nearly 3 months of intense labor, the citizens returned to their homes to spend what might be the last precious day of reunion with their families. All modes of transportation, entertainment facilities, and public spaces were opened, welcoming anyone who wished to partake. However, nearly all citizens chose to stay home, beside their loved ones. Families collectively prepared dumplings, adorning their windows with encouraging decorations and blessings featuring peonies, koi, and an abundance of the characters for peace. 43. The traversal begins. On June 14th, the weather was clear, with a gentle breeze and temperatures ranging from 21 to 35 degrees Celsius. In the month of Renwu, on the day of Jiayin, it was auspicious for travel and expansion. The entire blue planet was enveloped in an unprecedented tranquility. Every individual in every nation anxiously gazes at their wristbands, if they possess one, fixated on the continuous 24-hour broadcast dedicated to the unfolding situation in the distant Eastern nation. They await the arrival of a moment fraught with unprecedented peril for humanity, or perhaps the birth of the most ludicrous joke in the annals of human history. In the Eastern nation's Special Emergency Response Command Center, precisely at 8 o'clock in the morning, the room is filled with personnel, and the large screens surrounding them monitor critical points across the country in real time. Yunshu sits at his designated post, instinctively clasping his hands into a ball beneath his chin, a habit cultivated from a previous life, surfacing during moments of acute anxiety. To be frank, even at this critical juncture, a flicker of disbelief lingers within Yunshu. He harbors doubts about himself, fearing that this entire scenario might merely be a figment of his imagination, a fantastical notion devoid of reality. If that were the case, he would be the greatest sinner in the history of the Eastern nation. Noticing Yunshu's tension, Chief of Staff Ding approaches and gives his shoulder a reassuring pat. "What is this? Are you feeling anxious now?" he inquires. "Rest assured, everything is under control. We have done all we could, and there should be no issues." Yet, Yunshu's mind races with the possibility that if his memories are flawed, the crossing may not transpire at all. He confides his fears to Ding. "And if it doesn't happen, wouldn't that be better?" Ding retorts with a chuckle. "If it truly doesn't occur, think of how many lives we would save. That would be a good thing. Are you worried about facing blame for an error?" He reassures Yunshu, "Do not worry. We will shoulder this burden together." Upon hearing Ding's words, a wave of relief washes over Yunshu. Indeed, if nothing transpires, that would be a blessing. In the grand scheme of things, his own personal honor and disgrace pale in comparison to the lives of countless citizens of the Eastern nation. At that moment, a report comes from one side of the command center. Report: the final wristband network verification has concluded. All wristbands across the nation are now integrated into the network, and we are currently conducting real-time checks of the force field data at a rate of once per minute, ensuring that the verification of the crossing sequence is free from any discrepancies. Excellent. Notify all units to maintain this status. Any changes must be reported immediately, Yunshu commands. Rising from his seat, now is not the time for idle thoughts. Is there any change in the calibrated crossing sequence? He approaches the personnel responsible for recording the crossing order of the wristbands. There are none. Using Lieutenant Li Chong as the anchor point, the first group of 527. 314 travelers has been fully designated. They are currently making final preparations for the crossing. All units are observing this first group of travelers, ready to adjust subsequent plans accordingly. And how are the other nations responding? Li Yunshu inquires further. As of now, everything is normal, aside from a few skeptics. The other nations are preparing for the impending crossing. Certainly, the majority of their attention remains focused on us. Very well, continue to observe and report any anomalies immediately. Yes. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Captain Li Chong was inspecting all of his weaponry alongside 500 team members. As the leader of the first group of traversers, the Shintu team, he could not help but feel immense pressure. They were set to embark with 400 Shi-Rang units and 100 Sui-Ren systems, becoming the vanguard. Beside them, a group of industrious staff members was making final adjustments and maintenance on the equipment for this batch of Shintu team members. The first group of 100 Yulei team members had also arrived at their designated supply locations, where essential materials had been securely packaged, and a perimeter had been established to prevent any accidents. Additionally, over 50,000 soldiers were making their final preparations in their respective barracks, all of whom were first-time traversers, destined to be the most reliable support for the ordinary citizens of the Eastern nation in a foreign realm. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Beijing time, there remained only 4 hours until the crossing began. Across the streets and alleys of the Eastern nation, every information carrier was displaying the final countdown. People gathered around their loved ones who were about to traverse, offering blessings, assisting them in donning their gear, and helping to stabilize their spirits. Each traverser was burdened with the latest model of emergency backpack, equipped with various weapons distributed only after completing their training. They were fervently reciting the survival manual for the foreign world, which they had memorized during their time at the training base. Those capable of driving were adjusting their vehicles, each fitted with a rudimentary Shi-Rang unit, resembling bulky boxes. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Beijing time. Typically, by this hour, much of the Eastern nation would have succumbed to slumber. Yet tonight, not a single citizen was asleep. People anxiously surrounded the first group of traversers, their wristbands glowing red, watching the countdown tick away with every passing second. In the Special Incident Response Command Center, Li Yunshu gulped down his 5th cup of strong tea for the day. What is the situation? He asked, his eyes slightly red and his voice hoarse. Everything is normal. Order is stable across the board, though except for specialized departments, everyone else is gathered around the first group of traversers, awaiting the countdown's conclusion, replied an intelligence analyst. No matter, Li Yunshu waved his hand dismissively. What are the dynamics in other countries? There is some chaos, but it remains within manageable bounds. Li Yunshu glanced at his wristband. There were less than 30 minutes remaining, and the final digits of the countdown would soon reach 0. He took a deep breath, scanning the tense faces in the command hall. On the large screen, live footage from across the nation continuously switched. Crowds in the squares, soldiers lined up in the barracks, and medical teams prepared in hospitals. Everyone awaited that unknown moment. As time ticks away, the midnight hour draws closer. The once boisterous blue planet has never been so serene. Every nation has come to a complete standstill. People wait, pray, and gaze, anticipating the arrival of the final moment. 10 minutes to go, every countdown timer across the Eastern Kingdom turns crimson. The first batch of travelers from the East finds their wristbands pulsating with red light, accompanied by an urgent beeping alarm. 5 minutes remain, all warriors load their weapons, entering a state of combat readiness, their senses heightened and alert to their surroundings. 3 minutes to go, every soil unit ignites, preparing for any potential impact. 1 minute. Every breath is held. Silently, the crowd begins to count down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. At the very instant the countdown reaches 0, the first group of travelers vanishes without a sound, under the watchful eyes of those around them. Thus, nearly 8 million inhabitants of the blue planet embark on their journey to another realm. The first battle of the Eastern Kingdom in the other world. Li Chong felt as though he had been thrust into a turbulent washing machine, one that was inexplicably leaking air. Just a second ago, he was on high alert with his teammates for any potential threats. A moment later, he found himself engulfed in darkness, overwhelmed by intense shock and dizzying sensations. After an indeterminate period, the world before him suddenly brightened, a blinding light casting down upon his face. Ignoring the disorienting dizziness, he instinctively reached out to his side until he felt the familiar grip of swear and no. 1. Relief washed over him. He shook his head vigorously, attempting to clear the fog in his mind. Good grief, the simulations had never mentioned that sunlight could be so harsh. Li Chang squinted and quickly unstrapped his backpack. Before him lay not the familiar base, but an entirely alien landscape. 3 dim suns hung in a triangular formation in the sky, while the ground was blanketed in an endless expanse of grassland. The sky bore a tinge of purple, and the grass beneath him was of a type he had never encountered before. Recognizing the scenery that he had glimpsed in the simulations, Li Chang felt a profound confirmation. This was indeed another world. Surrounding him were low-lying thickets with a few small, unidentifiable creatures cautiously observing the sudden appearance of Li Chang and Swearin No. 1. Assessing that there was no immediate danger, he swiftly powered down the exoskeleton at his waist, putting it into sleep mode, and then glanced at his wristband. June 15, 2000, 3:21. The wristband indicated that only 3 minutes had elapsed since the crossing. Discounting the time spent surveying his surroundings, it seemed that although the subjective experience felt prolonged, the actual transition had occurred in the blink of an eye. The communication module displayed an inability to connect to the service, while the weather module remained blank, with only the function to search for nearby wristbands continuously operational, though currently yielding no results. Increasing the search power to its maximum, Li Chang approached the device known as Swearin, placing his right palm upon a sensor affixed to the side of the container. Accompanied by a metallic scraping sound, the entire container rapidly unfolded, causing the surrounding small creatures to scatter in alarm. Once the Swearin system had fully deployed, Li Chang promptly activated the pre-programmed sequence, and dozens of metallic balloons launched from above, dispersing into the surroundings. At that moment, Li Chang was elated to discover that the communication module of the Swearin system indicated 3 other wristbands in the vicinity were online. Wristband ID M1021007634. Located 126 kilometers to the northeast. Wristband ID M0782753732. Located 121 kilometers to the west. Wristband ID M0000463847. Located 63 kilometers to the southwest. Observing the IDs, he noted that the owners of these wristbands were ordinary individuals, not his comrades. Just as he prepared to integrate these wristbands into the communication system, the closest wristband's indicator suddenly began to flash violently. Li Chang immediately attempted to contact that wristband through the Swearin, but regardless of his efforts, he could not establish a connection, and the flashing frequency escalated, indicating that the owner was in imminent danger. Without a moment's hesitation, he slammed the activation button beside him, launching a high-speed drone that sped off toward the southwest. Su Qianxia was desperately fleeing, her lungs burning with pain, her ears filled with the thunderous sound of her own heartbeat. The putrid odor from behind grew nearer, as the 2 creatures clad in bone armor caused the ground to tremble with each step they took. Her right arm had long since gone numb, a massive wound on her upper arm allowing warm blood to drip onto the alien grass below. Why me? This thought screamed in Su Qianxia's mind. Just 10 minutes earlier, she had stood on a familiar street, receiving blessings from her loved ones before their farewell. And now she was being pursued by 2 monsters resembling a hybrid of a crocodile and a hippopotamus. As one of the first wave of transgressors, she had prepared extensively. Before her journey, she held a standard-issued rifle, carried the latest emergency backpack, and wore the simplified exoskeleton distributed to ordinary citizens. However, upon arriving in this foreign realm, before she could fully grasp the astonishment of her transition, she was ambushed by the 2 beasts. One creature, resembling a cross between a crocodile and a hippopotamus, lay beside her, seizing the opportunity to pounce as she let her guard down. Had it not been for Su Qianxia's instinctive reaction to raise her rifle in defense, she would likely have been torn to shreds by now. Nevertheless, her current predicament was hardly any better. The rifle had long slipped from her grasp during the initial assault, and her backpack was lost in some muddy pit. Her only solace lay in the fact that 2 months of arduous training had imbued her muscles with the memory to continue fleeing for her life. Coupled with the assistance of a rudimentary exoskeleton, she managed to elude the 2 monstrous pursuers for the time being. However, in her desperate flight, she could afford no distractions, not even the pulsating communication signal from the bracelet on her wrist. At that moment, Su Qianxia harbored an intense resentment towards her former self, who had slacked off during training. Had she devoted more time to learning and honing her skills within the virtual system, she might not find herself so utterly helpless now. Suddenly, one of the creatures unleashed a spray of bone shards towards her. The sharp projectiles grazed her calf, tearing a gash in her training suit. Although the exoskeleton swiftly stabilized her posture, preventing her from falling, her speed inevitably diminished. The 2 monsters, seizing the opportunity, lunged at her with gaping maws. Time seemed to freeze as they leapt simultaneously, Su Qianxia caught sight of the jagged teeth glistening with remnants of some animal flesh and instinctively raised her bloodied right arm. Emitting a cry of despair, boom, a deafening explosion shattered the air. The first 20 millimeters round obliterated the head of the leading creature, transforming it into a mist of crimson, while a second shot accurately pierced the spine of the other. The proud bone armor of the beast proved utterly futile against the might of the 20 millimeters caliber. As the monsters collapsed before her, dismembered viscera raining down like a macabre shower, she realized she was still alive. The whir of rotors echoed overhead as a brightly illuminated drone hovered slowly above her. Upon recognizing the familiar insignia on its underside, she crumpled to the ground, her trembling lips finally managing to form words. Eastern soldiers. This is the Shinta team of the Eastern Army. A steady male voice emanated from the speaker, the static failing to obscure the reassurance it conveyed. Hold on, comrade. Reinforcements are on the way. 45, 2 Worlds, June 15th. 035, Blue Star. Eastern Country Special Situations Response Command Center. 35 minutes had elapsed since the first instances of the crossing phenomenon had occurred. Yunshu rubbed his throbbing temples and downed another cup of strong tea. In the command hall, dozens of monitoring screens flickered with a multitude of data streams, casting shifting shadows across his profile. Commanderly, the data from the first batch of crossings has been compiled. Qin Ye's voice reached him, accompanied by hurried footsteps. This diligent special agent, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, had evidently just returned from the fray of data analysis. Yunshu swiftly navigated the holographic projections, the soft blue glow dancing upon his glasses. Each figure silently attested to the facts: prediction accuracy at 100, crossing synchronization error under 0.001 seconds, and material delivery integrity at 99. 98. What about the Shintu and Yulei teams? Yunshu's voice was somewhat taut, his fingertips unconsciously tapping on the control panel. All personnel have safely traversed. Qin retrieved the final segment of the surveillance footage, displaying fully armed soldiers who saluted sharply just before their disappearance. The 12 capsules of the Ishan project were also successfully transported. Seizing the moment while Yunshu perused the documents, Qin began to elaborate. The first batch of travelers from our country has completed their transition, with the exact numbers aligning perfectly with the predictions of the wristbands. And no individuals have traversed out of the anticipated sequence. Based on our observations, all travelers essentially vanished at precisely midnight on the 15th, with virtually no time discrepancies. Utilizing the large observation equipment set up around, we detected an eruption of the Higgs boson field, which vanished in an instant, leaving us unable to conduct any follow-up observations. Yunshu nodded along. This was indeed the most optimal scenario he had envisioned, with nothing exceeding the planned parameters. It seemed that everything was progressing smoothly. He casually inquired if there were any unusual occurrences reported from various locations. An unexpected incident did occur. Qin Ye's response was somewhat surprising. What kind of incident? Yunshu pressed for clarification. Qin Ye suddenly adopted a look of resignation. The situation was as follows. Many of the first batch of travelers had family members present to bid them farewell. Among them was a couple whose bond was so profound. They clung to each other until the very last second of the transition. And guess what? Qin Ye deliberately paused for effect. Yunshu shook his head. Not particularly adept at guessing games, he simply awaited Qin Ye's answer. Due to their tight embrace, they did not release each other until the transition commenced, which ultimately interfered with the force field. Without further hesitation, Qin Ye divulged the outcome. Whether it was due to mutual interference of the force fields or some other reason, an anomaly occurred during the transition. The male partner, one of the travelers, was unable to bring anything with him except for himself. You mean? Yunshu initially struggled to grasp the implication, but soon comprehended Qin Ye's meaning. Yes, exactly as you surmised. The supplies and equipment the male had prepared remained in the embrace of his female partner, including his entire outfit. He crossed over completely bare. Upon hearing this, Yunshu could hardly believe it. Surely, Qin Ye was jesting. A man like old Qin would never trivialize the safety of an ordinary citizen from the East as a joke. If such a situation were true, then the individual must be in a perilous predicament. Well, old Qin, you've taken to making such jokes now, Yunshu chided with a smile. Qin Ye chuckled in return, stating that he merely sought to lighten the overly somber atmosphere. However, he quickly adopted a serious demeanor, clarifying that it was not entirely a jest. There truly was a couple involved, but they were not from the East, rather from the West. The male counterpart indeed left his garments behind, having traversed through. The female counterpart, clutching the male's attire, found herself utterly bewildered by the occurrences. Our technical department speculates that at the moment of the traversal, two entangled Higgs fields generated fluctuations reminiscent of quantum entanglement, resulting in the complete detachment of all inanimate accessories from the male traveler. It appears that the interference between the bosonic force fields is far more pronounced than we had anticipated. Yunshu fell into contemplation. Immediately notify the technical department. All subsequent travelers must maintain a safety distance of no less than 3 meters. The equipment of the Yulei squad must be equipped with field stabilizers. Understood. Qingyi replied promptly. By the way, Commander Li, Qingyi, poised to depart with Li Yunshu's directives, suddenly recalled some pressing matters. 10 minutes after the traversal occurred, our diplomatic lines were overwhelmed. Nations around the globe are eager to establish a mutual assistance agreement with us. They express a desire for ample handbands and other supplies, willing to meet as many of Dongguo's trade conditions as they can reasonably accommodate. Meanwhile, in another realm, Li Chang was maneuvering a transport drone to relocate the rescued Su Qianxia to his vicinity. He could not stray too far from Swearin One, and Su Qianxia was evidently unable to endure any longer, necessitating her immediate transport. Fortunately, despite her injuries, Su Qianxia was still capable of movement and utilized the exoskeleton interface to secure herself beneath the drone. The other two handband holders had also made contact, and thankfully, they had not encountered any perilous beasts, remaining relatively safe. Moreover, one of the handband owners, Wang Lei, had brought along a pickup truck equipped with a rudimentary soil unit and was currently en route to assist the other handband holder as per Li Chang's instructions. Li Chang gazed at the screen before him. As the reconnaissance balloon continued to expand, a substantial area of the map had been constructed. The holographic map was progressively refined with each skin from the reconnaissance balloon. Light blue contour lines flowed along the surface's outline, presenting a complete depiction of the terrain within a 200-kilometer radius. He noticed a flashing green dot 67 kilometers to the northwest. That was the pickup truck driven by Wang Lei, emitting an identification signal from the onboard soil unit. Suddenly, the handband projected a communication interface, revealing Wang Lei's oil-streaked face in the image. Li Chang, brother, I've secured the person, he exclaimed, brimming with excitement. In the background, another handband holder could be seen slumped in the backseat of the pickup, clutching his emergency backpack tightly. This fellow is quite fortunate. He merely scraped his skin after landing in the bushes. We shall head over there to rendezvous with you. Wait. Li Chang called out to Wang Lei, who was poised to depart. Stay right there and do not move. I will replan a route for you. As Li Chang observed the screen before him, the Swearin One had established a detailed three-dimensional map, aided by the reconnaissance balloon's data collection of the surroundings. On the map, less than 10 kilometers ahead of Wang Lei, there was a large group of creatures resembling the wild beasts encountered previously by Su Qianxia. If Wang Lei continued on his original path, he would inevitably collide with them. The ammunition he had brought was not particularly abundant, and every bit saved counted. Soon, Li Chang sent a newly planned route to Wang Lei's wristband. Follow this route and exercise caution along the way. Rest assured, Brother Li Chang, my driving skills are impeccable, especially with this equipment provided by the state. The sound of a tapping against the shell of the drone echoed through the communicator. Subsequently, a green dot representing Wang Lei on the holographic map began to advance along the new route. Li Chang smiled and turned his attention back to the ignition system. At this moment, the search range of the first batch of reconnaissance balloons had expanded beyond 200 kilometers, nearly reaching half of what the ignition system could control. Li Chang set one batch of balloons to continue exploring outward while directing the others to return along their previous route for a more detailed scan of the area within 200 kilometers. Unfortunately, the radius of 200 kilometers was still too limited, and with the reference map provided by Commander Li not being complete, the ignition system was unable to ascertain its precise location. While pondering, the sound of propellers filled the air as the drone dispatched to retrieve Su Qianxia returned. Li Chang hurriedly exited the control room of the ignition system, where the emergency transport drone had just landed with Su Qianxia. Fortunately, this area was devoid of large aerial predators, and the journey had been relatively safe. At this moment, Su Qianxia appeared extremely pale, yet her consciousness remained intact. Li Chang swiftly retrieved emergency medical supplies to bandage her wounds and handed her a bottle of military electrolyte drink. Su Qianxia accepted the drink, her trembling fingers barely able to hold the bottle steady. Observing this, Li Chang assisted her in opening the cap, to which she expressed her gratitude with a nod before tilting her head back to take a few sips. The icy liquid coursed down her throat, bringing a moment of clarity. Thank you, she uttered weakly, her voice so hoarse it was barely audible. "No need for thanks, it's my duty," Li Chang replied dismissively. Just then, the alarm of the ignition system blared abruptly, its piercing sound shattering the silence. Li Chang sprang to his feet and rushed back to the control room. On the screen, a massive red dot was moving swiftly, near 5 kilometers away from Wang Lei's route. "Damn it," Li Chang cursed, immediately establishing communication. "Wang Lei, turn immediately. A large creature is approaching from your 3 o'clock position." Wang Lei's astonished voice came through the communicator. "What? Brotherly, what's happening? What large creature? Forget that, just adjust your route now," Li Chang shouted. The green dot on the map swiftly altered its direction, yet the red moved faster, with the distance between them still decreasing. Li Chang quickly operated the control panel, mobilizing nearby reconnaissance balloons for a more detailed scan. The screen displayed the specific form of the creature, a colossal reptile exceeding 10 meters in length, with robust limbs and a back adorned with hardened scales, rapidly advancing towards Wang Lei. "Wang Lei, stop immediately and activate the lockdown mode. That thing is moving too swiftly. You cannot shake it off. There is no time." Li Chang's voice was slightly hoarse with urgency. "Hurry." From the communicator came the sound of Wang Lei gasping in shock, followed by his stammering response. "Brother Li Chang, this. Do not hesitate. It is too late." As the red dot drew ever nearer, Li Chang seized the communicator and shouted. The green dot representing Wang Lei finally came to a halt on the screen, and then, following a series of hydraulic clicks, the communicator fell silent. The makeshift sealing unit closed all gaps, enveloping the entire pickup truck in a secure cocoon, while the tracks beneath tightened completely, rendering the vehicle akin to a massive stone. Wang Lei and another individual inside the truck held their breath, helplessly gazing at the only remaining source of light, the wristband, waiting for their fate. Fortunately, the lockdown mode proved effective. The giant beast noticeably slowed its advance, curiously twitching its nose and extending its neck to survey the surroundings. Yet, it could not locate the prey it had previously locked onto. After some time, the creature seemed to grow weary, lifting its head to roar, declaring the area its territory, before departing in another direction. It was only after the beast had moved a considerable distance away that Li Chang sighed in relief, picking up the communicator to contact Wang Lei and his companions. "The beast has left. Hurry over following the new route I sent you. Remember, do not make excessive noise on the way. I'm afraid there may be more of those things." As a precaution, he dispatched a drone to trail behind the pickup truck, vigilant for any potential appearances of the giant beast. This world was far more perilous than he had anticipated. No wonder Commander Yunshu mentioned that most of the individuals who traversed here in the previous year perished. Just considering those few beasts, Li Chang did not believe that ordinary people without weapons could survive their pursuit. Even with all the preparations made this time, without Sui Ren, without himself, the others would likely not have survived at all. Over an hour later, as Wang Lei's pickup truck gradually approached Sui Ren No. 1, Li Chang roused Su Qianxia, who had unknowingly fallen asleep, and together they made their way to the side of the pickup. The door swung open, revealing a somewhat sturdy middle-aged man and a pale young man descending together. "Brother Li Chang, we owe you greatly this time." The middle-aged man, upon seeing the military-clad Li Chang, expressed his delight. "I am Wang Lei, an outdoor sports blogger, and this young man is Sun Qiming, a university student." "I am Li Chang, affiliated with the Eastern Nation Army." Li Chang introduced himself, then gestured towards Su Qianxia, saying, My name is Su Qianxia, an ordinary office worker." Su Qianxia hurriedly introduced herself. After listening to the self-introductions of the 3 individuals, Li Chang let out a sigh of relief. The information registered in his wristband was consistent, and none of them had lied. There were no discrepancies in their profiles. He slightly lowered the alert status of the mechanical wolf, which had been on standby nearby. "The importance of the swearing one cannot be overstated. We must not take even the slightest risk." Subsequently, Li Chang turned to the 3 somewhat bewildered individuals and solemnly stated, "Welcome to the temporary outpost of the Eastern Nation in this alternate realm. I represent the military of the Eastern Nation in welcoming your participation. As we prepare for the second journey, it is indeed a special time, so I shall be brief." Li Chang regarded the trio, confident they had garnered a certain understanding of the situation. "This is indeed an alternate world. Our connection to the original realm has been completely severed. Previously, I scanned the wristband signals within a 200-kilometer radius, and if all goes as anticipated, the first batch of Eastern Nation explorers within this vicinity consists of the 4 of us. This will serve as our initial temporary outpost, governed by a military structure. and I hope for your cooperation. We must swiftly establish a foundation for survival and prepare for the potential arrival of our compatriots. Upon hearing Li Chang's words, the three individuals did not deliberate for long and unanimously agreed. Excellent, then let us commence. Li Chang clapped his hands. Wang Lei, please extend all the solar panels of your pickup truck. We need to ensure its battery is fully charged. Furthermore, you will be responsible for the maintenance of all solar panels here. Their condition is vital to our survival. Understood, Brother Li Chang. Wang Lei nodded in affirmation. Sun Qiming, you can operate drones or weather balloons, correct? Li Chang turned to Sun Qiming. Yes, I have some experience and received additional training at the base. Good. I will grant you operational authority over a batch of weather balloons. Please use them to thoroughly survey the surrounding environment. Document all special terrains, animals, and plants. Is that clear? Absolutely. And as for you, Li Chang looked at Su Qianxia. Given your injury, please assist Sun Qiming in documenting, especially noting any edible flora and fauna. Commanderly, Sun Qiming seemed to have something to say. Do not call me Commander. Simply refer to me as Comrade or by my name. Li Chang smiled. Then I shall call you Instructor Li, as you are of similar age to our instructor at the training base. Hearing Li Chang's words, Sun Qiming appeared considerably more relaxed. Instructor Li, are you saying that within this 200-kilometer radius, we are the only four? Indeed, I scanned all wristband signals in the vicinity, and your responses are the only ones detected. Sun Qiming was taken aback. I recall the announcement mentioned that the first batch of travelers constituted about 1,000th of the total human population, with only 4 individuals in this 200-kilometer expanse. If it were indeed random, then the area here must be quite extensive. Li Chang's eyes lit up. It was evident that Sun Qiming possessed analytical skills, which were now quite useful. What do you think the size of this area might be? He inquired as he approached Sun Qiming. Back in the day, Li Yunshu and his companions had failed to grasp the entirety of this place, resulting in an incomplete reference map being provided. Sun Qiming pondered for a moment. If it is truly random, then the distribution of individuals in each region should be relatively uniform. Instructor Li, are there others here besides us from the Eastern Nation? He emphasized the term Eastern Nation distinctly. Yes, and quite a few, Li Chang replied, casually activating his wrist device. This is what I discovered during my earlier scans. Since they were quite distant, I didn't pay them much attention. The display on Li Chang's device revealed several images: Caucasians driving cars, Africans exploring the surroundings, bewildered individuals of mixed descent, and even a group of human remains being devoured by wild beasts. Are we not going to rescue them? Sun Qiming's voice trembled slightly. Li Chang shook his head. With our current capabilities, we can barely ensure our own safety. My primary responsibility is to protect our compatriots from the Eastern Nation. He looked at Sun Qiming. Surviving is the first step before we can contemplate assisting others. Sun Qiming turned his gaze away, forcing himself not to dwell on the harrowing images. Despite having undergone over 2 months of training, the stark imagery was still overwhelming for a university student from a peaceful nation. Instructor Li, how many individuals from other countries have you currently identified? That's difficult to ascertain. I merely conducted a rough scan of the surroundings. They do not possess wrist devices like yours, preventing them from connecting to our system for precise scanning. However, from sporadic observations, the density seems similar to ours. In that case, Sun Qiming fell into contemplation. Judging solely by the current numbers, the overall area here must be at least 2 to 3 times that of Blue Star. However, given that the data is singular, it is challenging to ascertain whether this is an anomaly. I require further data. He turned to Li Chang. More data? Li Chang raised his arm to check the time. It 1 TB long now. There are less than 12 hours until the second wave of travelers arrives. Blue Star had already seen 12 hours pass since the onset of the traversal. Li Yunshu rubbed his weary eyes. He had not slept for nearly 30 hours. Unable to establish contact with their compatriots who had traversed, they had no means of confirming the situation on the other side, relying solely on the completion of material transmissions for speculation. This time, Dean Wan had prepared to send the latest quantum communication devices with the second batch of travelers to see if any messages could be relayed back. Commander Li, you should take a rest, someone suggested. Qin Yi gazed at Li Yunshu's weary eyes, a hint of concern evident in his voice. It's no trouble. I can still hold on, Li Yunshu replied, dismissing the concern with a wave as he lifted a cup of strong tea and drank it down in one gulp. Has the preparation for the second batch of travelers been completed? He inquired, setting the cup back down. Currently, All members of the second batch have been thoroughly screened and are prepared within their respective regions. The latest experimental communicators have also been distributed to some of the soldiers in this round, came the response. By the way, Dean 1 asked me to inform you that all obstruction experiments from the first round of travel were unsuccessful. The technology we possess at present is insufficient to render the Higgs boson ineffective. They tested Faraday cages, high-energy electromagnetic fields, multiple shielding chambers, high-power interference, and even various esoteric methods from the civilian sector, yet none produced any effect. He fears that no breakthroughs are likely in the near future. Li Yunshu waved his hand dismissively. Although he had never harbored high hopes from the outset, the reality of failure still cast a shadow of disappointment. Taking a deep breath, he quelled the restlessness within him. Approaching the holographic projection, he summoned the real-time data map of the nation. Countless red dots represented the second batch of travelers. Their numbers comparable to the first. Qinyi informed the heads of each military district to conduct a final verification of the equipment list, Li Yunshu instructed. His voice slightly hoarse. Every special device must be accounted for. Understood. Qinyi immediately turned to relay the command. Just then, an urgent ringing from the communicator interrupted them. It was a call from Chief of Staff Ding. Li Yunshu's heart raced as he swiftly answered. What is it? Yunshu. A large-scale riot has erupted in the White Elephant Nation. The Central Command has notified us to be cautious of a potential influx of refugees and the extreme reactions from the White Elephant government. 48. The farce of the White Elephant. Why has this happened? Li Yunshu blurted out. Although he had always held disdain for that peculiar nation, such a rapid outbreak of chaos was unexpected. The previous disturbances had at least endured for a month. What else could it be? Chief of Staff Ding's voice carried a bitter sigh through the communicator. I am thoroughly astounded by their line of reasoning. It's too complicated to explain over the phone. You need to come here quickly. The Central Command demands we devise a feasible plan as soon as possible. When Li Yunshu hurriedly arrived at the command center, he stumbled upon Chief of Staff Ding in a fit of rage, berating a stack of documents. Upon seeing Li Yunshu enter, Ding's expression grew even more complex as he thrust the papers into Li Yunshu's hands. You read it for yourself. Perplexed, Li Yunshu began to peruse the documents, only to be unable to suppress a groan after a few pages. The source of the unrest in the White Elephant was the rampant proliferation of tens of millions of homemade wristbands within their nation. A month prior, the Eastern Kingdom had indeed supplied the White Elephant with nearly 100 million outdated wristbands in exchange for over 10 million tons of fragrant rice. However, the avaricious elite of the White Elephant had clandestinely resold the majority of these wristbands, retaining only a scant few for personal use. In a bid to placate the populace, they had resorted to manufacturing tens of millions of inferior wristbands, selling them at exorbitant prices to their citizens. The core of these wristbands, designed to sense force fields, is composed entirely of recycled dysprosium and crude waste materials containing dysprosium. True to the customary practices of the White Elephant organization, functionality is deemed sufficient after all. The majority of users are mixed-blood individuals who have likely grown accustomed to such treatment. So, these wristbands are utterly ineffectual? Li Yunshu sighed deeply, casting a glance at the equally exasperated Chief of Staff Ding. Ineffectual? If only that were the case. Chief of Staff Ding chuckled bitterly. Those wristbands could indeed sense force fields and display test results. Yet, damn it, all the results were entirely random. Random? Li Yunshu nearly choked on his own saliva. The issue lies precisely here. Chief of Staff Ding rubbed his temples when the first batch of traversals occurred at midnight yesterday. Those who had their traversal order detected by the White Elephant wristbands could scarcely have anticipated that the life-saving devices they had purchased at great expense were nothing but a ruse. The wristbands indicated that individuals were about to traverse while they remained still, whereas many who were marked as safe were inexplicably transported away. As the first wave of traversals concluded, chaos erupted within the White Elephant organization. A panicked crowd began to frantically seize anything in sight. Yunshu, I now finally comprehend the hellish scene you described earlier. Chief of Staff Ding retrieved additional data, all captured by satellites from the Eastern Empire, showcasing the current state of the White Elephant territory. Li Yunshu gazed at the satellite images, his fingers instinctively tightening. The hauntingly familiar scene stirred distant memories within him. The once thriving city had devolved into ruins, streets choked with thick smoke, and rioters rampaged like frenzied beasts. More alarming were the reports of large-scale stampedes, where individuals attacked one another in a desperate scramble for any visible resources. Yet, this was not the worst of it. Chief of Staff Ding presented another set of data. According to intelligence reports, signs of mutiny within the White Elephant military had emerged, with some units beginning to seize the official wristbands, and even instances of soldiers killing their officers had occurred. Yunshu's attention was suddenly drawn to a photograph. Wait. Put that here. He pointed to the edge of the image where a group of individuals was burning wristbands. What were they doing? This is the most ironic part. Chief of Staff Ding smiled wryly. A counter-wristband movement has emerged among the populace of the White Elephant, who believe these devices to be creations of the demons. And some extremists have even begun to assault those wearing the wristbands. Yunshu stared at the mobs igniting the wristbands, suddenly gripped by a sense of absurd chill. He recalled those unprepared citizens of the White Elephant, who had been randomly transported to a foreign realm. They might be wandering in a strange wilderness, bewildered and unaware of how they had come to this fate. Chief of Staff, Yunshu's voice trembled slightly. We must act immediately. Before he could finish, the door to the operations room was abruptly flung open. A communications officer stumbled in, breathless. Report. The Northern Military District of the White Elephant has just launched 3 tactical missiles toward our borders. The air in the room instantly thickened. Chief of Staff Ding leapt to his feet. What is the status of the interception? The missile did not enter our airspace. It detonated 100 kilometers from the border. However, the communications officer swallowed hard, fearing this was merely the beginning. Suddenly, Chief of Staff Ding's terminal vibrated violently. He lowered his gaze to examine the latest intelligence. His pupils contracting sharply. The White Elephant Presidential Office had just issued a statement claiming that the substandard wristbands we provided were an act of premeditated murder, demanding that we immediately surrender all technical documentation and compensate for damages, or else the next wave of attacks would not cease midway. It was utterly absurd. Chief of Staff Ding slammed his fist on the table, knowing full well that it was they themselves who. At this moment, Yunshu found himself at a loss for words. He understood the modus operandi of this neighboring country all too well. When internal conflicts become insurmountable, the best diversion is to fabricate external strife. This time, however, they had chosen to target a nation with absolute military superiority. Moreover, this peculiar nation operates on instinct, believing themselves to be the chosen ones, capable of anything, regardless of how outrageous. To be frank, if any nation on the entire blue planet were truly bold enough to employ nuclear weapons against the Eastern Kingdom, the White Elephant would undoubtedly be among them. We must prepare a counterattack, ensuring that we incapacitate all of White Elephant's long-range capabilities in one fell swoop. Chief of Staff Ding declared, his expression grim as he rose. He was acutely aware that given White Elephant's nature, they could indeed act on their threats. Not to mention, should even a single missile slip through, the consequences would be dire. Even if we managed to intercept them all, the mere prospect of such an explosion would be overwhelming. Calm down, old Ding. Minister Jiang chuckled as he entered the room. Our strategic reserves are also limited. It would be a pity to waste them on such absurdity. Old Jiang, how can you still smile? Chief of Staff Ding shot him a glare. Do you not realize that White Elephant is launching missiles at us? Something even the hawks dare not do. What audacity do they possess? Rest assured, old Ding, I am well aware. That is precisely why I am here. Minister Jiang interjected, halting Ding's tirade, and then redirected the command center's main screen to a specific channel. Let us cool off. Come, let us watch a splendid performance together. There are those who, in their hubris, wish to drag everyone down with them, and naturally, there will be others eager to step in and thwart them. Just watch. 49. We shall jointly create peace. At the White Elephant Presidential Office, President Navy was seething with rage. Why are you controlling our missiles to self-destruct? My order was to strike within Eastern territory. Specific targets were not required, but it must be within Eastern borders, even if by just a kilometer. Navy berated his military commander. And now you allow the missile to self-destruct so far from Eastern territory? This renders my deterrent a complete farce. Before him, Commander Gupta bowed his head, too intimidated to offer any rebuttal. It wasn't until Navy's fury had subsided somewhat that Gupta hesitantly began to speak. Mr. President, I assure you, I have not altered any of your commands. The missiles, they went out of control on their own. Naviki was momentarily taken aback, only to be consumed by rage. Those are our latest missiles. Before he could finish his sentence, Foreign Minister Anand rushed in, flustered. This is dire, Mr. President. The Supreme Leader of the Red Star Federation has abruptly declared that due to our nation's unauthorized and malicious use of missiles, threatening the safety of the entire blue planet, the Red Star Federation is terminating all technological cooperation agreements with us. They have also announced the locking of all passwords for jointly developed missiles and fighter jets. Damn it. Gupta leapt to his feet. This must be the reason for the missile self-destruction. All 4 missiles are models we developed in collaboration with the Red Star Federation. Silence. Before he could finish, he was rudely interrupted by Naviki, who looked at this commander, loyal only to himself, with disdain, frustration bubbling within him. Is this the time to ponder such matters? Immediately issue the sternest warning to the Red Star Federation, informing them that this constitutes a grave betrayal of an ally. Naviki bellowed at the foreign minister. Furthermore, promptly announced to the entire nation that the Eastern Nation and the Red Star Federation have jointly launched an attack against us. Since the Eastern Nation has not served as the primary target for conflict diversion, then the Red Star Federation may well serve that purpose. Let those rabble-rousers direct all their ire toward the Eastern Nation and the Red Star Federation. As for the rest, we shall address that later. No sooner had he spoken than the lights in the presidential office began to flicker incessantly, followed by the activation of all mobile phones, computers, and televisions throughout the presidential premises. Before they could grasp the situation, the Minister of Defense Information Security came running, drenched in sweat, shouting, "Mr. President, all our networks and satellites are under attack. Currently, both military and civilian networks have been compromised, phone lines are down, and I could only rush here to inform you." At that moment, all the screens that had been lit up displayed footage, records of the White Elephant elite reselling vast quantities of Eastern Nation wristbands to various countries, as well as the entire process of transporting the enormous resources acquired through those wristbands back to their homes. Moreover, there were even clips detailing the production process of inferior wristbands, showcasing familiar scenes and locations unmistakably linked to the factory of the wealthiest individual. Naviki gaped at the incessantly replaying footage, oblivious even to the commotion outside the presidential residence. Everything that transpired within the White Elephant in a mere half-hour was broadcasted through specific channels to every qualified nation. Well, the show has concluded. What are your thoughts? Minister Jiang turned off the main screen, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he regarded Chief of Staff Ding and Li Yunshu. From the moment the White Elephant launched the missiles, within 10 minutes, they controlled the in-orbit missiles, subsequently commanding their self-destruction. Within a mere 3 hours, they managed to seize control and immobilize all related missiles within the territory of the White Elephant, rendering them utterly incapable of launch. Furthermore, through various means, they hijacked and exerted control over all interconnected smart devices within the nation, accomplishing this feat within a mere 2 hours. Ultimately, they laid bare all those clandestine matters that the White Elephant had presumed to keep under wraps, leaving them unable to prevent the dissemination of information. This, indeed, was the theatrical performance they wished for us to witness. Within the command center, a momentary silence ensued. "Damn it," Chief of Staff Ding suddenly exclaimed, uttering a curse he hadn't used in many years. "This spectacle is nothing short of magnificent. They have not only extended us a favor but simultaneously delivered a subtle admonition. The missile incident was undoubtedly orchestrated by the Red Star Federation, while the manipulation of networks and the exposure of information were undoubtedly the handiwork of the Eagles." Minister Jiang nodded in agreement. "Indeed, let us momentarily set aside the fact that the Red Star Federation controls those so-called jointly manufactured missiles of the White Elephant. The fact that such assets can be commandeered is entirely expected. The Eagles are merely showcasing their technological prowess. Their capability to incapacitate a nation's military and civilian systems in such a short span of time." He paused, surveying the room. "Implies that they can launch similar cyber assaults on any nation at will. We have long contemplated this issue," Chief of Staff Ding interjected. "The codes for all core military systems are entirely self-developed, devoid of any backdoors. But what of the civilian sector?" Minister Jiang countered. Chief of Staff Ding fell silent. With a sigh, Minister Jiang continued, "This is precisely what concerns me. Currently, at least 30% of smart devices nationwide are utilizing Eagle technology. Although we have been striving to address this predicament, the time has simply run out. The Eagles are indicating that they possess the capability to disrupt our plans, even in the absence of warfare. What time is it now? How can those rascals remain unchanged in their nature?" Chief of Staff Ding slammed his fist on the table before him. "This is only to be expected. After all, they're the Eagles, are they not? Given the substantial loss we suffered last time, it would be peculiar if they did not seek to regain their standing." Minister Jiang remarked with a hint of wistfulness. "Let it be. When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water rises, we shall build dikes," Chief of Staff Ding scoffed. "If they think they can soften their approach when they cannot prevail through force, they are sorely mistaken. At that moment, Minister Zhang's phone seemed to receive a message, prompting him to reopen the main screen of the command room. On the screen, a representative of the Eagles was delivering a special address at the League of Nations. In response to this crisis affecting all of humanity, we shall invite the Eastern Nation, the Red Star Federation, and other countries to collaboratively discuss the establishment of a new joint government. Whether here or there, we firmly believe that through our collective cooperation, humanity will overcome this adversity and forge peace. 50. The second wave has arrived. Blue Star Time, June 15, 2000. Otherworld. Despite having been occupied for a full 8 hours, Li Chang remained vigilant, unwilling to relent even for a moment. He gazed upward at the unfamiliar sky here. The passage of time was akin to that of Blue Star, yet the cycle of day and night was entirely reversed. By the clock, Blue Star had already succumbed to nightfall, while the dawn of this alien realm had just begun to break. Sun Qiming and Su Qianxia report the situation. Li Chang rubbed his weary eyes and turned to the two individuals who were diligently organizing data. Sun Qiming's operation of the reconnaissance balloon was indeed commendable. Complemented by Su Qianxia's meticulous records, together, they had produced a marked map. Upon hearing this, Sun Qiming promptly rose. Directing his finger to a point on the virtual map, a river had been discovered 15 kilometers to the northeast, its waters crystal clear. The balloon had observed various animals drinking from the riverbank, suggesting the water was likely potable. However, he paused, indicating several red markers. Noting the presence of large animal tracks along the riverbank, the largest being as broad as a wash basin, rendering the level of danger indeterminate. Water sources are crucial. Our food supplies are relatively ample, yet potable water is scarce. Could you and Wang Lei take the pickup truck to investigate? I apologize, but I cannot leave this place at the moment. I must trouble you. Li Chang's expression was one of regret. Of course, it is no trouble at all. We shall set off immediately. Sun Qiming readily agreed, while Wang Lei, still tending to the pickup, gestured affirmatively. Shortly thereafter, he climbed into the truck and started the engine. Please exercise caution. I will provide aerial support with the drone, Li Chang advised. Additionally, do not drink the water we collect directly. We have purification equipment. At this moment, Su Qianxia opened the annotated map and continued her report to Li Chang. We have cataloged the flora and fauna within a 30-kilometer radius. And through scanning and comparison with the database, we have identified several edible plants and fungi, though further verification is required. I have also marked these on the map. It would be prudent to document the food sources in advance and begin gathering once we have sufficient manpower. Li Chang nodded in agreement. The abundance of wildlife here is staggering. There are no less than 10 species of beasts that have attacked me, and I have recorded their presence. Su Qianxia continued. Furthermore, there are colossal creatures exceeding 10 meters in length. Their nest appears to lie 70 kilometers to the northwest. However, based on my observations, these beings exhibit a strong territorial instinct, albeit within a limited range. As long as we maintain a distance of 10 kilometers, we should avoid provoking them. Upon hearing Su Qianxia's words, Li Chang contemplated briefly. For now, we should avoid interacting with them. Our numbers are insufficient, and our weaponry is limited. It is best to observe for the time being. By the way, here is your backpack. As he spoke, Li Chang handed a tactical backpack to Su Qianxia. This was retrieved earlier by the drone. The bag seal is intact. Though it is coated in mud and water, its contents remain unharmed. The supplies within are vital, especially the medications and ammunition. Replenishment in the near future seems unlikely, so we should reclaim whatever we can. Moreover, I have located your rifle. However, it is utterly beyond repair, and we can only salvage its components for spare parts. Su Qianxia accepted the backpack with an expression of delight, utterly astonished that it could be retrieved. Thank you, she murmured softly. It was my duty, Li Chang replied, waving his hand dismissively. Then turned his attention back to Sun Qiming and Wang Lei. At that moment, they were engaged in the final preparations before their departure. With a large collapsible water tank already unfolded in the back of the pickup truck. How is the battery holding up? Li Chang inquired, directing his gaze toward Wang Lei, who was securing the water tank. No issues. The current charge stands at 80%, ample enough for our water collection and return, Wang Lei assured, patting his trusty pickup. Li Chang nodded in acknowledgement. Remember, collecting water is secondary. Safety is paramount. If you detect anything amiss, withdraw immediately. Understood. Sun Qiming and Wang Lei responded in unison. After checking their gear, the two men drove the pickup truck slowly away from the camp, heading toward the river in the northeast. Li Chang swiftly returned to the control room of the Swearin One, maneuvering a drone to trail above them. thanks to meticulous observation and planning. They encountered no peril along the way, and Wang Lei successfully navigated the pickup to the designated riverbank. As the vehicle came to a halt less than 20 meters from the shore, Sun Qiming could hardly contain his excitement and jumped out, gazing at the crystal-clear water. He felt a surge of eagerness to collect some, but as he made a move, Wang Lei yanked him back. "Are you out of your mind? Do you dare approach such an unfamiliar water body?" Wang Lei looked at Sun Qiming incredulously. "How did you train at the base? Have you forgotten the monstrous creature we nearly encountered earlier?" It suddenly dawned on Sun Qiming, and a cold sweat broke out as he recalled the terrifying beast. Embarrassed, he scratched his head. "I apologize. I was just too thrilled to see a water source." At that moment, as if disturbed by their commotion, the water nearby erupted in waves. Before the two could react, a massive aquatic beast leapt from the depths, charging toward the pickup. With a decisive action, Li Chong, who had been observing the situation, engaged the drone, and the 20mm weapon obliterated the creature's head into fragments. It was only then that the two regained their composure, staring at the headless beast convulsing in front of the pickup. Thank you," Sun Qiming stammered into the communicator, still shaken. "No problem, just exercise caution. This place is more perilous than anticipated." Li Chong's voice resonated through the device. Fortunately, the water beast appeared to be a solitary creature, and no others emerged in the vicinity. The two men quickly filled the water tank using a long hose and hastily retreated from the riverbank. By the time they returned to the makeshift base, nearly 3 hours had elapsed. Upon testing the water, they confirmed it required only basic purification before being deemed safe for human consumption, which undoubtedly uplifted their spirits. With an ample supply of potable water, coupled with the surrounding flora and fauna available for sustenance, this location could indeed serve as a genuine stronghold. After a brief respite, Li Chong re-entered the control room of Swearin 1, preparing himself as the countdown to midnight on June 16th began. Soon, the second wave of travelers would arrive. At precisely midnight on June 16th, Li Chang, who had been intently monitoring the communication module, felt a jolt as 7 new wristband signals materialized on the screen before him. The closest signal was less than 30 kilometers away, while the farthest approached 200 kilometers. His attention was swiftly captured by one particular wristband number, J0000035282, a special designation indicating the arrival of a comrade. He promptly connected to the wristband's communication channel. Calling. This is the temporary base of Swearin 1. I am Commander Li Chong. Please respond." The call was quickly answered by a steady male voice. "Report, sir. I am Corporal Zhao Mingwei of the Eastern Army. Please proceed. Inform me of your current status and equipment configuration." "Report. All systems are functioning normally. Weaponry is intact. I am also equipped with a cat car and can engage in operations immediately." "Excellent. I will send you 2 coordinates. They indicate ordinary civilians who have traversed with you. Proceed to assist them at once. I will deploy drones for your support. Exercise caution. Maintain communication throughout. End of transmission." Without delay, the 2 coordinates were dispatched to Zhao Mingwei's wristband, accompanied by a simplified 3-dimensional map detailing the route and hazardous areas to avoid. Received. Initiating mission. The distinctive startup sound of the cat car echoed as Zhao Mingwei began moving towards the nearest wristband coordinate. Li Chang dispatched a drone in Zhao Mingwei's direction and subsequently connected with the other 6 wristbands. This time, fortune seemed to favor them. The 7 new travelers were not immediately attacked. In addition to their essential emergency backpacks, 2 of them were equipped with vehicles featuring rudimentary soil units, an SUV and a sedan. After instructing them to maintain concealment and be vigilant against unforeseen circumstances, Li Chang commenced the next phase of the rescue operation. At that moment, Wang Lei was driving his pickup truck towards the nearest coordinate, while Sun Qiming operated a reconnaissance balloon to monitor the surroundings of each wristband, ensuring their safety. Su Qianxiao was tasked with maintaining real-time communication with all wristbands, providing reassurance while relaying their statuses. Half an hour later, Wang Lei arrived at the location of the nearest wristband. 45 minutes elapsed before Zhao Mingwei met up with one of the travelers, and they began progressing towards the second coordinate. 1 hour later, the 2 travelers equipped with rudimentary soil units rendezvoused with another individual. 1 hour and 7 minutes in, Li Chang, maneuvering a transport drone, hovered it before the farthest traveler. 3 hours later, as Zhao Mingwei's vehicle brought 2 travelers to the temporary stronghold, all 7 of the Eastern Kingdom's adventurers had finally gathered. Before them stood the Swearin No. 1, adorned with the fluttering flag of the Eastern Kingdom atop its antenna, a vibrant red hue. serving as the warmest haven in this unfamiliar realm. The newly arrived travelers quickly settled down, initiating self-introductions. To Li Chang's surprise, among them was an elderly professor of geography and a physician. Professor Han, please assist Sun Qiming and Su Qianxia in creating a topographical map. We need to further comprehend our surroundings. And it would be even more advantageous if we could analyze the distribution of local flora and fauna, as well as potential mineral resources. Li Chang addressed the elderly man, whose face bore signs of fatigue, evidently worn out from the journey and the recent ordeal. Nonetheless, he promptly acquiesced to Li Chang's request. Li Chang then approached a woman. Dr. Zhou, a pediatrician with less than 5 years of experience. Dr. Zhou, we will rely on you for medical matters at the stronghold for the time being. Dr. Zhou appeared somewhat flustered. But I'm just a pediatrician, fear not, Li Chang reassured her. You are a professional, and certainly more qualified than I, an amateur. He gestured towards Su Qianxia, who had a hastily bandaged wound. I only possess basic battlefield first aid skills, suitable for simple injuries. With so many people here, should anyone fall ill or sustain injuries, we will need your expert guidance. Then, I will do my best, Dr. Zhou replied with a hesitant nod. After organizing the 2 specialists, Li Chang turned to the remaining 4 travelers. All 4 were ordinary citizens, among whom were the owners of the 2 vehicles equipped with rudimentary soil units, Zhang Hai and Qin Ziyuan. Zhang Hai, Qin Ziyuan. Your vehicles are now vital assets for our stronghold, and we must ensure their stable operation, Li Chang stated. Are you familiar with vehicle maintenance? Zhang Hai scratched his head. I know a bit about basic upkeep, but anything too complex might be beyond me. Qin Ziyuan, however, appeared more confident. I worked at an auto repair shop for a few years, so I'm quite familiar with machinery. I can give it a try. Excellent, Li Chang nodded. You 2 will be responsible for the daily inspections and maintenance of all vehicles in the stronghold, ensuring they are always operational. Understood, they replied in unison. The remaining 2 travelers, Lin Xiaoyu and Wu Hao, seemed somewhat anxious. Lin Xiaoyu was a young kindergarten teacher, while Wu Hao was a fitness trainer. You will assist in constructing the stronghold, just like everyone else, Li Chang said, patting them on the shoulder. Lin Xiaoyu, you can help Dr. Zhou monitor everyone's mental well-being. Given your background in early childhood education and your understanding of emotional reassurance, Wu Hao, your physical prowess can aid us in transporting supplies and reinforcing the stronghold's defenses. Both nodded, with Lin Xiaoyu softly stating, I will do my utmost to help. Wu Hao clenched his fist, a confident smile gracing his face. No problem. Leave the physical labor to me. After organizing everyone, Li Chang approached Zhao Meiwei, who had been vigilantly monitoring the real-time feedback around their stronghold. Alert to any signs of disturbance. Welcome, comrade. Li Chang extended his fist for a fist bump with Zhao Mingwei. I am transferring the control rights of these 2 mechanical wolves to you. Henceforth, the security of this temporary stronghold rests in your hands. To the death. I shall accomplish the mission. Zhao Mingwei executed a crisp military salute before accepting the control rights of the mechanical wolves on his terminal. By the way, Chief. Zhao Mingwei seemed to have something more to say. Just call me Captain, Li Chang interrupted. All right, Captain Li. Zhao Mingwei complied with the request. It's like this. On my way here, I discovered a peculiar structure. Due to the urgency of our task, I did not approach it. But it appears to be located over 100 kilometers to the northeast of us. Should we consider conducting further reconnaissance? 52. The refuge of the Eagle clan. A peculiar structure? Li Chang was taken aback, recalling that their earlier searches had not revealed anything of the sort. Yes, how should I describe it? Zhao Mingwei gestured with his hands. It resembles a beehive that has been cut in half and inverted onto the ground, occupying at least the area of a basketball court. What could it be? Li Chang's interest was piqued. Let us go take a look. He promptly led Zhao Mingwei into the control room of Swearin 1 and dispatched a reconnaissance drone in the direction indicated. Soon, the drone identified the structure Zhao Mingwei had mentioned. From a distance, it indeed resembled a toppled beehive, albeit much more even in appearance. This must have appeared suddenly, Li Chang noted, pulling up a recent scanning chart which confirmed that this structure had not existed previously. Let us get closer and investigate. He maneuvered the drone to approach the beehive structure for a clearer view. At that moment, a small window suddenly opened at the pointed apex of the building, and a drone, distinctly familiar to both men, soared out. It's the flying sprite from Wanyu, last year's latest model, exclusively for export, Zhao Mingwei exclaimed. The drone began to explore its surroundings, but inadvertently locked eyes with the reconnaissance drone operated by Li Chang. Subsequently, The drone sped towards the beehive structure at a velocity several times faster than before. Whether due to excessive speed or a control mishap, it collided with the small window from which it had launched, crumpling into a heap of scrap metal. The small window quickly shut, and silence ensued. "I think I understand what that thing is now," Li Chang remarked. "So do I," Zhao Mingwei replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. At this juncture, how could they still be oblivious to the fact that the peculiar structure that had suddenly materialized was an apocalyptic bunker that had arrived alongside the current traveler? It was uncertain which affluent nation had constructed it, yet it was likely either the United States or the Soviet Union. Nevertheless, it mattered little to them. Since there was no signal from the second-generation wristbands, it was evident that these individuals were not affiliated with them, and thus they could dismiss the matter. Li Chang remarked nonchalantly as he prepared to recall the drone. Within the shelter, architect Lucas from the United States was fixated on the screen before him, scarcely daring to breathe. The display had ceased to change long ago. It showcased the final images transmitted by the downed drone. An unmistakably non-commercial drone hovered in the air, its insignia glaringly obvious. "East Country," Lucas murmured, unable to resist the urge to grasp the pistol at his waist, while beside him lay a lifeless body, its vacant eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. This corpse was one of the reasons Lucas refrained from engaging with the East Country drone. The deceased was the true master of this sanctuary, the renowned real estate magnate, Brooke. In a desperate bid to seize this sanctuary he had painstakingly crafted, Lucas had hidden in a secret chamber he had built in secrecy for a full 7 days. The mere thought of the last moments before the crossing began, when he brandished his firearm and unexpectedly confronted Brooke, who was waiting alone in the shelter, intent on reclaiming his masterpiece, filled Lucas with unparalleled satisfaction as he recalled Brooke's astonished and contorted expression. Yet, he pondered, why on earth had that accursed corpse followed him here? Meanwhile, Li Chang retrieved the drone and stepped out of the control room alongside Zhao Mingwei. Regardless of who the owner of the bunker was, it bore no relevance to them. Moreover, it appeared that the proprietor of the bunker had no desire to establish contact with them. "What is going on? Any issues?" Wang Lei inquired, having awaited their return outside. The earlier urgency with which they had entered the control room and dispatched the drone had understandably caused concern among the others. "Oh, nothing much. We merely stumbled upon a peculiar structure. We just conducted a reconnaissance. It's likely a bunker from some nation, situated at a considerable distance from us. So we need not concern ourselves with it for now." "A bunker?" Professor Han suddenly expressed interest. As a geographer, he possessed considerable knowledge of unique structures across nations. Li Chang produced a photograph, presenting it to Professor Han. "This is it. The single-person shelter of the Eagle family, a lavish construction costing over 100 million Eagle dollars." Professor Han instantly recognized the building depicted in the photograph. Given its distinctive double-arc design, it must be the Hope Manor of Brooke, the real estate tycoon, which had been under design and construction for several years. "It is a well-known edifice in our circles, reportedly completed just last month. I never imagined encountering it here. It is said that this bunker can withstand a nuclear explosion, with enough provisions for one person to survive for 20 years. Wang Lei whistled in amazement. "So this fellow has struck gold, hasn't he? Transcending into a different world and still residing in a luxurious mansion, the expansive area is more than sufficient for his needs." Professor Han shook his head, expressing skepticism about such notions. He remarked that the idea of an individual hiding away in isolation is fraught with peril should any misfortune arise. No one would be the wiser. Even if one could indeed survive for 2 decades within a bunker, well, what would be the difference from being dead? Humans, by nature, are not meant to exist in solitude. What goes on in the minds of the affluent members of the Eagle family remains a mystery. Meanwhile, in Blue Star, a similar sentiment echoed from Chun Lifeng, who was enjoying his dinner in the construction site cafeteria. The television in front of him aired a special program about the Eagle family. The show featured a renowned Eagle family tycoon enthusiastically promoting his company's apocalyptic bunkers. He repeatedly emphasized the safety and durability of these shelters while unveiling the Eagle family's latest plans for a series of doomsday bunkers. This program emerged after the Eagle family announced their intent to form a coalition with the Eastern Nation and the Red Star Federation at the National Alliance. It primarily aimed to showcase the various strategies countries are preparing to address the impending crisis from the alternate realm. While it is true that the Eagle family has pushed the limits of personal protection, Chen Lifeng and his colleagues could never comprehend why the survival conditions of a solitary individual needed to be so extravagant. With that kind of resources and time, wouldn't it be better to prepare provisions to share among the majority? Furthermore, They primarily focused on stockpiling supplies and weapons, seemingly preparing to retreat like timid turtles in the face of the alternate world. As Chun Lifeng picked up a piece of braised pork, he glared at the impeccably dressed tycoon on the television, who was extolling the absolute safety of the bunker and couldn't help but scoff. In essence, it is merely an iron coffin. No matter how luxurious the interior, what good does it serve? Beside him, his colleague Lao Zhang mumbled through a mouthful of food. Indeed, being locked inside, one could develop ailments even without being sick. If you ask me, it's far more comfortable to reside in the shipping container houses on our site. At least we can chat with one another. Laughter erupted in the cafeteria. The tycoon on the television continued. Our bunkers are equipped with the most advanced life support systems and integrated virtual reality entertainment devices, fully capable of satisfying the psychological needs of the residents. Nonsense. One of the workers slammed his chopsticks on the table. When faced with the alternate realm, even the best VR would be worthless if there are no living souls to interact with. Humans are social creatures. Prolonged isolation would surely drive one to madness. Afterward, he cast a worried glance at Qin Lifeng, saying, "Old Qin, the Eagle family has invited our central team to discuss countermeasures and mentioned sharing and exchanging technology. Surely, we won't end up emulating the Eagle family by constructing those doomsday bunkers, right?" "Impossible," Qin Lifeng scoffed. "Our central team would not engage in such futile endeavors. If we were to undertake anything, it would not be wrapping ourselves in such absurdities. That's merely the Eagle family's wishful thinking. Just wait until the meeting concludes, and you'll see." 53. A distress signal from the League of Nations, a closed-door meeting. What I propose is that our nations could indeed establish a new united government, followed by the creation of a governing body. Whether here or in that world, the newly appointed leader of the Eagle Nation, Davis, spoke with fervor. "I firmly believe that if we combine our efforts, there is nothing we cannot achieve." Yet, as he spoke, his gaze was fixated intently on the Eastern Kingdom's core. "We can certainly manage everything together, can we not?" The Prime Minister of the corrupt nation remained silent, observing the Eagle leader. While the head of the Red Star Federation appeared to be in a state of deep contemplation, yet his peripheral vision remained on the Eastern Kingdom's core. Managing everything together. The core of the Eastern Kingdom slowly echoed, "A fine proposal. However, how do you intend to execute it?" He turned his attention towards the Eagle leader. "A preliminary plan has already been drafted," Davis indicated to his assistant, "to distribute encrypted documents." The gilded cover boldly emblazoned with the title Governance Charter of the Interdimensional United Government, in Eagle script. "The new government shall establish a 7-seat decision-making committee, allocating seats according to comprehensive strength, while also considering historical contributions and present responsibilities." "Surely, you do not intend to claim 3 seats for yourselves and leave the remaining 4 for us?" The head of the Red Star Federation opened his eyes, his smile devoid of warmth. "Certainly not," Davis waved his hand. "While I believe our nation is fully capable and qualified to bear this responsibility, to express our sincerity, I wish to invite the Eastern Kingdom." He deliberately rose and gestured towards the Eastern Kingdom's core. "Each of our nations shall assume 2 seats. The committee will manage all actions pertaining to the Otherworld, including but not limited to the allocation of manpower and resources, governance of otherworldly development, and technical cooperation among nations. Naturally, as before, any large-scale plan involving multiple nations must receive the approval of more than half of the committee members to pass. Simultaneously, any plan can be vetoed with just 2 opposing votes." The core of the Eastern Kingdom tapped his fingers on the table, flipping through the document's gilded cover, his gaze scanning the frequent mentions of the committee as the leading executive body and the prioritization of strategic resource allocation. Suddenly, he chuckled lightly. "Mr. Davis, it appears this charter lacks some critical content, specifically, how to resolve conflicts when committee decisions clash with national sovereignty." The air in the conference room abruptly thickened. The Prime Minister of the corrupt nation adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. The Irish Prime Minister momentarily paused in the motion of twirling his pen, while the head of the Red Star Federation leaned back in his chair, arms crossed. "For the survival of all humanity, I believe they would not mind," Davis asserted with an air of certainty. "After all, without us, how many could survive in the otherworld?" An intriguing proposal. The core of the Eastern Kingdom snapped the document shut with a resounding clap. "However, I do not agree. The people of the Eastern Kingdom are accustomed to conducting affairs in their own manner, and it is likely that they will find it quite challenging to adapt to your theoretical framework. Furthermore, it is reasonable to assume that the citizens of your respective nations would be reluctant to follow the directives of an Eastern individual. It would be more prudent for each nation to prepare in accordance with its own methods. Nevertheless, I concur with the notion of mutual exchange of technology and information among nations, and I also advocate for assistance among countries in alternate realms. As for other matters, we shall address them in due course. Davis's smile abruptly froze on his face, yet he swiftly regained his composure. A soft chuckle emanated from the position of the supreme leader of the Red Star Federation, yet he appeared unfazed. There are numerous matters back home that require my attention, so I must take my leave. With that, the holographic projection of the supreme leader vanished from his position, although echoes of laughter continued to resonate from the vacant space. I too shall take my leave. The Eastern Kingdom's central authorities similarly exited the conference room. The meeting room was left with only the increasingly grim-faced Davis and the two prime ministers, who were at a loss for how to express themselves amidst the laughter. In the Eastern Kingdom, at the Special Emergency Response Command Center, it seemed that the meeting had concluded without any significant outcomes. Minister Jiang remarked with a touch of humor. It was never likely that anything substantial would be achieved. Given their nature, the intentions behind this discussion were quite evident. Chief of Staff Ding displayed an air of disdain. What cannot be acquired on the battlefield is hardly obtainable at the negotiation table. Is that not a mere fantasy? Enough of this. It is a complete waste of time. Until they are truly cornered, those individuals will never unite with genuine intent. Yunshu, please update us on your progress. Have the new communication devices developed by Director 1 yielded any results? Li Yunshu, who had been waiting beside a device, shook his head in resignation. It is still ineffective. Even with the quantum communication apparatus, there is no way to transmit any messages from that direction. Director 1 and his team sent over 2,000 communication devices with the second batch of travelers, yet not a single receiving terminal has been activated. In the alternate realm, at the temporary base of Swearin 1, Li Chang and Zhao Mingwei were gathered around a device just unloaded from the transport vehicle. Zhao Mingwei carefully adjusted the various knobs on the device according to the instructions, while Li Chang pressed his ear against the speaker, anxious not to miss any signal. However, despite Zhao Mingwei's diligent efforts to manipulate the knobs, there was still no response. This device is ineffective, Zhao Mingwei lamented, releasing the knob with disappointment. I had high hopes for this test model of the quantum communicator when I brought it over, but it seems it is not functioning as expected. According to the academicians, this device should be capable of bypassing obstacles to transmit signals to the nearest communicator, and it could even utilize multi-node resonance to relay signals back to the receiving terminal on Blue Star. Why is there not even a hint of activity? Li Chang chuckled softly, remarking on the complexity of the situation. The vastness of this eerie place and its distance from Blue Star remained a mystery to us. Attempting to establish contact through a single experiment seemed a daunting prospect, one that even Director Wan and his colleagues would likely hesitate to entertain. Patience is essential, inevitably. A solution will emerge. Just then, a faint sound emanated from the previously silent speaker. Instantly, Li Chang signaled for silence and pressed his ear against it. Calling. This is Gung Yunlong, a member of the Dongwushenta team. We are currently in a perilous situation and require assistance. Repeat, we are in grave danger and need support. There are encapsulated distress signals at 54. Li Chang swiftly grabbed the transmitter, shouting into the microphone, "Tell me your location. Where are you?" However, the only response was the crackling of electricity and the roar of engines, with no reply forthcoming. At that moment, Zhao Mingwei also grasped the urgency of the situation and rushed to the instruments, activating the display panel. They're to the west, approximately 300 kilometers away. He exclaimed to Li Chang. Head east, due east. We will come to your aid. Li Chang continued to shout into the microphone. It seemed that his efforts bore fruit. Although no response came from the speaker, Zhao Mingwei observed on the screen that they had adjusted their direction. We must find a way to assist them immediately. Realizing that there was no time for a response, Li Chang understood they were in a critically dangerous predicament. The operational range of the reconnaissance balloon and drones was limited to 200 kilometers. I'll take the cat car, Zhao Mingwei declared as he dashed towards the parked vehicle. That won't work. We don't have time. Given the terrain here, it will take you at least 3 hours to reach them, and they cannot wait that long. Li Chang surveyed his surroundings and suddenly had an idea. I will go. You protect Swearin number 1. Li Chang activated the exoskeleton power button at his waist and retrieved an emergency drone controller from a recess in Swearin number 1. He connected himself beneath the transport drone, wedging the device that displayed the opposite location under his arm, and instructed Zhao Mingwei, quickly, maneuver the drone to send me toward their direction. Zhao Mingwei immediately understood and deftly operated the transport drone, lifting Li Chang off the ground. Once they traveled a considerable distance westward, Li Chang utilized the remote control to direct the attack drone to follow suit. Approximately 290 kilometers away from the temporary base of Swearin No. 1, a cat car was racing eastward, carrying two individuals. A large pack of beasts, resembling armored wolves, relentlessly pursued the cat car. At the helm sat a young boy, his eyes bloodshot, gripping the steering wheel with white-knuckled intensity, his foot firmly pressing down on the accelerator. Indeed, that is correct, young one. A feeble and hoarse voice resonated from behind him. Do not weep. Keep your gaze fixed ahead and grip the wheel tightly. Press the accelerator to the floor. The cat car is easy to handle. Trust me, I will ensure your survival. Behind the youth, in the confines of the vehicle, a soldier donned in a combat uniform similar to Li Chang's motivated him. At that moment, he was drenched in sweat and trembling uncontrollably. His legs had been severed at the knees, blood having thoroughly soaked his attire. In the interior of the cat car was awash in a pool of crimson. The soldier leaned against the back of the driver's seat, one hand bracing himself against the vehicle's side while the other clutched a rifle. He intermittently squeezed the trigger, firing at the horde of armored wolves that trailed behind. However, his severe injuries impaired his accuracy, and the sheer number of wolves, exceeding 100, rendered his efforts futile. Though he managed to shoot down a few with each burst, countless others continued to pursue them. The gap between the armored wolves and the cat car diminished rapidly, with several eager wolves attempting to leap onto the vehicle. Should any succeed in boarding, given the current state of the two occupants, their fate would be sealed. Keep driving, do not look back. Fulfill the mission entrusted to you. The soldier suddenly removed a wristband and tossed it beside the youth. Inform my comrades that I have failed in my duty. Carry on with my wristband. As he spoke, he switched his exoskeleton's power supply to a short circuit. Hurry! An armored wolf leaped into the cabin, but the soldier managed to seize it by the neck with his arm, dragging it out of the vehicle. Boom! The overloaded exoskeleton battery erupted into a massive fireball, creating a barrier between the pack and the cat car. The youth bit down hard on his lip, tears unwittingly streaming from his eyes. His right foot pressed down firmly on the accelerator, refusing to waver, as he caught a glimpse of the dissipating flames in the rearview mirror. The distance from the wolf pack widened momentarily, allowing the boy to clutch the steering wheel with determination, navigating eastward as the machine beside him emitted directions. 280 kilometers, 270 kilometers. The cat car drew nearer to the coverage area of the Swearin No. 1. Yet, at that moment, the wolves re-engaged their pursuit. The boy dared not look back, focusing solely on driving forward, having cast aside thoughts of life and death to fulfill the mission entrusted to him. The wolves advanced once more, preparing to leap upon the cat car. A piercing howl echoed from the sky, and the nearest horned wolf's head erupted into a mist of blood. Approximately 70 kilometers away, Li Chang dangled from a transport drone, gripping an emergency remote control. Through the sudden explosion, he finally pinpointed the location of the cat car. Li Chang swiftly adjusted the remote control, the 20mm cannon accurately targeting the pack of wolves, unleashing a torrent of human wrath. A series of bloody explosions erupted behind the cat vehicle, accompanied by wails of agony, forcing the armored wolves to finally retreat. Once the last armored wolf was blown in half, the youth finally appeared in Li Chang's line of sight, driving the cat vehicle. Upon seeing Li Chang descend from above, the boy finally released his foot from the accelerator, trembling as he came to a halt. Before Li Chang could utter a word, he handed over a blood-stained wristband. He introduced himself as Gung Yunlong, a member of the Shinta team. The boy's voice faltered, and he sank to the ground in tears. Li Chang regarded the wristband with a complex expression, solemnly stowing it away in his pocket. This is not the time for conversation. Let us return to our stronghold. He extended his hand towards the boy who remained crouched on the ground. At that moment, the boy seemed to recall something, hurriedly pulling back his sleeve to reveal another wristband beneath. This wristband bore a resemblance to Li Chang's, yet it was marked with a distinctive door-shaped emblem. This is the wristband of the Yulei team. Li Chang's pupils constricted sharply as he grasped the boy's hand, scrutinizing the emblem on the wristband. Indeed, it was the unique wristband of Yulei. The boy raised his other hand, pointing towards the direction they had come from. He is over there, at the bottom of that valley, guarding something very important. 2 hours later, at the temporary stronghold of Swearin No. 1, the boy had been entrusted to Dr. Zhou for treatment, while Lin Xiaoyu sought to console him. In the control room, Zhao Mingwei silently observed the 2 wristbands Li Chang had brought back. Captain Li, this comrade must also be a member of the Shinta team, just like you. Zhao Mingwei gently picked up the bloodstained wristband. He is equipped with the latest quantum communicator. He should be part of the second batch that crossed over, just like me. It has barely been a day. How could this be? Even I, who failed to pass the Shinta selection, have survived. Yet he. Zhao Mingwei's throat tightened, swallowing the unspoken words, and he quietly saluted towards the western direction. Comrade. May you rest in peace. Li Chang remained silent, picking up the other wristband belonging to the Yulei team. He input the military's unique password, and the screen on the wristband illuminated instantly, revealing the voice of a middle-aged man. The situation is dire. It seems that I and the encapsulated entity have fallen into a valley. The density of ferocious beasts here is astonishing, and it appears we have attracted their attention. As per protocol, I have disabled the activation function of the encapsulated entity, recorded the specific location, and dispatched it via a small reconnaissance balloon. They are approaching the encapsulated entity, preparing to break through. These matters are indeed quite troublesome, particularly due to their aggressive nature. Nearly evading them has consumed the better part of my day. Comrades, should I fail to break through, this encapsulation device will rest upon your shoulders. Another group has arrived. It appears to be the second batch of traversers, fortunate enough to find themselves in such close proximity. Splendid. They are from the Eastern Realm, but alas, it is merely a child. The situation grows increasingly perilous. The ghastly entities in this valley have caught the scent of other traversers and have designated us as their prey. We are nearing the valley's exit and curses. We have been locked in. They are tightening the encirclement. I have resolved to break through in another direction, diverting their attention to allow the child to escape first. If you can activate the wristband, you must be my comrade. I entrust the encapsulation device to you. The voice of the middle-aged man abruptly ceased, and the wristband screen displayed a trajectory of movement. This was the complete path recorded from the encapsulation device to this location. To the southwest, approximately 400 kilometers away. The encapsulation device lies yonder. Li Chang scrutinized the trajectory on the wristband, his brow furrowed deeply. Captain Li, we must devise a way to assist him, Zhao Mingwei inquired, leaning closer. Setting aside the encapsulation device, he is indeed Yulei, our esteemed elder brother within the military. However, Li Chang clenched his jaw and shook his head. No, the distance is too great. Moreover, according to the messages on the wristband, we cannot ascertain how many ferocious beasts await there. Our firepower is insufficient, and we lack manpower. The encapsulation device is safe. The first rule of the Yulei squad is that the device may only be unlocked in a secure and controlled environment. He has already secured the encapsulation device. Ordinary beasts would show no interest in an iron shell. Though he spoke these words, Li Chang's hands unconsciously tightened into fists, the veins bulging, betraying his inner turmoil. Captain, Zhao Mingwei attempted to voice further thoughts. No more discussion. Our primary objective is to safeguard Swearin One and protect this temporary stronghold. Li Chang interrupted him. But there are no buts. Li Chang's voice rose sharply as he fixed a penetrating gaze upon Zhao Mingwei. The atmosphere within the control room grew heavy at that moment. Suddenly, a hesitant voice from outside broke the tension. Instructor Li, the child has calmed down. Let us proceed, Li Chang replied, patting Zhao Mingwei's shoulder. Inquire about the specific circumstances and investigate how Gung Yunlong met his demise. I refuse to believe our Shinta squad members would perish without purpose. With that, he stepped out of the control room first. Outside, in the makeshift tent, Sun Shin was sipping a cup of hot tea slowly, though his complexion remained somewhat pale. His demeanor had noticeably settled. Upon noticing Li Chang and Zhao Mingwei in military attire enter, he promptly set down his cup and rose to his feet. Uncle Soldier, are you going to rescue Uncle Wei? His voice brimmed with excitement, even a hint of color returning to his pale face. Li Chang pressed him back into his seat. Not so fast. Please, tell us what you have experienced so we can prepare ourselves. Well, all right. Although Sun Chung felt a twinge of disappointment, he began recounting his ordeal. I was among those who crossed over yesterday. When I opened my eyes, I found myself in a dim valley surrounded by unfamiliar trees, and I panicked. To be honest, at first, I was quite hopeful about this journey. I truly believed I would emerge as an invincible hero. Isn't that how stories and shows portray it? Moreover, I have always excelled in survival games and shooting competitions, and with the issued weapon in hand, I thought it was time to showcase my skills. However, when that unknown beast charged at me, I couldn't even fire my gun. I dropped my weapon and backpack and fled, yet it still caught up to me and knocked me to the ground. It was Uncle Wei who saved me. He appeared out of nowhere and killed that beast. Later, Uncle Wei led me away from the valley, assuring me that once we escaped, we would find other teams. But at the valley's edge, We were surrounded by a pack of wild creatures. Uncle Wei handed me his wristband and instructed me to find soldiers like him, then told me to hide in a tree while he drew the beast away. I ran desperately toward the valley's exit and, after a struggle, managed to escape. Afterward, I randomly chose a direction and kept running, eager to distance myself from that valley. At that moment, a look of terror crossed Sun Qing's face, clearly recalling the subsequent events vividly. Suddenly, I found myself falling into a deep pit, something lurking at the bottom waiting for me to land. I cried out for help. And just as I was about to fall completely, Uncle Gung leaped in, grabbing me and throwing me to safety. While he was dragged to the pit's depths by that creature, Uncle Gung shot the monster at the bottom, but his legs were mangled beyond recognition. Sun Qing suddenly broke into sobs. When Uncle Gung crawled out, bloodied and battered, his first question was whether I was hurt. He said he was part of the second group to cross over and had struggled to locate me upon hearing my cries for help. His off-road vehicle was parked at the edge of that sinkhole. The engine still running, he had jumped straight from the vehicle to rescue me, to staunch the bleeding. Uncle Gung had me use a knife to sever his own legs. Sun Qing trembled as he extended his hands, seemingly recalling that harrowing moment. The room fell into silence. Su Qianxia and Lin Xiaoyu began to weep quietly, and even Dr. Sun and Sun Qiming could not restrain their tears. Later, Uncle Gung instructed me to move him to the back of the vehicle and taught me how to drive. Sun Qing paused for a moment before continuing. Perhaps due to the scent of blood, I had not yet mastered the skill when a horde of wolves charged towards us. Uncle Gung urged me to drive while he fired at the wolves from inside the compartment. However, their numbers only swelled. In desperation, he activated the distress signal from the vehicle, yet there was no response. Just when I was on the verge of surrender, a voice emanated from the device. Sun Qing pointed to Li Chang beside him. Subsequently, Uncle Gung tossed his wristband to me and leaped onto a wolf, rolling off the vehicle and causing an explosion. Sun Qing began to weep again, sobbing as he recounted, and then all the wolves suddenly perished. He soared through the air and landed before me. With a sudden outburst, he cried out, "Why didn't you come sooner? If you had arrived earlier, Uncle Gung wouldn't have died." Lin Xiaoyu hurried over to comfort Sun Qing, even as tears streamed down her own face. Wang Lei and Zhao Mingwei turned away, gazing into the distant sky. "Comrade, may your journey be smooth." After a considerable time, Sun Qing regained his composure, looking at Li Chang with hopeful eyes. Uncle, can we go rescue Uncle Wei now?" Zhao Mingwei also turned to Li Chang, his impulsiveness barely contained. "No," Li Chang slowly shook his head. "At least not now." "Why?" Sun Qing's agitation surged as he stood before Li Chang. Aren't you comrades? Sun Qing's accusations pierced Li Chang's heart like a sharp thorn. Li Chang's fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning pale and veins visible. He slowly turned away, pain swirling in his eyes. "It's too far, and according to your own words, that valley is teeming with beasts. Our current strength is utterly inadequate. What purpose would it serve to send just a few of us? To walk into death?" Tears continued to stream down Sun Qing's face, but he bit his lip, refusing to cry out. He fixed his gaze on Li Chang, his voice hoarse yet resolute. "Are we just to wait? Wait for Uncle Wei to meet the same fate as Uncle Gung?" Li Chang's breath caught momentarily. He closed his eyes, as if suppressing a tumultuous emotion. Finally, he took a deep breath, crouched down, and met Sun Qing's gaze. "Listen, kid, it's not that I don't want to save him. But seeking death does not equate to saving lives, understand? Moreover, Old Wei has likely already sacrificed himself." "No, he hasn't." Sun Qing shouted. Li Chang pressed his hands firmly on Sun Qing's shoulders, speaking slowly and deliberately. "It's time to grow up, kid. Old Wei has already sacrificed himself. When he entrusted the wristband to you, he likely prepared for the worst. The wristband is the sole means of communication and location tracking. Without it, finding someone in such a valley is impossible. Do you really think Old Wei was unaware of this? He had long since entrusted his solitary hope to you." Sun Qing was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Li Chang before him, his lips quivering yet unable to utter a single word. "Captain, you may have gone too far. He is merely 14, still just a child." Zhao Mingwei's words were abruptly interrupted by Li Chang. "Child? What child? This cursed place harbors no children. To survive under such dire conditions, one cannot remain a child. You go rest. Tomorrow, you shall work alongside others." With that, Li Chang strode out of the tent. Zhao Mingwei let out a bitter smile, patted Sun Qing on the shoulder, and hurried after Li Chang. Not far from the tent, Li Chang was diligently cleaning the bloodstains from the cat truck that Sun Qing had driven. The coagulated blood in the truck bed emitted a particularly pungent odor. If such a stench were permitted to linger, it would inevitably attract all manner of beasts, jeopardizing the safety of their stronghold. Li Chang first covered the bloodstains with dirt, then continuously rubbed it until the blood and soil amalgamated into one. He then excavated the blood-soaked earth and filled it into a pre-dug large hole. Zhao Mingwei, who had followed him out, assisted him. "Captain, you truly went a bit too far just now," Zhao Mingwei remarked while filling the hole, casting glances at Li Chang. "I understand your concerns, but, alas, never mind." Shaking his head, he resumed his task. After a considerable time, as the blood-soaked earth neared completion, he could no longer contain himself. "Captain, is there truly no way to save Old Wei? He might still be alive." Li Chang sighed, his voice heavy with resignation. "No. Given our current situation, it is simply impossible." He rubbed his temples, weary. "How I wish to rescue him. But the reality is stark. Our resources are limited. Our numbers insufficient, and we know nothing of the conditions in the valley. Acting recklessly would not only fail to save Old Wei, but could also endanger everyone." "Are we to do nothing then?" Zhao Mingwei lamented. "No, there are many actions we can take." Li Chang added more loose soil atop the filled pit, pressing down firmly. "We can improve our stronghold, repair the various instruments within, recharge the solar batteries, and inspect all weaponry. Then we shall wait." He stamped down the last mound of soil and spoke with an eerily calm demeanor. "We shall await the next wave of travelers to join us. We shall await more weapons and equipment to be delivered. We shall await other teams to find us. We shall wait until we can eradicate every last beast in that accursed valley, leaving not a trace behind." 57. Special Travelers. Enough talk. Go about your duties. It won't be long before the next group of travelers arrives. Li Chang patted Zhao Mingwei on the shoulder before leaping into the small vehicle, steering it to the perimeter of the base. With this addition, the base now boasted 5 vehicles. Regrettably, only 4 individuals were adept at driving, leaving this particular vehicle as a spare. At the temporary tent, aside from Sun Chong, the others had dispersed to their respective posts. Professor Han continued to collaborate with Sun Qiming and Su Qianxia in mapping the surrounding area, while Wang Lei and his team were still transporting water. 5 large collapsible water tanks had been erected within the base, sufficient to sustain the needs of even more individuals for at least a week. Wu Hao was laboriously moving the gathered supplies to enhance the base's resources. 3 vehicles equipped with makeshift earthen units were stationed in 3 directions around the central point of Swearin No. 1, forming the first line of defense for the base. Instructorly, Lin Xiaoyu hurried over, and it seemed that, for some time now, everyone in their group, except Zhao Mingwei, had taken to addressing Li Chang as instructor. The boy had already taken a rest. It appeared he had hardly slept since learning he would be among the first groups to traverse. In truth, the boy had endured much. Dr. Zhou had examined him and found various bruises and contusions all over his body, with a few minor fractures as well. Yet he had shown no signs of distress. Li Chang waved his hand, interrupting Lin Xiaoyu's words. "Rest assured, I am aware. Has he not fulfilled the entrusted task?" Li Chang's gaze drifted toward the bustling individuals in the distance, calm and profound. "The boy has shown resilience beyond many." He spoke softly. "When he awakens, please convey these sentiments to him." "Understood, Instructor Li." Lin Xiaoyu saluted with a somewhat imperfect military gesture before darting off to assist Wu Hao in organizing the camp. Li Chang smiled gently and commenced his own tasks. Blue Star Time, June 17th, 2350, Swearin No. 1 Temporary Base. "Captain, I am ready." Zhao Mingwei's voice crackled through the communicator. At that moment, he was fully equipped, seated in the driver's seat of the small vehicle, poised for departure. In the other 3 directions, Wang Lei and Wu Hao were also prepared to set off, each at the helm of their respective vehicles. Maintain communication status and keep a vigilant eye on the target's location. Li Chang was intensely focused on the screen before him. He had deployed reconnaissance balloons across various nodes and had the emergency drones primed for launch. The third wave of travelers was imminent. As seconds ticked away, 2 red dots suddenly appeared on the screen. M0043821235 and T0014235473. Li Chang's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the 2 designations within the area. The T designation. It was located 91 kilometers southwest of Swearin. He immediately seized the communicator. "Zhao Mingwei, proceed directly to the coordinates I sent you, and bring Dr. Zhou. Exercise caution and expedite your pace." Zhao Mingwei was momentarily taken aback by the command, but quickly regained his composure. Pulling the somewhat bewildered Dr. Zhou along as they hurried towards their objective, Li Chang attempted to establish communication with another wristband. It rang once before being answered by a slightly flustered male voice. Hello, hello, this is... Stay calm. This is the Swear and No. One base of the Eastern Army. I am Commander Li Chong. Is there any danger in your vicinity? No, none. Do you have a vehicle or any other means of transportation? None at all. It appeared that Li Chong's voice instilled courage in the person on the other end, as his tone began to stabilize. Then please remain stationary in a safe location. We will be there shortly to retrieve you. Maintain vigilance regarding your surroundings as per your training. All right, no problem. Please hurry. After concluding the communication, Li Chang promptly contacted Wang Lei. Wang Lei. There is another individual located 108 kilometers to the southwest. He has no vehicle. Please go with Sun Qiming to assist him. And the drone will provide cover throughout your mission. Rest assured, brotherly, we got this. As Wang Lei's boisterous voice faded, the lights representing him and Sun Qiming began to advance towards their target. Meanwhile, Zhao Mingwei drove the vehicle at a swift pace, while Dr. Zhou, though uncertain of the reason for his inclusion, gritted his teeth and persevered. Soon, their target came into view, a large, gray structure over a meter tall, resembling an enormous box. The box had no visible seams, obscuring its contents. Zhao Mingwei parked the vehicle beside it, cautiously surveying the area before guiding Dr. Zhou to the box. Before Dr. Zhou could inquire, Zhao Mingwei reached out and undid several specialized clasps surrounding the box, lifting its lid. A chorus of cries immediately erupted from within. Recognizing that familiar sound, Dr. Zhou quickly peered inside to discover a modified NICU incubator housing an infant, no more than a few months old, wailing loudly. Meanwhile, at the Central Sea Special Emergency Command Center, Li Yunshu bore a grave expression as he scrutinized the report in his hands. Just moments ago, the third batch of traversers had set out, but this time, it included 5 infants under the age of 1. Although he had mentally prepared himself for this eventuality, the sight of the 5 little ones in the photographs weighed heavily on him. These infants possessed no means of survival, without immediate assistance from others. Their chances of survival were bleak. Yunshu, do not fret, Chief of Staff Ding reassured him, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. You have done your utmost, and we have completed all necessary preparations. These little ones will be safe. The encased shell in a state of confinement will not attract any beastly assaults, while the internal life support system can ensure their survival for 3 days. Trust in our warriors. Li Yunshu inhaled deeply and gently placed the report on the table. Chief of Staff Ding, you are indeed correct. The situation has improved significantly, far beyond what we experienced before. Simultaneously, at the temporary outpost of Suiren No. 1, Zhao Mingwei had brought the infant along with the box back to the base. Dr. Zhou cautiously lifted the baby from the incubator, soothing him gently. The child's cries gradually transformed into soft whimpers, his curious, round eyes surveying the unfamiliar faces around him. What a resilient little one. Lin Xiaoyu, with tears brimming in her eyes, gazed at the baby's tiny face, reflecting on the hardships he had already faced at such a tender age. Li Chang stood nearby, his usually stern visage softened by an uncommon tenderness. This child is fortunate. He landed not far from us. Amidst the understanding that this infant would likely bring complications to the current outpost, no one exhibited impatience. Li Chang stepped past the crowd to the box, swiftly disassembling the entire outer shell in accordance with his previous training. Although he was aware of the existence of such a device from past exercises, he had not anticipated encountering one so soon. Inside the box, apart from the now empty NICU incubator, lay a life support system and a bundle. The life support system contained pre-mixed breast milk connected via a silicone tube to a nipple position beside the baby's head, allowing the little one to feed with a mere turn of his head. Surrounding the incubator were bags serving as padding, filled with vacuum-packed formula, seemingly sufficient to nourish the child for 6 to 8 months. Li Chang opened the bundle to reveal several articles of infant clothing, among which lay a wristband inscribed with the name Chenchun, along with a photograph. In the photograph, a young couple cradled the baby, their faces radiating happiness as they smiled at the camera. The back of the photo bore a letter. His name is Chunchun, just 2 months and 7 days old. Kind-hearted stranger, whoever you are, please save him. If you can rescue him, I am willing to serve you for a lifetime. I implore you. The handwriting was somewhat blurred, as if it had been soaked in some liquid. Li Chang instinctively tightened his grip on the photograph, causing the paper to crinkle slightly between his fingers as he fixed his gaze on the young couple's joyful expressions, feeling a lump form in his throat. Captain, what is this? Zhao Mingwei inched closer, his eyes falling upon the photograph in Li Chang's hand. Meanwhile, the infant cradled in Dr. Zhou's arms had fallen asleep, his cheeks flushed and breathing steady, seemingly oblivious to the world around him. Li Chang took a deep breath, solemnly tucking the photograph into his inner pocket. And when he turned to face the others, his voice had grown cold. Does anyone have any objections regarding this infant? He could hardly contribute to our stronghold and might, to some extent, become a burden. Li Chang's words caused the air around to freeze instantly. Everyone stared at him in astonishment. Even Dr. Zhou took a few steps back, cradling the infant. Lin Xiaoyu spread her arms wide, resembling a protective hen, shielding Dr. Zhou from Li Chang's gaze directed at the baby. Li, Instructor Li, I will take good care of this infant. I won't let him cause any trouble. I beg you, please don't expel him. Indeed, Brother Li. He is merely a baby, it's not necessary to go that far, Wang Lei chimed in, the newcomer he had just brought back still bewildered, yet instinctively standing by his side. Except for Zhao Meiwei, nearly everyone in the stronghold looked at Li Chang with pleading eyes, causing the corners of his mouth to involuntarily twitch upwards. This is how we, the people of Donghua, ought to be. Li Chang stepped back a couple of paces, revealing the contents of the box. Then I entrust you to take good care of him. These are the provisions and clothing I prepared for him. By the way, his name is Chunchen. Remember to call him that. He then moved forward a few steps, approaching Dr. Zhou, and gently touched the baby's small face with his fingertip. Don't worry, little one. You will surely see your parents again. You must be strong. Whether the infant understood Li Chang's words or was merely dreaming sweetly, he lay in Dr. Zhou's embrace, displaying a delightful smile. That smile was like a ray of sunshine, warming the hearts of all present and instilling a glimmer of hope. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. The temporary camp of the Swearer No. 1 had undergone a remarkable transformation, truly resembling a well-organized encampment. 15 vehicles equipped with makeshift soil units were neatly parked around the camp, along with 2 standard soil units and 4 cat vehicles, 2 of which were armed with firepower modules. The stronghold was no longer what it used to be. It had evolved into a structure radiating from Swearer No. 1, with several wooden cabins constructed around it. Over the past week, Swearer No. 1 had welcomed 37 individuals from Donghua, including 4 military personnel, among whom were 2 members of the Shinda team. On the left side of the stronghold, several plots of vegetables had been planted, brought by an agricultural expert who arrived a few days earlier, containing seeds believed to be capable of adapting to this otherworldly environment. To the right lay a large array of shelves piled high with game and plants harvested over the past few days. In the center, a large water reservoir had been excavated by a member of the Shinta team who had arrived on the 5th day, utilizing his soil unit. It was already filled with clean water. Beside the reservoir, a soil unit was purifying the water and transferring it into several large folding water tanks. Less than 3 kilometers from the stronghold, a considerable number of foreign traversers had gathered, nearly 100 in total. After being denied entry into the Donghua camp, they established their own encampment adjacent to it. They were not devoid of weapons and equipment. Yet the surrounding sentry units and the diligently patrolling drones and mechanical wolves were sufficient to dissuade any ill intentions. Those foreign traversers who were reluctant to approach the stronghold of the Easterners had congregated around the Doomsday bunker. The proprietor of the bunker had attracted many hands with provisions and supplies, thereby encircling the bunker to establish a camp. Li Chang and his comrades did not entirely disregard those foreign traversers. Once they had sufficient manpower, they cleared the surrounding beast hordes and eliminated a monstrous creature, which allowed for the presence of so many individuals in the area. Regrettably, despite the passage of 9 days, Li Chang had yet to connect with other systems of the Firestarter. This world seemed to be far larger than they had anticipated. Due to the fluctuating number of traversers appearing, Sun Qiming was unable to ascertain the precise dimensions of this realm. However, even with the most conservative estimates, it was at least twice the size of Blue Star. On June 24th at 6 o'clock in the evening, while pondering in the control room of Firestarter 1, Li Chang was abruptly roused by a series of urgent knocks on the door. Before he could rise to answer, Sun Qiming's anxious voice resonated from outside. Instructor Li, come quickly. We have detected a perilous sign. 59, the cause of the beast tide. Look, Instructor Li. Sun Qiming summoned a video recording he had captured via a reconnaissance balloon during this period. The footage revealed a multitude of otherworldly creatures, a diverse array of animals, racing in a singular direction. Initially, there were only a few small creatures, but soon the numbers swelled. Surprisingly, these animals, typically in a predator-prey relationship, were coexisting without conflict. Professor Dong, who had arrived at the stronghold 5 days prior as an expert in animal ecology, asserted that this was unequivocally abnormal. Li Chang swiftly scrolled through the various clips recorded by Sun Qiming over the past few days. Indeed, it began with merely a handful of small creatures, seemingly unremarkable. But their numbers had escalated to a mixed multitude. What is the location? How far is it? To the southwest, approximately 200 kilometers away. Sun Qiming quickly brought up a map. Li Chang scrutinized the marked location on the map, his brow furrowed in concern. 200 kilometers to the southwest lay an expansive plain, rife with fierce beasts. The dire wolves that had pursued Sun Qin and his group were among its notorious inhabitants. At the edge of that plain was the valley recorded by Old Wei's wristband. Did Professor Dong suggest what might be causing this phenomenon? Li Chang inquired solemnly. Sun Qiming shook his head. Professor Dong merely stated that this occurrence defies natural laws. Predators and prey cannot coexist peacefully without reason, let alone embark on a collective migration. He suspects it may be due to a common threat, one so formidable that it compels these creatures to suppress their inherent instincts. Li Chang's fingers gently tapped on the map, his expression growing increasingly grave. Common threats. He murmured Professor Dong's words, a plethora of possibilities racing through his mind. The phenomenon that could prompt a mass exodus among disparate species, even suppressing their predatory instincts, could not possibly stem from a mere natural disaster. Although the ecology of this alien realm differed from that of Earth, the fundamental behaviors of its creatures adhered to the ruthless law of the jungle. Unless, attention everyone, immediate heightened vigilance is required, particularly regarding the southwestern defenses, Li Chang decisively commanded over the outpost's intercom. Tang Yao and Zhao Mingwei. Take the reconnaissance vehicle to the coordinates and investigate, ensuring you are well equipped with ammunition and portable drones. Depart at once and exercise caution. Soon. Tang Yao and Zhao Mingwei set off in their armed reconnaissance vehicle towards the target, while another member of the Shinta team, accompanied by 2 comrades, fortified the defensive line to the southwest of the camp. They utilized 2 earthen units as nodes, connecting them with 10 makeshift units and establishing a triple-layered barbed wire fence linked to a power source. Li Chang monitored the surroundings with an attack drone trailing Tang Yao's team, remaining vigilant of all that transpired. The wildlife near the outpost had been cleared, allowing for rapid advancement, and within an hour, they were nearing their objective. Captain Li, you summoned me? Professor Dong, a silver-haired elder and a renowned ecologist from the Eastern nation, entered the control room. Professor Dong, your timing is impeccable. Li Chang stepped aside from the screen. What do you believe is the cause of the animal migration phenomenon observed by Sun Qiming? Professor Dong squinted at the screen as Tang Yao's team approached their designated location. Adjusting his glasses, he scrutinized the footage. On the screen, herds of alien creatures were rushing forward with astonishing order, including species known to be natural enemies. This reminds me of the great migrations on Earth. Professor Dong pointed to a corner of the screen. But the crucial distinction lies in the fact that Earth's migrations are seasonal behaviors, whereas these beings are evidently fleeing for their lives. He retrieved another infrared video. Observe the temperature fluctuations of these animals. Their body temperatures are extraordinarily high, far exceeding our usual observations. This indicates that their adrenaline levels are alarmingly elevated, posing a risk of physical harm. It is sufficient evidence that the threat they are facing is immensely terrifying, compelling them to disregard their own injuries in a desperate bid for escape. On the other side of the screen, not far from the tide of beasts, Zhao Mingwei, aboard the reconnaissance vehicle, gasped, "What on earth is happening?" He stared wide-eyed at the tumultuous wave of wild creatures surging forward at an incredible speed, with numerous species that were natural adversaries among them. Many animals exhibited signs of frothing at the mouth, yet none showed any intention of halting their frantic flight. Occasionally, they witnessed ferocious beasts collapsing underfoot, trampled into mere pulp by the stampede. Tang Yao, maintain vigilance of the surrounding situation. Zhao Mingwei, operate the drone to scout towards the source of the beast horde. The communicator crackled with Li Chang's command. Tang Yao promptly mounted the vehicle's machine gun, while Zhao Mingwei began maneuvering the drone towards the direction from which the herd of beasts was approaching. The drone's footage streamed to the control room screen. Li Chang and Professor Dong fixated on the real-time images relayed by the drone. As the drone ventured deeper, the scale of the herd became increasingly astonishing, with thousands of otherworldly creatures driven forth as if by an invisible whip, frantically fleeing. Among them were not only armored wolves, but also numerous colossal beasts exceeding 10 meters in size. At the rear of the herd stretched an ever-expanding black line. Any creature, be it an armored wolf or a giant beast, that was caught by this line would collapse in an instant, vanishing without a trace. Get closer. Li Chang's voice was hoarse, a foreboding sense creeping over him. The camera zoomed in, the ominous black line gradually blurring until it transformed into countless tiny black dots. These were the myriad small beasts, surging forth like a tide, moving with astonishing speed, capable of devouring a massive, otherworldly creature in the blink of an eye, leaving no bones behind. Damn it, it truly is that cursed creature. Both Li Chang and Professor Dong exclaimed in unison. Li Chang had encountered it during the initial training, while Professor Dong had participated in discussions regarding countermeasures against these high-risk, otherworldly beings. They were known in Li Yunshu's memory as the most lethal ordinary creatures in this world. Moving in swarms that disregarded all obstacles, any being caught in their path would be consumed in an instant. Numerous human settlements had been annihilated by their assaults. Tang Yao. Retreat immediately, do not attract the attention of the herd. Sun Shiming, mobilize all nearby reconnaissance balloons to monitor the herd's movements comprehensively. Calculate the herd's speed and prepare for the worst. 60, Black Tide, Motiao. Professor Dong muttered anxiously. Damn it, according to the data, it is not the breeding season for Motiao. Why are they appearing now? The instructor, we must take immediate action to divert the Motiao away from the camp. Otherwise, the losses will be catastrophic. He quickly glanced at Li Chang, who remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the screen before him. Motiao referred to those small black beasts, known for their insatiable appetites, capable of consuming any organic matter without fear. With the reconnaissance balloons positioned, the herd's trajectory was determined to be moving from the southwest towards the east. If their course remained unchanged, they would not pass through the camp. He sighed in relief, but then furrowed his brow. That direction led directly to the Eagle family's Doomsday bunker. Li Chang calculated that if the current direction and speed persisted, the herd would reach that bunker in no more than 3 hours. Send a message to the bunker, alerting them of the approaching herd so they can prepare in advance. A message has reached us from the Easterners, foretelling an impending beast tide, urging us to prepare for evasion. At the perimeter of the Doomsday bunker, a burly Caucasian dialed a direct line to the outside world. Beast tide? What on earth? Lucas frowned on the other end of the line. Ensure the camp is on high alert. I will deploy a drone for reconnaissance. Understood, Chief. The Caucasian's eyes betrayed a fleeting disappointment as he observed Lucas opting for the drone launch through the ejection port rather than opening the bunker door. Lucas hung up, unable to suppress a smirk. A beast tide? What psychological warfare are the Easterners concocting now? He turned towards the bunker's monitoring room, his fingers impatiently tapping the drone control console. The real-time footage from the drone flickered on the screen, initially revealing a tumultuous throng of various beasts galloping wildly. Lucas adjusted the focus, and the image sharpened. What in the world? His brow furrowed deeper. On the screen, a dark wave surged forward with astonishing speed, erasing any creature it pursued as if wiped away by an eraser. Lucas zoomed in, finally discerning the true nature of these entities, countless fist-sized black creatures resembling mutated rats, yet equipped with 6 legs and a pair of sharp pincers. Their method of movement was chilling. The front ranks devoured all organic matter, with the rear ranks following closely behind, akin to an insatiable tide. Damn it! Lucas's face paled instantly, and he scrambled away from the drone console in terror. Meanwhile, the Caucasian, waiting by the phone, grew anxious as Lucas failed to respond. As he absent-mindedly whistled, observing the merriment within the camp, the Doomsday bunker suddenly stirred. All vents sealed automatically, and even the drone ejection port closed without waiting for the drone's return. Boss. The Caucasian frantically grabbed the phone. But no matter how he dialed, silence reigned on the other end. In a fit of rage, he smashed the phone against the bunker's exterior. By now, he realized that the cowardly turtle had no intention of regarding their survival. Just when he was about to deceive that fool into opening the shell's entrance, this calamity occurred. The Caucasian glanced around. His earlier actions had drawn little attention. He discreetly sought out a few loyal subordinates. Before long, he and 5 of his men commandeered the camp's 5 vehicles, under the pretense of hunting, and sped away in the opposite direction. At the Sui Rin No. 1 outpost, all individuals have prepared themselves, with a substantial amount of food loaded onto vehicles equipped with makeshift soil units. 15 of these rudimentary units have formed a vast square, with 2 soil units positioned at the forefront. These 2 soil units have united and entered a state of complete closure. The elderly and infants within the camp have already taken refuge inside. Should the situation deteriorate, all makeshift soil units will also seal themselves off. The actions of the beasts are swift. They do not linger in areas stripped bare nor exhibit any interest in the metallic materials forming the exterior of the soil units. A foreign camp, situated 3 kilometers away, has been alerted and is now relocating in a direction away from the impending beast tide. Li Chang remains in the operations room of the Sunlight One, which has reverted from its deployed state back into the form of a shipping container. He is intensely focused on the advancing direction of the beast tide, moving at approximately 60 kilometers per hour, maintaining its course toward the Doomsday Bunker camp. The imagery relayed by the reconnaissance balloon leaves Li Chang momentarily stunned. The camp is still in disarray, with no apparent measures taken against the beast tide. Suddenly, a rapid, thunderous sound jolts the sentinel responsible for monitoring the surroundings awake. Before he can fully comprehend his surroundings, he witnesses a wave surging toward him across the distant horizon at an astonishing speed. "Oh my God!" cries the sentinel, desperately sounding the alarm nearby. The inhabitants of the camp finally sense the impending danger as the ground begins to tremble with increasing intensity. A cacophonous crash ensues as the frenzied beasts demolish the makeshift perimeter of the camp, barreling through. The people within the camp, paralyzed by fear, shut their eyes in resignation, only to realize that these once ferocious dire wolves and colossal beasts do not assault them. Instead, they rush past, preoccupied with their own escape. Aside from a few unfortunate souls who were trampled, most remain relatively unharmed. However, before they can grasp their fortunate survival, a dark tide, trailing closely behind the beast surge, descends upon them. Without the chance to even scream, the inhabitants of the bunker seem to vanish from the world like snowflakes in boiling water. The black wave sweeps across the entire camp, though a small portion lingers within, encircling the Doomsday Bunker as if sensing the sustenance within. In an inconspicuous corner of the bunker, a breach has been made. This area serves as an outlet for sewage, where below, a half-decayed corpse emits an aroma that attracts the dark tide. 61. As you sow, so shall you reap. One of the subordinates in the speeding vehicle cannot restrain his curiosity and questions the burly Caucasian leader. Are we really just leaving like this? Tom has already located the sewage conduit of the bunker, having created an opening. Given another 2 days, he is confident he can gain entry. Although they were ostensibly subordinates, the 5 of them were strangers to one another. Upon entering Lucas's encampment, they immediately recognized each other amidst the crowd. They shared an identical scent reminiscent of hyenas, signifying they were all akin in spirit. With the finest equipment and the most robust physique, Andrew naturally became their leader. Their motive for joining Lucas's camp was singular: to seize his Doomsday Bunker. Stay here and await death? Andrew, the white giant, sneered. Although that coward exhibited a tendency to retreat, his instincts regarding danger were undeniably sharp. The last time an unmanned drone was downed by the Easterners, he incessantly lamented in their ears. This time, he neglected to retrieve the new drone. Did they intend to linger in the camp and await their demise? Moreover, did they not see what loomed ahead? Andrew gestured toward the approaching horde of beasts. Yet to abandon it? That entire Doomsday Bunker could be ours, if we secure it. We need not fret over survival for quite some time. Tom expressed his reluctance. It was worth noting that he had paid a considerable price to locate that sewage passage. Abandon? How could we possibly consider such a notion? Andrew chuckled. Once all those fools in the camp have perished, that man will still require assistance to comprehend the outside world. At that juncture, we can easily return. Where shall we flee? Another subordinate inquired. The farther from the camp, the better. We shall return once everything has settled. Should we seize the opportunity to lure those creatures toward the Easterners' camp? The one who had first posed the question made a gesture akin to slitting a throat. Do you seek death? Those Easterners have declared that anyone who approaches their encampment without cause will be treated as an enemy. Furthermore, do you truly believe they are unaware of your intentions now? Andrew pointed toward the sky, where several attack drones circled ominously above the eastern camp. Any actions taken within a certain proximity to their encampment would invite ruthless retaliation. Let us depart. The Easterners are not our current adversaries. First, we must secure that Doomsday Bunker. By the way, Tom, your entrance 1T be discovered, will it? Next time, that will be our gateway into the bunker. Discovered? Impossible. Tom thumped his chest in assurance. That opening is no larger than a fist. And I have meticulously camouflaged both sides. An ordinary person would never detect it. Even if they did, they would merely assume it to be a concealed vent for the bunker. However, Tom remained oblivious to the precarious state of the seemingly foolproof opening he had secured. Surrounding the Doomsday Bunker, a throng of ink-black creatures had completely encircled it. A pungent aroma of decaying food wafted from the massive stone before them. Yet no entrance could be found, inciting restlessness among the creatures. They scoured every corner of the bunker until suddenly, one creature's sharp claw became ensnared in a flipped page of the cover. A more intense aroma of food wafted from the partially opened hole. The Inkling horde momentarily ceased all movements, then hastened to swarm into the suddenly revealed opening. Inside the bunker, Lucas consoled himself, assuring, "It's all right. This bunker is my masterpiece. As long as it remains sealed, those creatures cannot possibly enter." He continued to bolster his spirits, gradually regaining his composure. A gurgling sound echoed as Lucas grimaced, clutching his abdomen. The tumultuous emotional upheaval and pressure left his stomach in utter disarray. After a moment's hesitation, Lucas made his way to the bunker's restroom. He sat upon the toilet, striving to relax. The restroom was exquisitely designed, with a ventilation system swiftly whisking away unpleasant odors. Yet he sensed something was amiss with today's scent. "Perhaps it's the overwhelming stress," he murmured, pressing the flush button. "Let me add a bit more to your meal." Lucas gazed at the vanishing waste. Brooke's corpse lay discarded in the recycling pit below, awaiting its transformation into organic fertilizer alongside the refuse. The sound of rushing water filled the air, but soon after, he heard an unsettling noise, like countless tiny claws scuttling along the interior walls of the bunker's pipes. Lucas froze, springing to his feet, his gaze fixated on the toilet. "Impossible, this cannot be happening," he stammered, his voice trembling. In the next instant, a wave of darkness erupted from the toilet, an unrelenting mass of Inkling. Drawn by the scent from the sewage pipes, they crawled through the hole Tom had excavated, infiltrating the bunker's wastewater circulation system. Now, they had found their exit. Lucas let out a horrified scream and bolted from the restroom. Yet the Inkling swarm was swifter. Several larger ones had already leapt onto his calves, their sharp appendages tearing through his trousers and sinking into his flesh, the excruciating pain causing him to stumble, nearly losing his balance. "Get off! Get away!" he cried, frantically swatting at the Inkling on his legs, but more surged forth from the toilet, spreading across the ground like black ink. Lucas stumbled out of the restroom, desperately fleeing deeper into the bunker. Thousands of Inklings pursued him, clearly unwilling to relinquish their impending feast. Lucas now harbored deep resentment for his past self. Under the pretense of convenience for ambushing Brooke, he had persuaded her to forego any sealed doors within the bunker. Now, he was left to taste the bitter fruit of his choices. As the Inkling swarm closed in, a sudden glimmer of inspiration struck Lucas. He charged headlong into the wall before him. A panel door swung open, and he vanished within the confines of that wall. In the secret chamber, Lucas panted heavily. This was the hidden space he had secretly constructed to seize the Doomsday bunker. He hurriedly locked the panel door behind him, then collapsed onto the floor. Outside, the disoriented horde of Inklings began to stir, flitting about like headless flies in search of their lost prey. Yet they found no trace of the quarry they had once pursued. At that moment, the group of Mo Tiao suddenly discovered an even more perfect target. The bunker's storage area, filled with enough resources to sustain an individual for over 20 years. Abundant provisions and a sealed environment transformed the bunker into a new nest for the Mo Tiao swarm. Swiftly arriving and just as quickly departing, within a mere 2 hours, they vanished like a black tide, leaving only a white expanse behind. Li Chang, who had been observing the direction of the black tide from the Swearin No. 1 camp, finally exhaled in relief. Thanks to timely sealing and the considerable distance, the black tide had not targeted their location this time. Professor Dong. The Mo Tiao swarm tends to leave swiftly after consuming an area. They do not linger for long. Li Chang transmitted his observations to Professor Dong and then issued the order to lift the lockdown. As Li Chang's command was executed, the previously sealed Shirang units began to open one by one, reverting to operational status. The group emerged from the units, gazing apprehensively in the direction where the Mo Tiao had vanished. "These creatures are truly terrifying," Sun Qiming shuddered involuntarily. "If only we could obtain a few samples." Professor Dong lamented. During their strategic discussions, they had merely devised a temporary plan to counter this entity, but without tangible specimens, formulating a comprehensive response proved exceedingly difficult. Wang Lei and the others shook their heads vigorously. They were not eager to encounter such creatures again. Professor Dong sighed, realizing that such an occurrence was inevitable. As they were evidently within the hunting grounds of the Mo Tiao, it would not be surprising to encounter them again at any moment. "We must find a way to procure a few specimens and swiftly devise a method to counter them." Regrettably, the Mo Tiao exhibited no wastefulness regarding food. Although some may have been injured or perished during the hunt, all traces of them vanished into the mouths of their brethren. "Rest assured, Professor Dong, if the opportunity arises, We will certainly assist you in acquiring a few emotiao samples, Li Chang reassured, joining the throng. Behind him, Swearin Number 1 was gradually unfolding. The signal control range of the containerized Swearin Number 1 extended less than 100 kilometers, and with blue star time approaching midnight, preparations were imperative. Over 100 kilometers away, Andrew and his team hurried toward the Doomsday bunker. We need to expedite our pace. We must seize the bunker during this window of opportunity. Andrew urged his subordinates. With midnight nearing, the Easterners would be preoccupied with welcoming their newcomers, presenting the ideal moment for them to take control of the bunker. Tom, take them and swiftly breach the entrance. I will draw the attention of that fellow, Andrew instructed. Upon entering the bunker camp, Andrew and his team immediately split into 2 squads to commence their operation. Tom and his group advanced directly toward the entrance, while Andrew picked up the internal phone to contact the bunker's owner. Although the unusually pristine camp felt somewhat unsettling to them, there was no time to ponder such matters now. Hey, is that you, boss? Are you all right? We are the only survivors here in the camp. How are you holding up? Andrew spoke directly into the receiver. However, the line that used to connect without a hitch now echoed only with a busy signal. Despite Andrew's relentless attempts to redial, there was no response. Meanwhile, Tom swiftly arrived at the cave entrance with 3 others. The sight before him took him aback. The entrance, which he had concealed with a sheet, was now exposed, and its dimensions seemed larger than he remembered. What's wrong? One of his subordinates inquired, noticing Tom's astonishment. Oh, nothing much. It seems the sheet has fallen, but the entrance remains, Tom replied hastily. Then hurry up. Boss Andrew can't hold on for long. If that coward discovers us, it will be trouble. If we can't take the bunker, Boss Andrew will not go easy on you. The subordinate threatened. Tom shivered involuntarily at the thought of Andrew's methods, his body tensing up. Don't worry, it's all fine. Just remember, this is a sewage treatment pool down here, so don't complain about going in, he said, pressing his face against the entrance, preparing to enlarge it further. Yet, the usual acrid odor was conspicuously absent. Just as Tom found this curious, a dark shadow suddenly lunged out from the cave. A piercing scream erupted, causing Andrew, who was still dialing, to shudder. It was Tom's voice. In an instant, Andrew recognized Tom's distinctive tone. What happened? Did they breach the tunnel and encounter that coward? Abandoning the phone, Andrew seized his weapon and rushed towards the source of the scream. Upon arriving at the cave entrance, a chilling scene unfolded before him. Tom lay sprawled on the ground, a gaping wound torn into his face. The other 3 subordinates were frantically firing into the cave, bullets igniting sparks in the darkness. What is going on? Andrew demanded sharply. Something came rushing out of the cave. Tom was taken down. One subordinate's voice trembled. Andrew immediately turned his gaze to the cave entrance. But perhaps due to their overwhelming firepower, nothing emerged for the moment. Just as they exhaled a sigh of relief, the apocalyptic bunker before them suddenly erupted with a deafening roar, and all the vents and passages sprang open. Before they could comprehend the situation, countless shadows poured out from the bunker, overwhelming them. 5 minutes earlier, as Andrew began to establish contact through the internal line, Lucas in the hidden chamber was engulfed in profound despair. He had not prepared any surplus food or water in the hidden chamber. The last provisions had been entirely consumed. Moreover, his leg was injured, as the barbs from the creature had seemingly ruptured his blood vessels, rendering the items within the chamber utterly inadequate for staunching the bleeding. The sounds emanating from outside indicated that the monsters had no intention of departing. The scraping of their appendages across the floor echoed in Lucas's ears like a death knell. At that moment, he heard Andrew's voice coming from the adjacent intercom, followed shortly by the sound of gunfire from the sewage circulation pipes. An idea struck him. He gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain and made his way to a button situated within the hidden chamber. This button had been installed by Lucas as a contingency in case he failed to eliminate Brooke, and it was now proving its worth. He pressed the button urgently. Indeed, the sounds of the creatures scraping outside swiftly ceased, as they had evidently found a new prey. Lucas waited for a moment, ensuring that no further sounds emerged from outside, before hastily opening the secret door of the chamber. He needed to tend to his wound while seizing the opportunity to reclaim his bunker. However, what lay beyond the hidden chamber left him utterly astonished. Everywhere he looked, there were clusters of eggs, and a creature, significantly larger than the usual ones, was glaring at him with blood-red eyes. Welcome to Camp Swearin Number 1. I am Commander Li Chang. At the entrance of the camp, Li Chang, clad in military attire, saluted the 5 new arrivals with precision. You are indeed fortunate, remarked Wang Lei, standing nearby. To be honest, If these compatriots had arrived even slightly earlier, before the black tide had fully receded, I shudder to think of the circumstances they would have faced. The 5 individuals nodded in agreement. Having arrived and immediately received communication, they were then assisted by fellow compatriots. Culminating in their arrival at such a camp, was this not a stroke of good fortune? They gazed at Li Chang with gratitude, particularly at the crimson emblem adorning his military uniform. Wang Lei, I entrust you with the task of familiarizing them with the camp, and ensure they swiftly engage in its construction. Understanding the implications of Wang Lei's words, Li Chang refrained from voicing them outright, merely instructing Wang Lei to look after them. The 5 individuals, 3 men and 2 women, were ordinary citizens, identified through their self-introductions and the data from their wristbands as 2 laborers, a grassroots worker, and 2 freelancers. They had brought 2 vehicles laden with makeshift soil units, elevating the camp's total to 17 such units. Captain, you need to come see this. Tang Yao suddenly approached, his expression grave, holding a drone controller. Without elaborating, he handed the controller to Li Chang and pointed at the screen. We may have a significant problem. The display revealed the Doomsday bunker located to the northeast of the camp. At that moment, the entire bunker area appeared eerily silent, devoid of any human presence. The fence surrounding the camp had long since collapsed, and the temporary tents and wooden cabins within the confines of the camp were in a state of disrepair. However, the vehicles belonging to this camp remained untouched, parked outside, and seemingly unscathed. Strangely, the exits and passages of the Doomsday bunker, which had never been opened, were now all ajar. Captain, we have been closely monitoring the movements of this bunker camp. Recently, the vehicles that had evaded the dark tide returned to the camp. And then, Tang Yao displayed a series of surveillance videos. In the footage, Li Chang observed Andrew and his group coming and going, as well as their division into 2 teams heading towards the Doomsday bunker from different directions. Suddenly, an alarming scene unfolded before Li Chang's eyes. The bunker's passage swung open, and countless ink monsters surged forth, engulfing Andrew and his companions before retreating back into the bunker. How could there be so many hiding within that bunker? Li Chang exclaimed. In the control room of the Sui Rin No. 1, Li Chang and his team were fixated on the screen, deploying a small drone to scout the current conditions of the bunker. There, descend, and enter through that opening, Zhao Mingwei instructed, recalling his previous memory as he piloted the drone into the bunker's launch port. Li Chang and Professor Dong gathered close by, watching the real-time video feed from the drone. What they witnessed sent chills down their spines. The bunker was teeming with ink monsters in a semi-dormant state, nearly covering every inch of the floor. It seemed that the drone's intrusion had roused many of them from slumber, as they waved their front pincers towards the airborne device. Continue deeper, but avoid any approach to the ground. Maintain a safe distance from those ink monsters, Li Chang urged, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. Fortunately, the bunker was sufficiently spacious, and with Zhao Mingwei's adept handling, the drone evaded all ink monsters. Venturing further into the depths of the bunker, more and more ink monsters were awakened, all pursuing the aerial intruder on the ground, which in turn roused even more of their kind. As the drone delved deeper, the density of ink monsters reached an astonishing level. They began to stack upon one another, striving to reach the drone above. Suddenly, at a corner, a multitude of ink monsters plummeted from above, striking the drone and sending it crashing to the ground. The camera maintained the last captured image of the drone at that final turn, a dense cluster of eggs, with a colossal ink monster emitting a silent howl in the direction of the drone. The group stared at the now motionless screen, a heavy silence enveloping them. After a prolonged pause, Li Chang finally broke the silence with a hoarse voice. Professor Dong, you are the expert in this area. What is your perspective? After a moment, Professor Dong replied, the ink monsters within the bunker must have been left by the last dark tide. They have evidently established a nest inside. Professor Dong's expression was exceedingly grave. From the video just viewed, it was apparent that there were no fewer than several thousand of the ink monsters. When combined with their eggs, the total number was likely even more terrifying. This was unequivocally a ticking time bomb. Once those eggs hatched, this horde of ink monsters would undoubtedly launch an assault on their surroundings. Professor Han, is there any way to seal those ink monsters within that bunker and prevent their emergence? Li Chang inquired, glancing at Professor Han beside him. It is quite challenging, Professor Han replied. The Doomsday bunker has multiple exits, many of which are hidden. As seen in the video, it is evident that all exits have been opened, making it exceedingly difficult to identify and seal these openings, and the risks involved are substantial. Is there a method to eliminate those ink monsters directly? Li Chang pressed further. That too is quite difficult. Professor Han shook his head. Although it appears to be on the brink of annihilation, the bunker truly lives up to its Doomsday designation, capable of withstanding considerable attacks. Given the weaponry we currently possess, inflicting a fatal blow to the bunker is virtually impossible. We cannot act recklessly, Professor Dong interjected. If we cannot strike decisively, the ink monsters will surely be provoked, surging forth to attack everything in their vicinity. There is even the possibility of attracting the black tide once more. Our understanding of the ink monsters is still minimal. We are unaware of their behavioral traits, and any attempt to handle the situation could easily backfire. The information provided by Commander Li only encompasses the appearance and danger posed by the ink monsters. He too lacks insight into these creatures. Are we to simply leave them be? Li Chang furrowed his brow. You have all seen those eggs. Once they hatch, they will pose a significant threat to us, and we absolutely cannot disregard them. I have a proposal, Professor Dong said, fixing his gaze upon Li Chang. I hope to capture a few samples of the ink monsters to facilitate research into countermeasures against these creatures. 64. Capture samples. Be cautious. Ensure that you do not provoke the ink monsters into a frenzy. Especially avoid luring them toward the camp, Professor Dong reiterated earnestly to Li Chang. Li Chang did not respond. He was wholly focused on piloting the transport drone toward the location of the Doomsday bunker. Unlike previous flights, this time the drone was suspended beneath a substantial crate, repurposed from the one brought along by Chen Chen. The material of this crate was exceptionally sturdy, capable of withstanding the gnawing of the ink monsters. Thus it was fashioned for capturing samples of these creatures. Inside the crate lay the corpse of a mechanical wolf, serving as bait to attract the ink monsters. Fortunately, one of the two workers who had recently joined the camp was a skilled 8th-level mechanic, adept in crafting these apparatuses with ease. Not only had he constructed the crate, but he had also devised a remote-controlled mechanism using simple tools, allowing control over the opening or locking of a flap on one side of the crate. With proper management, they could securely trap any ink monster lured inside. Li Chang maneuvered the drone to hover above the apocalyptic bunker, subsequently depositing a box at one of its exits. As one side of the box opened, the scent of the armored wolf's corpse began to waft into the bunker. Before long, a commotion erupted within the passage, and several nearby Imo-Tiao surged forth. Attention! The target has emerged. Li Chang focused intently on the screen, fearing he might miss the opportune moment. I require at least 3 samples, he stated, while Professor Dong, standing beside him, whispered anxiously. Meanwhile, the other members at Camp Sui Rin were also poised for action, nestled within their rudimentary earthen units, ready to respond at a moment's notice should any unforeseen event arise. Soon, 2 Imo-Tiao entered the box, ravenously tearing at the armored wolf's carcass, its sturdy exoskeleton proving utterly inconsequential against the creatures. As the remains of the wolf were shredded, an increasing number of Imo-Tiao emerged from the passage, converging on the box. The number of Imo-Tiao inside the box rapidly surpassed 5, while more than 10 were still amassed at the entrance. This is sufficient. Li Chang prepared to press the button to seal the Imo-Tiao inside. Just then, a creature far larger than the typical Imo-Tiao burst forth from the passage. The other Imo-Tiao, seemingly intimidated by this behemoth, parted to grant it passage. The enormous Imo-Tiao approached the box, opening its mouth towards the few Imo-Tiao still feasting on the armored wolf's remains. In an eerie silence, the Imo-Tiao ceased their voracious gnawing, even retreating deeper into the box, leaving the wolf's flesh exposed. The large Imo-Tiao then closed its mouth and entered the box to commence its own feast, now joined by 3 smaller Imo-Tiao. This is the moment. Li Chang would not let such a fortuitous opportunity slip away. He promptly pressed the mechanism, causing the side hatch of the box to descend instantaneously, locking it securely. In response to the sudden turn of events, the large Imo-Tiao reopened its mouth, unleashing a silent roar, inciting the other Imo-Tiao outside into a frenzy. They surged en masse towards the box. As the Imo-Tiao neared, Li Chang quickly ascended the drone, lifting the box into the sky. From the various passages of the bunker, throngs of Imo-Tiao poured forth, racing towards the box's location. The 3 Imo-Tiao inside began to panic. Previously motionless at the far end of the box, they now frantically gnawed at its sides, attempting to breach it. Meanwhile, the large Imo-Tiao remained stationary, simply holding its mouth wide open and tilting its head back. Continue to ascend. Do not alter your course. Professor Dong seemed to perceive the impending danger and urgently instructed Li Chang. Li Chang, understanding the gravity of the situation, maneuvered the drone vertically skyward. 100 meters, 200 meters, 500 meters. until he reached nearly the maximum altitude of the transport drone at 2,000 meters. The horde of Imotao at the bunker finally began to settle. They gazed around in confusion, and after waiting in vain for any feedback, they all retreated back into their bunker. Meanwhile, the three ink gluttons continued to frantically gnaw at the box, showing no signs of ceasing their relentless assault. After a considerable passage of time, the temperature within the box dropped significantly, causing the three ink gluttons to collapse nearby, rendered motionless by the cold and exhaustion. The larger ink glutton lay with its head raised and mouth agape, exhibiting no further changes. Li Chang maintained the altitude of the drone until he could no longer detect the presence of any ink gluttons outside the bunker, at which point he directed the drone towards the Swearin No. 1 camp. Preparations had already been made within the camp, where a standard clay unit had been converted into a laboratory, stationed in an open area at the back of the camp. Professor Dong and his colleagues anxiously awaited the arrival of the ink glutton samples. Li Chang gradually lowered the drone's altitude, while Tang Yao remained vigilant, monitoring the movements around the Doomsday bunker, fearing that a drop below a certain height might incite a frenzy among the ink gluttons. Fortunately, there were no changes until the box touched the ground. The three smaller ink gluttons had evidently exhausted all their vitality and showed no response. The interior of the box was covered with various scratches and bite marks. Thankfully, the material of the box was exceptionally robust, displaying no signs of damage aside from minor markings. Upon landing, the large ink glutton immediately reared up, opening its mouth in a silent roar. However, Li Chang and the others could not hear a sound. Quickly move the box inside, Professor Dong urgently instructed, requesting that the entire box be transported into the clay unit. He then set the soundproofing arrangements to the highest level, finally allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief. This large ink glutton could command the others through special sound waves, making it the most valuable research specimen. Such sound waves were inaudible to humans, yet perceptible to the ink gluttons. Fortunately, the transmission range of those sound waves was limited, not exceeding a linear distance of 2,000 meters. Captain Lee, please remain vigilant for any changes around the bunker. We must not allow a single ink glutton to approach within 2,000 meters of our camp, or the consequences would be dire. Additionally, please deploy probe balloon nodes within a 2,000-meter radius of the camp to prevent the emergence of other ink glutton populations. Lastly, Captain Lee, please arrange for an assistant. I need to ascertain the physiological habits and characteristics of these ink gluttons in the shortest time possible. 65. Continue to advance. Soon, the carefully selected research assistants chosen by Li Chang stood before Professor Dong, who introduced them one by one. Li Yunshu, an experienced anesthetist skilled in surgical techniques, would be invaluable whether dealing with incapacitated ink gluttons or assisting in dissection. Zhao Wen, a university student with nimble hands and experience in laboratory settings, was proficient with most equipment. Pan Ying, a herbalist with unique insights into plants, would likely prove helpful. Tang Yao, my teammate, was responsible for maintaining order and safety in the laboratory to prevent any accidents. Observing Professor Dong's expression of utter disbelief, Li Chang felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, given the limited number of participants available at the camp, it would indeed be a formidable challenge to find several genuine research assistants among them. Yet, Professor Dong understood the current predicament. The fact that they had managed to gather this group was commendable. After all, the appearance of the Moteos was so ghastly that most individuals would rather keep their distance than engage in research. Since the capture of the Moteos, their visibly lethargic state suggested that, if left for a few more days, they would likely lose all research value. Firstly, I extend my gratitude to those willing to assist me in this research. However, I must lay down some ground rules. This specimen is exceptionally rare and vital. It may very well enable us to confront the Moteos effortlessly in the future. As none of you are professional biological researchers, it is imperative that you adhere strictly to my instructions. Above all, do not act on your own accord. The consequences of injury may be trivial, but if the specimen perishes or a new black tide is triggered, the repercussions would be dire indeed. Professor Dong adjusted his glasses, his gaze sweeping across each face in the room. The gathered individuals exchanged glances but soon nodded in agreement. No problem, Professor Dong. We recognize the gravity of the situation and will follow your commands without question, Li Yunshu declared. Indeed, Professor, I have assisted my mentor on numerous occasions and will not act independently, added university student Zhao Wen. Pan Ying remained silent, merely nodding vigorously in affirmation towards Professor Dong. Very well, let us commence our journey. With a wave of his hand, Professor Dong led the way onto the experimental vehicle known as the soil unit. Everyone boarded, while Tang Yao took the driver's seat, steering the soil unit away from the camp. The Moteo's behaviors were exceedingly perilous, and they could not afford to take such significant risks within the confines of the camp. The experimental area was designated on a hillside 5 kilometers away from the camp, positioned between the camp and the Doomsday bunker. This location would mitigate potential direct impacts on the camp, even in the event of a black tide occurrence. Zhao Mingwei and Su Li drove a safety vehicle stationed nearby, while Sun Qiming operated a surveillance balloon, monitoring the surroundings of the laboratory at all times. Within the soil unit, Professor Dong and his team prepared for the experiment. Comrade Tang Yao, you are responsible for the security of the laboratory. Should any of the Moteos escape our control, you are authorized to neutralize them immediately to prevent harm, Professor Dong instructed, gesturing toward the 3 listless young Moteos. As for this one, he pointed to the larger Moteos. Please make every effort to ensure its survival. Unless the situation becomes life-threatening, it is best not to harm it. Tang Yao, fully armed and stationed in a corner of the laboratory, twitched the corners of his mouth, but ultimately acquiesced. Then, let the experiment begin. Professor Dong approached one of the small Moteos, using a restraint device to secure it upon the platform. Dr. Li, please attempt to anesthetize it and determine which drug is most effective, as well as assess its resistance to drugs. Li Yunshu felt a sense of incredulity. This was the first time he had encountered such a creature. How was he supposed to anesthetize it? Let us set aside the fact that he is merely an anesthetist dedicated to serving humanity, rather than a veterinarian. One must ponder the peculiar appearance of this specimen. What medications and dosages should be employed? Seemingly perceiving Li Yunshu's confusion, Professor Dong calmly remarked, "Fear not, Dr. Li, proceed as you wish. This experimental subject is not particularly precious and does not require preservation of life. Just adjust the proportions according to its body size." Adjust the proportions according to body size? This is not akin to sipping plain water. Li Yunshu muttered to himself, yet without any hesitation, he administered a vial of milk into the apparatus housing the Blue Star, Special Situations Response Command of the Eastern Nation. What is the status report? Without lifting his head, Li Yunshu inquired directly upon hearing Qinya's entrance into the command center. As of now, 10 batches of travelers have successfully traversed, totaling over 68 million individuals, among which there are 13,446,839 from our Eastern Nation. Qin Yi paused momentarily before responding fluently. Currently, there are 10,000 Shinta team members and 500 Ulate team members who have entered the Otherworld, with the number of ordinary soldiers exceeding 1 million. These are elite forces, equipped with a substantial arsenal, including 500 encapsulated units and 800 flint systems. Regrettably, we still lack any means of communication with them. Otherwise, we could ascertain the progress made. Qin Yi lamented. According to predictions from the Academy of Sciences, they should have begun forming networks and establishing preliminary communication links. Let us hope for that. Li Yunshu sighed. How are the circumstances in other nations? Thus far, the situation remains under control. There exists a degree of chaos among the populace of various countries, yet it remains manageable, except for the white elephant, correct? Li Yunshu smirked. Qin Yi offered a wry smile. Indeed, it is the white elephant. Presently, the entirety of the white elephant finds itself in a rather peculiar state. Their president managed to obscure the last incident with an outrageously absurd justification, which has led to adverse consequences. Currently, 1/3 of the populace still adheres to President Benaji's directives. Another third follows the rival of Naviki, as they vie for every available resource. And the final third? They remain in close association with shamans across various villages and sects, quietly awaiting the arrival of the final trial. Li Yunshu, hearing Qin Yi's response, felt somewhat speechless, yet this aligns perfectly with the characteristics of the white elephant. Will it impact us? No. Then let us disregard it. With a wave of his hand, Li Yunshu dismissed the notion, having never anticipated relying on the white elephant. As long as they do not cause us trouble, that suffices. Trouble? The networks and communications within the white elephant remain in disarray, and even their power supply is problematic. It is remarkable they have not yet detonated anything. How could they possibly pose a threat? Qin Yu could not help but scoff. "Ah, I nearly forgot the pressing matter." He suddenly adopted a serious expression. "Commander Li, the Central Command has notified you to attend a meeting to arrange the next steps for the traversal plan." As Li Yunshu entered the conference room, the discussions were already fervent. "Ah, Yunshu has arrived. Our meeting shall officially commence." The Central Command clapped his hands, and the room fell into silence. Today's meeting has 2 primary agendas. The Central Command gestured towards the meeting banner. First, we shall summarize the preparations made thus far. Second, we will propose improvements and suggestions regarding the next phase of the traversal arrangements. Let us begin with the first item. I trust everyone has some understanding of this matter. Though it may not be comprehensive, I possess all the data, which I will now share with you. Director Zhou, please display the data. At the command of the Central Command, Director Zhou activated his personal terminal, and the main screen began to scroll the summary data from the first phase. As of now, our nation has produced and stored 20 billion rounds of various ammunition, half of which are specialized warheads. We have built 18,000 units of the Shi-Rang, all of which have been allocated to the traversing warriors. Over 10 million simple Shi-Rang units are being distributed according to the order of traversal. More than 50 million drones of various types have been constructed and allocated, with over 200,000 being large drones. The production of mechanical wolves and various exoskeletons has reached a level sufficient to supply all subsequent traversing individuals from the Eastern nation, particularly exoskeletons. With each person now equipped with one. With the advancement of our automated industrial chain, we have gradually reduced the number of personnel working on the production line, thereby increasing their training time, which currently stands at a ratio of 3:1. The training content is also being improved based on its effectiveness to ensure every trainee can respond adequately to emergencies. Our food reserves are ample. Besides providing each traverser with a portion to carry, we have a substantial supply of packaged food ready for dispatch to other realms. The development of new weaponry is progressing smoothly, aided by covert technological exchanges with certain nations. More specialized weapons have been developed ahead of schedule and are undergoing practical testing, to be distributed to the entire military shortly. As the Yunshu absorbed each piece of information, his heart surged with emotion. He gazed intently at the data on the screen, recognizing that behind these figures lay the relentless dedication of countless researchers and workers, an embodiment of the formidable cohesion and execution displayed by the Eastern nation in the face of unknown challenges. This is the most potent assurance that the people of the Eastern nation can truly survive in foreign realms. It appears our preparations have yielded significant results. The Central Command surveyed the astonished crowd, a hint of satisfaction in his tone. Comrades, I can proudly state that in less than 3 months, our industrial output has accounted for over 90% of the entire blue planet. Indeed, we have made history and taken a monumental step forward on the path to altering our destiny. Thus, I stand here representing Donghua and the countless people of Donghua to convey a heartfelt message to all, especially to those who have steadfastly dedicated themselves to their respective duties. Your efforts are truly commendable. The central figure rose and bowed deeply to the other attendees and to the millions of Donghua citizens far away. The 90-degree bow lasted a full 3 seconds, eliciting thunderous applause. Several elder generals even had tears in their eyes. The applause in the conference room was relentless, with everyone clapping vigorously. Once seated again, the central figure clasped his hands on the table, his expression gradually growing serious. However, the challenges we face are only just beginning. He stated solemnly that although the crossing has been confirmed, we still lack any intelligence from the other realm up to this point. We are unaware of the effectiveness of our preparations thus far. We do not know the current status of our warriors and compatriots in the other world. We cannot ascertain whether our strategies are effective there. Therefore, we shall now proceed to the second agenda. Are there any suggestions or improvements regarding the next phase of the crossing arrangements? I shall begin. Elder Zhu was the first to rise. Concerning the confirmed crossing, I propose that we increase the number of preliminary encapsulation units. Only with sufficient supplies can we establish a firm foothold there and lay a solid foundation for future endeavors. I oppose this. Just as Elder Zhu finished speaking, Chief of Staff Ding interrupted. I understand, Elder Zhu, that you wish to alleviate the suffering of our warriors there and enable them to enjoy a life of ample resources sooner. But have you considered whether we can maintain control over the encapsulation units we send over? If we cannot protect them, the loss of those units would be an irretrievable regret. Thus, my suggestion is to moderately increase the number of encapsulation units. But we must take into account the limits of our warriors' capabilities. While we cannot guarantee absolute safety, we should ensure that at least over 90% of the encapsulation units remain under the control of our Donghua people. Yunshu, what is your perspective? You are the most familiar with the situation there. I would like to hear your thoughts. Chief of Staff Ding looked at Li Yunshu, his eyes filled with anticipation. My opinion? Li Yunshu also stood up. Before answering, I would like to pose a question. How many swearing systems have been fully manufactured during this period? The swearing systems? Chief of Staff Ding pondered. If I recall correctly, we have completed over 1,300 sets of swearing systems thus far. Excluding the 800 systems that have already been sent over, we have 500 units in reserve. I propose to expedite the integration of the swearing systems. Please ensure that all remaining systems are transported by the next batch of crossers. Yunshu's words plunged the conference room into a brief silence. The central figure nodded slightly, encouraging him to continue. At that time, we were lacking weapons, food, water, and ammunition. It appeared that we were deficient in every aspect. However, in reality, the most critical shortage we faced was always communication. Thus, I propose that we first dispatch all remaining Sui Ren systems through the next batch of travelers, and subsequently ensure that at least 100 Sui Ren systems accompany the travelers each day. This endeavor can persist until we ascertain that communication has been established with the other side or until the communication network has been fully erected. Communication is our lifeline. Yunshu's voice reverberated in the conference room. The lessons learned through the blood of the first batch of travelers have taught us that if the dispersed citizens of the Eastern nation fail to establish timely contact, they will be like fortresses upon the beach, easily dismantled one by one. I wholeheartedly concur with Comrade Yunshu's opinion, stated Chief of Staff Ding, rising to his feet. The Sui Ren system not only serves as the core node of our communication network, but also forms the foundation for our future information-based warfare system in the alternate realm. Each additional Sui Ren system deployed in advance increases the chances of survival for our compatriots. A low murmur of discussion filled the conference room. The Central Command gently tapped the table, turning his gaze toward the head of the Industrial Department. Minister He, can the production capacity of the Sui Ren system be enhanced? Minister He, called upon, immediately stood up. Report to Central Command. All production lines are currently operating at full capacity. If we urgently reallocate resources, we can increase the daily output to 200 units within a week, but this will necessitate a temporary reduction in the production of other tasks. Then let it be so, the Central Command decisively declared. From today onward, the production priority of the Sui Ren system will be elevated to the highest level. Furthermore, he turned to Chief of Staff Ding. Old Ding, you must ensure that every soldier can proficiently master the rapid deployment procedures of the Sui Ren system. We have been doing so, Chief of Staff Ding assured, thumping his chest. All soldiers responsible for carrying the Sui Ren systems are the elite among the elite. They must complete at least 2,000 simulated deployment exercises before crossing over. The average deployment time for current trainees has now been compressed to 1 minute and 38 seconds. Unless confronted with certain death, our soldiers will undoubtedly succeed in deploying the Sui Ren system. Then this resolution is thus established. Does anyone have any other opinions? You may voice them now. The Central Command surveyed the assembly. We would like to propose a few minor improvements. Dean 1 raised his hand. Instantly, all eyes in the conference room converged upon him. In regard to the Sui Ren system, we have recently conceived some additional ideas. Dean 1 activated the holographic projection. Everyone, please take a look. This is something we have only recently succeeded in experimenting with, which we call Hongyan. The image displayed an ordinary reconnaissance balloon. Yet beneath it hung a long array of objects resembling explosives. This is a special type of explosive, Dean 1 pointed to the devices, which we have modified based on DRFIM technology. Its function is precisely the opposite of normal DRFIM. Instead of interfering with detection, it creates a strong signal source, leaving a trace on the Sui Ren system's searcher instantaneously. As Dean 1 elucidated, the balloons in the visuals began to release a series of explosives, each detonation erupting into a radiant sphere after descending a certain distance. Subsequently, several Sui Ren systems, positioned at varying distances, appeared on the split screen of the holographic projection. Each explosion illuminated a point on the detectors of the Sui Ren systems. Furthermore, we have integrated a program capable of estimating the approximate distance based on the intensity of the detected signals. Typically, after 3 to 5 detonations, we can ascertain the distance within a 10-meter margin of error. The probe balloons themselves serve as a signal feedback system, confirming the location of the Sui Ren systems based on signal feedback within a significantly larger range, nearly 1,000 kilometers. It is widely acknowledged that due to the uncertainties associated with interdimensional transportation, we cannot guarantee that each Sui Ren system is spaced at specific intervals. It is quite plausible that numerous Sui Ren systems are scattered within one area, while another area may have none at all. Such disparities could easily result in communication network vulnerabilities or connectivity failures. Through this Hongyan system, they can straightforwardly ascertain the distribution of nearby Sui Ren systems. More importantly, Dean 1 continued, the Hongyan system can actively guide the deployment of Sui Ren systems. When soldiers detect a signal blind spot in a certain area, They can swiftly launch a Hong-In to locate the nearest swearing node and adjust their deployment strategy accordingly. The conference room fell into a contemplative silence, with everyone fixated on the flickering signal points on the holographic display. The central figure nodded slightly. This design is quite innovative. However, what are the production costs and deployment challenges associated with the Hong-In system? Dean 1 was prepared. The costs are minimal, as the primary materials are readily available. The probe balloons can be mass-produced, and the DRFIM-modified explosives are not complex. During testing, we easily assembled several thousand sets of Hong-In. In terms of deployment, a single soldier can carry and deploy it with ease, requiring only brief training. Chief of Staff Ding's eyes lit up. If Dean 1's assertions hold true, this device could significantly enhance the networking efficiency of the swearing systems. I propose that we immediately commence practical testing. Minister, he also nodded in agreement. We can allocate some production lines to prioritize the manufacturing of the Hong-In system in conjunction with the deployment of swearing systems. According to Dean 1's description, the production line transformation can be completed within half a day, and we are confident in rapidly increasing the daily output to over 10,000. The central figure pondered for a moment, glancing at the attendees. Since there are no objections, we shall prioritize the Hong-In system for production, advancing it in tandem with the swearing systems. He paused and added, Dean 1, please ensure your research institute promptly prepares a detailed technical manual for military training purposes. Absolutely. Dean 1 replied with unwavering confidence. Excellent. Let us mobilize immediately and strive to distribute the Hong-In system before tonight's interdimensional traversal begins. In the other realm, at Swearing Camp 1. Instructor Lee. This marks the 6th batch of MO Tau samples. Sun Qiming deftly maneuvered the drone, directing yet another box of ink creatures towards the laboratory. The experiments on these creatures had persisted for the better part of the day, with over 20 ordinary specimens dispatched to the lab. Regrettably, apart from the first unique specimen encountered, none had been observed since. My initial trepidation towards these beings has dissipated entirely, Sun Qiming remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Their intelligence seems inferior to that of fish, devoid of any behavioral memory. The same methods yield consistent results, and I have never experienced such ease in fishing. Do not be complacent, Li Chang cautioned, patting Sun Qiming on the shoulder. Each transport of samples must adhere strictly to the established protocols. It is preferable to proceed slowly than to provoke any unrest among the ink creatures. At that moment, Li Chang's wristband chimed, revealing that it was nearly midnight in Blue Star time. I leave this in your capable hands. Please continue supplying samples as per Professor Dong's directives, and above all, prioritize safety. Rest assured, Instructor Li, I shall fulfill the task, Sun Qiming replied, saluting Li Chang with a military demeanor. Li Chang smiled and briskly exited Sun Qiming's tent. Attention all units, the time is approaching. Prepare to welcome our new compatriots. 68, shining like sparks. Professor Dong, the new batch of ink creature samples has arrived. Tang Yao announced, observing the drone descending from the sky towards the bustling laboratory. Excellent, Comrade Tang. Please assist us in bringing the new samples inside. Professor Dong called out without pausing his work. At this juncture, the laboratory had transformed dramatically, filled with transparent containers soaking various body parts of the ink creatures. In one corner, a discarded box overflowed with hollowed-out remains. The protective suits worn by Professor Dong and his team were now splattered with the blue bodily fluids of the creatures, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of nefarious scientific endeavors. Tang Yao swiftly unloaded the newly captured ink creature samples from beneath the drone. The transport box contained 6 live specimens, thrashing desperately within, producing a cacophony against the box's walls. This batch exhibits excellent vitality. Han Ying, donning protective gloves, cautiously accepted the box from Tang Yao, then employed a thermometer to gauge the temperature inside. The surface temperature was 2 degrees higher than previous batches, indicating they had been captured not long ago. Finally, Professor Dong set down his dissection tools and approached the new samples. Zhao 1, document the time. Li Yuzhou, prepare the anesthetic, adjusting the dosage to 1.2 times the last experimental data. Instantly, the laboratory became a hive of activity. The unique larger ink creature was isolated within a reinforced glass chamber, shrouded by dark one-way glass to obscure its view of the surroundings. It retained its head-up posture, though its body appeared significantly emaciated. Professor Dong first placed the new ink creature into another glass chamber, then wheeled it beside the unique specimen, pressing a button to lower the one-way glass surrounding the special creature, allowing it to glimpse its counterpart. It seems that a new individual of the has been discovered before us, as the unique specimen immediately opened its mouth. In an instant, the 6 which had previously settled into silence, erupted into a frenzy, colliding desperately against the walls of the chamber. The instruments surrounding the special specimen began to record and analyze the unfolding events. "Professor, the analysis of the sonic organs of the special sample is complete," Zhaowen reported. "Retrieving a set of data. We have discovered that it emits wide-frequency sound waves ranging from 30 to 120 kHz, with the 80 to 100 kHz range exhibiting a significant control effect on other. Moreover, through multiple experiments, we found that ordinary do not rely on sight to identify their prey. Rather, they depend on their keen sense of smell and acute hearing, capable of detecting sounds exceeding 200 kHz. While they possess vision, it does not serve as a decisive guide for their behavior. Merely seeing the special specimen does not elicit any reaction from these ordinary until a command is issued, prompting them to act." Professor Dong nodded in understanding and gestured to Li Yunshu. Immediately, Li Yunshu produced a canister of halothane, aerosolizing it before injecting it into the glass chamber containing the six. Soon, they began to wobble and succumb to unconsciousness. Under 1.2 times the dosage of the anesthetic, ordinary would lose their mobility within 30 seconds. Li Yunshu glanced at the timer on his wrist and cautiously prodded them with a metal rod, noting their lack of pretense or feigned death. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant. As he spoke, he and Pan Ing coordinated to extract them one by one, securing them on a nearby platform. Tang Yao held his rifle aloft, attentively monitoring each to prevent any sudden aggression. Only after the last was secured did Tang Yao exhale in relief, lowering his weapon. "We are prepared to conduct harm tests. Once again, I entrust this task to you, Comrade Tang," Professor Dong remarked, observing Tang Yao with intent. "We need to ascertain the vulnerabilities of these creatures and determine the most effective means to eliminate them." Tang Yao nodded, drawing his military dagger from behind him, well practiced in this endeavor and proceeding without hesitation. At that moment, his wrist device emitted a sound, signaling an incoming message. "Is there a problem?" Zhaowen inquired, his tone laced with anxiety. "Oh, it's good news," Tang Yao replied, waving his hand dismissively. "Is it time for another dimensional crossover?" The captain had just messaged him, indicating that yet another teammate had arrived. Member of the Shinta team, Chung Run, reporting for duty. A robust soldier with dark skin stood attentively before Li Chang. He was one of the 9 individuals from the Eastern Kingdom who had crossed over to the vicinity of Camp Swearin, and he was the teammate Tang Yao had just mentioned. However, unlike the last Shinta team member who had arrived at the camp, he bore a special piece of luggage. Outside the camp, another unit of the was slowly delivering a gigantic container, accompanied by a convoy of 5 makeshift units. It was a brand new igniter system. A direction must be determined to effectively deploy this igniter without wasting its potential. Li Chang grasped his head, pondering how to position the new igniter. Currently, none of the 4 directions around had successfully connected with other igniters, likely due to being outside the networking range. Perhaps once the new igniter was deployed, it could establish contact with others. However, which direction should be chosen? If the correct direction is selected, connecting with other igniters would yield immense rewards. Conversely, if a wrong choice is made, the wait for another new igniter could be interminable. Regarding this, I have a new plan. Sensing Li Chang's confusion, Chung Run quickly spoke up. "A new plan?" "Indeed, it was recently distributed to me, specifically designed for situations where igniters are clustered together. Coincidentally, the container has just arrived." And Chung Run led Li Chang to the side of the container. He first unfolded the igniter system he brought, then pointed to a part that differed from igniter No. 1, saying, "This is it, the new Hanyan system. I cannot clarify the specific principles, so let us begin directly." As he spoke, Chung Run activated the Hanyan system, and a massive metallic balloon rapidly inflated, ascending into the sky with a string of spherical objects. From a distance, it resembled a bunch of ripe grapes awaiting harvest. One by one, the fully ripened grapes fell, bursting into luminous orbs. Just as Li Chang was engulfed in confusion, the igniter system emitted a series of beeping sounds. On the search screen, a tremendous light point flickered incessantly. Soon after, the Hongyan system began to emit a buzzing sound. A vast scanning image gradually materialized before the 2 men. It was a celestial canvas, with 6 light points shimmering like sparks against the backdrop. 69. Prepare to reconnect the network. Is this the distribution map of other igniter systems? Observing the scene before him, Li Chang's voice trembled with uncontainable astonishment. The distribution map not only displayed the locations of the igniter systems but also marked their distances from Hongyan, aside from 2 closely clustered bright points. The other 4 were situated quite far away, 1 to the northwest, 2 to the southeast, and 1 to the south. The farthest one lay in the northwest, nearly 1,000 kilometers away, while the nearest was to the south, less than 400 kilometers distant. Moreover, it was particularly significant that the bright point in the south was evidently less than 200 kilometers from an igniter system to the southeast, indicating a high likelihood that they had already established a network connection. If another igniter could link igniter number 1 with the southern one, it would form a communication network comprising at least 4 igniter systems. This location, Li Chang murmured, instinctively placing a finger between the 2 light points. 10 minutes later, in the central clearing of igniter number 1's camp, all soldiers from Donghua and ordinary citizens gathered, except for Tang Yao and others who were engaged in tasks within the laboratory. Li Chang connected the terminal to the projector, and the distribution map of the signal system reappeared on the wall. This positional map was constructed using the new equipment brought by Lieutenant Cheng Ran. Everyone, please observe. This illustrates the current distribution of the signal system surrounding us. Pay close attention to this location. He marked a red dot approximately 200 kilometers to the south. If we deploy a signal system here, we can link our camp with the 2 camps below, forming an expansive command network. The camp fell into silence. All eyes fixated on the flickering red dot on the wall. What are we waiting for, Team Leader Li? Quickly issue the order, exclaimed another member of the Shinta team, Shin Jinping, with palpable excitement. As long as we transport the signal equipment brought by Cheng Run, we can establish the network, allowing all our compatriots in the region to receive assistance promptly. Indeed, Team Leader Li, let us set off at once. 200 kilometers is manageable. We could arrive in no more than 10 hours, well ahead of the next group of compatriots crossing over, Cheng Run concurred. Li Chang pondered over the map for a moment, his fingers lightly tapping the table. Shin Jinping, how many personnel can we allocate from the camp? Considering myself and Cheng Run, the military can dispatch a maximum of 7, while civilians could contribute around 5 to 10, Shin Jinping calculated quickly. Though he noted that this might disrupt the camp's daily operations. No, we must ensure that the camp has sufficient manpower, Li Chang replied, shaking his head. Tang Yao's side may also require support. We cannot take unnecessary risks. He stood up and approached the projection, scrutinizing the location of the red dot. What is the terrain like here? Are there detailed data available? According to the reconnaissance report from the last balloon probe, the area is hilly, with a dry riverbed that could serve as a route. Zhao Mingwei pulled up the topographical map, noting 3 potential danger zones along the way that necessitated detours. Li Chang traced a winding route on the map with his finger. If we take this path, how much will the actual distance increase? Approximately 30 kilometers. Zhao Mingwei responded swiftly, but it would allow us to avoid all known threats. To transport the signal equipment, we would need at least 5 rudimentary units and 1 support vehicle. Additionally, to ensure safety, we should bring along 2 armed vehicles, which would require 10 personnel. Li Chang contemplated for a moment, then turned to the ordinary citizens in signal camp number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, I now require 5 volunteers proficient in operating the rudimentary support units to assist in establishing the network. Please note that the signal system is large and cumbersome, and you may find it challenging to escape danger in a timely manner. Although there has been a preliminary reconnaissance of the area following the recent black tide, the current situation remains uncertain. The risks associated with this mission are considerable, and I cannot guarantee your safety. You are not soldiers and may decline if you wish. As soon as he finished speaking, a chorus of eager responses erupted around him. I will go. I have grown quite accustomed to the surroundings here, and my old comrade is most suited for this task, Wang Lei shouted loudly. And me. Zhang Hai pushed his way to the front, his usually taciturn demeanor giving way to red-rimmed eyes. Next month, it will be my son S turn to traverse. His fists were clenched tightly, pale with anxiety. What if there is no communication network? What if he cannot find us after crossing? Team Leader Li, I wish to volunteer. Before the words finished echoing, a young woman with braided hair emerged from the crowd. My name is Zhong Miao Miao. I assist in vehicle maintenance daily, and my driving skills are on par with theirs. Yes, and I too. Qin Ziyuan stepped forward. Given the vast distance and heavy burdens, what if a vehicle breaks down? We need someone who can repair it, don't we? Me. Almost everyone capable of driving in the camp surged toward Li Chang, eager to enlist, their voices rising in fervent pleas as if the task at hand were not a perilous gamble with their lives, but rather a promising opportunity. Li Chang surveyed the fervent crowd, his throat constricting slightly as he inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult of emotions within him. All right. His voice was somewhat hoarse. Wang Lei, Zhang Hai, Zhang Miao Miao, Qin Ziyuan, Lu Jiangwo, prepare to board. The rest will remain at the camp and maintain normal operations. The 5 individuals named bore expressions of delight, while the others sighed in disappointment. Li Chang turned to Cheng Run and Qin Jinping. You two will lead the team. We depart in 10 minutes. Remember, our primary objective is to establish a communication network, and safety must be our utmost priority. Understood. They responded in unison. 10 minutes later, at the camp's entrance, the 10-member squad readied themselves for departure. 5 makeshift vehicles were linked to the swearin system, flanked by 2 armored vehicles for protection. Li Chang firmly grasped Cheng Run's shoulder, the pressure almost crushing. Ensure the safe delivery of the swearin. Rest assured, team leader Li, Cheng Run stood at attention, saluting sharply. As long as we are alive, so too will the swearin be. Li Chang then approached Qin Jinping, who was tasked with leading the first armored vehicle, and they exchanged a fist bump. Be cautious on the road. I will provide drone support. In a whisper only the two could hear, he added earnestly, above all, ensure that our compatriots return safely. 70. Danger approaches. All monitoring systems are functioning normally. No anomalies detected, Sun Qiming reported to Li Chang, his eyes fixed on the reconnaissance balloon. 5 hours had elapsed since the supplementary convoy set out, having advanced over 110 kilometers southward. Perhaps influenced by the previous black tide, not a single ferocious beast or even a small animal had been sighted along the way. Continue observation and maintain communication with them, Li Chang instructed, seated beside the drone control station, poised to launch the emergency drone at a moment's notice. The convoy moved slowly along the parched riverbed, the wheels rolling over the cracked earth, producing a dull thud. Wang Lei gripped the steering wheel tightly, his gaze sweeping across the undulating hills on either side. 50 meters ahead, turn right and navigate around that riverbank, he instructed. Qin Jinping's voice crackled through the communicator. We have just confirmed that there is a risk of collapse in that area. Copy that, Wang Lei acknowledged, gently applying the brakes as he led the convoy in a slow turn. Suddenly, he noticed a glimmer on the right bank of the river. Wait, what is that? Before he could finish, a section of rock crumbled, and several mud-encrusted beasts lunged forth, charging towards the convoy. Hippopotamus crocodiles, everyone be cautious, Wang Lei shouted urgently. These creatures were the same ones that had ambushed Su Qianxia earlier, earning their name due to their resemblance to both hippos and crocodiles. Before the beasts could reach the convoy, twin streams of fire erupted from the weaponized vehicles at the front and rear, their combined firepower shredding the creatures into pieces. This place is not safe. We must leave the riverbed, Qin Jinping bellowed. As if in response to his warning, the entire riverbed began to tremble, and more mud erupted as additional hippopotamus crocodiles surfaced, their murky eyes fixated on the convoy, drool dripping from their jagged teeth. Move quickly. The 2 weaponized vehicles swiftly repositioned themselves, forming a barrier between the convoy and the advancing beasts, unleashing their full firepower to suppress them. The entire convoy adjusted its course, no longer advancing but retreating towards the riverbank. Fortunately, the hippopotamus crocodiles moved sluggishly, not fully functioning normally, and coupled with the formidable firepower of the mounted machine guns, none managed to breach the defensive perimeter to reach the convoy. Amidst the roar of engines, the resilient Earth unit finally towed the convoy up the riverbank, while Cheng Run and Qin Jinping hurriedly followed in their vehicles. Once they had left the riverbed, the frenzied hippopotamus crocodiles seemed to lose their target, remaining stationary and bellowing in rage. This dry riverbed must be their den, came the voice of Professor Dong through the communicator. To ensure the smooth execution of the reconnaissance mission, Li Chang had specifically shared the view from a reconnaissance balloon with another Earth unit, allowing Professor Dong to provide timely assistance. They must see the convoy as intruders, attacking to protect their lair, he surmised. This entire stretch of the river could be the same. You must change course. The convoy paused briefly on the riverbank, all eyes anxiously watching the throng of hippopotamus crocodiles lurking below. The mud-covered beasts continued their low growls, leaving deep claw marks on the cracked riverbed. It seems we need to replan our route, Qin Jinping said, furrowing his brow as he unfolded an electronic map. If we bypass this riverbed, we will need to travel at least 30 more kilometers. Wang Lei wiped the sweat from his forehead. Better than forcing our way through this crocodile den. These creatures appear to be acting strangely, as if provoked. What could possibly provoke them? Did you think we were going to raid their lair? Zhang Hai interjected suddenly into the convoy's channel. I could empathize with their sentiments. Under such circumstances, retreat was simply unthinkable. There was no choice but to take a detour. Qin Jinping swiftly made a decision, and the cat car began steering the convoy in a different direction. After they had traveled a short distance, The previously roaring hippos and crocodiles in the river ceased their cacophony, retreating back into their prior dens. They even went so far as to excavate mud from deep within their lairs, effectively sealing the entrances. However, all the hippos and crocodiles that had sustained injuries during the earlier skirmish, even the slightest scratch that posed no threat to their lives, consciously refrained from returning to their caves and instead congregated in the center of the river. As the sin of blood gradually dissipated into the breeze, a dark line appeared in the distance. Meanwhile, after adjusting their course, the convoy continued towards their objective, encountering no significant threats along the way, save for a few oblivious small creatures. At 21:17 by Blue Star time, the convoy finally arrived within 10 kilometers of their destination. They halted on a relatively flat high ground to prepare for their final rest. The live feed from the reconnaissance balloon displayed the complex terrain ahead, riddled with severely weathered rock pillars and various crevices. What in the world is this place? Chung Run couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight before him. Everyone, be cautious and remain vigilant of your surroundings. Qin Jinping, piloting the cat car, led the way into the hills. Fortunately, although the area appeared somewhat bizarre, it was devoid of any wildlife. Only the bare stone pillars and cracks remained. Approaching the predetermined location, the convoy carefully navigated between the pillars and crevices, the tracks crunching over the eroded gravel with a delicate sound. The reconnaissance balloon's feed indicated that the designated network coordination point lay just 50 meters ahead. Prepare to deploy the Flint system. The 5 vehicles equipped with makeshift units disengaged from their links, surrounding the single clay unit at the center. Cheng Run activated the clay unit's crane, lowering the container that housed the Flint system, then swiftly ran over to place his right hand on the sensor. With a resounding metallic clank, the container began to unfold, signaling the impending deployment of the new Flint system. At that moment, a piercing alarm blared from everyone's wristbands, followed by the anxious voice of Sun Qiming. Attention! 2 kilometers to the south, a large number of MOTL are advancing towards your location. Please evacuate immediately. Repeat. Numerous MOTL are approaching. They are expected to arrive in 3 minutes. Evacuate immediately. Evacuate immediately. 71. Network deployment. Evacuate now. Qin Jinping shouted. It is impossible. The swearing system is currently unfolding and requires at least 2 minutes during which movement is utterly restricted. Any attempt to reverse the unfolding process from the outside could potentially damage the system. You must leave first. Beads of perspiration formed on Chung Run's forehead as he swiftly manipulated the sensor, striving to assist in shutting down unnecessary procedures and expedite the swearing's deployment. You are 7 kilometers away. You have 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Hurry. Sun Qiming's anxious voice crackled through the communicator. Damn it. Qin Jinping scanned the surroundings and promptly leaped onto the cat car. Cheng Run, you must expedite the swearing system. Zhao Mingwei, Zhang Shuyi, Ten Song, follow me. He commanded the others to immediately enter the makeshift units and initiate complete lockdown mode. Before his words had even settled, Qin Jinping and his comrades had already steered the cat car toward the encroaching dark tide. In less than a minute, they reached the forefront of the ominous wave. The sight before them, a suffocating mass of darkness, sent a shiver down even Qin Jinping's spine. Find a way to draw their attention, divert their course. Qin Jinping gripped the steering wheel, racing the cat car alongside his comrade Zhao Shuyi, while 2 others in the rear unleashed a barrage of gunfire into the advancing tide. However, the dark tide was overwhelming. The strikes from their 2 vehicles barely stirred the waters. The oncoming wave did not alter its trajectory but rather split into 2 branches, hurtling towards their positions. 1 minute until deployment. Sun Qiming's voice quivered with urgency. At the deployment location, Wang Lei and the others had already entered the makeshift units and activated lockdown mode. Yet Chung Run remained preoccupied with the swearing operations. There's no time left, Captain Chung. You must hurry to the nearby Shirang unit. Sun Qiming's anxious plea resonated from Chung Run's wrist communicator. Yet, Chung Run remained undeterred, focused solely on completing his task. At last, the swearing system had unfolded sufficiently to reveal the control room within. He swiftly entered but did not command the swearing to close. Instead, he continued the unfolding process. Captain Chung, what are you doing? Close it at once. It cannot be done under the current circumstances. Closing the swearing will take at least 2 minutes. During that time, those entities could breach our defenses. If the equipment is damaged, the swearing will fail to function as a communication node. Chung Run spoke calmly while he operated, asserting, as long as the deployment is completed, even if it suffers some damage, it will not compromise its performance as a communication node. I must see this through. It is my duty. But that means you will. Sun Qiming's voice trembled, overwhelmed by the prospect of what awaited Cheng Run, as he could already perceive the dark line advancing ominously from the reconnaissance balloon. Chen Jinping and Zhang Shuyi desperately maneuvered the cat car, weaving through the dark tide again and again, striving to capture its attention. However, aside from the increasing number of ink monsters dispersing from the black tide and launching their attacks, the primary direction of the black tide remained unchanged. Moreover, with the encroachment of more and more ink monsters, his situation grew increasingly perilous. Damn it! Zhao Jinping abruptly twisted the steering wheel to evade an ink monster that lunged toward the rear fire position. The harsh sound of metal grinding echoed as the sleek vehicle's side was marked by 3 deep scratches from the monster's sharp claws. On the other side, Zhang Shuyi and his comrades swiftly adjusted their firearms, clearing a gap in the encircling horde of ink monsters. This could not continue. The vehicle was nearing its limits. An anguished roar from his comrades blared through the communicator. Chen Jinping bit down hard on his lip, catching a glimpse in the rearview mirror of the distant. Unfurling signal antenna. Prepare to retreat. Let's go. He squeezed the words through clenched teeth. The black tide was less than 100 meters from its deployment position. Once they ceased their restraint, the ink monsters would surge through in but 10 seconds. Just then, a drone suddenly appeared from the horizon, heading straight for the front of the black tide. Tang Yao, take action, Li Chang shouted loudly. Without hesitation, Tang Yu swiftly severed a forelimb from the large ink monster with his dagger. The creature opened its mouth wide, emitting a soundless yet piercingly mournful howl. This howl was transmitted directly to the drone through specialized equipment positioned before it. Instantly, the entire black tide stirred, as if struck by an invisible whip. All the ink monsters halted their advance. The black tide resembled a mass of solidified black tar, restlessly writhing in place. Effective, Tang Yao exclaimed with excitement, as his dagger carved another wound into the large ink monster's remaining forelimb. The drone amplified the anguished howl, continuing to envelop the entirety of the black tide. At that moment, the special individuals hidden within the black tide finally panicked, beginning to emit howls directed at the surrounding ink monsters, attempting to regain control over the movement of the black tide. However, in the now stationary mass, their actions were too conspicuous, and they were promptly targeted by the drone above. Bang, bang, bang. With each roar of the 20 millimeters, a special individual, along with the surrounding ink monsters, was obliterated into a gruesome mush. Soon, the black tide was completely immobilized, and no special individual dared to show itself. Seeing that the time was ripe, Li Chang hastily maneuvered the drone to lower its altitude and fly in another direction. The vast expanse of the black tide flowed forth under his guidance, moving toward the horizon. He only then did Xi Jinping and the others, whose nerves had been on edge, finally bring their beleaguered vehicle to a halt, exhaling a long sigh of relief as they slumped into their seats. The sides of the 2 vehicles were marred by the claw marks of the ink monsters, with several globs of viscous black substance clinging to the edges of the tires. Meanwhile, Cheng Run had also completed the deployment of the signal system. With the roar of machinery, the massive communication antenna sprang to life, and a series of reconnaissance balloons ascended from the top of the signal apparatus into the sky. Upon detecting a new signal, the Swearin 1125 requested to join the network. The moment Li Chang clicked to approve the connection, the map displayed on Swearin 1's screen abruptly shrank several times, only to immediately reveal a vast new area. Swearin 055 successfully connected to the network. Swearin 541 successfully connected to the network. Swearin 391 successfully connected to the network. The network formation was complete, and the Regional Unified Communication Command System was activated. 72 solitary compatriots, alongside Li Chang, were surprised to find that, apart from Cheng Run Swearin 1125, 3 additional units had joined the network, exceeding their initial expectations. One of these units appeared in the southeast, likely a result of others completing their connections. Currently, the Regional Unified Command System displayed 231 blinking points of light, indicative of the wristband's glow. Most of these points congregated around several command nodes, with only a few scattered around the newly established Swearin units. Additionally, beside the 2 already connected Swearin in the southeast, a particularly conspicuous designation stood out, F00019. This marked a containment unit, clearly indicating a successful merger with one of the containment bodies. As Li Chang gazed at the multitude of blinking lights on the Regional Unified Command System, his eyes brimmed with tears, and he trembled as he magnified the map. Each flickering light represented a compatriot struggling for survival on an alien planet, and at this moment, they were no longer solitary sparks in the darkness. After calming his exhilaration, Li Chang activated the communication system. "This is Swearin 1 camp. Please respond." "This is Swearin 055 camp. Received." A heavily accented male voice replied first. Immediately after, a young female voice chimed in. "Swearin 541 reporting. Received. Communication status is good." "Swearin 391 reporting. Comrades, are you all well?" The back-and-forth communication sent the entire command room into a frenzy, with long-suppressed cheers erupting in unison. Chung Run emerged from the control room of the Swearin system, sweat glistening on his forehead, yet his expression radiated joy. He wiped his brow and gazed at the spinning communication antenna overhead, murmuring, "At last, it's finally accomplished." Before he could finish, hurried footsteps approached from behind. "Brother Ching." Wang Lei rushed over with others from the makeshift unit. "You were too reckless just now. If it weren't for Brotherly and the others arriving in time, you could have." Wang Lei's voice was filled with trepidation as he gave Chung Run a hearty pat on the shoulder. Others gathered around, their eyes reflecting admiration and apprehension. "Well done, comrade." Li Chang's voice echoed from the communicator, "But that was too risky. Don't do that again next time." Feeling somewhat sheepish, Chung Run scratched his head and smiled. The situation was urgent. There was no time to think of anything else. Besides, didn't Tiwi succeed? "You." Li Chang sighed, though he quickly regained his serious demeanor. "Immediately proceed with the further expansion of the Swearin outpost and prepare the drones, allowing Chen Jinping and his team to assist you." A coordinate distribution map materialized on Chung Run's wristband, adorned with a dozen flickering points. "These represent the wristband coordinates of those around you. They are our compatriots, scattered and lost. Now, it is time to welcome them back." Yang Yifan loosened the rope bound around his waist and rubbed his weary eyes. After cautiously surveying the area beneath the tree for any threats, he finally brushed aside the branches piled upon him and slowly sat up. Another day survived. Yang Yifan stretched his slightly stiff limbs and retrieved an emergency food ration from his nearby backpack, chewing it laboriously. It had been nearly 5 days since he found himself in this nightmarish place, and he still felt a sense of unreality. As a recent high school graduate, he should have been preoccupied with the impending college application process, but a series of unforeseen events had altered his destiny. First, the nation declared a state of emergency, followed swiftly by a nationwide mobilization that dragged his frail body into a training base for rigorous drills. Just as he began to show signs of improvement from the training, he found himself transformed into a character he had only read about in books. Reflecting on this, Yang Yifan chuckled at his own folly. To be honest, he had fantasized about becoming a time traveler, conquering foes, and amassing wealth. However, the harsh reality was starkly different. He had indeed crossed over. Yet he remained an ordinary citizen of the East. Lacking any special abilities, outside assistance, or systems, he was surrounded solely by fierce beasts that viewed him as potential prey, along with the standard issue weaponry and backpack. Thanks to the training at the base, he had managed to scale this once unimaginable tree. Otherwise, he would have likely become mere fertilizer by now. For the past few days, he had hidden among the branches, securely binding himself with ropes, not daring to descend even for basic needs. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps jolted Yang Yifan from his reverie. "Kid, don't move. I see you." A coarse voice echoed from below, speaking in a rough form of English that he barely comprehended. Yang Yifan hastily reached for the automatic rifle lodged beside him, but a bullet struck a nearby branch, freezing him in place. "I told you not to move. If you make another move, I will blow your head off." Below the tree, a burly white man clad in ragtag clothing brandished his rifle menacingly at Yang Yifan. "Now, come down immediately, bring your backpack, and first, toss your weapon down," he commanded, his voice dripping with menace. "I warn you, any sudden movements, and you will meet your end." Yang Yifan felt his mind go blank, his heart racing uncontrollably. This was the first time he had been threatened at gunpoint by someone emanating such lethal intent. What to do? Yang Yifan was on the verge of tears. Having studied relevant courses at the training base, he was acutely aware of the dire possibilities in such circumstances. Yet, he could not conceive a means of escape. John, you've caught a big fish again. It appears to be a person from the east. And they are all prime targets." Seemingly alerted by the commotion, another individual resembling the first arrived in a dilapidated pickup truck beneath the tree. He gazed up at Yang Yifan, his eyes gleaming with avarice. "Hey, little yellow-skinned monkey, obey us, and we shall not harm you." The newcomer grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. If you hand over your supplies, we might even let you leave with us. Yang Yifun's hands clenched into fists, knuckles turning white. He knew these men were lying. His instructors had repeatedly emphasized that in such environments, isolated survivors from other nations could be more perilous than beasts. I will come down now, he replied deliberately in halting English while stealthily unfastening the safety rope around his waist. Bang! Another gunshot struck a branch beside him. Kid, don't play tricks, and don't dawdle. I won't hesitate to shoot you dead, and then rifle through your corpse, the burly white man bellowed. Now, drop your weapon immediately. I will count to 3. If you fail to comply, I'll blow your brains out. 1, 2, 3. Just as Yang Yifun shut his eyes and lunged for his rifle, another shot rang out. However, this gunshot seemed far more powerful. 73. Cease operation. Lay down your weapon and surrender now. The familiar tones of his native language echoed in his ears. Slowly, Yang Yifun opened his eyes. The white man with the gun lay sprawling in a pool of blood, a gaping wound the size of a bowl in his chest, while the yellow-toothed man in the pickup quivered on the ground, hands raised above his head, teeth chattering uncontrollably. Beside him, a sleek black drone hovered in the air, its barrel still smoking. And the familiar red emblem on the side of the machine brought tears to Yang Yifun's eyes. As the drone and various vehicles returned to the Swearin No. 1 camp, solitary compatriots from the east were brought into the encampment. Due to the excessively complex environment surrounding Swearin No. 1125, coupled with the potential resurgence of the black tide, the control room for 1125 was sealed after the surrounding populace was searched, serving solely as a communications control node. Consequently, the newly arrived compatriots were accommodated in the nearest No. 1 camp. Although their ordeal lasted no more than 10 days, they appeared utterly exhausted, as if they had depleted the energy of a lifetime. Upon entering the camp, many individuals collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Others, in a frenzy, rushed towards any tent or makeshift unit adorned with flags, desperately banging their heads or kissing the ground. Dr. Zhou, accompanied by several assistants, was tending to the wounds of 3 soldiers, each of whom had traversed to this area during this tumultuous period, managing to gather only 2 or 3 ordinary civilians apiece. As they surveyed the crowd within the Swearin No. 1 camp, their faces were etched with frustration and guilt, with one young soldier even weeping bitterly, cradling his head in despair. Lin Xiaoyu stood beside them, offering solace. Brave soldiers, you have truly done your utmost, she gently reassured the young soldier, patting his shoulder softly. You survived and managed to protect so many. That is commendable. Returning to the camp is akin to coming home. The young soldier lifted his head, his eyes red and voice hoarse. But there are still so many isolated compatriots out there. We know they are, but we cannot find them. We cannot locate them. We feel utterly powerless. As Dr. Zhou skillfully bandaged another soldier's arm, he interjected, without long-range communication, relying solely on radio. The fact that you have located and protected so many is already heroic. Within the camp, the sounds of crying and cheering intermingled. Some sat vacantly on the ground, gazing blankly at the sky. Others clung tightly to their companions, fearing that a moment's release would result in loss, and some knelt before the national flag, their foreheads pressed to the ground, shoulders trembling violently. Li Chang stood quietly on one side of the camp, observing the scene, flanked by Cheng Run and Chen Jinping. Judging by the numbers from No. 1 camp, there should have been nearly 30 individuals from 1125, yet only 16 remained. Li Chang's voice was low as his gaze swept over the survivors in the center of the camp. However, all functional wristband signals had been accounted for. The rest were either damaged or... Chen Jinping left his thought unfinished, but everyone understood the implication. I did manage to capture a fellow. According to the young one who nearly perished at his hands, he referred to our eastern compatriots as fat sheep and must know the whereabouts of the missing individuals. At least some of them. Yet, no matter how I pressed him, he refused to divulge any information. Cheng Run, visibly agitated, pinched the bridge of his nose, dried blood still staining his knuckles, a testament to the measures he had employed to interrogate the captive. That man possesses emergency medical supplies distributed to the civilians. So he must be aware. Perhaps he fears revealing the truth, knowing that once we secure evidence, his fate will be dire. Chen Jinping's face darkened, his eyes glinting with menace. I have a plan, Li Chang stated after a moment of silence. However, this method may be employed only once, so prepare yourselves. You mean an emergency awakening? Cheng Run suddenly comprehended. Indeed, that is precisely what I mean. Having spoken, Li Chang led the 2 individuals into the control room of Swearin No. 1. I shall now connect with Unit 1125 and prepare to initiate the emergency awakening procedure for these two designated zones. Following Li Chang's command, all wristbands within the vicinity of the two swearing systems activated a concealed program. This program was designed to utilize a backup power source to activate a short-duration positioning module, only operable when the main wristband program was inoperative or had been shut down. This module could only sustain itself for a brief period, serving as a last resort. Soon, the screen illuminated with 11 faint lights representing the wristbands. 3 of them clustered together while the others were dispersed across a considerable distance. The trio was located to the northwest, approximately 150 kilometers from Unit 1125, with the remaining scattered around the southeastern area. He swiftly marked the coordinates, noting that one was particularly close, situated less than 30 kilometers directly north of Unit 1125, precisely where the black tide had previously emerged. Chung Run immediately turned, stating, "I shall lead my team to the northwest of Unit 1125. Those 3 should be together." Chen Jinping nodded. "I will take another team to the southeast. Every discovery counts. Be cautious on your journey. I will have Zhao Mingwei and his team provide drone cover for you." After the two departed, Li Chang skillfully maneuvered a drone towards the wristband signal's nearest coordinates. This area was ravaged by the black tide, and without assurances of safety, sending personnel was out of the question. In no time, the drone arrived at the location of the wristband signal. In the scene before Li Chang caused his breath to catch in his throat, a depression riddled with numerous openings lay before him, dominated by a colossal shipping container. The entire surface of the container was marred with minute claw marks, unmistakably the handiwork of the Motiao, embedded in the side of the container. At a height not exceeding that of a person, a military dagger was thrust deep within, and a wristband, long and active, dangled from the hilt, swaying gently in the breeze. 74. The east wind releases blossoms across 1,000 trees, scattering stars like rain. This was an unexpanded swearing. Li Chang's finger hovered hesitantly above the control panel, trembling slightly. The real-time footage relayed by the drone revealed the red-numbered swearing 0116 glimmering with a sanguine hue in the setting sun, as if alerted by the drone's presence. Several Motiao emerged from the containers surrounding apertures, only to retreat upon realizing their quarry was absent. Li Chang gradually maneuvered the drone closer to the wristband's location. And as the image zoomed in, the sight that greeted him tightened his chest further. Beneath the wristband, faint traces of blood clung to the container's exterior. Surrounded by scattered metallic shards and remnants of fabric, pieces of the uniform belonging to his own Shinta team. Not far from the container lay a solid-state battery that had been forcibly disconnected, evidently torn from an exoskeleton. In an instant, a vivid scene flashed through Li Chang's mind. A member of the Shinta team had appeared in this depression, accompanied by the swearing, and before he could react, he was besieged by the suddenly emerging Mo Tao swarm. Those accursed creatures surged forth from the ground, lunging at the Shinta team member, who was rendered incapable of resistance and sustained grave injuries. In a moment of desperation, he struggled to tear off the exoskeleton S battery, casting it aside to prevent an explosion that could endanger the swearing, and he affixed his wristband to the exterior of the swearing S shell, without deployment. The swearing could not be located. Li Chang, fixated on the footage relayed by the drone, felt a tightening in his throat. In the final moments of his life, that team member continued to fulfill his duty, protecting the swearing, even at the cost of his own existence. After a brief silence, Li Chang activated the Joint Command Communication channel. "This is Swearing Camp 1. Comrades, I require your support." Soon, commanders from various camps joined the channel, all falling into silence as they beheld the video that Li Chang had transmitted. "Comrade, may you rest in peace." 30 seconds passed. "Our current mission is to devise a method to retrieve that swearing. We cannot allow our comrade's sacrifice to be in vain," Li Chang stated first in the channel. "That must be one of the Mo Tao's lairs. Without knowing how many of those creatures are within, we cannot approach blindly. We need to find a way to divert or eliminate the Mo Tao there before we can reclaim the swearing. We may discuss this first, of course. If it cannot be accomplished now, we shall set it aside until we possess sufficient strength." The channel fell quiet for a moment before Commander Bai Yuan of Camp 055 spoke up. "Regarding this, I have a suggestion." An hour later, above Swearin 0116, 3 heavy helicopters of Type 50 slowly descended in altitude. They approached the containers on the ground and utilized a joint lifting apparatus to affix a massive electromagnet atop one of the containers. The gusts of wind generated by the helicopters swept through the nearby cave, prompting several Mo Tao to emerge at the sound. only to be immediately caught in the tempest and lifted into the air. The roar of the rotor blades was deafening as the electromagnet firmly adhered to the top of the container. Li Chang and his team monitored the surroundings through the drones. Ever vigilant, lifting complete, preparing to hoist, came the comm report from the pilot over the communicator. The 3 helicopters simultaneously increased power, and the steel cables began to tighten. The container swayed slightly, with dirt cascading from its edges. As the container rose off the ground, more Mo Tau surged forth from the cave, battling against the gale that pressed them down, rushing towards the container. Now is the time, Li Chang commanded decisively. The drones that had been circling the container instantaneously dispersed, positioning themselves above the Mo Tau layer. Pre-recorded audio played from several drones, plunging the Mo Tau below into utter chaos. The containers soar ever higher, while on the ground. The shadowy figures of the Mo Tau multiply. Gradually, several unique individuals among them begin to attempt to reclaim control over the beast herd. The black tide is taking shape. And even larger entities emerge, their roars overpowering the broadcasts of unmanned drones. At this moment, adjacent to Camp 055, 3 WS, 3 rocket launchers have been strategically positioned. Alongside the previously deployed helicopters, these are part of the combat supplies stored within the encapsulated Unit F00019, and the time for their utilization has finally arrived. The cloud explosive warheads are ready, awaiting the guiding signal. The drone signal has been successfully directed, and the target confirmed. Prepare for launch, all unrelated personnel. Please evacuate to a safe area. By Yuan's voice resonates over the communication channel. Li Chang fixates on the monitoring screen. Observing the live feed from the drones, an ominous mass of Mo Tau has congregated at the original location of the containers, forming a nearly 100-meter-wide vortex of darkness. With the unique individuals attempting to reorganize the herd. It is time, he declares. 3, 2, 1, launch. At Bai Yuan's command. The 3 WS, 3 rocket launchers simultaneously belch forth brilliant flames, 18 cloud explosive rounds slicing through the sky towards their designated coordinates. All drones ascend. Li Chang orders without hesitation. The drones swiftly elevate, and 2 minutes later, the first cloud explosive detonates precisely 30 meters above ground. A blinding white light instantaneously illuminates the entire basin, followed by a deafening explosion. The high-temperature, high-pressure shockwave radiates outward from the epicenter, engulfing everything in its path. Subsequent cloud explosives detonate in rapid succession, transforming the Mo Tau nest into a hellscape. Those unable to burrow back underground vaporize in the intense heat, while those farther away are torn to shreds by the shockwaves. This marks the first roar of vengeance from the Eastern nation in a foreign realm, and the inaugural flame of remembrance for fallen comrades. With the mission accomplished, all drones return to base. Comrade, did you witness it? We avenged you. 75, there is no one here, Cheng said. What was that sound just now? It seems oddly familiar. A thunderous rumble reverberated, and Tan Song, who had been preoccupied with driving, queried with a hint of confusion. Zhang Shudi, stationed at the fire support position, perked up his ears, clearly intrigued as well. In the compartment behind Tan, Cheng Run's Wang, who had been watching the live broadcast through an arm ring, let out a sigh of relief. Familiar sound? It would be strange if it weren't. That's the sound of our WS-3 special warhead explosion. What soldier from the Eastern Forces wouldn't he recognize it? WS-3? Rocket launcher? When did we acquire such equipment? Tan Song's face lit up with excitement. It seems it was provided by Camp 055. They discovered an encapsulation unit. Didn't they? That must be where it came from, Cheng reflected. Tan whistled in admiration. With these supplies, our operations will become significantly easier. Indeed. Otherwise, all our preparations would have been in vain. Enough of the chatter, focus on driving. The goal lies ahead. Cheng Run interrupted him, preparing himself for the impending confrontation. With less than 10 kilometers remaining to the coordinates of the 3 wristbands, silence enveloped the vehicle. Tan Song gripped the steering wheel firmly, bracing for any unforeseen events. Meanwhile, Chen Run and Zhang Shui readied their machine guns, while the drone, under Zhao Mingwei's deft control, descended in altitude. As they approached their target, a cave materialized before them. Cheng Run raised his hand, signaling the team to halt, squinting to scrutinize the ominous entrance of the cave. Standing approximately 3 meters high, the mouth displayed clear signs of human activity, with charred marks evident at the top. Yet, within the visible range, not a soul could be seen. The signal from the wristbands emanated from within. Zhang Shui lowered his voice, pointing to his wristband. On the screen, 3 red dots pulsated rhythmically deep within the cave. Tan Song maneuvered the off-road vehicle to a halt at the cave's mouth, utilizing it as cover, and retrieved 2 activation devices for the mechanical wolves from the trunk. With a pair of soft clicks, the silver-gray mechanical wolves slowly rose, accompanied by the sound of hydraulic drives. As per usual protocol, Wolf 1 and Wolf 2 will lead the charge. We shall follow in tactical formation, Cheng Run declared, disengaging the safety on his assault rifle. Zhao Mingwei, lower the drone beneath the cave's apex to illuminate our path. Zhao Mingwei deftly guided the quadcopter downward, its spotlight illuminating the cave's interior with brilliant clarity. The rock walls bore unmistakable signs of human modification, adorned with patterns resembling claw marks, while scattered across the ground were the remains of unidentified animal skeletons, releasing an exceedingly foul odor from the depths of the cave. The cavern was profound, yet it emitted no sound from within. The 2 mechanical wolves advanced in a tactical formation, their locked wheels producing faint noises as they made contact with the ground. Cheng Run and his companions maintained a reverse triangular formation 5 meters behind, their weapons sweeping across every corner. Just as they penetrated approximately 15 meters into the cave, a warning abruptly emerged on the drone's operating interface, causing Zhao Mingwei's pupils to constrict. Thermal imaging identified 3 indistinct human silhouettes concealed behind the right rock wall. It was evident they intended to ambush Cheng Run and his team. Zhao Mingwei swiftly activated the small light at the drone's rear, signaling 3 long flashes and 2 short ones, indicating a cautious ambush. Cheng Run and his companions immediately halted, crouching low. Cheng Run signaled, and Tan Song and Zhang Shi swiftly aligned themselves against the flanking rock walls. The mechanical wolves received their orders, silently lowering their bodies into a state of alertness. 3 targets behind the right rock wall. Zhao Mingwei's voice resonated through the earpiece, subdued yet clear. Cheng Run nodded, gesturing towards Tan Song. Tan Song acknowledged and directed the 2 mechanical wolves toward that direction. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Tan Song deliberately activated a rhythmic walking mode, enabling the mechanical wolves to produce sounds akin to human footsteps. Suddenly, 3 shadowy figures screamed and leapt from a concealed crevice in the rocks, unleashing a barrage of gunfire toward the origin of the footsteps. The majority of the bullets whizzed past the mechanical wolf, with only a few striking it, producing fleeting sparks. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, Cheng Run and his companions decisively opened fire, dispatching 2 of the shadows with precision shots to the head, while another was struck in the shoulder and thigh, collapsing to the ground in agonized screams. Tan Song swiftly advanced, first kicking the assailant's weapon aside, then pinning him down with his boot on the man's chest, pressing the rifle barrel against his forehead. That's all of them. Zhao Mingwei's voice echoed from the drone, prompting Cheng Run and Zhang Shi to lower their weapons and hasten to assess the situation. Illuminated by the drone's spotlight, Cheng Run discerned the wounded captive on the ground, a middle-aged Caucasian man, his face marred with excess flesh, bleeding profusely from gunshot wounds in his left shoulder and right thigh. Clad in a haphazard assortment of clothing, his eyes glinted with malice as he muttered curses through gritted teeth. "You damned Easterners," the man snarled, his voice contorted by pain. Tan Song prodded his wound with the rifle barrel, eliciting a sharp cry from him. "Enough of your blathering. Where are the people you captured?" Tan Song inquired coldly. The man remained tight-lipped, yet his gaze involuntarily flickered toward the depths of the cave, a subtle movement that did not escape Cheng Run's keen observation. "Zhang Shi, keep an eye on him here," Cheng Run commanded as he holstered his weapon and exchanged a knowing glance with Tan Song. "Let us venture deeper." With the mechanical wolf in tow, the 2 pressed further into the cavern, where the metallic tang of blood grew increasingly pungent. Cheng Run's brow furrowed tighter, his grip on the rifle instinctively tightening. Upon rounding a corner, a horrifying sight caused them both to draw in a sharp breath. 7 or 8 mutilated bodies lay heaped together like refuse, devoid of any life. Among them were both men and women of varying ethnicities, though it was evident that 3 were likely Easterners. They had been stripped bare, their hands bound behind their backs, and the wounds and marks on their bodies told tales of brutal torment, especially the women, whose injuries were unspeakably horrific. Tan Song's fists clenched audibly, while Cheng Run's expression darkened ominously. "These wretched beasts." Cheng Run's voice was chillingly cold. On the opposite side of the pile of corpses, a chaotic assortment of belongings lay scattered: various garments, broken weapons, open food containers, and several torn emergency backpacks. 3 inactive wristbands lay inconspicuously among the debris. Cheng Run knelt to collect the blood-stained wristbands, carefully tucking them into his coat. He then retrieved a Molotov cocktail, set the timer, and placed it atop the pile of bodies before turning back with a grim expression alongside Tan's song. "Captain, what is the situation?" Zhang Shui, stationed outside, inquired urgently upon their return. However, before he could finish speaking, Cheng Run swiftly approached the burly man and thrust the rifle directly into his grinning mouth. In an instant, the man's laughter morphed into a whimper, his eyes filled with terror and pleading. Bang! The viscous brain matter splattered against the nearby cave wall, and Cheng Run grimaced as he shook the muzzle of his weapon as if it had become tainted. There was no one here, not a single soul. 76. The Joint Command Node has been established. 11 wristbands, now devoid of any response, lay silently before the onlookers, silently narrating the fate of their owners. These devices, once pulsating with life signals, had now fallen completely silent. Some were cracked and deformed, as if ravaged by the claws of some ferocious beast. Others bore dark red scabs, glinting ominously in the sunlight. Still others emanated a foul stench that compelled those in the front row to hold their breath. All members of the Sui Rin No. One camp gathered around the wristbands, not a word exchanged among them, each silently observing. A similar scene unfolded at camp number 391. With no excessive words, those who beheld the current state of the wristbands seemed to mature and solidify in resolve almost instantaneously. Regional Joint Command System, the first online joint command meeting. Given the current situation and the regulations pertaining to the Migratory Bird Plan, I propose the establishment of a joint command node to provide a foundation for future developments. Li Chong initiated the discussion. I agree to the formation of the joint command node, responded by Yuanan, the commander of camp number 055, who promptly suggested the immediate activation of wartime communication protocols, ensuring intelligence sharing among all camps, with all personnel on 24-hour standby. The commander of camp number 391, Chi Yu, entered the channel in agreement, noting that the varying qualifications and professions of personnel across camps made it challenging to meet all requirements. However, personnel interaction could resolve this issue. Especially now, with the availability of 50 helicopters, personnel mobilization would be exceedingly convenient. I concur, added Su Ziyang, the commander of camp number 541. I also propose that each camp establish rapid response teams based on their unique characteristics and delineate tasks accordingly, thereby maximizing each camp's capabilities and enabling preemptive planning to avoid conflicts. We must unite to safeguard our compatriots. Suddenly, Cheng Run's voice rang out beside Li Chong. Where have you been? You're late for the meeting. Li Chang whispered to Cheng Run. Nothing much, just dealing with some trash, Cheng Run replied casually, shaking his hand, with traces of still-drying blood visible. I'll handle the refuse I brought back myself. I won't allow it to pollute our camp. Li Chang was momentarily taken aback but soon regained his composure, managing a wry smile as he mouthed 4 words, never again. I am Cheng Run, commander of camp number 1125. Cheng Run stepped forward to the microphone. Based on my recent observations, our once tranquil nation has shielded its citizens excessively well. Despite undergoing a period of rigorous training, many of our compatriots still struggle to adapt swiftly to this world. They remain oblivious to the existence of entities that are far from human, which prey upon them, treating them as mere lambs for the slaughter. I propose the establishment of a specialized task force aimed at rescuing our fellow citizens while simultaneously sending a clear message to those malevolent entities that any bullying of our eastern compatriots will exact a price. As Cheng Run concluded his statement, a brief silence enveloped the communication channel. Li Chang noticed that the icons of several camp commanders lit up with a green indicator, signaling their intent to speak, only to extinguish almost immediately. I support Commander Cheng's proposal, suddenly declared Chi Yu of Camp 391, her voice tinged with suppressed fury. Our search team earlier discovered a den, filled with those beasts. A heavy thud echoed through the channel, akin to someone slamming a fist against a table. Chi Yu's breathing grew labored as she continued. We rescued 2 compatriots, but 3 others, we only found their wristbands. Those beasts even hung the wristbands as trophies on the walls. I propose the formation of a rescue and vengeance team specifically for such scenarios, suggested Cheng Run, his voice chillingly resolute. Each camp should allocate 2 members with combat experience, equipped with heavy weaponry and tracking devices. If possible, I am willing to take on the role of team leader. Cheng clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, as a vision of a blood-stained wristband, adorned with a pink cartoon bear, haunted his mind, a stark reminder of the last moments of its owner. Agreed. 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 Li Chang swallowed hard, his gaze meeting Cheng Run's bloodshot eyes, suddenly realizing the depth of unspoken anger and resentment harbored by his comrade. I too concur. However, I suggest the team be equipped with ample medical supplies to maximize our chances of rescuing our compatriots. Moreover, should we encounter resistance or attack, we need not take prisoners. The meeting concluded swiftly. The unified command system's large screen began to compile the resources and special personnel from each camp. According to the tally, there were currently 52 soldiers across the entire network, including 15 members of the Shinta team and 1 from the Yulei team. Additionally, there were 167 civilians and 2 infants. Li Cheng and his team categorized and marked the information from the pre-entered Baigong plan and the wristband system, facilitating prompt mobilization as needed. The various supplies extracted from the F00019 encapsulation had begun distribution to each camp. This batch of supplies, aside from helicopters and WS-3 models, included a range of unmanned auxiliary combat systems, along with a substantial stockpile of emergency food, medicines, and ammunition. These supplies have perfectly addressed the urgent needs of various camps and significantly enhanced their combat capabilities. According to the newly established plan from the command node, the helicopter from Camp 055, towing the recovered Sui Rin 0116, is en route to the predetermined deployment location, where a new communication node will be established. This strategy not only accelerates the deployment process but also maximizes the avoidance of danger. Chung Run and several soldiers selected from various camps have formed a rescue revenge squad, which will immediately commence a search and rescue operation for all wristband signals across the entire area once the communication node is operational. This communication node has been strategically positioned near a valley to the southwest, creating a command network that will cover a substantial portion of the valley. With ample personnel and equipment at hand, the encapsulated unit concealed within the southwestern valley is finally at the moment for retrieval. 77 metals and 3rd-generation wristbands. Blue Star, Hubei Province, a commonplace residential community. All right, Xiao Zhao, this is where I shall disembark. Chen Lifeng unfastened his seatbelt and said to the driver, Xiao Zhao, who had been escorting him home, Master Chen, how could you say such a thing? Xiao Zhao nimbly leaped from the driver's seat to assist Chen Lifeng in opening the car door. You have been working tirelessly for the mountain relocation project. What is it for me to drive you home? As he spoke, Xiao Zhao deftly retrieved Chen Lifeng's luggage from the trunk. Chen Lifeng gazed at the familiar entrance of the community, feeling a fleeting sense of strangeness. After 2 months away, the hibiscus at the entrance was in full bloom with delicate pink flowers, swaying gently in the twilight. He inhaled deeply, savoring the long-missed aroma of home. By the way, Master Chen, this is a gift from our commander. Lost in thought, Xiao Zhao retrieved an exquisite box from the passenger seat and handed it to Chen Lifeng. Taken aback, Chen Lifeng was about to decline, but Xiao Zhao had already dashed back to the military vehicle and started the engine. Master Chen, that is rightfully yours. So please do not refuse. Hurry home, your wife is surely waiting anxiously. With that, Xiao Zhao waved goodbye, and the vehicle gradually departed from the community entrance. Standing in place, Chen Lifeng watched the receding silhouette of the vehicle, a faint smile gracing his lips. He glanced down at the box in his hand, heavy and mysterious, and, eager to return home, swiftly tucked it into his backpack and walked purposefully toward his residence. Having been away for 2 months, everything in the familiar hallway seemed to have taken on an air of strangeness. He stood before his door, took a deep breath, and gently knocked. Inside, hurried footsteps echoed, and the door swung open abruptly. His wife, Lin Xiao, stood at the threshold, her eyes slightly reddened, clutching a spatula in her hand. Old Chen, her voice trembled. Come in quickly, I have prepared your favorite lotus root slices for you. After dinner, Chen Lifeng reclined in a lounge chair. Observing his wife busily tidying up the kitchen, he couldn't help but ponder, was this not the very reason why he, his colleagues, and countless dedicated soldiers like Xiao Zhao toiled day in and day out? He instinctively touched the bracelet on his right wrist, and a countdown immediately appeared, 3 days, 6 hours, 57 minutes, and 21 seconds. In just over 3 days, he would embark on that peculiar journey of traversal, which was precisely why his commander insisted he return home. Due to the remote location he was stationed in, the commander even arranged a military aircraft to bring him back. To be honest, this was Chen Lifeng's first experience on a chartered flight, and the sensation was simply unparalleled. Dad, let me help you pack. You just focus on resting. A voice interrupted Chen Lifeng's reverie. It was his son, Chen Xiaofei, who had transformed from a somewhat rebellious boy into a figure of newfound maturity. Standing before him with a backpack in hand, Chen Lifeng smiled and affectionately ruffled his son's hair. All right, It seems you've finally grown up. Chen Xiaofei instinctively attempted to push away his father's hand but hesitated, allowing the gesture to continue. Dad, you must take care of yourself during the traversal. Live well? And when Mom and I join you, we'll come find you. As he spoke, he quietly opened his backpack. Chen Lifeng nodded, offering no further words, instead gazing at his son with a warm smile. Feeling somewhat shy under his father's gaze, Chen Xiaofei took a few steps back, but in doing so, a box tumbled out of the backpack. The box rolled on the floor, revealing its contents, a radiant golden badge. Curiously, Chen Xiaofei picked it up. The badge was palm-sized, adorned with the familiar emblem and flag of the Eastern Nation, along with the words Eastern Nation Honor Medal. The back of the badge bore an inscription, in tribute to the heroes who strive for the continuation of human civilization, Comrade Chen Lifeng, Central Command. Ah, Chen Xiaofei exclaimed in shock, while Chen Lifeng quickly took the badge from his hands, scrutinizing it closely. The badge shimmered warmly under the light, and as his fingers grazed the engraved words, a surge of complex emotions welled up within him. He had never anticipated receiving such an honor, let alone at this moment. Dad, is this a medal awarded by the Central Command? Chen Xiaofei's voice brimmed with astonishment and admiration. You actually received a national-level honor. Snapping back to reality, Chen Lifeng smiled, carefully placing the badge back into its box. It's merely a matter of fulfilling my duties, he remarked nonchalantly, not wishing for his son to think of him as particularly special. At that moment, Chen Xiaofei's curiosity was piqued once again. He eagerly grasped Chen Lifeng's hand, revealing the bracelet. Dad, why is your bracelet different from ours? Oh, it's the third-generation bracelet. I've heard it was just recently developed and is currently only allocated to those about to embark on a traversal. They say it comes with several enhanced features, though I'm not entirely sure of the specifics. I've just been told to wear it. Rest assured, you shall all have your turn. And by the time it is your moment, it may very well be the 5th or 6th generation. Chen Lifeng chuckled lightly. The Special Emergency Command Headquarters. Yunshu. The distribution of the third-generation wristbands is nearly complete. All compatriots who are set to traverse within the week have been outfitted with the third-generation wristbands. Elder One handed a stack of documents to Li Yunshu. The third-generation wristbands have enhanced battery life and shell strength, capable of withstanding certain levels of damage. Additionally, as per Old Zhu's request, a feature has been added that activates an audio recording function should the wearer's physical condition exhibit a sudden reaction or if their emotional fluctuations exceed a certain threshold, subsequently transmitting the audio to the nearest swearing system. At this juncture, Elder One could not help but sigh, lamenting the lack of foresight from some individuals. How could they remain so oblivious to the larger picture, making things so troublesome? As he spoke, Elder Wan's gaze drifted toward the command room, and Li Yunshu's attention was similarly drawn to that direction. There lay a mathematical model, recently constructed by Old Zhu and his colleagues, concerning the potential impacts of various nations' information dissemination on the safety of East Country travelers. At the bottom of the model, a massive red exclamation mark was jarringly conspicuous. 78, Swearin 0116, requesting to connect to the network. Days prior, the intelligence agency of East Country had uncovered a deeply troubling phenomenon. Numerous nations, particularly the Eagle Nation, had seen the emergence of peculiar organizations among their populace. These groups, overtly or covertly, were disseminating various messages aimed at the citizens of East Country. Ordinary people from East Country are utterly defenseless. They are naive and gullible, and each is laden with ample supplies. The calamities faced by humanity are a divine retribution for the transgressions of the East Country people against God's will. As long as one avoids the East Country military, their civilians are completely unguarded, especially against us. A few words can easily ensnare them. Keep your hands clean. Who knows what you might have done? Just ensure you are not seen. Perhaps if we eliminate the East Country people, God will grant us passage home. Various malicious messages permeated these organizations, all targeting the ordinary citizens of East Country. The East Country promptly recognized this situation and issued warnings to all nations. However, while nations professed to clarify the facts and demanded that no related rumors be disseminated, they failed to impose any substantial penalties. The Eagle Nation, in particular, downplayed the issue during the League of Nations meeting, asserting that it was merely a matter of free speech and the government had no authority to intervene. Furthermore, they claimed that no East Country citizen had been harmed during this period. Minister Zhu swiftly collaborated with colleagues from the Academy of Social Sciences and the Academy of Sciences to establish a relevant model. concluding that the probability of ordinary East Country travelers being attacked had surged by over 300%. It is precisely for this reason that the third-generation wristband has emerged. These individuals, when faced with obstacles openly, resort to covert measures. When official avenues fail, they turn to grassroots methods. Have they ever considered channeling their energies towards the betterment of humanity as a whole? Observing the red lines on the model, Wang was filled with indignation. After all these years, haven't you yet discerned the truth, old Wang? They have always operated in this manner, retorted Li Yunshu with a cold smirk. Moreover, it is likely that many of them now believe they are adequately prepared. The other world is merely a vast new colony ripe for exploitation, and they are intent on claiming the largest share. They perceive that Donghua has gained a significant advantage in the preparatory stages, thus allowing these ruffians to hinder our progress. When the time comes, they can easily conceal those miscreants or dismiss them outright, even handing them over to us as a favor, all while distancing themselves from any culpability. It is high time to shackle those hyenas. Soon, a new announcement from Donghua swept across the entirety of Blue Star. In the announcement, academician Wang Lisan solemnly introduced the third-generation wristband to the world. With features such as automatic recording, proactive photography, and real-time transmission capabilities, even in areas devoid of service. The device could relay information to other wristbands for further dissemination. Dr. Wang Lisan emphasized at the conclusion of the broadcast that all information would be relayed to Donghua's military, ensuring that no bloodstained message would be overlooked. Whether in sound or imagery, they vowed to bring the perpetrators to justice, blood for blood, without regard for time or method. Upon the release of Donghua's announcement, a global uproar ensued. Organizations and nations such as the Eagle Country were evidently caught off guard by Donghua's resolute counteraction, leading to widespread public outcry. In an underground forum in Eagle Country, an extremist group named Free Pioneers convened an urgent online meeting. Are the Donghua people serious about this? A member identified as Falcon expressed panic in a voice message. What are you so afraid of? The forum administrator, Blackjack, coldly replied, they are merely bluffing. It's just a wristband. How could it possibly possess such formidable capabilities? At that moment, a member suddenly sent a message filled with alarm, stating that the Donghua people were distributing samples of the third-generation wristband worldwide, claiming its functions were even more exaggerated than disclosed. As soon as the message was sent, several members who had been online but silent instantaneously logged off, as if they had never been present at all. Soon, Blackjack was left alone, the only one still displaying online status. These cowards. Damn those Donghua people. You. Furious and impotent. Blackjack gazed at the now empty forum and let out a howl of defeat. With the unveiling of the third-generation wristband and the intelligence gathered from various nations, the exclamation marks on Minister Zhu's grand model gradually diminished, ultimately transforming into a solitary green wave line. In a realm beyond, at the Swearin No. 1 campsite, Cheng Run was unaware that his nation had already devised relevant strategies as he made his final preparations. Before him stood 6 elite warriors, each selected from various camps, now part of the inaugural rescue and vengeance squad. Like Cheng Run, they had previously participated in the search for the wristbands, their eyes gleaming with fierce determination. At this moment, they awaited on a hillside, where nearby ferocious beasts had been eradicated, while a helicopter hovered, transporting Swearin No. 0116 to the designated deployment site. Cheng Run clutched a wristband, the one left by a fallen comrade who had sacrificed himself to protect Swearin No. 0116, used for tracking. Although other Shinta wristbands could activate the Swearin system, Cheng Run preferred this particular one. Now fully charged, the wristband's screen shimmered with a hopeful glow. As the thunderous roar of the approaching helicopter grew louder, he hastily tucked the wristband away, shielding his eyes as he sprinted toward the predetermined location. His comrades swiftly formed a defensive formation, vigilant against any looming dangers, while 5 drones scanned the surrounding area. Soon, a massive container descended gently before Cheng Run, creating a gust of wind. The moment the electromagnetic clamp was removed from the container's top, he dashed forward, gently tracing the scars left by a dagger. With his right hand, he pressed the wristband against the sensor of Swearin No. 0116. Verification successful. Swearin No. 0116 ready for deployment. Words illuminated the sensor, long awaited. Accompanied by the sound of hydraulic machinery, the scarred container began to unfold. Cheng Run entered the control room of No. 0116, placing the wristband atop the main controller, its screen radiating an extraordinary brightness. Swearin No. 0116 deployment complete. Requesting network integration. 79. Initial joint command operation. Request granted. Welcome to the Joint Communication Command System. Swearin number 0116. Network integration successful. As the notification of integration echoed, the command system's map control expanded, soon enveloping much of the valley. Attention all units. Attention all units. A new command resonated through the Joint Command System. Communications team, immediately begin contacting wristbands based on the last digit numbering principle to confirm their current status. Rapid response team, based on feedback from the communications team, proceed to the target area at once. Observation team, commence mapping the valley's environment and situation distribution in preparation for the next phase of the plan. Cheng Run Squad, fulfill your designated tasks. Now, let us all spring into action. With the command given, the long-awaiting warriors and drones advanced toward their objective. While members of the communications team promptly reached out to their isolated comrades in the new area, devising measures according to the circumstances. In the control room of Swearin 0116, Cheng Run first released all the probe balloons and drones, subsequently transferring control authority to the command network. He then initiated the emergency awakening protocol for the area. Observing the sudden emergence of 10 red dots on the screen, Cheng placed his comrade's wristband before the main display and exited the control room. Outside, the team members were already prepared for departure. Except for the 3 within the valley, the coordinates of all other targets had been shared to their wristbands, allowing each to select their objectives based on the designated positions. Remember to act according to the pre-established principles. Depart. 3 minutes later, the communication team had completed contact with all functioning wristbands, relaying the situation to the rapid response group. 10 minutes later, 6 rapid response drones had secured and monitored the vicinity of 6 high-risk targets, while transport drones began their approach. 30 minutes later, the safety of all targets had been confirmed, and helicopters along with CAT vehicles commenced retrieval of lower-risk targets based on proximity. 1 hour and 45 minutes later, the last survivor boarded the CAT vehicle, ready to return to camp. At 3 hours and 8 minutes, with the sound of a gunshot, Cheng Run's team completed their mission. The retrieval of 13 compatriots and 7 wristbands from the newly expanded area was successfully accomplished. The deployment site of the Swearin 0116 system had transformed into a new temporary camp, where previously rescued compatriots were sent for preliminary medical treatment. The medical team had undergone significant changes, no longer relying solely on Dr. Zhou. Since integrating into the United Communication Command System, medical resources had been greatly supplemented and optimized. Chen Jinping stood outside the temporary medical zone, observing the busy doctors navigating between makeshift beds. He had assumed the role of commander of the Swearin 0116 camp. Managing related affairs, Dr. Zhou was quietly discussing matters with 3 newly joined physicians, while 2 nurses skillfully and gently changed the bandages of a survivor with leg injuries. How is the situation? Chen Jinping approached Dr. Zhou and inquired softly. Dr. Zhou looked up, a weary yet content smile gracing his face. Much better than expected. Among the 13 survivors, only 2 require urgent attention. The rest are mostly mildly dehydrated or severely fatigued and will recover with a few days of rest. Chen Jinping nodded, his gaze sweeping across the medical area. The survivors had changed into clean clothing, sipping hot soup in small mouthfuls, though their eyes still held a hint of daze. The fear had dissipated. At the camp entrance, 5 Shirang units were undergoing final adjustments and resupply, destined to be the primary force for tomorrow's valley exploration. The observation teams from various camps were finalizing their mapping of the valley. They had completed the preliminary map and were now marking all living organisms within the valley using infrared observation devices. The Regional Unified Communication Command System, Swearin 1 Camp Node. Li Chang's gaze fell upon the newly generated map within the command system, where the 3-dimensional topography of the valley was being updated in real time. As the observation team continued their scanning, a multitude of red dots gradually emerged on the map. These marked the locations of anomalous biological clusters. The density of life forms within this valley was alarmingly high. The leader of the observation group, Zhang Xiangxue, reported through the communication system that these entities exhibited extreme aggression, even launching attacks against drones and reconnaissance balloons. Li Chang furrowed his brow, for the red dots projected on the valley map numbered in the thousands. To venture into the valley under such circumstances would likely result in a fierce battle, although he did not believe these creatures could breach the armor of the exoskeleton units. The task of exterminating such a vast quantity of life forms to create a conducive environment for the encapsulation unit would require a considerable expenditure of ammunition. Have we located the encapsulation unit within the valley? Li Chang inquired. Yes, It is situated precisely at the coordinates you provided. Zhang Xiangxue magnified a photograph and sent it to Li Chang. It depicted a colossal steel structure, its fully closed encapsulation shell resembling a gigantic metallic cocoon, standing silently at the valley's center. The surface of the encapsulation unit bore the marks of biological excretion and movement, littered with fallen leaves and remnants of fruit. Yet the shell remained intact, signifying that the contents within were still unharmed. The resources contained within the encapsulation unit were imperative, forming the foundation for all future developments. However, was it prudent to assault it directly? Setting aside the waste of ammunition, the risk of igniting a wildfire could potentially damage the unit's contents. Li Chang found himself momentarily perplexed, while the commanders at other nodes also struggled to devise a viable strategy. Moreover, with the arrival of a new batch of traversers imminent, the exploration of the valley would necessitate sufficient time and manpower, leaving them no choice but to wait until these compatriots had safely arrived. At that moment, the door to the command room swung open, and Tang Yaowen, who had been assisting in the laboratory, entered, looking weary and carrying a metallic sealed box. "Captain, Professor Dong has made some progress in his research, and he has asked me to deliver these materials to you." 80. Devouring the tiger and swallowing the wolf. "Everyone, please take a look. This is a plant I discovered within the valley." Professor Dong held up a rather unremarkable shrub and addressed the camera. "Initially, I found it curious that the black tide appeared to be approaching the valley, and upon seeing the biological density on the scan, my suspicions were further solidified. Theoretically, a valley rich in organic matter should be the prime target for the MOTL, yet they have not ventured into the valley at all, which is decidedly abnormal. I requested Comrade Tang Yaowen to collect all visible plant samples near the valley's entrance for comparative analysis. Indeed, all MOTL exhibited clear aversion and fear towards this plant. Professor Dong then displayed a video in which a MOTL was confined within a glass chamber, initially showing no signs of movement. As Panning gently extended a plant specimen into the glass chamber from the opposite side, the dark creature suddenly convulsed violently, its previously tranquil form twisting as though electrified. Seemingly resisting something, it frantically recoiled until it collided with the far side of the glass chamber, producing a harsh grinding sound. "Did you see that, Doctor?" Dong's voice resonated from off-screen, imbued with suppressed excitement. "Its reaction is even more intense than we anticipated. This plant exerts a formidable deterrent effect on the creature, potentially serving as a natural insect repellent. Pharmacist Pan extracted a special volatile oil from this plant, and preliminary analysis revealed the presence of a rare compound capable of directly interfering with the creature's nervous system." As Dr. Dong spoke, he brought up the laboratory's analytical data. More crucially, this compound appears to be nearly harmless to humans and other animals. Panning also appeared on screen, her voice tinged with exhilaration. "We have tested it on the small animals we captured, and there were no adverse reactions. For humans, this compound is akin to the floral waters we commonly use. Apart from mild irritation, it has no other effects in the short term." Panning extended her arm, revealing the inner side of her forearm, which was marked with sections delineated by a marker, each section coated with varying concentrations of the extracted compound. Even in the area marked with the highest concentration, her skin merely exhibited slight redness, with no other changes. Although long-term impact tests have yet to be conducted, based on my experience, this compound should pose minimal risk to human health. However, for the dark creature, the compound becomes lethal once a certain concentration is reached. Panting retrieved a test tube containing the purified plant extract, aerosolizing it before injecting it into the previously mentioned glass chamber. Within a mere 10 seconds, the creature collapsed, frothing at the mouth, and subsequently ceased all vital signs. Panting conducted several similar experiments, each yielding comparable results. Even the strongest specimen succumbed within 20 seconds. The research findings of Professor Dong and Panning swiftly circulated across all camps, prompting researchers to conduct experiments that yielded similar conclusions. Moreover, a bolder plan gradually took shape through repeated trials. 5 transport drones flew in an orderly formation, slowly traversing the valley's entrance, while a vast quantity of aerosol was dispensed from a container below. This was a passive organic solvent from the emergency reserves, capable of enzymatically reacting with most volatile compounds to neutralize them, thereby diminishing their properties for a certain duration. Originally intended to ensure the survival of traversers in toxic environments, it was repurposed for a different application this time. Experiments have demonstrated that it can briefly react with compounds produced by that particular plant, rendering them ineffective. However, this process only lasts for a few hours before a reduction reaction occurs, leading to a loss of efficacy. As the drones disseminated the aerosol, the distinctive aroma of the shrub noticeably diminished. The mist began to gradually spread throughout the valley, while another swarm of drones commenced their subsequent actions. Approximately 20 kilometers from the initial appearance of Swearin 0116, 3 drones equipped with high-powered playback devices directed their focus toward the ground, which was riddled with cave entrances, and began broadcasting the silent screams of the special individuals. In an instant, as if a pot had boiled over, countless inked creatures surged from the caverns, rushing toward the drones. Soon after, more special individuals emerged from their respective lairs, managing to control the somewhat chaotic throng of ink creatures. Although the drones ceased their broadcasting, they began to emit an odor that the ink creatures found exceedingly repugnant, driving them toward a specific direction. The masses of ink creatures swiftly coalesced into a black tide, surging toward the valley. The drone swarm circled at low altitude, continuously releasing the distasteful scent that compelled the ink creatures to adhere to a predetermined route. Simultaneously, the passive mist in the valley continued to spray, ensuring that the ink creatures would not detect the impending danger prematurely. "They have entered," exclaimed the observer at the monitoring station, his voice trembling with excitement. On the screen, the black tide resembled a sinuous river, flowing languidly toward the valley. Under the guidance of the special individuals, the throng of ink creatures maintained order, yet they seemed visibly uneasy about their surroundings, their front pincers quivering as if on high alert. However, the tantalizing aroma of food wafting from the valley ahead soon captivated their attention. Despite the lingering unpleasant odors, they paled in comparison to the prospect of sustenance before them. The black tide began to accelerate. This time, there was no need for prodding or inducement, as thousands of ink creatures surged into the valley. How long would the effect of the passive agent endure? Li Chong stood in the command center, his gaze fixed intently on the live feed. At most 3 hours, Professor Dong calculated swiftly, noting that the reduction reaction had already commenced, with concentration slowly rising. That will suffice. Li Chong inhaled deeply. The plan to drive the tiger and swallow the wolf was proceeding successfully. An increasing number of ink creatures entered the valley, beginning to devour everything in their path. The fauna within the valley had never encountered such adversaries. After several struggles, they reluctantly succumbed to becoming prey. The abundance of food was overwhelming, so much so that the ink creatures scarcely paused to consume vegetation, sweeping through the valley under the direction of the special individuals. This place would become their new lair, allowing their population to burgeon. Numerous ferocious beasts attempted to break free from the valley, only to be obstructed by the ink creatures, ultimately becoming engulfed in the surging black tide. Gradually, the valley fell silent, the only sound being the rustling of the ink creatures' appendages in motion. At last, the 3-hour mark came to a close. 81. The encapsulation unfolds, and the task reaches its completion. Gradually, the passivating agent begins to lose its efficacy, and the unique compounds dispersed throughout the valley are once again restored. The ravenous ink devourers, engaged in their feeding frenzy, suddenly freeze in place. They rise to their feet and commence a frantic struggle. Countless ink devourers plunge into chaos, the once orderly wave of black fracturing into disarray. The first to encounter the restored compound convulse violently, their foreclaws flailing uncontrollably, inflicting wounds upon their companions' exoskeletons with their sharp appendages. Special individuals concealed within the herd begin to howl, striving to control the black tide and escape the valley. Yet, the drones, long hidden throughout the valley, simultaneously unleash a cacophony of sound at maximum power. The black tide descends further into chaos, fragmenting into myriad small groups that begin to assault everything in their vicinity. At the valley's entrance, a significant quantity of hastily gathered shrubs lies piled, emitting an odor that repels the ink devourers from approaching. The situation within the valley spirals into utter tumult, as the concentration of the restored compounds intensifies, compounded by the chaotic symphony of drones and special individuals. The ink devourers succumb to complete madness. In the center of the valley, a distinctively larger special individual attempts to regain control of the situation. However, just as it gathers a small group of ink devourers, several ordinary individuals, driven to insanity by the drone's sound waves and the compounds, launch an assault against it. The controlling ink devourer freezes, confusion flickering in its eyes, until it is torn to shreds by the ordinary individuals that dare to challenge it. "Remarkable," exclaims Li Chong, who has been observing the unfolding chaos as they begin to attack the special individual. Blue fluid sprays from the wounds of the special ink devourer, seemingly rich in pheromones. The ink devourers that come into contact with the blue blood become increasingly frenzied, losing all sense of distinction between friend and foe, and commence attacking any moving object within their line of sight. One by one, ink devourers are pinned down by their kin, their foreclaws wrenched off, blue fluid splattering everywhere. Similar scenes unfold throughout the valley. The hierarchical structure within the ink devourer collective collapses entirely. The once formidable collective behavior that instilled fear in other creatures vanishes. They are now reduced to mere machines of slaughter, driven by chaos and hormones. Their most basic instincts for self-preservation extinguished. One ink devourer, after tearing apart a kin, begins to gnaw on its own flesh. In the infrared observations, the tiny red dots representing the ink devourers glow ominously, their body temperatures reaching an extreme threshold. A vast multitude of red dots coalesce, then extinguish in clusters, each extinguishment signifying the demise of an ink devourer. As the number of red dots within the valley dwindles to a minimal level, 5 hovering units stationed at the valley's entrance commence their advance toward the target. The valley is strewn with the blue fluids and dismembered limbs of ink devourers, the scent so potent that the warriors piloting the hovering units contemplate activating their protective systems. Fortunately, despite the exceedingly unpleasant odor, it possesses no genuine toxicity and does not significantly impact the human body. The engineering convoy, composed of 5 units, advanced steadfastly towards the location of the encapsulated object, crushing everything in its path and forging a broad thoroughfare. The ferocious beasts that once roamed the valley had been nearly obliterated by the earlier voracious entity. Even the few that managed to escape were too paralyzed by the scent of the entity's bodily fluids to approach the valley. Soon, the convoy arrived at its destination. The encapsulated object coming into view. The convoy gradually halted before the encapsulation, and the soldiers swiftly assumed a defensive formation. Half an hour later, a helicopter descended in front of the encapsulated object, and Li Qiang, wearing Old Wei's wristband, leaped from the aircraft. Password verification successful. Wristband detection complete. Unlocking encapsulated object F00003, unlocking successful. Encapsulated object F00003 now accessible, accompanied by the thunderous roar of hydraulics and machinery. The shell encasing the encapsulated object began to disengage. Layer by layer, the casing unfolded like petals, ultimately stacking neatly on the ground in orderly formations. Silence enveloped the command channel as soldiers from various camps silently gazed at the opening of the encapsulated object. Old Wei, a veteran amongst veterans, was well aware of the first batch of Yulei team members. The voice of Bai Yuanan, the commander of Camp 055, resonated gently in the channel. Were it not for the extreme conditions, Old Wei would undoubtedly have been able to safeguard the encapsulated object himself. Previously, we had received signals from his small reconnaissance balloons. But alas, the distance was too great, and with insufficient manpower, assistance was impossible. Today, at long last, Bai Yuanan's voice trembled slightly, leaving his thoughts unspoken. Comrade, rest assured, your mission has been accomplished, he silently reassured in his heart, as the last metallic panel thudded to the ground. The entirety of the encapsulated object's interior was finally revealed to all. It was a vast warehouse, structured with a framework, housing 5 neatly arranged Z-50 heavy helicopters along with their maintenance components, 10 WS, 3 rocket launchers, and an array of compatible warheads. Additionally, there were substantial quantities of weapons, food, medicine, clothing, fuel, and various tools. According to the stipulations of the Yushan plan, the earlier batches of encapsulated objects were largely designed in this manner to enhance the survival probabilities of initial personnel. Meanwhile, far from the encapsulated object, atop a colossal tree, lay the skeletal remains of a human clad in military garb. The bones were missing both legs and the left arm, evidently suffering severe injuries prior to death. A rope bound the skeleton tightly to the tree's branches, positioning it to face the encapsulated object. In the relatively intact right arm of the skeleton, an automatic rifle was securely fastened, deliberately aimed at the encapsulated object through its scope. It appears that a certain degree of looseness has set in. As the final metal plate of the capsule fell to the ground, Li Qiang opened the warehouse door, and the ropes binding the rifle finally snapped. The rifle, which had steadfastly held its ground until the end, tumbled down, striking a branch beside the skeleton and startling a flock of unidentified birds. There, a military dagger was plunged into the ground beside the skeleton, bearing the insignia of Yulei, reflecting the military emblem atop the skeleton's head. 82. Bidding farewell to the Blue Star, the training base in Hubei province. Chen Lifeng surveyed the crowd around him and glanced at his own special training uniform. Although he had long since steeled himself mentally, a twinge of nervousness was inevitable. The moment of his impending journey was at hand. The square of the training base was filled with compatriots about to embark on their journeys and their loved ones, exchanging final farewells. To minimize chaos and unforeseen incidents. Since the third batch of travelers, nearly all Easterners preparing to traverse had been subjected to a unified arrangement at this base. Here, specialized personnel would distribute various prepared supplies and conduct intensive training prior to the journey. His wife, Lin Xiu, and son, Qin Xiaofei, were assisting him in organizing his backpack. While the emergency pack contained standard provisions, there remained a little room for personal items. Lin Xiu tucked a family portrait taken the day before into Chen Lifeng's favorite book and slipped it into the inner compartment of the backpack, along with a talisman she had once sought at a temple. Although Chen Lifeng had never subscribed to such beliefs, she stubbornly held that this talisman would surely safeguard their family's reunion. Standing nearby, Qin Xiaofei clutched a medal in his hand. A token of honor bestowed upon his father. Old Qin had bequeathed the medal to his son, seizing the moment as his father gazed pensively at his mother. Qin Xiaofei discreetly slipped the medal into the backpack, convinced that it held far greater significance than his mother's talisman. He refrained from revealing to Lin Xiu that the talisman bore an uncanny resemblance to one from an animated series he had previously watched. Once Lin Xiu had finished packing, she handed the bag to Chen Lifeng. He inhaled deeply, opened his arms, and embraced his wife and son, attempting to sound nonchalant as he reassured them, "Don't worry. I'll scout ahead and find a suitable place for you to join me later. Xiaofei, be sure to listen to your mother. Help her out while I'm away. And focus on your training. I've heard you're among the best marksmen in your camp. You're a fine young man, far surpassing your old man." Qin Xiaofei nodded vigorously, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, yet he resolutely held them back, straightening his posture and mimicking his father's usual tone during reprimands. He declared, "Dad, you can count on me to take care of Mom. You must wait for us, without fail." Lin Xiu clutched Chen Lifeng's sleeve tightly, her fingertips turning pale. She stifled a sob and retrieved a fragrant pouch embroidered with a piece not from her pocket. "Inside are the soil from our hometown and a lock of my hair. If you ever feel homesick, just..." Chen Lifeng accepted the pouch and tenderly kissed his wife's forehead. In the distance, the sound of the gathering buzzed, and he took a deep breath, slinging his backpack over his shoulder. A mechanical voice, familiar to all citizens of Donghua, resonated. "Attention all personnel. Attention all personnel. There is only 1 hour remaining until the time of traversal. Please ensure your wristbands are properly checked to avoid missing the traversal time. All compatriots preparing for traversal, please proceed to the departure preparation area, where personnel will assist you in your final preparations. Those bidding farewell to friends and family, please remain outside the caution line to prevent disturbances or other dangers." Chen Lifeng waved goodbye to his wife and child, then followed the crowd along the marked path to the preparation area. This space was divided into square grids, where each individual poised to traverse stood according to the number on their wristband. Each grid contained an array of supplies, tailored to the needs of each person. The soldiers tasked with maintaining order swiftly entered, checking each wristband to ensure accuracy before distributing the weapons and equipment stored there. At the forefront of the preparation area loomed a massive screen, where an instructor reiterated the precautions to be taken post-traversal. Upon arrival, immediately ensure concealment and assess your surroundings. Remember, the greatest casualties often occur in the first few minutes after traversal. Stay alert, remain vigilant, and recall everything you have learned at the training base. Chen Lifeng tightened his grip on the rifle, the cold metal providing a slight sense of calm. He surveyed his surroundings and noticed many others, like him, meticulously checking their gear, a primary concern emphasized repeatedly by the instructor during training. Once assured of their safety, they were to pay close attention to their wristbands. If contacted by one of our soldiers, following their guidance would be the swiftest means of obtaining assistance. Should the wristband occasionally lose signal, there was no need for panic. Finding a secure location to conceal oneself and survive was paramount, for our soldiers would surely locate them. Remember the warnings from training. They would determine your safety. 10 minutes remaining in the countdown. Please prepare for traversal. Chen Lifeng felt his heart race, trembling as he secured his backpack according to the training protocols, ensuring supplies were readily accessible. 5 minutes remaining in the countdown. Please check your weapons and maintain a state of readiness to fire. The preparation area echoed with the sound of bolts being drawn back, as soldiers assisted each individual in their final equipment checks before swiftly exiting the preparation zone. The surrounding crowd gradually descended into silence, interrupted only by the occasional stifled sobs. The instructor on the large screen ceased his explanation. 2 minutes remaining. Attention, everyone. Resonated the deep voice of the commander through the broadcast. Tighten your nerves, muster your strength, and survive. 1 minute remaining. Chen Lifeng, adhering to the orders, lifted his rifle with his left hand, his gaze anxiously scanning his surroundings. In the distance, beyond the security line, he spotted his wife and children, desperately waving at him. Taking a deep breath, Chen Lifeng managed to offer them a smile he hoped appeared relaxed. 30 seconds remaining. An odd sensation enveloped him, as he suddenly felt he was on the brink of departing from this world. 10, 9, 8. Chen Lifeng cast one last glance in the direction of his family, etching their faces deeply into his heart. 3, 2, 1. In silence, the entire preparation area became empty. Outside the security line, the farewell crowd lingered, reluctant to depart. Lin Xiu gazed at the spot where her husband had vanished, softly murmuring, "You must return safely." In another realm, amidst a whirlwind of chaos, Chen Lifeng abruptly opened his eyes to find himself standing in an unfamiliar forest. He instantly suppressed his discomfort, crouching down and cautiously surveying his surroundings with his rifle raised. On his right wrist, his wristband emitted a faint beeping sound. Signal search failed. Unable to connect to the network. 83, sir, the times have changed. Chen Lifeng observed his surroundings with heightened anxiety, his breath becoming shallow. The area was filled with unfamiliar trees, and strange shadows flitted intermittently from his line of sight. Forcing himself to inhale deeply, the icy air filled his lungs, providing a modicum of clarity. Fortune seemed to favor him. Although he had materialized in the forest, there were no large animals in sight, nor any immediate visible threats. First, conceal myself, Chen Lifeng murmured, striving to recollect the key points from his training. Fortunately, not far from him stood a protruding rock, partially obscured by dense underbrush, an ideal hiding spot. Without hesitation, Chen Lifeng hurried towards it, maneuvering through the thorny shrubs with the agility afforded by his tactical uniform. Scrambling atop the rock, it was only at that moment that the tension he had carried began to ease slightly. The rear of the rock featured a recess, just large enough to accommodate a person. Chen Lifeng curled up inside, gasping for breath. Truthfully, he had never felt such anxiety, even while welding atop a framework dozens of meters high at a construction site. He raised his hand to check the now silent wristband. The warning of failing to connect to the network elicited a wry smile from him. It seemed his luck had run dry, as he had not materialized near the stronghold of the Eastern nation. The surroundings bore no signs of human presence, and Chen Lifeng doubted his ability to navigate his way out of this dense primordial forest alone. He gently removed his backpack and inspected its contents: emergency rations, water purification tools, a first aid kit, fire starters, and his favorite book, presumably placed there by Lin Shi. Chen Lifeng instinctively picked up the book, and a photograph slipped from its pages, fluttering to the ground. It was a family portrait, the smiles of the three individuals evoking a pang in his heart. Yet he quickly shook his head. This was not the moment for sentimentality. Just then, a sudden rustling of dry leaves echoed from afar, prompting Chen Lifeng to crouch low, gripping his rifle tightly, peering through the gaps in the underbrush. Richard was traversing a familiar route, searching diligently. A new batch of crossers had just arrived, and undoubtedly more newcomers were on their way. Having been in this realm for 5 days, he felt a duty to welcome them properly. This forest was relatively small and harbored few truly dangerous beasts. Thus Richard had established it as his stronghold. Skillfully, he pushed aside the obstructing vines, the damp leaves crunching softly beneath his boots. Suddenly, Richard squinted, scrutinizing the fresh footprints on the ground. Someone had just passed through here. A novice. A cold smirk crept across his lips as his right hand instinctively brushed against the pistol at his waist. Over the past 5 days, he had procured supplies from 3 batches of newcomers, which had allowed him to thrive in this place. Behind a rock, Chen Lifeng held his breath, peering through the underbrush. He spotted a burly foreign man approaching, clad in camouflage and wielding a weapon, moving with the precision of a seasoned soldier. Not one from the Eastern nation. A jolt of apprehension coursed through Chen Lifeng, and he quietly clicked the safety on his rifle. During the pre-crossing training, the instructors had repeatedly emphasized, in unfamiliar surroundings, the greatest threat may not be the beasts, but other crossers. Richard abruptly halted, narrowing his eyes at a nearby rock formation. He was all too familiar with this spot, as most novices tended to use it as a hiding place. He had previously found 2 out of 3 targets there. "Come out, I see you," Richard called in a heavily accented eagle tongue, retreating behind a nearby tree. a location he had pre-selected, perfectly nestled in the blind spot of the rock's indentation. Soon, movement stirred behind the rock, as a figure appeared to be searching for the source of the sound. The familiar attire of the silhouette made Richard's lips curl in anticipation. An Eastern person, a genuine fat sheep. Richard licked his dry lips, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. The backpacks of Easterners were always filled with useful supplies. The last unfortunate soul's backpack had been the key to his current comfort. He slowly raised his rifle, aiming at the rock's direction, and shouted in broken Eastern language, "Come out. Drop the bag." The figure atop the rock seemed increasingly frantic, and Richard could even hear the rapidity of their breath. A true novice among novices. He disdainfully muttered that within at most 3 minutes, he could obliterate the opponent's head, and that the adversary wouldn't even come close to touching the hem of his garment. Richard took a step forward, partially exposing himself beyond the tree trunk, intending to lure the novice into launching an attack by revealing the upper half of his body, thus facilitating a swifter resolution. The novice could never fathom that, given the position of that rock, it would be impossible to aim in this direction. At that very moment, an odd buzzing sound suddenly emanated from behind the rock. What on earth? Richard furrowed his brow and leaned forward to gaze in the direction of the rock, only to behold a peculiar thermos wobbling as it flew toward his position. Boom Chun Li Feng listened to the explosion and the abrupt cessation of screams from that direction, unable to restrain himself from tightening his grip on the badge in his hand. Upon hearing that man's voice earlier, he had genuinely panicked. He was acutely aware of his own limitations, although he still wielded a firearm. Hitting a target at such a distance was utterly beyond him, especially with a large tree obstructing his line of sight. The individual on the opposite side had evidently targeted him, and once he exposed himself, he would likely be subjected to an attack. However, even hiding here was not a viable solution, as the opponent clearly knew he was concealed in this location and would eventually force him out. In his state of confusion, Chen Li Feng contemplated throwing his backpack away and fleeing. In a frenzy, he attempted to retrieve several portable items from his backpack to facilitate his escape when a solid object unexpectedly jabbed at his fingers. It was a badge that should not have been in the backpack. Chen Li Feng was momentarily stunned, then his attention was captured entirely by the object beside the badge. Though they had all undergone brief training, their skills amounted to little more than the ability to wield a firearm, barely sufficient to contend with wild animals, let alone malicious professional foes. A speech from the instructor during their final training session before the expedition resurfaced in his mind. In such scenarios, do not consider confronting them directly. You will not be their match. We have prepared this for you. The instructor had produced a thermos. Quite simple. Confirm the hostile target, direct it toward their location, and press the button at the bottom. 84, Generation 3 wristband. It took a considerable amount of time for Chen Li Feng's racing heart to finally settle, although he merely pressed the switch. It was nonetheless his first time taking action against a human, and judging by the noise, the opponent was likely no more. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the turmoil in his stomach and cautiously crawled over the rock to peer at the earlier position. Scattered around the explosion site were charred debris and a twisted, deformed firearm, with the acrid scent of gunpowder permeating the air. At this point, Chen Li Feng could no longer contain himself. He hunched over the rock and retched violently. He had seen corpses before, having worked in construction for decades and witnessed numerous shattered remains, yet this one was undeniably the result of his own actions. Chen Li Feng vomited until bile surged, his throat burning with pain. He wiped the corner of his mouth and forced himself to regain composure. Now was not the time for weakness. There might be more predators like Richard lurking in this forest. While the echoes of the explosion and the stench of blood had yet to attract any unsavory creatures, Chen Li Feng packed his backpack and swiftly departed from the area. The revised training manual advised that when one inadvertently creates a significant disturbance, one should immediately vacate the scene but not stray too far, remaining alert for any potential communications. After approximately half an hour, Chen Li Feng discovered a commendable hiding spot, a dead tree with a large hole at its top, perfectly accommodating a person within. This location was roughly 2 kilometers from his previous position, which was not too far. With the assistance of his exoskeleton, Chen Li Feng laboriously ascended the dead tree and nestled himself within the hollow, cradling his rifle. After forcing down a few emergency rations to quell the discomfort in his stomach, he closed his eyes, seeking a moment of respite. Perhaps the accumulated stress or the exhaustion of narrowly escaping had finally overwhelmed him. For Chen Li Feng drifted into a fitful slumber within the tree hollow. It was unclear how long he had been asleep when he jolted awake. instinctively reaching for his rifle and scanning his surroundings. Thankfully, the area remained relatively tranquil, devoid of any immediate threats. At that moment, an unusual phenomenon in the distant sky captured his attention. There, on the far horizon, points of light flickered incessantly, although the sounds were inaudible from such a distance. Chen Lifeng recognized them immediately. Those were explosions in the sky, reminiscent of a scene he had witnessed at a construction site for a containment unit on Blue Star. The lights persisted for 2 to 3 minutes before vanishing entirely. Glancing at his wristband, Chen Lifeng noted that over 3 hours had elapsed since his arrival in this unfamiliar realm. The wristband still indicated no connectivity, nor were there any signs of incoming communication. It seemed unlikely that any compatriots would locate him in the near future, and with a resigned shake of his head, he cradled his rifle and curled back into the tree hollow. Meanwhile, approximately 300 kilometers away, at Camp 0179, Commander Guan Shan reviewed the previous records from the Hongyan system. He drew a circle on the map before him, pointing to a location on its edge. This is the spot. If we deploy the 1176 beacon here, it will connect with the other side, establishing a new communication network. Lu Weitian, Zhang Xianqian. Set out immediately and ensure the new beacon is deployed within 2 hours. Many of our compatriots are waiting for our rescue in that area. Nearby, the helicopter crew was already prepared, lifting the 1176 beacon toward the target location. In the forest, less than 30 kilometers from Chen Lifeng's hiding spot, Li Lingdong was attaching a metal band to a small reconnaissance balloon before releasing it into the air, hoping for success. Li Lingtong gazed expectantly at the slowly ascending balloon as he began to operate his wristband. This was a modest encampment, home to 6 individuals from the Eastern nation, including 2 soldiers. Lingong, having traversed here in an earlier group, was fortunate enough to make contact with his compatriots upon arrival and was swiftly welcomed into the camp. The encampment was small, centered around a single terraforming unit, with a couple of makeshift shelters crafted from branches for their lodging. Upon learning that there was no communication network available and that contact could only be established via radio within a limited range of approximately 10 kilometers, he volunteered to assist in resolving this issue. As a member of the Eastern Radio Enthusiasts Association and a seasoned radio aficionado, Lingtong was well-versed in expanding the range of radio receivers. He quickly disassembled the damaged drone to extract the transmitter and fashioned a rudimentary amplifier from a roll of metal tape he carried. He then launched it into the sky using a probe balloon. As the balloon ascended higher, the radio receiver on his wristband began to emit a crackling sound. "Don't move. Kneel down obediently." 2 men brandished firearms at Chen Lifeng, one of whom barked commands in halting Eastern language. Chen stiffened, slowly raising his hands. He could feel the cold muzzle pressed against the back of his head, sweat instantly soaking his shirt. Just moments ago, these 2 assailants, who had been following his trail, ambushed him when he least expected it. By the time he regained his composure, he had already fallen into a dire predicament. They snatched his backpack and yanked him down from the tree, holding a gun to his head. As the man aiming at Chin was about to pull the trigger, his companion seemed to sense something amiss and quickly diverted the gun's barrel away. "What are you doing, Yamashita? Are you really going to spare this Eastern fellow? I don't recall you being so merciful." The man referred to as Yamashita remained silent, his expression one of sheer terror as he stared at the wristband on Chen's arm. The screen had automatically activated, capturing the surroundings through its camera, with the footage currently playing back on the display. A 3rd-generation wristband. Damn it. It's recording our appearance and voice prints. "Park, you can't kill him. Otherwise, it will alert that Eastern butcher." Yamashita trembled uncontrollably. Haunted by the events of the previous day, that Eastern butcher, accompanied by his comrades and a swarm of drones and mechanical wolves, had stormed their camp, executing the recording's owner on the spot after playing a chilling message. The overwhelming show of force had rendered the entire camp paralyzed with fear. The butcher's warning echoed in Yamashita's mind. "Should I receive any news of your involvement with Eastern blood, I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth." 85. The butcher. The companion known as Park Jun wore an expression of discontent. "What is this nonsense about a 3rd-generation bracelet? Yamashita, have you lost your mind? If we kill this guy and leave that wretched bracelet on his corpse, the beasts will come and devour both him and the evidence. Who would ever discover it?" As he spoke, he raised his firearm, ready to aim at Chen Lifeng's head. "Absolutely not," Yamashita exclaimed, urgently pulling him aside. "Can't you see? Our appearances and voices have already been transmitted to the other Easterners. As long as that bracelet fails to detect his vital signs, we will become targets of that butcher's relentless pursuit." No camp or stronghold will be willing to shelter us. They would gladly present our heads to the Easterners in exchange for a reward. You are not from our side, so you do not comprehend the butcher's madness. The reason so many have flocked to this area in recent days is precisely because they fear him. Trust me, halt your actions immediately. We have yet to stain our hands with blood, and there is still time. Park, somewhat intimidated by Yamashita's words, lowered his aim, casting a suspicious glance at the bracelet adorning Qin Lifeng's wrist. Is this thing truly so miraculous? Yamashita nodded fervently, resembling a frightened chick. But it states here that it is not connected to a network. How can it transmit messages? Huh? Upon hearing Park's words, Yamashita was taken aback and quickly leaned closer to inspect the bracelet. Indeed, he noticed the flickering text. His face shifted through shades of green and white. Visibly heating up with rage, Yamashita's teeth clicked together as he suddenly slapped himself, the sharp sound startling Park. Blast it. We've been tricked. There is no signal here. Those messages cannot possibly be sent. The butcher cannot know our situation. Kill him, Park. Do it now, and then smash that bracelet to pieces to eliminate any risk. Fuming with humiliation, Yamashita shouted at Park. Park, startled by Yamashita's sudden change, soon donned a sinister smile. He raised his firearm once more. The dark muzzle aimed at Qin Lifeng's forehead. Eastern pig, dare to deceive us? Park's finger rested on the trigger, his eyes alight with cruel delight. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, the bracelet on Qin Lifeng suddenly crackled to life. Hello, can you hear me? This is Li Lingtong, please respond. The unexpected turn of events left both men, along with Qin Lifeng, momentarily frozen in shock. They then observed a prominent notification flashing on the bracelet. Message sent successfully. Park and Yamashita stood rigid, like wooden statues. Park's pupils dilated, his fingers still poised over the trigger, yet utterly lacking the strength to pull it. Meanwhile, Yamashita's complexion shifted from red to white, cold sweat trickling down his temples, falling before him. It is impossible. Yamashita's voice was hoarse, having just realized there was no signal moments ago. The incessant crackling of the wristband continued, and Li Lingtong's fragmented voice came through. Can you hear me? This is Li Lingtong. We are. If you need assistance, please indicate your location. The signal appeared to be quite poor. Only intermittent sounds could be heard from the other side, and the response from this end was completely inaudible. Damn it, fooled again. This is a shortwave radio. The range cannot be too far. Once we deal with this fellow, we can go over and eliminate that Li Lingtong as well. The data from here can only reach that wristband of Li Lingtong. We just need to take care of them both. At that moment, Yamashita's face contorted with rage as he seized the gun from Park's hands, aiming it at Qin Lifeng. The shadow of the butcher loomed over him, suffocating him with dread. He must sever any potential distractions that might draw the butcher's attention. Just then, Qin Lifeng's wristband flickered again. A new message indicating a successful connection appeared. More? Li Lingtong. Just wait for me. Once I deal with this guy, I will settle the score with you. Prepare for your demise. Yamashita, in a fit of rage, shouted at Qin Lifeng's wristband. You want me to prepare for my demise? Very well. I relish such challenging adversaries. The voice from the wristband suddenly became clear, a cold and mocking tone resonating. The butcher. Yamashita's complexion turned ashen. This voice was the embodiment of his deepest fears. No, it's impossible. His hands began to tremble. The gun wavering slightly. This damn wristband had no signal. How could this be? What he was unaware of was that less than 200 kilometers away, a new ignition system had been successfully deployed. Ignition system number 1176 connected successfully. From this moment forth, all ignition systems in the vicinity were interconnected, forming a vast communication command network that enveloped the entire area. Meanwhile, at another ignition camp, Cheng Run was fixated on the 10 or so wristband coordinates that had just appeared on the screen. Among them, the wristband representing Qin Lifeng was flashing urgently, indicating that its owner was under immense psychological pressure and likely in a perilous situation. Cheng Run immediately connected to the wristband's communication, but before he could speak, he heard Yamashita's roar from the other end. In an instant, Cheng Run grasped the gravity of the situation. He gestured to a comrade nearby, instructing him to contact the nearest rapid drone and head to the coordinates immediately. He swiftly adjusted his demeanor, lowering his voice to a chilling calm, and addressed the communicator. He aimed to exert pressure on the adversary, buying as much time as possible. It seems you have yet to reach the final step. Continue. Would you like to see if I can shred you to pieces behind me? Yamashita's complexion turned ashen, his frantic gaze darting around the surrounding forest, as if the swaying shadows of the trees might at any moment unleash a vengeful spirit upon him. considering that your hands remain untainted by blood. I shall grant you an opportunity. Cheng Run's icy voice continued to resonate through Chen Lifeng's wristband. Release the owner of the wristband, and I may spare your lives. You have 3 minutes to deliberate your course of action. Yamashita and Park remained frozen in place, torn between the desire to flee and their hesitance. The fleeting 3 minutes slipped away. Get out of my sight immediately. Cheng Run's voice sliced through the air like a blade, causing Yamashita and Park to tremble uncontrollably. Otherwise, you will come to regret your existence in this world. Yamashita's Adam's apple bobbed, his eyes flickering as he glanced at Park. What if we silence? Park suddenly bellowed, veins bulging on his forehead. Do you think that if we back down now, the butcher will let us go? Do not be naive. He abruptly aimed the gun back at Chen Lifeng's head, his fingers whitening from the strain. Butcher, listen closely. We are not afraid of you. We are not afraid of you. I will kill for you right now, bang. Park's upper body disintegrated into a cloud of crimson mist. As a high-speed drone whizzed past overhead, Yamashita was splattered with blood, staring blankly at the remnants of Park's body as it crumpled to the ground. The warm liquid stained his trousers and seeped into his boots. He emitted a sound that resembled a scream, dropping his gun to the ground. Staggering back 2 steps before suddenly turning to flee. Flee? Cheng Run's voice echoed from the wristband. Do you think you can escape? Just as Yamashita took a few hurried steps, a nearby tree trunk suddenly exploded, sending splinters flying. He skidded to a halt, terror-stricken. As he beheld the smoking crater before him, hearing Cheng Run's voice, like that of a malevolent spirit, command, kneel. Yamashita's legs gave way, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. Trembling all over, his forehead pressed against the earth, he pleaded, "Spare me. I was wrong. I was wrong." Chen Lifeng struggled to sit up, witnessing the dramatic turn of events. Cheng Run's voice emerged from the wristband. Comrade, are you all right? Apologies for our tardiness. Truth be told, everything that had transpired today was too rapid and exhilarating, leaving Chen Lifeng in a state of disbelief. His mind was a chaotic whirlwind, disorienting him to the point of losing all sense of direction. However, one thing he was now certain of, gazing at the drone hovering above him, and hearing the term comrade echo through the wristband, he realized he had been saved. At that moment, the drone that had been suspended in the air began to glide toward the kneeling Yamashita. Its camera flickered with a red light, the smoldering barrel almost resting against Yamashita's head. Wasn't I told to clean my neck and wait? Come on, continue. Huaxia trembled uncontrollably, his entire body shaking as he desperately bowed his head, unable to utter a single coherent word. Did you think that the wristband, devoid of a network, could not send messages? Dream on. The information was transmitted successfully the moment it was generated. Do you think that's how we arrived so swiftly? The drone descended further, its retractable rotor blades whipping up the winds that tousled Huaxia's hair, revealing his bloodied forehead and a face streaked with a mixture of snot and tears. Given that you initially attempted to prevent others from harming my compatriots, I shall grant you mercy this time. Bow 3 times to my compatriots, and then be gone. Remember, there will not be a next time. Upon hearing Cheng Run's words, Huaxia felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, scrambling on all fours to Chen Lifeng, his forehead striking the ground heavily with a dull thud. Yes, I am sorry. Please forgive me. Huaxia's broken East Guo language was laced with sobs, his face a mess of tears and mucus. He trembled as he lifted his gaze, meeting Chen Lifeng's complex stare. Chen Lifeng regarded this adversary, who had been so arrogant mere moments ago, now reduced to a pitiful figure kneeling before him, caught in a moment of silence. All right, be gone. The voice of Cheng Run echoed from the drone, laden with menace. Huaxia scrambled to his feet and fled, so hastily that he fell flat on his face, neglecting even to wipe the blood from his nose as he rolled and crawled away into the dense forest. The drone ascended slowly, beginning to survey the area for any threats. Within the wristband, Cheng Run's voice resonated again. Comrade, how's your condition? Our extraction team will arrive shortly. Chen Lifeng attempted to move, feeling sore all over, but thankfully, he had not sustained any serious injuries. He looked up at the hovering drone and, with a hoarse voice, spoke into the wristband. Thank you. If it weren't for you, it is our duty. Cheng Run's tone softened considerably, urging him to rest in place and not to move about. Understood. Seeing Chen Lifeng visibly unharmed, Cheng Run finally exhaled in relief. He turned off the microphone before glancing at his compatriots, still engaged in constructing models. Expert, how did I perform just now? It was satisfactory, though your acting was a tad exaggerated. However, judging by the other party's reaction, they likely won't mind. Wang Chengqing finally completed the model. She was one of the first groups of psychological experts to arrive, tasked with developing a psychological framework conducive to the survival of isolated compatriots. Based on my calculations, the butcher's notoriety has now spread to most surrounding areas, and with the patchwork effort of the fellow we just released, the effectiveness of the third-generation wristband should improve by an additional 15%. The surrounding camps are also attempting to disseminate messages. Anyone who aids the isolated East Gui individuals and brings them to our camp will not only gain our friendship, but also receive a measure of supplies. Li Cheng chimed in with a remark. As long as the circumstances are not excessively extreme, the average individual encountering compatriots adorned with wristbands will inevitably contemplate the repercussions of their actions, significantly mitigating the inherent risks. Captain Cheng Run. Wang Chencheng gazed earnestly at Cheng Run before her, urging him to ensure that all those who have inflicted harm upon our brethren must pay in blood for their transgressions. Only thus can the butcher become a mere legend, a looming sword of Damocles hanging over all. Cheng Run's gaze suddenly sharpened, and he rose slowly, asserting, "Rest assured. Every beast that has tasted the blood of our compatriots shall undoubtedly face the consequences." At Camp 1176, as the rescue teams returned one after another, Chen Lifeng and his companions were brought to the nearest Camp 1176. The camp was already bustling with activity. The medical rescue team, having awaited their arrival, promptly attended to them, meticulously examining their bodies and treating their wounds. For those who had endured immense pressure during this period, leading to heightened psychological distress, specialized counselors were also available to provide guidance and relief. Once these procedures were completed, designated personnel would escort them to their assigned quarters. This routine had become so familiar that the group members were now exceedingly adept at it. "All right, sir, you're all set?" A young nurse performed debridement on the wound on Chen Lifeng's arm before applying medication. "It's just a scrape. You'll recover swiftly." Once she finished attending to his injury, she prepared to move on to another patient. Seizing the moment, Chen Lifeng finally posed a question he had long wished to ask. "What are those people doing?" He gestured toward one side of the camp, where dozens of individuals were queuing for registration beyond the barbed wire perimeter. Machines and drones were stationed nearby for surveillance. And at the forefront of the line, a man who appeared to be an ordinary citizen of the Eastern nation was sobbing and pleading fervently. "They are simply a group of shameless individuals," the nurse replied, her disdain evident as she followed Chen Lifeng's gaze. 87, welcome back, compatriot," the man cried. "I truly am a citizen of the Eastern nation. I merely accidentally lost my wristband. Look at my typical Eastern appearance and my fluent Eastern language. Surely that validates my words?" Before the isolation barrier, a middle-aged man was passionately pleading, his voice filled with emotion. However, the soldiers stationed there merely regarded him with indifference, remaining silent. "Oh, right. Should I sing the national anthem or answer other questions to prove my identity?" The man suddenly recalled something. "I've seen it in a drama before. I can sing it. I truly am a citizen of the Eastern nation." With that, he began to sing the national anthem of the Eastern nation, eagerly looking at the soldiers before him. In all honesty, as Zhang Ming observed the pretentious demeanor of the individual before him, accompanied by the discordant rendition of the national anthem emanating from his lips, his face flushed crimson with indignation. He was on the verge of drawing his baton and delivering a blow to that repugnant visage. After taking several deep breaths, Zhang Ming finally managed to steady his breath. He took a couple of steps forward, scrutinizing the crowd. Upon noticing Zhang Ming's movement, the man's face lit up with delight as he eagerly stepped closer. "Comrade, have I passed? If there are any issues, please inquire. I assure you I can address them all," he boasted, patting his chest with an air of bravado. Zhang Ming remained silent, casting a cold glare at him until the man's smile began to falter, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "See, comrade," the man stammered, instinctively retreating a step. Finally, Zhang Ming spoke, his voice as frigid as ice. "Do not misconstrue our relationship. Who among us is a comrade?" He surveyed the crowd. "Are all of you in a similar predicament as this man?" In an instant, responses erupted from the throng, varying widely. Some claimed their wristbands were lost. Others recounted how they had carelessly neglected to bring them during their traversal. A few lamented that their wristbands had been stolen, exploited by nefarious individuals to infiltrate the camp. The most ludicrous was a young man who insisted that a mutated beast had snatched his wristband, and despite pursuing it for several kilometers, he had failed to reclaim it. Listening to these implausible excuses, the corners of Zhang Ming's mouth twitched, his gaze sharpening with intensity. He raised his hand, signaling for silence. and then spoke slowly. The verification of citizenship in Donghua has never relied on appearance, language, or even the ability to sing the national anthem. Amidst the crowd, a sense of urgency arose. A lanky man pushed to the forefront, his voice trembling. "Comrade, we truly did not intend for this. The world is perilous. Losing a wristband is beyond our control. Must we be denied entry for such a reason?" Zhang Meng suddenly broke into a cold smile. "Do you harbor a misconception regarding the wristbands? Do you genuinely believe that our nation would expend such effort to equip every citizen with wristbands merely as commonplace alarms and symbols of identity? If you assert you are Donghua citizens merely having misplaced your wristbands, then very well. I shall grant you an opportunity for verification." With that, Zhang Meng placed a wristband before him. "Step forward, those who consider themselves citizens of Donghua, and don this wristband. It shall provide you with the answers." Upon hearing his words, the crowd stirred with restlessness, and the individual at the forefront hesitated momentarily, yet resolved. He fastened the wristband around his wrist. "Now, use your finger to activate it. You wouldn't claim to be oblivious to how to operate a wristband, would you?" The man's face reddened. It was a second-generation wristband, entirely distinct from those bestowed upon other nations by Donghua. He fumbled with it for a considerable time. Yet the wristband showed no signs of activation. The man's face flushed crimson, rendering his speech somewhat disjointed. In a moment of desperation, he cunningly retorted, "It was the staff who helped me put it on. I didn't pay attention to how it opened, truly." Zhang Meng, incensed by his words, chuckled derisively, insisting, "Let us clarify this." With that, he seized the man's other hand, pressing his palm against the wristband he wore. After 5 seconds, the wristband illuminated. Visitor mode activated. Identity retrieval in progress. Retrieval successful. Gao Mingzhou, male, departed from Donghua 6 days post-level 1 combat readiness. Presumed to have renounced his identity as a Donghua citizen. Insufficient permissions, unable to activate wristband functions normally. At that moment, the middle-aged man, Gao Mingzhou, observed his wristband flicker twice before reverting to an off state. Zhang Meng, observing Gao Mingzhou's suddenly ashen complexion, leisurely remarked, "Now do you comprehend why we recognize wristbands rather than individuals?" Suddenly, a commotion erupted within the crowd. A young man with dyed yellow hair forcefully pushed through the throng, shouting in a frenzy, "This is unfair. We merely went on a trip. Who could have predicted that it would suddenly? Unfair." Zhang Meng's voice escalated by 8 degrees. "While billions of our compatriots toil day and night in factories, what were you doing? When our soldiers sacrificed their lives to establish a haven for our fellow citizens, what were you doing? When our homeland faced suspicion and even coercion, what were you doing? And now, you dare to approach me and utter, unfair?" Zhang Meng yanked the wristband from the man's grasp and forcefully slammed it onto the wooden surface before him. "Our campus database contains the information of all our compatriots. Genuine Donghua citizens may come forth for testing. Should the test succeed, not only will we welcome you back to the camp, but we will also issue you a new wristband. Does anyone else wish to step forward and attempt this?" His gaze swept across the crowd, and each individual caught in his sight instinctively lowered their heads, subtly retreating a few steps. Among the crowd, a woman, her body marred with scars, suddenly surged forward, tears streaming down her face as she trembled. "Comrade, I truly am a Donghua citizen. My wristband and supplies were stolen. I barely survived." Shaking, she donned the wristband on her wrist and pressed it as directed by Zhang Meng. After 5 seconds, the wristband illuminated. Identity confirmed. Linya, Donghua citizen. ID number M0001217875. Temporary permissions activated. Wristband functions activated. Welcome back, compatriot. Upon witnessing the results displayed on the wristband, Zhang Meng promptly ushered the woman into the camp, where a medical team and other personnel swiftly arrived to assist. As the woman was taken away by others, Zhang Meng turned his gaze back to the remaining crowd. "You have all witnessed our resolve. We shall not abandon any of our compatriots. Those who possess confidence in their standing, feel free to approach." However, despite the woman's example, none of the 10 or so remaining individuals dared to don the wristbands, their faces betraying envy, yet lacking the courage to act. After a few minutes of silence, Zhang Meng spoke calmly. "Since you do not belong to our kin, I must ask you to vacate our camp immediately. Your presence here poses a threat to our safety. Please leave at once." The crowd shifted slightly, yet none departed, fully aware that proximity to the Eastern nations' camp afforded them greater security. They believed that as long as they lingered, the Easterners, adhering to their customary leniency, would not expel them. Many had done precisely that back on Blue Star. Seeing the crowd remain immobile, Zhang Ming's brow furrowed slightly. This is your final warning, non-compatriots. Please vacate immediately. Otherwise, we will be compelled to take necessary measures. A ripple of unrest coursed through the crowd. Murmurs arose, and furtive glances were exchanged. Yet no one moved. One man squeezed forward, rubbing his hands nervously, a sycophantic smile plastered on his face. Commander, you see the peril that surrounds us. We are unarmed and vulnerable. Could you perhaps show some leniency? Our requests are modest. Allow us to remain near the camp. Zhang Ming ignored him. Striding directly toward the mechanical wolves stationed nearby. Initiate defensive protocols. Authorization to employ weaponry granted. Evacuate the area in 10 minutes. He enunciated the command deliberately, making sure the crowd heard every word before walking into the camp. The mechanical wolves immediately rose, their camera eyes glowing red as they began scanning the assembly before them. The sound of bullets being chambered echoing ominously. In an instant, the crowd, previously reluctant to leave, erupted in panic, screaming as they scrambled to escape beyond the perimeter, cursing their parents for not having bestowed upon them 2 additional legs. While Eastern soldiers might engage in reasoning, these merciless machines certainly would not. As the farce concluded, Chen Lifeng, who had been an astonished observer throughout the ordeal, remained dumbfounded. Within the camp, aside from the other newcomers like himself, most individuals seemed oblivious to the spectacle at the entrance, ignoring it entirely. At that moment, the earlier nurse, having finished her tasks, bounced past him. Upon seeing Chen Lifeng still rooted to the spot, she cheerfully patted his shoulder. Uncle, why aren't you resting? Why the daze? Chen Lifeng snapped back to reality, gesturing toward the camp entrance. Those people, just like that, were they driven away? What if they truly needed assistance? The nurse scoffed, dismissing his concern. Oh please. Those shameless individuals merely wish to exploit our protection. Why should we share the camp we toiled to establish with them? Just because of their audacity? The soldiers had long since cleared the surrounding area of hazardous creatures. It was not a matter of survival. Outsiders should remain within their own enclaves. She paused momentarily, lowering her voice. Moreover, our wristband detection mechanism is not merely for show. The sister from earlier was indeed one of our own. Identity information cannot be falsified. As for the others, who knows where they emerged from? Chen Lifeng nodded thoughtfully, suddenly recalling something. He inquired, by the way, those mechanical wolves, do they really fire weapons? The young nurse chuckled softly. What do you think? She winked playfully and continued with an air of mystery. I've been to several camps, and I have yet to witness them opening fire. However, she mimicked a throat-slashing gesture. It is said that a group once attempted to force their way into a camp and were promptly turned into Swiss cheese. All right, sir, I must return to my duties. If you're unwilling to rest, you might want to check over there. The nurse gestured towards a nearby tent. There are announcements posted everywhere indicating a shortage of personnel. If you possess any particular skills, I suggest you go take a look. Farewell. With that, she skipped away to attend to her tasks. To be honest, after her interruption, Chen Lifeng felt considerably calmer. His body also felt sufficiently rested, so he proceeded in the direction the nurse had indicated towards the tent. Inside the tent, several individuals had already gathered, 2 of whom had arrived at the camp alongside Chen Lifeng. In the center of the tent stood numerous bulletin boards filled with various notices. The medical team urgently requires personnel with medical experience. Please report to the nearest medical tent. Camp Swearin No. 1 needs several skilled electricians. Qualified individuals should contact the camp staff. A group of proficient welders and mechanics is needed for constructing a signal tower in the field. Our military will ensure your safety throughout the process. Upon seeing this announcement, Chen Lifeng's eyes instantly lit up. In the temporary command center of the camp, within control room 1176, Commander Lu Weitian was busy reporting the current situation over the Joint Command Network. So far, Camp 1176 had welcomed 25 new compatriots, of whom 19 were in good condition, while 3 were severely injured and required treatment. The surrounding situation was stable, and all high-risk targets within a 50-kilometer radius of the camp had been eliminated. Survivors from neighboring countries were showing a tendency to converge towards our camp, and they had been instructed to establish outposts at least 10 kilometers away. Received. Please continue with the planned arrangements and remain vigilant for any unexpected situations. Report any anomalies immediately. Understood. Meanwhile, at Camp Swearin No. 1, Li Chong ended the communication, staring thoughtfully at the screen before him. On the display, 13 large dots had formed a cohesive cluster, with nearly 2,700 smaller dots scattered throughout the vast area. As the number of crossing batches increased, The efficiency of the swearing system's networking began to rise significantly, suggesting that each new group of crossers could potentially bring a swearing unit into the area. Currently, the area that the Sway Ring can cover has approached 300,000 square kilometers, successfully gathering 2,765 compatriots. The distribution of wristbands and the range is not uniform. In several areas, hundreds of compatriots were located in a single instance. Additionally, they have found 396 wristbands that have lost their owners, even with the most conservative estimates based on current data. This area is at least 5 times larger than the Earth. It is time to initiate the second phase of the plan. Li Chang stepped out of the control room of Sway Rin No. 1 and approached a wooden cabin in the center of the camp. Inside, the cabin was bustling with activity, as many were engaged in discussions and debates. Following the networking of the 13 Sway Rin systems, Sway Rin No. 1 was encircled, and due to its unique designation, this place has been designated as the planning center. Experts from the 13 Sway Rin areas, along with various scholars, have gathered here to strategize for future development. They are all elites certified by the 100 Crafts Plan, collaborating with the contingency plans stored within the Sway Rin system, as well as their alternatives to deliberate on the current development agenda. Based on drone surveillance and on-site investigations, we initially suspect that these locations may harbor mineral resources, warranting exploratory testing once preparations are sufficiently advanced. This is what the geological experts are analyzing regarding mineral deposits. According to the fertility of the land, we have classified the surrounding areas into 3 levels, with the first level being on par with the black soil of our homeland. The climate and sunlight here are exceptionally conducive to the growth of the seeds we have brought. The experimental fields have already sprouted, and we anticipate a bountiful harvest. These insights come from the agricultural experts. Notices have been posted across the camps, inviting the populace to participate in the construction of the camp, yielding noticeable improvements in their sense of belonging and security. This is the work of the sociologists and psychologists. Many young women from the medical teams have protested, claiming that the so-called operational guidelines you set have made their work overly strenuous, leaving them exhausted and their legs swollen. This is the complaint from the medical experts. You might wonder about the effectiveness. The actual data from the camp clearly indicate that after receiving treatment from nurses in this state, the newcomers have experienced an increase of more than 10 percentage points in both psychological endurance and relief indices. This is also the conclusion drawn by the psychologists and sociologists. Moreover, this is not merely a whimsical idea of ours. It is part of the contingency plans. Li Chang stood at the entrance, listening to the discussions within, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. He gently pushed the door open, and the cacophony inside momentarily quieted before resuming its lively chatter. Commander Li has arrived, someone shouted, and the crowd turned to gaze at him. Li Chang waved his hand, signaling everyone to continue their work. He approached the long table at the center of the room, which was adorned with a hand-drawn map depicting the distribution of the 13 Sway Rin systems and the surrounding terrain. How are things progressing? Li Chang inquired. Professor Han, the head of the geological team, adjusted his glasses and pointed to several red circles on the map, stating, preliminary surveys indicate that these areas may contain iron and copper deposits. If we can extract these resources, it will lay a solid foundation for our future industrial development. Professor Zhang from the agricultural team interjected, the growth in the experimental fields is promising, but we require additional labor to expand our cultivation area. Although our current food reserves are ample, we must consider long-term sustainability. Furthermore, we have confirmed the edibility of several local animals, which possess commendable nutritional value and flavor. At this juncture, sociologist Lu Min chimed in, regarding the labor issue, we are contemplating the implementation of a points system. We aim to recruit non-East nationals who establish settlements around our camp for land cultivation and participation in physically demanding tasks. Their contributions can be converted into points, which can be exchanged for food and essential supplies. Accumulating sufficient points may even grant them residency rights in an auxiliary camp. We are preparing to present this proposal to the command team, and if approved, it could significantly alleviate our labor shortage. Li Chang nodded, affirming, I will raise this in the meeting. He then scanned the room, asking, what about the situation with the medical team? Doctor. Zhou from the medical team shook his head with a wry smile. The nurses are still complaining about the bouncing work regulations, while the data shows positive results. It has indeed increased their workload. Li Chang explained, this plan was proposed by the psychological team based on contingency measures within the Swearing system. In times of resource scarcity, The mental well-being of the populace is equally vital. A smile or a lively gesture may bring hope to those in despair. He paused, surveying the group. I understand that everyone is under immense pressure, but this is a critical period. We must not only survive but also lay the groundwork for our future. Dr. Zhou nodded. I am aware of this. My previous workplace, a children's hospital, had similar regulations. While the young nurses may vocalize their discontent, they understand the necessity of their duties. Otherwise, why would they energetically bounce around despite their protests? Li Chong chuckled at Dr. Zhou's observation. It seems our young ladies are quite sensible. Rest assured, once everything stabilizes, we shall ease their burdens, and they will no longer need to bounce about. He continued, that summarizes the feedback received during this period. Is there anything else that requires addition? Li Chong's voice echoed through the united communication system across the 13 swearing camps. After a brief silence, the heads of the camps began to respond in succession. I would like to add a point, came Su Ziyang's voice from Camp 541. In the southwestern direction, we have discovered a substantial river with significant water flow and a pronounced elevation differential, which could potentially address future industrial water needs. However, it is imperative to have a hydrology expert assess the feasibility of constructing a hydroelectric power station. We shall look into the availability of such experts and invite them to ascertain the specific circumstances. Is there anything else that requires supplementary input? Li Chong inquired once more. This time, no one from the command system spoke up. In light of this, let us proceed to the next discussion segment. I propose that we immediately initiate the second phase of the migratory bird plan, nesting. Within the Unified Communications Command System, Li Chang put forth this suggestion. Ladies and gentlemen, please observe as Li Chang displays the current distribution map of the swearing system. It depicts the combination area of 13 swearing nodes. Subsequently, with his manipulation, this combination area suddenly contracted into a small point, revealing an expanse of dark zones surrounding it. This model has been established by the geological team based on current data. The dark areas represent locations that have yet to establish contact. This world is far larger than we had anticipated, and with our current personnel, it is challenging to simultaneously develop such a vast region, let alone contend with the enemies that are expected to emerge in the future. We must delineate strategic, mineral, resource, agricultural, and production focal areas, relocating the majority of the population to these sites to lay a foundation for subsequent development. According to the model and contingency plans prepared by the Blue Star Command and combined with the practical considerations from various experts here, we have formulated a preliminary plan. Li Chong highlighted a three-dimensional projection, presenting the camp model. In the projection, the 13 swearing nodes began to extend countless light beams, intertwining into a hexagonal grid resembling a neural network. Each grid node flickered with distinct colored markers, red for strategic locations, blue for resource points, green for agricultural suitability, and yellow for future industrial zones. With a sweep of his finger across the projection, Li Chong proposed the establishment of 5 core camps interconnected by rapid transit routes. These 5 core camps would be situated in areas abundant in resources and possessing formidable terrain, ensuring that we can firmly establish our presence in the shortest possible time. We can initially construct rudimentary roads between the camps using the Xiangrong units and erect signal towers and defensive facilities within the vicinity. Li Chong traced several luminous paths on the projection. Once the signal towers and defense nodes are completed, we can guarantee that our compatriots who traverse here in the future will receive assistance within half an hour, thereby minimizing the risk of encountering perilous situations. As our personnel increases, we can gradually expand the existing core camps' range and incorporate new core camps. Furthermore, according to the contingency plans, it is anticipated that other swearing camps will likely adopt similar measures, establishing core camps and gradually extending their communication ranges. They waited patiently until all the ignition points were interconnected. Li Chong paused momentarily, then gestured towards the distribution map. With his movement, the previously dark regions of the map illuminated with countless points of light, spreading outward like stars, illuminating the entire landscape. Behold, this is our visible future. Li Chong's voice brimmed with excitement. When all the ignition nodes were completed and interconnected, lighting up most of this world, only then would the talents of our Eastern nation truly establish their foothold in this realm. Everyone in the channel held their breath, captivated by the magnificent sight. Some murmured to themselves, others nodded in silence, while many clenched their fists, as if they could already envision the day when the blueprint would transform into reality. However, all of this hinged upon our ability to ensure the stability of our initial camps. Li Chong retracted his arm, his tone shifting to one of seriousness. resource collection, defensive fortifications, and communication networks. These three were of paramount importance. Any failure in one could delay the entire plan. He called up another set of data, projecting detailed structural diagrams of the 5 core camps. Camp 1, located in the northern region where mineral resources had been identified, would primarily focus on further mineral exploration and the reconstruction of industrial foundations. Camp 2, situated in the central plains with fertile soil conducive to development, would serve as our main agricultural hub and the living area for the majority. Camp 3, near the eastern forest, would handle timber processing and the development of biological resources. The ancient forest there could sustain prolonged exploitation, and the abundant animal resources would suffice for initial food consumption. Camp 4 would be constructed near the river in the southwest, responsible for hydropower. When the time is ripe, we could establish hydroelectric projects to ensure water supply and partial electricity. Camp 5, positioned in the western wasteland, devoid of vegetation and scarce in animal life, would host a large solar power generation center, providing a preliminary solution to the electricity needs of all camps. Li Chang's finger tapped lightly on the projection, and multiple light paths extended from each camp, intertwining to form a dense network. The earthwork units had already commenced road construction. Within a swift 172 hours, the passages between the 5 camps would be initially completed. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our nesting plan. If there are no further objections, let us spring into action. Whether it was those lurking not far from the eastern camp, who had long sought to infiltrate, or those establishing gathering places farther afield, or even the foreigners, who had amassed followers through their own doomsday bunkers or shelters. All of them were astonished to witness the Easterners departing from their enviable camps, setting forth in all directions. What could the Easterners possibly be up to? This question lingered in the minds of all who beheld the scene. However, they soon received their answer. The people of the Eastern Kingdom resumed their old profession in this unfamiliar and perilous land, construction. The fervor of their infrastructure development swept across the terrain like a tempest. Large engineering vehicles, constructed from soil units, flattened everything in their path according to a meticulously planned route, followed swiftly by additional vehicles that compacted the terrain, resulting in the emergence of a rudimentary road. At various junctions, transport drones and helicopters delivered components of all sizes from every direction, quickly assembling into towering signal towers. The Easterners thoughtfully affixed warnings atop these towers. Surveillance in operation. Tampering with the signal tower will result in consequences beyond your comprehension, and beware of landmines in the vicinity. Do not approach. Each tower also featured a designated area for attack drones, the purpose of which was undoubtedly clear. The most awe-inspiring sight lay in the western wasteland, where a multitude of silicon panels, removed from their protective casings, were transported to the site. These panels, once unfurled, transformed into pre-prepared solar cells, with tens of thousands of them resembling a silver-black wave stretching across the desolate expanse, reaching toward the horizon. This spectacle left distant foreign survivors in a state of disbelief. They could scarcely fathom why anyone would venture out from the safety of their encampments, risking their lives to undertake such seemingly endless construction in the wilderness. With such resources and equipment, would it not be more prudent to utilize them within their own camps? Why embark on the arduous task of developing the unknown wasteland? Had they lost their senses? A man with a scruffy beard set down his binoculars, incredulity lacing his voice. Were they truly constructing roads and signal towers in this godforsaken place? Did they believe they were in their own backyard? His companion, a woman wearing a tattered baseball cap, furrowed her brow as she observed the bustling Eastern construction team in the distance and whispered, "No, they are quite aware of what they are doing. Look at those drones and automated devices. They have no intention of relying on sheer manpower. Moreover, with drones patrolling the skies, their safety is unlikely to be a significant concern." At that moment, a slight tremor rippled through the ground. The two turned abruptly to see a colossal soil engineering vehicle slowly approaching. As it traversed the rugged terrain, it rapidly leveled the ground, followed closely by another machine that compacted the freshly excavated earth. In mere minutes, a smooth dirt road unfurled into the distance. Good heavens, the man swallowed hard. How much equipment did they bring with them? Were they not supposed to be utterly lacking apart from their numbers? Why do we seem like primitive beings in comparison? 91. The Eagle Clan and the Eastern Kingdom echoed in the background. In the pentagonal White House of the Eagle Clan on Blue Star, the newly appointed leader, Brown, held a cup of coffee, squinting at his chief of staff. "Dear Tress, why would you say such a thing?" The present-day Tress has long lost the confidence and nonchalance of his former self. His demeanor resembles that of those who once thrived on the streets, but have since faded into obscurity. Tress retrieves a metallic flask from his pocket, uncaps it, and takes a deep swig before gazing vacantly at his commander. Could it be otherwise? Recent events compel me to accept this grim reality. A look of anguish etches itself upon Tress's face as he reflects on the absence of turmoil in the neighboring nation, which has instead witnessed an unprecedented surge of productivity. And what of us? Not a single day passes without unrest. We have expended considerable resources to acquire their wristbands and their apocalyptic contingency plans from the Easterners. With great effort, we have managed to equip each member of the Eagle kin with devices for communication and tracking. Yet what has transpired? As Tress speaks, he can no longer contain his frustration and takes another drink from his flask. Oh, my dear Chief of Staff, such indulgence in alcohol is detrimental to your health. You ought to refrain from it, Brown admonishes, shaking his head as he takes the flask from Tress. You left your previous statement unfinished. Allow me to speculate on the outcome. Has it only been 10 days since those devices lost half their tracking functionality? Or perhaps within 3 days, they became 90% ineffective? Tress exclaims, overcome with despair. Ah, it seems our citizens cherish their freedom even more than I anticipated, Brown chuckles, a smile breaking across his face. Tress stares incredulously at his commander, momentarily believing that it is Brown who is inebriated rather than himself. Observing Tress's astonishment, Brown lifts his coffee cup and takes a gentle sip before approaching to pat Tress on the shoulder. My dear Chief of Staff, perhaps you have been overly influenced by the Easterners lately, causing you to forget our true essence. What does it mean to be primitive? Brown places his coffee cup on the table, fixing his gaze intently on Tress. Primitive? No, Tress, we are the true children of freedom. He turns, his eyes glinting with the unique peril of the Eagle kin. The Easterners may weave their technological cages, yet our people would rather shatter their tracking devices than relinquish their right to choose. This is the very freedom that courses through our veins. Tress opens his mouth to speak, but is silenced by a raised hand from Brown. I know what you wish to articulate. Their factories are operating around the clock. Their streets are orderly, but Brown's voice drips with derision. We, the Eagles, will forever remain the nation with the largest number of skilled gun users in this world. Our populace is undoubtedly among the most formidable warriors. Do you believe we have not faced countless wars, that we are unprepared? Indeed, the Easterners have made extensive preparations. Yet we cannot even compel our citizens to wear tracking and communication devices as mandated. But so what? We have long gathered a sufficient abundance of food and resources from around the globe, all stored within numerous doomsday bunkers. These are distributed among various powerful families and conglomerates, whose elites will carry these treasures into that new world. We merely need to await an opportunity, a moment when the opposing nation self-destructs due to its foolish desire to protect all its citizens. Based on my understanding of human nature, I firmly believe that this opportunity will soon present itself. When that time arrives, we shall rise again, armed with all that we possess. After all, we have an abundance of kindred spirits, do we not? Brown chuckled, gesturing to his own skin. Meanwhile, in another realm, a multitude of signs had been erected approximately 10 kilometers from the Eastern nation's encampment. Inscribed in multiple languages, the Eastern nation welcomes all human partners willing to contribute to the construction of a new home for humanity. We shall provide appropriate compensation and ensure your safety. These signs were placed everywhere, some even at the edges of gathering sites. Occasionally, wandering survivors would notice the signs. Some dismissed their content with disdain, while others spat at them. Yet, many gazed at the signs with bright eyes, then turned their attention to a distant area. This was a designated zone marked by the Easterners, situated outside the development plan area, where they had established a camp specifically to welcome survivors from various nations seeking refuge. Is it truly possible to enter? A ragged white man stood at the camp's entrance, his eyes filled with caution and hesitation. Of course. A staff member from the Eastern nation approached him. As long as you are willing to abide by our rules and engage in labor, we will provide food, shelter, and medical care. The man swallowed hard. He had not eaten for 3 days, and his backpack contained only half a bottle of murky water. He glanced back at the chaotic survivor camp he had once inhabited, rife with robbery, violence, and despair. I am willing to give it a try. He finally made up his mind and stepped into the camp. In the control room, the surveillance system displayed similar scenes across various designated camps. As many survivors willingly made their way to these shelters, eager to exchange their labor for essential supplies. It appears to be even better than I had anticipated, Li Chang remarked, unable to contain his thoughts while watching the monitors. This is quite normal. Xi Jinping replied with a smile. When I served as part of the peacekeeping forces in war-torn regions, I had heard a rumor that I did not take seriously at the time. But now I truly grasp its meaning. What rumor? Li Chang inquired, intrigued. It originated from the refugee camps. Someone posed a question. If you were a refugee facing two peacekeeping military camps, one from the Eastern Nation and one from the Eagle Nation, both willing to accept you, which would you choose? Almost everyone's response was the same, the Eastern Nation. Due to the unwavering commitment of the Eastern people, they invariably fulfill their promises. Despite the myriad of propaganda from the Eagle family, the common folk in many nations, particularly those who have suffered at their hands, remain acutely aware of the reality. Thus, Xi Jinping gestured towards the camp displayed on the screen. Is this not a matter of course? 92. 3 types of survival pods at the Eastern Nation. The Coordination and Dispatch Organization for Transdimensional Affairs, formerly known as the Special Incident Response Command. Commander Li reported that all recent domestic situations had been compiled. Qin Yi handed over an electronic report board, densely packed with information regarding the latest batches of transdimensional travelers and the current circumstances in the Eastern Nation. This data had been submitted to various departments for research and enhancement, and thus far, everything was progressing smoothly according to plan. There were some fluctuations domestically, yet overall, stability prevailed. According to the calculations of Elder Zhu's grand model, barring significant changes or new anomalies, this state could persist until the end of the second year. Li Yunshu swiftly navigated through the electronic document, which contained detailed information about newly established institutions. There were large-scale psychological reassurance and counseling centers, offices for family contact post-transdimensional travel, and extensive skill acquisition training facilities. After completing their foundational training and production tasks, many Eastern citizens opted to enroll in these institutions to master a skill in a short period. The most sought-after program was unmanned machinery operation, alongside practical training for welders, bricklayers, electricians, and other essential trades, enabling them to quickly contribute in the new realm. Suddenly, Li Yunshu's finger paused on the screen, fixated on a particular photograph depicting a dozen infants of varying ages, all receiving unified care. Adjacent to the image was a note, Logistics Service Center for Transdimensional Travelers. These infants have been left without adequate care because their family members have already traversed or are about to do so, to prevent any unforeseen incidents. They have been collectively received by our grassroots personnel after assessing the situation, Qin Yi clarified. We have established such logistics service centers in every locale to manage related circumstances. They have already been registered and will assist in locating their families as soon as initial construction is completed over there. Simultaneously, we can prepare these infants for transdimensional travel to avert the dire consequences of leaving them behind. Likewise, those who are mobility impaired or of advanced age have also been registered by the logistics service centers, which will aid them in their preparations before they commence their journey. Li Yunshu nodded, scrolling to the end of the document, which presented a statistical list of all transdimensional travelers from the Eastern Nation to date. The total amounted to 39,164 individuals, with nearly 4 million being children under the age of 9. Gazing upon these figures, Li Yunshu felt a pang of concern, yet he quickly regained his composure. He pointed to the data above, questioning whether the arrangements for the children were adequate. Qin Yi's expression darkened as he examined the figures indicated by Li Yunshu. We have exerted our utmost effort, tailoring to the children's ages. We have designed 3 distinctly different life support systems, the NICU Life Protection System for infants under 9 months, an auxiliary life protection system for those aged 9 months to 2 years, and a positioning protection system for children aged 2 to 9. Qin Yi displayed 3 photographs depicting these various models of protection systems. Li Yunshu recognized the first infant model. The other 2 resembled the first. Yet one was an infant device without the NICU box, while the other was a closed children's unit equipped with ample food and water. Through technological advancements, we have extended the maximum lifespan of the first 2 systems to 1 week, each equipped with a self-launching probe balloon that will automatically deploy half an hour after losing connection with this side, disseminating signals to the surrounding area. The third device boasts a maximum lifespan of 15 days, featuring automatic lighting and some simple toys, also fitted with a probe balloon. The life support cabin is equipped with a voice guidance system that gently explains the situation to the children and provides simple instructions. Additionally, we have recorded soothing audio, including the voices of parents. Should their families have already crossed over, we will strive to match them. As for infants under 2, Qin Yi hesitated. We can only ensure their physiological safety, Psychological intervention is currently unattainable. Moreover, the third life support system will unlock its casing on the 15th day after losing signal. A threshold calculated by the Social Sciences Academy, beyond which it cannot extend. Silence enveloped them for a moment. But Qinyi soon resumed speaking. According to Chief of Staff Ding's calculations, the Swearin system should have partially completed its networking, with most of it expected to be finalized within 10 days. Our soldiers will undoubtedly locate them before the deadline. We have done all that we can. The rest must be entrusted to our comrades on that side. Yunshu nodded in acknowledgement, just as Qinyi was about to turn to leave. He suddenly recalled an important matter to convey to Yunshu and swiftly turned back. By the way, Commander Li, starting tomorrow, your assistant will be replaced by another comrade. I will bring him to report to you shortly. Yunshu was momentarily taken aback, preparing to inquire further, when he noticed Qinyi raising his right hand to reveal a wristband. Countdown. 1 day, 7 hours, 13 minutes, 21 seconds. Qinyi smiled. Tomorrow night. I must cross over. I am eager to see what this world is truly like. Yunshu's gaze fixated on the countdown on Qinyi's wrist, his throat tightening unexpectedly. He regarded the exceptional special agent, who had consistently supported his work, and spoke in a tone more somber than he had anticipated. Why not prepare in advance? There remains but a day. Yunshu's voice carried a hint of reproach, yet it was predominantly laced with concern. Qinyi, however, merely smiled, his gaze resolute and composed. Everything that needed preparation had already been meticulously arranged, Commander Li. He gestured towards the countdown timer on his wrist, emphasizing that the work here superseded all else. After all, I am the most familiar with these procedures. Rest assured, I have acquainted Jiang Jian with the tasks over an extended period. He is quite capable and will certainly not hinder the operations of the command center. You know that is not what I meant. Qinyi paused momentarily, then his expression turned gravely serious as he rendered a crisp military salute to Yunshu. Commander Li, please be assured, I am strong. I will survive over there and accomplish the mission. By the time you arrive, we will have successfully executed all plans. At that point, I shall still be your assistant. 93, not in vain. As he donned the military uniform he had not worn since being reassigned to the special operations, Qinyi momentarily felt as if he had stepped into another era. Frankly, this period encompassed the most absurd events he had ever encountered in his life. Yet they were indeed reality. Taking a deep breath, he meticulously checked his equipment once more before striding towards another piece of luggage. It was a brand new aerial trike, a request he had specifically made. According to the calculations from the General Staff's model, the deployment and transportation of the encapsulated units should have been preliminarily completed by now, sufficiently addressing fuel consumption to a certain extent. Considering the potential issues that might arise in an alternate realm, the most recent 2 batches of personnel had begun to eschew the traditional catapult vehicles in favor of these aerial trikes. Qinyi adeptly scrutinized the various parameters of the trike. As a veteran of the Special Operations Unit, he was well acquainted with this apparatus, which now merely featured extended range and additional firepower modules, essentially, no significant difference. The lightweight rotorcraft was adorned with a camouflage paint scheme, equipped with rudimentary weapon racks on either side, and the rear seat was piled high with supply boxes. Although it appeared rather rudimentary, theoretically, in the intricate terrains of the alternate realm, such a nimble aircraft would prove far more practical than cumbersome armored vehicles. Before long, Qinyi had gained comprehensive knowledge of the trike's capabilities. He switched off the engine, allowing it to remain in a preheating state, then leaned against the pilot's seat and lit a cigarette. Although he had made promises to Commander Li, to claim he felt completely assured would be disingenuous. He had reviewed the training materials, and he did not harbor illusions that his lifetime of expertise in security and counterterrorism would provide him with a significant advantage in combat against the insects. Nevertheless, the work had been entirely entrusted to his comrades, and he had completed all necessary preparations. He now felt no reservations. Qinyi took a deep drag from his cigarette until only the filter remained, extinguished it, and then restarted the trike's engine. At this moment, he had fully entered a combat mindset, awaiting the final moment to unfold. With one hand firmly gripping the rifle and the other resting on the body of the 3-wheeled vehicle, Qinyi vanished the moment the countdown on his wristband reached 0. Drawing upon his remarkable physical prowess, he regained consciousness from the disorientation within mere seconds. He immediately shouldered his rifle, leaning against the vehicle, vigilant and alert to his surroundings. To his astonishment, he nearly pulled the trigger when he encountered a creature entirely shrouded in darkness, staring at him with a gaping mouth that revealed a set of stark white teeth. Alarmingly close, Less than a meter away, the creature wore a white towel he recognized all too well and donned a pair of industrial gloves akin to ones he had at home, all while sweating profusely and brandishing a 65-style engineer's shovel. Beside this dark figure stood several others, each with varying skin tones yet dressed in a similar manner. Upon noticing the astonished Qin Yi, the creature's expression transformed into one of delight. It initially appeared ready to rush towards him, but halted upon noticing the rifle in Qin Yi's hands. It tossed the shovel onto the ground and, with a series of stammering words in a language Qin Yi recognized as East Country dialect, began to speak. "This warrior, you must be from the East Country, right? My name is Ayuwa, called the Biao in East Country. Would you like me to escort you to your camp?" While speaking, it gestured animatedly towards the others, asserting, "I saw him first. You cannot take this from me. The points are mine." Afterward, it turned back to Qin Yi with an eager look, insisting, "This warrior. You must remember, I truly was the first to see you." For a moment, Qin Yi felt dizzy. The experience of being transported to another world had not unsettled him. Yet the surreal nature of his surroundings was overwhelming. Just then, a voice crackled through his wristband. "Hello, comrade. This is Base 0138, Commander Yuan Feng speaking. How is your condition? Do you require assistance?" Remaining cautious of his surroundings, Qin Yi activated the communication device and pieced together his location and current situation during the call. He relaxed his finger from the trigger, shook his head slightly, and leaned against the vehicle, surveying the area. Before him lay a vast expanse of farmland under cultivation, where dozens of foreigners of various ethnicities labored diligently to clear stones from the freshly excavated fields. He realized he was positioned at the outer agricultural zone of the first joint camp, where these foreigners had been recruited to assist with the cultivation work. The reason the earlier dark figure had expressed such joy upon seeing him was due to the camp's promise that every act of assistance offered to the newly arrived East Country individuals would earn points. After inputting the creature's name and number into his wristband, Qin Yi shook his head at its exuberance as it returned to digging. Securing his weapon, he activated the three-wheeled vehicle and set off towards the camp, guided by the navigation on his wristband. Along the way, he observed an artificial river under construction, where several soil units were industriously at work, accompanied by numerous vehicles assisting in the transportation of earth. In the distant sky, several aircraft of the same model as his were soaring in all directions. The ground below was already adorned with numerous makeshift dirt roads, along which vehicles sped hastily. Signal towers stood erect everywhere, creating an eerie semblance of a desolate zone devoid of life. To the west, the extensive expanse of silvery black reflections unmistakably indicated the presence of a solar power station. As he gradually approached Camp 0138, a new alert chimed on his wristband. "Attention. You are about to enter controlled airspace. Please follow the instructions to complete your landing." Qin Yi promptly descended, observing the illuminated navigation lights on the ground. Upon landing on the helipad as directed, he discovered 5 or 6 aircraft of the same model already stationed there, with several ground crew members diligently maintaining them with their tools. Occasionally, a new aircraft would fly in, bringing along a compatriot from the East Kingdom who had clearly just traversed into this realm. Their faces were alight with curiosity, evidently unperturbed by the mysteries of this unknown world. Rather, the journey aboard the aircraft had left them in awe. As Qin Yi surveyed his surroundings and recalled the scenes he had witnessed en route, a smile finally broke upon his face. The tireless efforts of countless individuals over countless days and nights, the dedicated labor of the command staff, and the miraculous outcomes brought back by Commander Li had not been in vain. The people of the East Kingdom had finally established their footing here. He straightened his back and, adopting a precise military stride, approached the welcoming camp commander, exclaiming in a resonant voice, "Reporting in, sir. Former Special Operations soldier. Now member of the Special Task Force, Qin Yi, here to receive orders. 94, Special Target." Qin Yi's voice echoed within the camp, and Commander Yuan Feng swiftly approached, returning a formal military salute. "Welcome, Captain Qin." Yuan Feng's voice betrayed an unmistakable excitement. "I did not expect to see you again so soon. Nor did I anticipate that your arrival would be right next to our camp. To be honest, when I first saw your wristband data, it truly startled me. I am still struggling to believe it." As the Yunshu's deputy, many soldiers had encountered Qin Yi before, as he had often been the one to convey various directives and plans. He had even served as an evaluator in the selection of numerous members of the Shun Tu and Yulei teams, with Yuan Feng being among them. After exchanging pleasantries, Qin Yi followed Yuan Feng across the helipad, and the sight that unfolded before him made him slow his pace. On the periphery of the camp, dozens of workers of diverse hues were constructing new signal towers under the guidance of East Kingdom technicians not far away. Several soil units were working in unison to transform a low-lying area into a reservoir. In the sky, swarms of drones and aircraft moved in an orderly fashion, reminiscent of a hive of bees. Observing Qinye's reaction, Yuan Feng felt a swell of pride akin to that of an elder showcasing their achievements, particularly given the commendable nature of this accomplishment. This is the result of everyone's collective efforts. Yuan Feng gazed proudly at Qinye, proclaiming, "We have established 5 core camps and initiated the nesting plan according to circumstances. The foreign workers are those we have recruited, and we have set up auxiliary camps on the outskirts to attract these relatively amicable foreigners to work for us. They exchange their labor for points, which can be redeemed for supplies, and with sufficient points, they can gain residency in the auxiliary camps." That's precisely the reason why that self-proclaimed abayo from Black Continent was so enthusiastic, Qinye replied with a smile. Indeed, that's the case, Yuan Feng chuckled. Although acquiring residency in the auxiliary camp requires a considerable amount of points, many still set it as their goal. It's important to note that our Eastern nations' camps, even the auxiliary ones, are significantly safer than those of the self-styled free individuals. By the way, Captain Qin, did you notice the silver-black reflection while riding the sky bike just now? That is our solar power plant, which is now capable of meeting the electricity demands of the 5 core camps. Currently, all the solar panels removed from the 6 encapsulated units have been utilized there. The prolonged daylight and sufficient intensity of sunlight have resulted in a power generation nearing 1 gigawatt, sufficient for all camps and signal towers. As they spoke, the two entered the command tent, where a vast holographic projection displayed the real-time status of the entire region. Dots of light representing the 5 core camps flickered on the map, and the network of roads connecting them had begun to take shape. According to our plan, we will complete the final road connection in 3 days. Yuan Feng indicated a light path on the projection. Once accomplished, the efficiency of material transportation across the core camps will double. Qinye's gaze was drawn to a corner of the projection, marked with the words Children's Shelter Center, accompanied by the number 37 displayed in real time. These children are all the traversing children we have found. Yuan Feng's voice softened. The oldest is 7 years old, and the youngest is merely 2 months. The protective systems of these life pods are highly advanced, ensuring the children's health. Qinye felt a warmth in his eyes, reminiscing about the engineers from the Academy of Engineering who tirelessly revised the life pod blueprints day and night, and the social science experts who labored until their eyes were bloodshot recording soothing audio and setting corresponding programs. At that moment, all efforts bore significance. Taking a deep breath, Qinye endeavored to calm the emotions stirring within him. He approached the holographic projection, delicately touching the icon of the Children's Shelter Center, which immediately unfolded detailed data. The profiles of the 37 children included photographs, ages, names, health statuses, wristband numbers, and other pertinent information, meticulously documented for each individual. These records would play a crucial role in their future search for their parents. We have specifically formed a nurturing team, Yuan Feng added. It comprises doctors, nurses, preschool teachers, and child psychologists. Although the conditions are limited, the children's lives and education have not been neglected. He paused for a moment before adding, "By the way, Captain Qin, would you like to visit them? The children are quite fond of the uncles and aunts in the camp, especially those of us in uniform." "I will go when I have the time," Qinye replied with a smile. Once Yuan Feng finished reporting the situation of the camp, Qinye then assumed a serious demeanor and declared, "Contact all camp commanders. I have critically important information to convey." The Unified Communication Command System. The Swearing System Online Conference. Qinye stood at the center of the camera, addressing all the camp commanders. He first faced the camera, then slowly raised his right hand, offering a standard military salute to all the commanders present on screen. "Comrades, I extend the highest respect on behalf of the command center." Qinye's voice resonated powerfully. "Under such challenging conditions, you have not only established a solid stronghold, but have exceeded my expectations. I am aware of the heavy price you have paid for this. However, your efforts and sacrifices have secured precious living space for all our compatriots." Qinye's voice trembled slightly as his gaze fixated on the list beside him. A detailed record of the lost wristbands. The list comprised 476 names, including nearly 100 from the Eastern country's military, among which were 17 members of the Shinta team and 2 from the Yule. "Now, I must convey the latest directives from the command center." He took a deep breath and retrieved an encrypted document from his wristband. After entering the password to unlock it, striking red text immediately appeared in the holographic projection. In the coming 10 days, more Swearin systems and Hongyan systems will be brought over. The command center requires us to exert every effort to expedite the integration of the Swearin systems, aiming to complete the majority of the integration actions within 10 days and prepare for the reception of the second phase encapsulation of the Yunshu plan. Simultaneously, once the Swearin systems are integrated, we shall map the entirety of this world, and through comparison, swiftly locate the positions of special targets. Qin Yi then produced a map, where a prominent red mark encircled a unique terrain in the center. Upon confirming the location of the special target, nearby camps must promptly establish forward bases to provide support for subsequent operations. This mission is of the utmost priority. All camps must cooperate fully. 95. Preparations for the second phase, Central C, Special Conference Center. At the current pace, within 10 days at the latest, we will dispatch 5,000 Swearin systems to the other world, and the number of Hongyan systems will exceed 10,000. Based on the large model generated from the data combined from the 9 chapters, even if only half of the Swearin systems are activated, we will be able to obtain over 80% of the map of the other world. By that time, with the complete establishment of the communication command network, the risks faced by subsequent travelers will be minimized, and the transfer and concentration of all compatriots will gradually be accomplished. Henceforth, the scarcity of resources shall emerge as the foremost constraint on the development of the other world. Thus, I propose that, effective immediately, we commence preparations for the second phase of the mountain-moving project, Yunshu declared solemnly while gesturing towards the data projected before them. The encapsulated components of this subsequent phase will no longer consist solely of basic supplies. Rather, they will primarily comprise an array of integrated production equipment and energy supply devices, complementing the already established camp to preliminarily achieve industrial reconstruction. With the rudimentary construction of the Firestarter network, they will be able to swiftly locate the traces of these encapsulated components, thereby preventing the loss of valuable production equipment. Furthermore, through the implementation of the nesting plan, they can conduct early exploration and initial mining preparations for mineral resources, ensuring that once the production equipment is in place, industrial production can commence without delay. Additionally, upon the completion of the Firestarter systems integration, we shall begin the search for specific targets. Specific targets? The Central Authority inquired, intrigued by Yunshu's words. Are you referring to that relic? The one containing a machine capable of sending children back to Blue Star? Indeed, Yunshu affirmed with a nod. That location is the only one where I can guarantee my recollection is infallible. I have marked the terrain and characteristics of that area on the map, and once the Firestarter system completes the global mapping, we will undoubtedly be able to identify that position through comparison. Once we locate the relic and retrieve that machine, we may possess a contingency plan, even in the direst circumstances. Moreover, Dean 1 interjected, if we can uncover that device while retaining a substantial number of researchers and capabilities, we might truly discover a method to control it. At that juncture, whether returning to Blue Star or pursuing other objectives will no longer be deemed impossible. The conference room fell into a brief silence, the gravity of this potentiality leaving all present in astonishment. Should we truly locate that legendary relic and master its technology, the plight of humanity in this other world would undergo a profound transformation. The Central Authority pondered for a moment, gently tapping the table with their fingers. Comrade Yunshu, how confident are you in the reliability of the special target's location? Yunshu inhaled deeply and replied earnestly, 100%. Although I was not the first to discover that relic, nor do I know how that machine was unearthed from it. The final Ember base was constructed adjacent to that site. The machine within the relic is immovable, thus once we comprehended its function, we had no choice but to establish the base atop it. The appearance and location of that relic are indelibly etched in my memory. The Central Authority nodded thoughtfully. While I have preemptively concurred with your prioritization of the search for the special target, I must stress one point. We absolutely cannot allow the pursuit of that object to hinder the completion of our regular plans, whether it pertains to controlling that machine or discovering a means to return to the blue planet. These are merely potentialities of the future and cannot be guaranteed with absolute certainty. At present, we must ensure that the development and survival plans for this alternate world progress steadily, expediting the reconstruction of the industrial system within this realm. This is fundamental and represents what we can genuinely control. Moreover, the dangers represented by such ruins should be well understood by you all, I trust. Yunshu replied. We comprehend this. Following the established plan, the search for special objectives will be based on existing resources, without diverting core forces. The second phase of the Mountain Relocation Initiative remains our primary task. Qin and his team have also highlighted these requirements in their proposals. Director 1 added, "The concerns from the Central Command are quite valid. However, if we can achieve the industrial reconstruction concurrently with the localization of special objectives, it would undoubtedly provide us with dual assurance. After all, that machine signifies not merely a retreat, but also holds the potential to significantly enhance our technological capabilities, perhaps even offering the key to prevent a recurrence of such circumstances." The Central Command nodded, his gaze sweeping across the faces of those present, finally resting on the area circled in red on the projected map. This region symbolizes an unknown hope, yet conceals unpredictable risks. Since everyone concurs with this direction, let us proceed as planned, he declared. But we must establish a dual assurance mechanism. The core resource allocation for the Mountain Relocation Plan must operate independently of the search for special objectives. The two may only share intelligence and must not encroach upon each other's resources. Yunshu promptly displayed a new projection of the contingency plan. We have devised a search strategy. The routine mapping data from the Swearin system will automatically compare with the characteristic database of special objectives. Only leads with a matching degree exceeding 85% will trigger a specialized investigation team. Personnel for this team will be drawn from other sources, ensuring that the construction of the industrial system remains unaffected. Additionally, we have created a virtual model of the readiness appearance and location via a brain-machine interface, thus enhancing the accuracy and efficiency of comparisons. The Central Command made a decisive statement. Very well. I agree to commence the second phase of the Mountain Relocation Plan, while simultaneously initiating the search for special objectives. But remember, all actions must adhere to two principles. First, the progress of industrial reconstruction may only be expedited, never delayed, for that is our true reliance. Second, aside from the search for special objectives, any other actions concerning them must undergo prior risk assessment, and unauthorized actions are strictly prohibited. All actions targeting special objectives must ensure absolute certainty, otherwise they shall not be executed. On the 26th of July, Blue Planet time, which marked the 41st day since the crossing, just as Qin had stated, when a new batch of travelers appeared within the coverage of the Swearin system. Li Chang and his team indeed discovered that both the new Swearin system and the Hongyan system were far more numerous than before. Accompanied by the emergence of 221 new compatriots within the scanning range, there also appeared 35 sets of Hongyan systems and 6 sets of Swearin systems. On that day, as 16 sets of Hongyan systems shone in the air, the 6 Swearin systems unfolded in new positions, while 67 Swearin nodes integrated into the network. On July 28th, Swearin 1 received a new invitation to connect to the grid, expanding the coverage area by 40%. On July 30th, while executing a mission, Chung Run and his Butcher Squad encountered another team, codenamed Executioner, also there to retrieve wristbands. The moment both parties confirmed their identities on the battlefield, the Unified Communication Command Network welcomed yet another expansion. On August 3rd, with the addition of 2 newly deployed encapsulated units, Swearin 1's camp discovered a total of 67 encapsulated units, resulting in an exceptionally abundant supply of resources. On August 4th, as the Swearin systems for network reinforcement unfolded, a miraculous sight emerged before everyone's eyes. A vast net composed of countless points of light gradually unfurled. The network, formed by 4,361 nodes, became completely interconnected, marking the preliminary completion of the Swearin network, and for the first time, the overall terrain of this world was depicted. Henceforth, the Regional Unified Communication Command System was officially renamed Swearin. The Swearin system's full-scale networking was a resounding success. Amidst a chorus of cheers, the entire Swearin network erupted in jubilation. Qin gazed at the luminous web before him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Within the light net composed of 4,361 nodes resided the sparks of over 59 million compatriots, collectively forming the present-day Swearin. Captain Qin, we have completed the networking task a day ahead of schedule. The preliminary network of Swearin is now complete, reported Li Chang. As a new holographic model appeared before Qin's eyes, this model represented the calculated visage of the world based on the Swearin nodes, a connection of 3 massive continents, isolated by surrounding oceans. The land and ocean each occupied half of the area, yet the brilliance of Swearin only illuminated the continents. with the distant seas remaining shrouded in darkness, as if the phenomenon of traversal was confined solely to the land. According to the current data and assessments from geological experts, this world is 5 times the size of Blue Star, with its land area nearing 3 times that of Blue Star. However, curiously, we do not perceive a gravitational force here that is significantly stronger than that of Blue Star, despite calculations indicating that its gravity should be at least twice that of Blue Star based on volume. The precise reasons for this discrepancy are still under investigation, though geological experts initially speculate that the density of this planet may be relatively low, resulting in gravity that is not perceptibly greater. Contrary to our initial predictions, the distribution of traversers is not uniform. In coastal regions, the number of traversers is at least 3 times that of the inland areas, as if those who were meant to traverse into the seas have instead been displaced to the coasts. We have conducted confirmations and found that, aside from a few wristbands that have fallen into shallow waters for various reasons, none have surfaced in the deep-sea regions. Currently, our knowledge of the ocean remains utterly limited, and we possess no relevant observational tools, due to the constraints of the sun's control, which extends no more than 200 kilometers along the coast. Drones have not detected any islands within that range. Coastal outposts have reported that they attempted to utilize sounding balloons to probe the depths of the ocean. However, it seems that a consistent strong current flows towards the land above these waters, making it exceedingly difficult for the balloons to reach the deep sea. According to the experts' conjectures, the likelihood of humans having drifted onto islands deep within the ocean is exceedingly low and can be disregarded. Presently, aside from the deep sea, 93% of the terrestrial expanse lies within the sun's node range, while 7% remains unexplored. Cheney indeed observed several gaps on the enlarged light network. Are these the gaps in question? Has there been any clarification regarding the situation? Cheney inquired, pointing at the several voids on the light network. Li Chang emphasized detailed data, explaining, based on preliminary analysis, these areas may harbor some form of interference, preventing the sun's signals from penetrating, thus causing the systems within those areas to remain unconnected to ours. We have attempted to dispatch drones for reconnaissance. However, some of them lost signal upon entering these regions. Others are situated in extreme environments, posing too high a risk to be considered for exploration at this time. Curiously, several of these areas exhibit remarkably regular boundaries, almost geometric in shape, as if delineated by human intervention. Qin Yi furrowed his brow. Delineated by humans? Could there be other forces at play in this world? This possibility cannot be ruled out. Li Chang nodded, adding that another possibility could be naturally occurring energy fields, though the precise reasons require further investigation. The expert group possesses an even more extreme hypothesis. Li Chang spoke in a hushed tone, suggesting that these areas may contain unimaginable dangers, resulting in the destruction of all sun systems that enter, thereby preventing any transmission of information. According to the plans from Blue Star, by today, approximately 4,800 sun systems should have arrived in this world. However, only 4,361 are currently connected. Excluding potential losses or those that remain undeployed, it is feared that at least 400 sun systems may exist within those unconfirmed areas. This statistic caused Qin Ye's heart to convulse. The disappearance of 400 sun systems signifies that many of his compatriots are unable to establish communication and may be trapped within those areas. He dared not contemplate their current predicament. Furthermore, there is another troubling piece of news. Li Chang's voice grew even graver. Through comparison, we have found no evidence of special targets within the observable range, nor even similar circumstances. The team responsible for geological observations conducted multiple confirmations, establishing the situation at hand. If the current environment of the special target does not align with its future, only the most unfavorable possibility remains. We tentatively suspect that the special target lies beyond the coverage of the existing fire network, within those unverified areas. 97. The recruitment of skilled labor. The commencement of the fire initiative, this is indeed the most troublesome scenario. Although we had mentally prepared for this, hearing the outcome still cast a shadow over Chinya's spirits. Was it truly not that simple? He found himself murmuring. Thus, we shall proceed according to the contingency plan, prioritizing the second phase, ensuring adequate warnings for these regions. The camps in proximity may explore to a certain extent, but without impeding subsequent plans. Once the second phase is accomplished, we shall devise a means to address these areas. As the fire initiative officially commenced, a relatively comprehensive command structure was finally established. According to the concept of the Blue Star Command, the new command system is divided into 3 sections: resource development, logistical support, and military defense. Under the premise of safeguarding people's livelihoods, we shall strive to exploit the resources of this other world, reconstruct the industrial system, and subsequently bolster military preparedness. Countless newly established departments, already equipped with contingency plans, began to operate gradually. The citizens of the Eastern Nation, scattered across various camps, were astonished to discover that overnight, those institutions which had previously been disregarded or deemed bothersome had reemerged. This time, no one regarded them as a nuisance. Rather, they felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance. People flocked to the newly opened agency windows, inquiring about their most pressing concerns. The sign for the Resource Allocation Center was reinstated, with staff clad in familiar uniforms beginning to register the population across camps and distributing resources as needed. Long queues formed outside the Health and Epidemic Prevention Station, where medical personnel conducted examinations for every ailing compatriot and formulated treatment plans. Even the Camp Affairs Office reopened, tallying individual circumstances and aiding in the resolution of various difficulties while providing appropriate assistance. In front of the announcement boards at the center of each camp, the latest temporary management regulations of the Otherworld were posted. These regulations clearly delineated the disciplinary requirements and meticulously outlined the rights and protections of the residents, stamped with the familiar crimson seal recognized by every citizen of the Eastern Nation. The most bustling of all were the two newly established departments, the Skilled Labor Recruitment Center and the Otherworld Family Liaison Office. The walls of the Skilled Labor Recruitment Center were plastered with various announcements. All experts verified through the Skilled Labor Program are requested to register at the nearest camp. We are currently in need of a substantial number of skilled workers, including but not limited to mechanical repair, electrical maintenance, construction, welding, and lathe operation. Beneath the announcements was a detailed skills classification chart, with many individuals excitedly comparing their professional expertise against the table, pointing and discussing animatedly. Before the Relatives Liaison Office, a long queue formed as anxious individuals operated a machine. This was a specially prepared inquiry terminal, designed to access the records of all individuals cataloged by the Luminary system. By merely entering the correct identification information, one could ascertain whether their loved ones were safe and in which Luminary camp they resided. All those with relatives and acquaintances who had traversed during this period stood in line, awaiting answers that would either bring solace or heartbreak. Although the long journey rendered visits to loved ones impractical, the mere knowledge that they were alive and in a secure environment brought tears to many eyes. Upon discovering the status of their relatives, numerous individuals broke down in tears. Staff members were compelled to maintain order, urging everyone to remain quiet so that those behind could also receive timely answers. Certainly, a small fraction of individuals received disheartening results. Bracelet reclaimed, confirmed deceased or no corresponding bracelet found, presumed missing or deceased. Such revelations left them crumpled on the ground. A psychological support team stationed nearby promptly assisted those affected, helping them navigate their immediate distress. Lin Xiaofeng stood before the bulletin board at the center of the camp, his gaze fixed upon the document emblazoned with a red seal, the temporary management regulations of the Otherworld. The unique light of the three suns of this foreign realm illuminated the crimson stamp, casting a gentle halo. That familiar yet foreign shade of red symbolized order, hope, and the possibility of never returning to their homeland. At least we are alive, and we can live with some semblance of normalcy. A hoarse voice broke his reverie from behind. Turning, Lin Xiaofeng beheld a weathered middle-aged man, lost in thought before the bulletin board. The man, clad in tattered work attire, had a bandaged left arm, dark red stains seeping through the edges of the dressing. Noticing Lin Xiaofeng's gaze, he smiled and raised his injured hand. I was attacked outside. Those ruffians attempted to steal my backpack. You cannot imagine the chaos in those camps. Fortunately, they did not use excessive force, just a bit of bodily pain. Luckily, the camp's administrators swiftly dealt with them, returning my backpack and escorting me to our camp. Pride filled the man's voice as he spoke. Thanks to them. He glanced aside, where a flurry of staff busily registered individuals and distributed supplies, with several soldiers assisting. Above them fluttered the familiar flag. Indeed, thanks to them. Lin Xiaofeng felt a pang of emotion. He had only just crossed over in the last batch, having prepared for the worst before his journey. He found himself aboard a return air vehicle to the camp within 30 minutes of arrival, leaving him in a state of disbelief. At that moment, a cheer erupted from the distance. Lin Xiaofeng turned his gaze towards the queue in front of the recruitment center for skilled workers, where a young man was exuberantly waving a blue card, a symbol of his successful skills certification. There is a significant shortage of personnel everywhere, particularly skilled technicians. A middle-aged man, following Lin's line of sight, remarked, "I registered yesterday. My name is Luya, and I am an electrician." Lin Xiaofeng nodded. Aware of the Skilled Workers Initiative, a special talent recruitment plan devised by the command center in response to the developmental needs of another world. Not only that, but he himself was also a certified bridge and road engineer under this initiative. "Are you not going to give it a try?" Luya inquired. "You certainly appear to be someone skilled in technology, far superior to me, a mere brute who can only manage simple circuits. I will head there shortly. I want to visit the relatives liaison office first," Lin Xiaofeng replied, as this was indeed his primary purpose for coming. "Do you have family members who have already arrived?" Liu asked, momentarily taken aback, then gently patted his shoulder. "Go on. I wish you success in finding your relatives." The line at the liaison center was longer than anticipated. At least several dozen people had formed a winding queue in front of the makeshift tents. Silence enveloped the atmosphere, thick with a sense of suppressed anticipation. Occasionally, individuals would leave the inquiry terminal, some in tears, others with stoic expressions. However, the majority bore faces illuminated by indescribable joy. When it was Lin Xiaofeng's turn, he hesitantly input the information he sought on the machine with trembling fingers. "Lin Ziyu," he entered. His cousin with whom he had grown up, who had traversed 30 days prior to him. Soon, a message appeared on the screen. "Lin Ziyu, status normal. Currently located at Camp 3149, participating in the construction of the Long River Water Conservancy Project." The Long River Water Conservancy Project site was bustling with activity. As a monumental initiative covering over 2,000 square kilometers, the Long River is one of the most critical infrastructural projects in the region. It is situated at the confluence of three major rivers and represents the core of the Long River Initiative. The project aims to seamlessly connect these water bodies, constructing an extensive reservoir system stretching over 1,000 kilometers, thereby providing essential water support for future living and industrial production. However, due to a shortage of manpower and insufficient construction materials and machinery, the project was currently in the preliminary stages of exploration and design. Lin Ziyu, as a water conservancy expert, was responsible for the surveying of this area. In the distance, dozens of drones patrolled the banks of the river, occasionally firing upon various water beasts that suddenly emerged from the water's edge. The density of these creatures was notably high, necessitating their clearance to ensure the safety of subsequent construction activities. The riverbanks had been thoroughly leveled by the earthwork units designated to serve as a reservoir node, awaiting the arrival of personnel and materials to commence formal operations. Lin Ziyu stood on a makeshift observation platform, his holographic tablet continuously updating with data transmitted from the drones. Through the terrain scanning of the Swerin system, he has acquired an understanding of the distribution of this water body. Now, he merely requires additional details to finalize the preliminary engineering design. A slight frown creased his brow as his gaze traversed the holographic projection, lingering on several areas marked in red. These were the points of underwater currents, characterized by complex topography and a sensor display indicating a significant presence of high-energy life forms. This suggested the potential lurking of large aquatic beasts beneath the surface, perhaps even a species of gregarious predators. He took a marker and made a note on his tablet before clicking send. In less than 10 minutes, as the designated area was cleared, 2 rockets, bearing high-explosive warheads, plunged into the corresponding aquatic depths. A dull thud reverberated through the waterways, and the multitude of red dots on the screen extinguished en masse, rendering the intricate currents remarkably tranquil. Simple and brutal, this epitomized the contemporary construction methods employed by the Easterners, steeped in the violent aesthetics reminiscent of the former Red Star Alliance. Given the tight timeline and the shortage of manpower and equipment, a gentle approach was, of course, out of the question. After all, these complex zones were never intended for habitation, so they proceeded in whatever manner was most expedient. Following several attempts, this method of blasting before construction has garnered unanimous acclaim from all hydraulic engineers, including Lin Ziyu. Their task was to establish waterways, channeling water to areas of significant consumption, while the surrounding environment and biological populations were deemed inconsequential. Rumor had it that several camps had taken even more audacious measures. To eradicate the ferocious beasts above the mineral veins, they had lured vast swarms of what could be deemed one of the world's calamities, the ink gluttons, transforming the area into a veritable zone of death. The mere thought of those densely packed black demons unsettled Lin Ziyu. Their camp had suffered considerable losses at the hands of those creatures, Had it not been for the sealed capabilities of their rudimentary soil units, he would have long since met his demise. He pondered how they intended to address the ink gluttons they had drawn in, unbothered by the possibility that those formidable beings might decide to stay indefinitely. The incessant beeping of alerts from the tablet pulled Lin Ziyu back to the present. A drone had detected another special water area requiring modification. With practiced ease, he circled the area, clearly annotating the issues before sending the coordinates. This was a natural fissure within the underwater rock layers. If left unaddressed, it could potentially lead to leakage in the reservoir. Soon, a drilling warhead penetrated the fissure, transforming it into a small underground lake. Nearly 400 kilometers away, at Camp Swerin 1139, Commander Ma Yilong was intently focused on the screen before him. He was responsible for overseeing the operations of 5 surrounding launch sites, providing support to the construction teams within the radiation zone. The third mining area had requested fire support, as they had discovered a large number of toxic insects within their valley. These creatures were highly aggressive and posed a significant threat to the work site. Ma Yilong's gaze remained fixed on the blinking red markers on the screen, where the densely packed red dots within the valley of the third mining area seemed to coalesce into a singular mass. In the third mining area, a vast coal seam has been identified, serving as an indispensable foundational resource for future development. The surrounding valley is lush with vegetation, and any outbreak of wildfire would significantly delay construction. After a moment's contemplation, Ma Yilong pressed the communication button, instructing all personnel in the third mining area to evacuate from the target zone, with an attack set to commence in 10 minutes. The confirmation from the engineering team crackled in his earpiece. Ma Yilong swiftly connected to the launch site, pinpointing 3 optimal strike locations and establishing the order of attack. 10 minutes later, upon the issuance of the launch command, 3 rockets adorned with orange markings soared toward their target. The first rocket detonated 50 meters from the heart of the valley, erupting into a billowing white cloud that enveloped the insects within. Immediately following, the second rocket plunged into the center of the mist and exploded instantaneously, the immense fireball engulfing the entire valley, its shockwave lifting surrounding flora into the air. The third rocket accurately struck above the already burning valley, its extreme heat instantly depleting the oxygen within a 100-meter radius. As a fierce wind swept through, the flames were extinguished, and the insects vanished without a trace, leaving the valley eerily silent. To be honest, after many years of military service, this was Ma Yilong's first experience employing such equipment in this manner. Initially, he felt a sense of resistance, as the conservation of ammunition was ingrained in his very essence. However, when his superiors insisted on proceeding due to tight deadlines and ample ammunition reserves, he had no choice but to comply. Over time, he gradually recognized the astonishing efficiency of this firepower-intensive construction method. According to Blue Star's experience, hazardous areas that would typically require weeks or even months to clear could now be resolved with a single round of precise strikes. The ferocious beasts that had taken residence in the coal seams, rivers, and forests were utterly powerless against modern weaponry. Not to mention, following these repeated Red Star operations, the surrounding foreign enclaves became remarkably amenable, whether in recruiting labor or requesting relocation. Cooperation was abundant. Consequently, he found himself enamored with this newfound approach. Report: the third mining area confirms the target has been eliminated, requesting continuation of operations. The engineering team's voice resonated through the communicator. Approved. Ma Yilong succinctly replied before calling up the next task list. Meanwhile, approximately 30 kilometers from Camp 1139, a white woman named Isabella watched the occasional rocket streak across the sky, her voice raised in a fervent protest. Her fingers gripped the binoculars tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain. Such wanton slaughter of the local wildlife will surely incur divine retribution, she exclaimed. Isabella was a notorious member of a Blue Star animal protection organization. Observing her impassioned outburst, those in the enclave instinctively distanced themselves, wary that an overzealous outcry might inadvertently divert a rocket from its intended target. Isabella, please, this is not the time, someone urged. A camp member, somewhat familiar to her, tugged at her clothing, attempting to quell her tirade. It is already arduous for us to survive. This is hardly the time for such musings. Besides, aren't you the one who can adapt so easily over there? I recall you were utterly indifferent to the whaling practices. Is that even comparable? Whaling serves the purpose of ecological research, while these Easterners merely seek convenience for themselves. Isabella's expression twisted into a grimace as she spoke vehemently. Observing her demeanor, those around her shook their heads, choosing to disregard her hysteria. Isabella, calm down. The familiar camp member urged in a hushed tone, trying to restrain her. Haven't you realized? No one here cares for your words. We don't even know where our food for tomorrow will come from. Who has the luxury to ponder wildlife? Furthermore, weren't those beasts just about to devour you? If those Easterners hadn't happened to rescue you while clearing the ferocious creatures, you would have perished long ago. You are well aware of the peril these beasts pose. If not properly dealt with, our camp would never be established. Your vitriol serves no purpose. What exactly do you intend to achieve? What on earth does this madwoman hope to accomplish? On one side of the camp, an unremarkable, fully enclosed concrete building housed a guard who, gazing at the surveillance monitor, asked in confusion, "What is she doing? Must there always be a goal?" A voice filled with sarcasm and indifference emanated from the machine beside the guard. It belonged to a young man, imbued with the unique arrogance and obstinacy characteristic of the Hawk family. "Boss," the guard immediately straightened, addressing the monitor with respect. On the screen, a blond young man lounged in a leather chair, coffee in hand, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips. Dressed in a tailored suit with a loosely hanging tie, he exuded an air of nonchalance, coupled with an arrogance that suggested he controlled everything. "Individuals like Isabella require no purpose," the young man scoffed. "She merely relishes the exhilaration of standing on her moral high ground." As one of the heirs covertly supporting countless Isabellas, he understood their nature all too well. But, might her antics disrupt our camp? The guard hesitantly inquired. Disrupt? The young man raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of mockery in his gaze. What can she possibly disrupt? Will the Easterners cease their efforts to eradicate the beast simply because she hurls a few insults? Or do you believe the people in this camp will suddenly have a change of heart and follow her to their doom? The guard swallowed nervously, refraining from further comment. Let her rant. Ignore her. Just focus on monitoring the camp and report to me regularly. With that, the young man terminated the communication device. The guard exhaled in relief and resumed his surveillance through the hidden cameras strategically placed throughout the camp, scrutinizing every detail within. At a distance of approximately 50 meters. On the 15th subterranean level, the young man scoffed at the sight of the guard drooling as he spied on a corner of the camp through the surveillance system. This individual had been recruited after the establishment of the camp, ostensibly to maintain a certain degree of information flow with the outside world. Little did he know that his superior was not merely a floor below, but rather in a realm far beyond his comprehension. As the heir to the venerable Eagle family consortium, the secret base in which the young man resided was a vital segment of the Eagle family's Doomsday Pearl Chain initiative, an endeavor aimed at establishing numerous clandestine outposts in alternate dimensions, ensuring the consortium's continued control over resources and power. Foolish wretch. The young man cast a disdainful glance at the greedy guard on the monitor. Tapping his fingertips on the screen, the display shifted to reveal Isabella, still at the camp's periphery, her hysterics unfolding like a farcical one-woman show. Unanswered, yet serendipitously integral to his scheme. He meticulously recorded her actions and words, particularly her accusations against the Eastern nation. Addressing the empty room, he commanded the AI system to transcribe Isabella's rants into text, highlighting key phrases. When the opportune moment arrived, these righteous cries would serve as ammunition in the war of public opinion, rallying the majority to our cause. He sipped his coffee, his gaze drifting to another screen, one that broadcasted the live dynamics of Camp 1139 in the Eastern nation. The trajectory of rockets sliced through the night sky, efficiently obliterating any obstacles in the path of the Easterners. Remarkably efficient, the young man murmured. A flicker of apprehension crossing his eyes. Let them revel in their momentary triumph. When the time is ripe, the ultimate victor shall undoubtedly be us. He downed his coffee and glared fiercely at the screen. In a desolate expanse, Huaxia sprinted desperately forward, clutching an emergency backpack in one hand. Hot on his heels was a swarm of creatures reminiscent of the iguanas found on Blue Star, yet only the length of an adult's arm. These iguanas bore a layer of sharp scales, their edges gleaming with a metallic sheen, and they pursued Huaxia with relentless determination. The iguanas were swift, gradually closing the distance to their quarry, their distinctive frilled appendages pulsating with an eerie luminescence. In synchrony with the flickering light, several iguanas began to ascend the adjacent rock face, evidently intent on surrounding their prey from another angle. At last, a steaming cave appeared before Huaxia. Gritting his teeth, he accelerated once more, dashing into the cavern and plunging into a pool of water at its entrance. Scalding water, nearly 50 degrees, splashed outwards, catching a few iguanas that had followed too closely, scalding them and causing them to writhe in agony before falling silent. The remaining iguanas, overwhelmed by the discomfort of the cavern, retreated hastily from this unbearable domain. On the other side of the pool, several individuals frantically pulled Wang Hongshi, whose body was already scorched red from the boiling water, out of the water, ignoring the numerous burns and wounds that marred his skin. Wang first extended the backpack in his hands. "Look, I have brought back the supplies," he proclaimed. "Let us persevere. Soon, our warriors will undoubtedly come to our aid. Rest assured they will. 100, that is my duty. Instructor Wang, please hold your words. Allow me to tend to your wounds first." Li Sirui hastily retrieved a first aid kit from one of the backpacks. She began by placing a torn piece of cloth into Wang Hongshi's mouth. Then, trembling, she tore away the military uniform that had adhered to the gaping wound, sprinkling sulfanilamide powder over the festering injuries. Wang Hongshi bit down on the cloth, producing a series of sharp clicks with his teeth, veins bulging at his temples, cold sweat trickling down his cheeks, yet his body remained as still as steel. The three individuals in the cave held their breath, afraid to make a sound. The youngest, Zhuang Yifan, even turned his head away, unable to bear the sight. Although it was her first time dealing with such severe injuries, Li Sirui, a military academy student, exhibited remarkable steadiness. Taking a deep breath, she delicately covered the wounds, now coated in sulfanilamide powder, with gauze, securing them with layers of bandages. Once all the wounds were tended to, Wang Hongshi spat out the cloth from his mouth. His face had drained of color, breath coming in labored gasps, yet his gaze remained resolute. "Comrade, have a cigarette. It might bring you some comfort." Standing nearby, Ganjinhua quickly produced a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket, trembling as he lit one and placed it in Wang Hongshi's mouth. Wang Hongshi inhaled deeply, the acrid smoke swirling in his lungs, seemingly alleviating some of the pain. He exhaled a puff of smoke, revealing a faint smile, his voice hoarse as he spoke. "Old Gon, I recall these are among your last few smokes, right? You've been reluctant to indulge with your addiction. What will you do if you give them to me?" Ganjinhua shot him a reproachful glance. "What do you mean I have a bad habit? I am merely patriotic. Without us smokers indulging daily, how would we have our current equipment?" He continued with concern. "But you, how are you holding up? Can you endure?" Meanwhile, Li Sirui was busy tidying the first aid kit, her fingers still trembling slightly. Stealing a glance at Wang Hongshi's body, marred with wounds, her heart tightened. As a student at the Military Medical University, she had encountered numerous injuries, but few were as severe as Wang Hongshi's. Many wounds had begun to fester, exacerbated by scalding water before they could heal. "Sirui, you have done exceptionally well," Ganjinhua encouraged, patting her shoulder and offering her half a flask of water. "You are just a young girl. You've endured much. Here, have a sip to steady yourself." Only then did Zhuang Yifan dare to turn back. Anxiety etched across his face. "Brother Wang, are you all right?" Wang Hongshi forced a smile. "I won't die." He attempted to shift his body, but winced in pain, drawing in a sharp breath. "Do not move." Li Sirui urgently pressed him down, noting that the injuries had just been bandaged and any further strain could lead to complications. Once she confirmed that the wounds had not reopened, she gazed at Wang Hongshi with evident concern. Apart from Zhuang Yifan, who had arrived at the cave from the outset, both she and Ganjinhua were saved here by Wang Hongshi. "Brother Wang, you must take a proper rest for a few days. Venturing outside is absolutely out of the question. With the provisions in those 2 emergency backpacks, if we ration carefully, we can sustain ourselves for at least a month or 2. Please, do not take any more risks." Wang Hongshi slowly rose to his feet, gently ruffling her hair. "Do not worry, my dear. I am fine." After speaking, he glanced towards the cave entrance, aware that our fellow compatriots must still be outside. It was imperative to convey to them the means of evading those creatures. Unfortunately, the wristband was non-functional. As he spoke, Wang Hongshi raised his right hand. The screen on the wristband was a chaotic blur, akin to an amalgamation of various pigments. This area exhibited severe geomagnetic anomalies, rendering all their communication devices inoperative. Even drones were unusable. Should they attempt to fly, they would lose control and crash. Upon his arrival, he encountered those ghastly beings, and as they multiplied, he fought his way through, barely carving a bloody path. Had he not spotted Zhuang Yifan at the cave's entrance calling out to him from a distance, he might have succumbed to that horde of iguanas. Gradually, he came to understand the habits of those lizards. They would pursue and attack anything that moved rapidly within their line of sight, drawn by sound, and could communicate with their companions through a specific organ. Those lizards possessed tough skin, and their claws and teeth were exceedingly sharp, at least. His military uniform provided no protection. Once provoked or marked as prey, they would not cease until they had torn you to shreds. Fortunately, These creatures had a distinct characteristic. They were highly averse to heat, succumbing to temperatures exceeding 40 degrees. This was the fundamental reason why they managed to survive in the cave. The pool at the cave entrance was a geothermal spring, with water temperatures nearing 50 degrees, leading to an overall cave temperature surpassing 30 degrees, which deterred the creatures from approaching. Additionally, these lizards exhibited another trait. If one moved with extreme caution and at a very slow pace, they would not attack unless provoked. This discovery enabled Wang Hongshi to repeatedly traverse the hot spring, marking visible locations with messages in Eastern language: remain calm, do not move. Do not initiate an attack on those lizards. They will not assault slowly moving targets. Stay composed and circumvent them. Seek caves nearby with hot springs. Take refuge, as those lizards fear heat. Stay inside the cave and do not emerge. Await rescue. To instill belief in his compatriots, he adorned each message with military insignia and the symbol of the Eastern nation. Each time he ventured outside, he endeavored to leave markers in every conspicuous location, only returning to the cave when his strength waned or when he discovered new survivors. It was in this manner that he rescued Li Sirui and Gan Jinhua. After consuming a few emergency rations and resting for a while, Wang Hongshi jolted awake from his stupor. Though his entire body ached painfully, he was now able to move. Having made slight adjustments to his gear, Wang Hongshi prepared to leap into the pool. Instructor Wang, you truly cannot go any further. Li Sirui, startled by his movements, gazed at him with tear-stained eyes. Your body has reached its limits. Continuing like this could lead to serious consequences. Wang Hongshi chuckled softly. Fear not, my dear. I am quite all right. The arrival of the new batch of compatriots is imminent, and there are still many areas that require guidance. I must venture out to assist them. It is but a minor discomfort, hardly worth mentioning. Rest assured here, I am Shin too, and I shall return. As he spoke, Wang Hongshi gestured to the blood-stained insignia on his shoulder. You two are a warrior. Tend to the others while I am away. 101. These items hold great significance. Wang Hongshi cautiously emerged from the waterhole, carefully surveying his surroundings. The lizards appeared to detest this environment, thus they were not congregated nearby. Taking a deep breath, he endured the excruciating pain of his wounds being scalded by the hot water and slowly crawled out of the pool. He adhered to the rock wall, moving with the stealth of a gecko, each step taken with utmost caution. Soon, after leaving the cave area, he encountered traces of the iguanas. In the distance, several iguanas languidly sprawled on the ground, carelessly flicking their tails, their crests intermittently shimmering as if engaged in communication. A rustling sound emanated from the rocky overhead, and Wang Hongshi immediately held his breath, freezing in place like a statue. He could feel cold sweat trickling down his spine, yet he dared not raise a hand to wipe it away. A sizable iguana poked its head out from the opposite side of the rock wall, its forked tongue quivering in the air. It was less than 3 meters from Wang Hongshi's head, and the fetid stench of decay assaulted his senses. He fixed his gaze on the ground, deliberately avoiding the aggressive eyes of the creature. This was another rule he had discerned: never make eye contact with them. After an agonizing 30 seconds, the iguana seemed to lose interest in this motionless object and turned to ascend the rocky summit. Wang Hongshi waited another 5 minutes, ensuring the surroundings were devoid of movement before continuing with the slightest of motions. His objective lay 5 kilometers away in an open area, where visibility was excellent and where traversers were most likely to appear. During his previous outings, he had marked several other areas with warnings, but now he needed to complete the remaining zones. This accursed place was riddled with uneven terrain, strewn with rocks and crevices, making movement exceedingly troublesome. Coupled with the necessity of extreme slowness, every inch gained consumed considerable energy. After scaling a slope, he leaned against an abandoned vehicle, gasping for breath, and confirmed that no lizards were nearby. Only then did he retrieve an energy bar from his pocket and begin to eat it slowly. This vehicle had accompanied him 20 days prior, but now it was a mere shell, riddled with holes. Those wretched lizards seemed to be drawn to specific metallic components, gnawing the vehicle until it was full of cavities. The terrain here was utterly impassable for vehicles, and once a vehicle was operational, all nearby lizards would swarm over in a frenzy, seemingly attracted by an unknown lure. Even the armored layer of the makeshift soil units could not withstand the devastation wrought by these creatures, which appeared capable of secreting a corrosive substance that eroded metal. Wang Hongshi had witnessed the remnants of makeshift soil units around, all stripped bare by these entities. He even made a heartbreaking discovery in a depression to the west, where a containment unit had been reduced to a scatter of silicon plates. Due to severe interference, Wang Hongshi found no wristbands or other objects around the wreckage. He even dared not confirm whether these items still existed. shaking his head to dispel his wandering thoughts. He swallowed the last morsel of his energy bar. This was not the time for such considerations. He had a mission to complete. Upon reaching the pre-selected clearing, he employed a small mechanism to draw the surrounding lizards away before promptly taking out a carbon rod to inscribe upon the rocky wall before him. Remain calm. Do not move recklessly. Those lizards fear heat and hide in the nearest hot spring cave. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed from his right. The familiar sound, comrades. Wang Haoshi immediately ceased his actions, straining to listen intently. The gunfire reverberated through the somber and silent valley, strikingly clear. Soon after, a rapid succession of shots rang out, accompanied by a familiar shout, "Professor Wan, hurry, they are closing in." Wang Haoshi's heart raced. There were comrades nearby, engaged in battle with the iguanas. He swiftly stowed the carbon rod back into his pocket, crouching low as he moved toward the source of the sound, pausing every few steps to scan his surroundings, ensuring he remained undetected by those wretched creatures. After traversing a jagged cluster of rocks, Wang Haoshi beheld a scene that froze his blood. Two comrades in military attire were firing at the encroaching horde of lizards, attempting to halt their advance. Behind them, an elderly man and a young individual were crouched beside a lizard, engrossed in some task. As the lizard swarm drew ever closer, the two soldiers were forced to retreat, firing continuously while urging the elder to flee, yet the old man remained utterly unmoved. Damn it! As the lizard horde threatened to completely surround his fellow comrades, Wang Haoshi could no longer afford to conceal himself. He burst forth from his hiding place, sprinting while retrieving the last two Molotov cocktails from his waist. Biting through the cloth covering the bottlenecks, he ignited them against the rocks. Duck! He bellowed, hurling the burning bottles into the densest cluster of lizards. With a thunderous explosion, searing flames erupted among the lizard mass. The creatures emitted piercing shrieks, retreating in disarray. Seizing this moment, Wang Haoshi dashed to the side of the four individuals, yanking the elderly man from his intense focus. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Move. The old man clutched Wang Haoshi's wrist tightly. Wait. I've discovered significant clues. These organisms contain. There's no time for explanations. Wang Haoshi interrupted brusquely. We must leave now. Yet the elder continued to struggle, reaching for the lizard carcasses. Frustrated, Wang Haoshi prepared to lift him forcibly. At that moment, the young man, who had been diligently working beside the lizard, suddenly stood up. Professor Wan, I've got it. In his hand was the distinctive crest from the lizard's head, still attached to an oddly shaped tumor. With this, the elder ceased his resistance, allowing Wang Haoshi to pull him up. Let us go, let us go, let us go. Two soldiers swiftly converged. One continued to fire upon the approaching horde of iguanas, while the other led the way ahead. The cave where we sought refuge lay not far ahead. Hurry. With the obstruction of the Molotov cocktails, several individuals managed to dash into the sanctuary unscathed. This refuge bore a resemblance to the cave where Wang Haoshi and his companions had hidden, also featuring an abundance of hot springs. Wiping the moisture from his face, Wang Haoshi surveyed the signs within the cave, clearly indicating that they had resided there for some time. Angrily, he approached the two soldiers, questioning, Why? Why did you take ordinary civilians out into such chaos? What has become of your military discipline? Before the two soldiers could respond, an elderly voice filled with regret interjected. Comrade, please do not blame them. It was my insistence to venture out. Professor Wan, holding the previously removed organ, stepped forward to Wang Haoshi. This object is of utmost importance, truly vital. It holds great significance for all of East Country. 102. This signifies hope. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wan Haiyong, and I am a biophysicist. Professor Wan gestured towards himself. I am aware that taking risks is ill-advised, yet this object is of paramount importance. Wang Haoshi furrowed his brow, fixating on the trembling organ held in the old man's hand, its surface marred by a network of fine blood vessels, emanating an eerie bluish-purple glow beneath the dim light. What purpose could this serve? He inquired in a hushed tone. Are you aware of the peril posed by the entities outside? Professor Wan did not respond immediately. Instead, he gingerly placed the organ into a specially designed container and activated its power source. The inner walls of the container swiftly frosted over, evidently maintaining an exceptionally low temperature. This specimen is exceedingly fragile. Once the host perishes, it will deteriorate completely within half an hour. It must be promptly extracted and stored in a low-temperature container to preserve its properties. Only then did Wang Haoshi recognize the container as somewhat familiar. The young man had seemingly carried a similar one, though he had been too preoccupied with fleeing to inquire further. Sensing his curiosity, Professor Wan pointed to the box. indicating that he had brought along a sample storage unit specifically for this purpose, with a total of 3. The one earlier had likely sustained damage upon collision. What exactly is its significance? Is it worth such a considerable risk? Wang Hongshi could not restrain himself from asking again. This object may very well be the room temperature superconductor that humanity has long sought. Professor Wan's face lit up with excitement, for it possesses the ability to enable long-distance information exchange, unaffected by the unusual geomagnetic effects here, using its own low-power bioelectricity, a feat unattainable by ordinary materials. This could indeed represent room temperature superconductivity. I must admit, I find it rather difficult to comprehend. Wang Hongshi awkwardly interrupted Professor Wan's exposition. Nonetheless, no matter how crucial this item may be, such reckless behavior is unwarranted. The danger we faced moments ago was significant had I not arrived in time. You all might have been torn apart by those lizards. In such a case, even the most monumental academic discovery would hold little value. Do you not think it prudent to remain here, awaiting the arrival of reinforcements, to then facilitate your research? Professor Wan offered a wry smile, expressing that time was not on their side. He gestured towards the young man beside him, indicating that this is Li Yu, who would elucidate the situation to you. Li Yu promptly approached, saluting Wang Hongshi before speaking. Instructor, I am a graduate student specializing in geology, and I have been here for nearly half a month. Based on my observations, the temperature and flow rate of the hot springs have been steadily increasing, indicating a high likelihood of an imminent hydrothermal explosion. Moreover, this entire area lies within the underground water network. Should a hydrothermal explosion occur, it would likely engulf the entire region. Upon hearing Li Yu's words, Wang Hongshi's expression grew even more troubled. He surveyed his surroundings. In the dimly lit cavern, the steam from the hot springs billowed upward, while water droplets condensed on the stone walls, falling incessantly with a gentle patter. The air was thick with the scent of sulfur, mingled with an indefinable metallic tang. Hydrothermal explosion? Wang Hongshi murmured, repeating the phrase, perplexed by the linkage of hydrothermal and explosion, yet well aware of the implications of an explosion on its own. Are you suggesting that this area could be blown to smithereens at any moment? Li Yu initially shook his head, but quickly nodded in affirmation. While it may not be blown to the heavens, it is indeed perilous. According to my calculations, it could occur as soon as within a week. Once the hydrothermal explosion commences, the steam and high temperatures will instantaneously engulf the entire region. For us, it may not necessarily be fatal, but for those lizards, it would spell doom. Observations indicate that they can only survive within a temperature range of 10 to 35 degrees. Exceeding that threshold would lead to their rapid demise. After the hydrothermal explosion, it is likely that we will witness the extinction of those lizards. Professor Wan sighed and tapped the container in his hand. Thus, we must depart post-haste, taking this sample back for further study. Comrade, you must be Shintu. You surely comprehend the potential challenges we may face in the future. We must seize every opportunity to enhance our strength. Only then can we confront that dismal future. This specimen could significantly advance our technology, greatly augmenting our capabilities. We cannot allow it to vanish silently into oblivion. At that moment, the two soldiers, who had remained silent until now, approached. We may not grasp the intricacies of what Professor Wan spoke, but we can discern his intentions. One soldier produced a note from his pocket. This is a message Professor Wan prepared for each of us in advance, detailing his hypotheses. He emphasized that if we were ever surrounded after securing the sample, we should disregard his well-being and focus on escaping with the specimen. That is of utmost importance. If any of us can manage to bring the sample back to the main force, even if it costs him his life at the hands of those lizards, he would die with a smile. As he spoke, the soldier's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Earlier, when we hesitated to agree to take him along, he insisted on going alone, even contemplating kneeling to plead with us. He repeatedly urged us not to concern ourselves with his fate. The sample was paramount. Professor Wan. Wang Hongshi took the crumpled note, densely scribbled with formulas and data, alongside terms that were utterly beyond his comprehension. Yet, the final line, written in a hasty but legible script, conveyed a clear message. This object may alter the fate of humanity. Please ensure it is returned to the command department. Professor Wan squeezed closer, his face alight with hope as he regarded Wang Hongshi. Comrade, those annotations scattered throughout are your contributions, are they not? Thanks to those hints, we have managed to survive until now. Truly, Shintu is remarkable. Comrade, do you have a way to escape from here? Even if it means leaving alone with just the samples. Time is of the essence. I fear that apart from this unique location, these lizards may never exist again. This is a miracle of nature, an occurrence that is exceedingly difficult to replicate. We must take the samples with us, no matter the cost. As he spoke, Professor Wan slowly pushed the container towards Wang Hongshi, his face etched with utmost seriousness. This is hope, more significant than all our lives. Indeed, more vital than everything. 103. Breakthrough, Part 1. Wang Hongshi was momentarily stunned. The box in his grasp, weighing no more than 20 pounds, felt as though it bore the weight of 1,000. His voice had never sounded so hoarse. Professor Wan, perhaps not all the lizards will perish. Some must surely survive, or they would have gone extinct long ago. We could wait a little longer. Wang Hongshi's words faltered, and Professor Wan remained silent, merely observing him. Yes, we cannot afford to wait, nor can we take that gamble. In the first cave, Li Sirui watched Wang Hongshi prepare. Her eyes filled with concern. Instructor Wang, are you truly going? It's far too perilous. Wang Hongshi stuffed 2 military-grade analgesics into his waist pouch, followed by several newly crafted Molotov cocktails. I must go. Sirui, I leave this place in your capable hands. Arm yourself well and protect them. Although I cannot gauge the magnitude of that thermal explosion, you must exercise caution, find a place to conceal yourselves, and if the opportunity arises, make a swift escape. Securing the last 2 spare magazines, Wang Hongshi stood and ruffled Li Sirui's hair, leaving it in disarray. Rest assured, perhaps before the time comes, I shall return with my comrades to retrieve you. At that moment, Zhuang Yifan, who had remained silent, approached with a face laden with worry. Instructor Wang, could you refrain from going? I have an ominous premonition, truly. Do not worry, everything will be fine. Seeing Wang Hongshi's unwavering resolve, Zhuang Yifan grew anxious. My premonitions have never been wrong. I have an exceedingly bad feeling. If you go. Zhuang Yifan's words trailed off, yet everyone comprehended his implication. Wang Hongshi offered no reply, merely chuckled and patted his shoulder before preparing to depart. Old Wang, take this. Gan Jinhua pressed his last cigarette into Wang Hongshi's embrace. Survive and complete the mission. I am waiting for you to return my pack. Understood. Wang Hongshi bumped fists with Gan Jinhua before leaping into the water. East, party. How are your preparations coming along? Wang Hongshi returned to the cave where Professor Wan and the others were situated. By now, the 2 soldiers had completed their final preparations. The sturdier Dongzi carried a box containing samples, while Wang Dangxing held another empty box as a backup. Captain Wang, we are ready to depart at any moment. Very well. Wang Hongshi nodded and approached Liu and Professor Wan. This is of utmost importance. We shall not leave anyone here to guard you. Liu, I entrust Professor Wan to you. Liu, clutching his rifle, though his complexion paled, nodded with determination. Professor Wan grasped Wang Hongshi's hand tightly. Comrade, you must ensure the samples are brought back. Do not concern yourselves with us. This old body of mine can only be a burden. It all rests upon you. He handed a notebook to Wang Hongshi, containing all of my theories and validations from this period. If possible, please help me deliver it to the state. Rest assured, I will ensure the task is completed. Wang Hongshi saluted Professor Wan. Onward. He turned to Dongzi and the others. The 3 of them cautiously exited the cave. Perhaps due to the rising temperature, there were virtually no lizards near the hot springs. Wang Hongshi gestured towards the cave to determine a direction, as instructed by Liu, suggesting that the area ahead, based on the distribution of the hot springs and water flow, was likely the route out of the valley. The trio formed a standard tactical unit, with Wang Hongshi leading, Dongzi following closely while carrying the metal box containing samples, and Wang Dangxing bringing up the rear to maintain orientation and prevent deviation. At intervals, Wang Hongshi marked their path to help solidify their direction. As they moved further from the hot springs, signs of lizard activity began to emerge around them. Something was amiss. Wang Hongshi signaled for the team to halt. In the distance, several iguanas were stretching their necks, scanning the surroundings, their crown organs flickering rapidly. One iguana, whose organ flickered the fastest, was clearly facing the position of the team. Discovered. Why? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Wang Hongshi's temple as he remained absolutely still, observing the iguana from afar. The flickering atop the iguana's head intensified, and it began to crawl closer to their position. Damn it, what is the problem? Why were they detected from so far away? Wang Hongshi frantically pondered, his left hand slowly reaching for the incendiary bottle at his waist. Suddenly, the source of the issue dawned on him. Dongzi, turn off the box's power immediately, quickly, he whispered sharply to Dongzi behind him. Though Dongzi was puzzled, he promptly complied and switched off the box's power. At that moment, the approaching iguana noticeably slowed its movements, and its crown organ ceased to flicker. It began to survey its surroundings like the others before it and ultimately crawled away in another direction. Just as I suspected. These creatures are extremely sensitive to larger electrical signals. Any activated electrical device could attract their attention. Realizing this, Huaxia felt a twinge of apprehension. No wonder these creatures tend to pursue all running vehicles. It was for this reason. Fortunately, they had long discarded their exoskeletons for ease of movement. Otherwise, they would likely have been surrounded upon exiting. Wang, what should we do now? Dongzi anxiously inquired in a hushed tone. Knowing that the samples could only maintain viability for half an hour after the power was cut. No worries, we can address that once we reach the outskirts. By then, we can figure out a way to capture another one. I consulted Professor Wan and know how to collect the samples. Huaxia took a deep breath and signaled for the team to advance. They pressed against the rocky wall, striving to avoid the areas obscured from view. Each step taken with utmost caution. Soon, half a day had elapsed, and they had traversed a considerable distance. The vicinity bore little evidence of caves or hot springs. Only an endless array of stone piles. Upon reaching an open area, they were momentarily rendered speechless by the scene before them. The density of the lizard population was astonishing. On a single rock, 5 or 6 lizards could be seen huddled together. Huaxia's heart sank. The situation was even worse than anticipated. The sheer number of lizards far exceeded expectations, effectively blocking their path. This expanse appeared to be a lizard nesting ground. Stretching at least several hundred meters, surrounded by sheer cliffs and precipices, leaving them to ponder how much time it would take to navigate around it. 104. The boundary between life and death, what shall we do? Upon witnessing the scene before them, both Dongzi and Wang were rendered speechless. The density of the creatures was such that it seemed utterly impossible to navigate through them. A single misstep could provoke an attack from the beastly throng. Leaving no chance for escape. Perhaps we should take a detour? Dongzi suggested, pointing towards a distant expanse of stone forest that appeared devoid of many lizards. Huaxia glanced in the indicated direction, shaking his head. No, it is too far, and the terrain there is far too intricate. Without any navigational tools, we would easily become lost within. Our time and resources cannot withstand such waste. Huaxia pondered intensely, seeking a solution to their predicament. What about fire? No. We have only a few incendiary devices. It would be impossible to create a significant blaze here with the humidity so high. It would take too long to gather sufficient fuel. Could we fashion a fire ring using the materials from the incendiary bottles to charge through? He mused further, but quickly dismissed the notion. Though these creatures fear fire, they also despise it. If they were to become agitated, they might extinguish the flames recklessly, leading us to a dead end. Is there no way to divert them? He contemplated, but the abundance of lizards surrounding them would quickly overwhelm them. Must we truly take the long way around? Just then, Wang Dangxing, who had remained silent until now, suddenly sprang into action. He first handed his rifle to Huaxia, then offered his supplies to Dongzi, and finally produced a simple pouch from his pocket, placing it along with his wristband into Huaxia's hands. Captain, please take this back for me. If possible, give it to my mother, and tell her that her son is unfilial, unable to be by her side. Wait, Dangxing, what are you doing? Realizing something was amiss, Huaxia reached out to grasp him, but only grasped at air. Wang Dangxing had already retreated several paces, saluting the two before bolting in the opposite direction. The surrounding lizards immediately detected a new target and began to crawl towards Wang Dangxing. At that moment, he clutched the spare box against his chest, activated the switch, and cranked the power to its maximum. Instantly, every lizard within 100 meters raised its neck, their crown-like organs flashing in unison as they surged towards Wang Dangxing's position. Come on, you beasts. I fear you not. Come at me, he shouted, sprinting away while drawing the incoming swarm of lizards further from his companions until he was cornered by others approaching from another direction. Captain, you must go. Complete the mission. Wang Dangxing's voice abruptly ceased, leaving only the sounds of lizards gnawing echoing from the pile of creatures. Let us not squander this opportunity. Huaxia stuffed the pouch into his clothing, biting his lip to stifle the anguish, and pulled Dongzi forward as they rushed ahead. Taking advantage of the distraction caused by the lizard swarm attracted by Wang Dangxing, the two swiftly navigated through the previously obstructed path. The distant sounds of the lizards tearing at their prey echoed in their ears, yet they dared not glance back, pressing forward with fervent determination. Dongzi's eyes were reddened. His fists clenched tightly, his voice choked with emotion. Captain Dangxing. Silence. Run. Huaxia interrupted sharply, his own voice quivering. He understood that they could not afford to pause. Any hesitation would render Wang Dongxing's sacrifice in vain. The pair sprinted relentlessly until they finally broke free from the lizard horde's encirclement, allowing them to catch their breath. Wang Haoshi leaned against a massive boulder, panting heavily as he retrieved a modest pouch from his breast. His fingers trembled slightly. Inside the pouch lay a photograph, likely taken when Wang Dongxing had just enlisted. In the image, the youthful Wang Dongxing, adorned with a bright red flower on his chest, beamed like a cheerful boy, nestled beside a woman. Dongzi stood silently beside him, eventually whispering, "Captain, we must continue." Taking a deep breath, Wang Haoshi carefully tucked the pouch away, burying it deep within his clothing. His gaze regained its resolve. "Let us proceed. Our mission is not yet complete." Wang Haoshi and Dongzi pressed onward across the rugged terrain, gradually distancing themselves from the heat-laden area. The temperature around them steadily dropping. The iguanas they encountered no longer roamed alone but had congregated into a massive collective. While this made their progress significantly easier, a shadow lingered in Wang Haoshi's eyes. His right hand instinctively brushed against his chest, where Dongxing's photograph rested. Seemingly reaching a decision, the gloom in Wang Haoshi's eyes dissipated, leaving behind a sense of nonchalance tinged with reluctance. "Let us quicken our pace. It appears we are nearing the exit of this peculiar region." He forged ahead, oblivious to the enlightened expression on Dongzi's face behind him. Time passed, and just as their strength and supplies were nearly exhausted, an extraordinary sight emerged before them. It was a dividing line. The soil and vegetation on either side were entirely dissimilar. One side was filled with the low, twisted plants surrounding them, while the other appeared utterly normal. On one side of the boundary, an enormous congregation of iguanas lounged lazily, approximately 200 meters from the line. However, on the other side, their eyes discerned not a single iguana. Cautiously, the two circled around the lizard horde, slowly making their way to the opposite side, where they finally crouched down to rest. The lizards on the far side seemed to acknowledge their presence, merely extending their necks without any further reaction. As if disinterested in the two intruders, Wang Haoshi glanced at his wrist device. Though still flickering, the interference had significantly lessened. It appeared that the geomagnetic anomalies were beginning to wane, and those creatures likely would not venture this way. "Dongzi, take a moment to rest. Soon, we shall devise a method to lure a lizard over, so we can dispatch it as a specimen. Here, we should be able to utilize the box with complete confidence." Wang Haoshi's voice carried a hint of relief, suggesting that perhaps we could avoid going to the very last resort. As he spoke, he deliberately activated the switch of the box. Indeed, even with the power set to its maximum, those lizards merely glanced around, showing no interest whatsoever in the two individuals present. After a brief respite, the two individuals began devising a strategy to capture the lizards. However, regardless of their attempts to entice the creatures, the lizards remained utterly indifferent. It was only when they approached within a certain range that the lizards would emerge. Yet they would not pursue far. "Captain, this approach is futile," gasped Dongzi, glancing at Wang Haoshi. "Those lizards want to come out individually. If there are too many, we want to be able to handle them." "Don't worry, we'll think of another method," Wang Haoshi replied, wiping the sweat from his brow and squinting at the lizard horde in the distance. "This time, I will attract their attention and draw them closer. You stay here. And once they come within range, take a shot at one. Perhaps I should be the one to draw them in while you shoot," Dongzi suggested, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "I lack confidence in my marksmanship. If I were to ruin it, it would be pointless." Wang Haoshi patted Dongzi on the shoulder, grinning. "All right then. This time you shall be the bait. But remember, do not get too close. Just run towards this direction, and when you hear the gunshot, accelerate towards me. I promise we will accomplish this mission." Wang Haoshi then found a clear vantage point nearby to set up his rifle, while Dongzi cautiously crept towards the lizard swarm. As he approached the critical distance, the lizards suddenly fell silent, then surged towards him. Dongzi sprinted away, with the lizards hot on his heels. To prevent them from retreating too swiftly, he deliberately controlled his pace, maintaining a distance from the pursuing horde. Closer, just a bit closer. Wang Haoshi held his breath, his finger poised firmly on the trigger. He focused through the scope on a slightly larger lizard at the forefront, its crest particularly vibrant, a promising target. Just as the lizard horde was within 10 meters of Dongzi, Wang Haoshi pulled the trigger. Boom! The bullet struck the lizard's lower back with precision, erupting a cloud of purple mist. The creature began to roll on the ground but could not regain its footing. Meanwhile, upon hearing the gunfire, Dongzi quickened his pace and swiftly distanced himself from the lizard swarm. The lizards gradually ceased their pursuit, retreating to their original location. Wang Haoshi continued to watch the spot where the lizard had fallen through his scope, but now an overwhelming mass of lizards surrounded the area, obscuring his view of the injured lizard. Panting, Doomsday returned to his side. "Captain, did we succeed?" Huaxia shook his head, a sense of foreboding settling within him. Indeed. When the lizard horde fully retreated, the spot was devoid of any trace. Only a small patch of ground remained stained with a few drops of blood, suggesting that the lizards had likely consumed their wounded companion. "Damn it, this won't work." Huaxia furrowed his brow. Time was running short, and he had no idea how long they had until the water would explode. They could not afford to delay any longer. He clenched his teeth, resolutely making up his mind. Just as he was about to convey a few words to Doomsday, he noticed Doomsday mirroring Dangsheng, extending his hand ring towards him. "Captain, I understand your intentions. Let me handle this," he declared. "I am merely an ordinary recruit, possessing nothing but a strong arm. If you expect me to devise a way to break out, that would indeed be a formidable challenge." Huaxia's throat tightened as he gazed at the hand ring Doomsday offered. He comprehended the gravity of the situation better than anyone else. Doomsday intended to exchange his life for a chance to secure the sample, just as Dangsheng had done. "Nonsense." Huaxia thought to push the hand ring away, asserting, "I am the captain. Heed my orders." However, Doomsday firmly gripped his hand with astonishing strength. "Captain, the mission is paramount. There is no time." Doomsday and Huaxia stealthily advanced towards the lizard swarm, maintaining a distance of approximately 20 meters between them. As they neared the lizard's warning zone, Doomsday abruptly halted, turning to regard Huaxia with utmost seriousness, raising his right hand to salute with precision. "Captain, I am leaving. Please ensure the mission is completed." Doomsday's voice trembled slightly yet resonated with clarity. With that, he strode directly into the lizard's alert area. Countless lizards surged towards Doomsday once more. Yet this time he did not flee. Instead, he assumed a stance, gripping his dagger firmly against them, while simultaneously injecting a military analgesic into his neck. The swiftest lizards lunged at him, launching their assault. Nevertheless, regardless of their ferocious bites, Doomsday retaliated against one of them with his dagger, severing its head along with the crown, and with all his might, hurled it towards Huaxia's position. "Captain, hurry. Go complete our mission." Doomsday's roar echoed amidst the throng of lizards. Huaxia seized the lizard's head, casting one final glance at the figure that was rapidly vanishing into the swarm, and without a moment's hesitation, sprinted towards the other side of the boundary. At Camp Swearin 3276, a new search team had just embarked on their mission. As the nearest base to this anomalous area, Camp Swearin 3276 bore the responsibility of conducting the search. Due to the impossibility of utilizing drones in this region, even a slight venture inward rendered communication futile. They were left with no choice but to employ the most rudimentary method, positioning a probe balloon at the periphery as a locating coordinate and gradually searching inward with their small teams. Lin Fei was leading his unit towards the third area. Search in groups of 3, dispersing to ensure safety, and do not venture too deep. "We lack the means to communicate in this region," he cautioned. "Stay within the limits of the probe balloon. If its position becomes unclear, cease the search immediately and retreat." "Is that understood?" Lin Fei called out. "Understood." Soon, the team members prepared to form groups and disperse according to the predetermined directions for exploration. At that moment, one of the members suddenly pointed to the distant sky and exclaimed, "Captain, look. Signal smoke." Lin Fei quickly turned to the direction indicated, and indeed beheld 3 columns of smoke slowly rising, 1 thick and 2 slender. This was the secret signal agreed upon by the Shinda team. A significant discovery. And urgent as fire, observing the smoke, which did not appear to be too far away, Lin Fei promptly made a decision. "Attention, everyone." Lin Fei's voice rose sharply. "Form battle formation immediately and advance at full speed towards the smoke. Maintain vigilance." 106. Mission accomplished. Lin Fei led his team swiftly through the jagged rocks. To enhance their speed, they opted to abandon the cumbersome support vehicles and instead activated the full power mode of their exoskeletons, proceeding on foot. The team members maintained a synchronized triangular formation, the 3 plumes of smoke in the distance standing out starkly against the gray sky. While the occasional familiar sound of gunfire tightened their hearts with apprehension. As they approached the location of the smoke, the forward scout signaled for caution, prompting everyone to crouch and conceal themselves. Lin Fei quickly advanced to the forefront, lowering his tactical visor to survey the scene. The image that unfolded before him took his breath away. A soldier, drenched in blood and nearly unrecognizable, leaned against a large tree, firing at the beasts drawn by the smoke and the scent of blood. "Clear the area, rescue the wounded." With a commanding shout, the restless team members surged forward. Team A, provide cover. Team B, move to save him. Lin Yifei called out. He noticed that the gunfire from the comrade who had spotted them had ceased, and the soldier's hand, once gripping his weapon, now hung limply. Medic Wang Lei was the first to reach the tree. He's still breathing, he exclaimed, tearing away the soldier's blood-soaked uniform, only to freeze in shock. The soldier's body was riddled with numerous wounds, some already beginning to fester, and a massive fresh tear near his chest showed little sign of blood loss. Brother, don't worry about me. I've long since lost hope. Wang Hongshi forced his eyes open, his voice weak and barely audible. Upon seeing the beacon balloon, I knew you must be nearby. You really came, thank goodness. Over there. With his last strength, he grasped Wang Lei's hand, pointing to a spot covered in loose earth nearby. At that moment, Lin Yifei and his team had completed the area clearance and quickly surrounded them. The rest is up to you. Hurry. With that, Wang Hongshi's head slowly drooped, and he fell silent. Wang Lei's hand lingered on Wang Hongshi's carotid pulse for several moments before he finally withdrew it, shaking his head gravely. He has gone. Lin Yifei silently removed his helmet as his teammates bowed their heads in respect. After a moment, he donned his helmet again and immediately retrieved the items that his fallen comrade had risked his life to protect, knowing they were of utmost importance. Be careful. Do not cause any damage. Soon, at the location indicated by Wang Hongshi, a box was unearthed, upon which lay 2 wristbands, a pouch, and 2 books. He had even torn apart his cigarette and placed the remnants atop the box to deter insects. Captain, look. A team member handed Lin Yifei the 2 bloodstained books. As Lin Yifei merely flipped through the booklet, his hands suddenly trembled violently, and his pupils constricted sharply. Everyone, including our brothers, returned to the camp immediately. Hurry. The urgent online meeting of the Sui Rin network commenced. Scanned copies of 2 booklets had already been distributed to everyone at the command center. One contained Professor Wan's research notes, while the other featured tactical maps drawn by Wang Hongshi during his journey. The peculiar organ had been entrusted to experts for testing, and the preliminary conclusion indicated a remarkable possibility of 98.62 that it could function as a superconductor at room temperature, confirming its validity. Time was of the essence. A definitive action plan was to be formulated within 30 minutes, and operations were to commence without delay. Qin Yu was the first to speak. According to Wang Hongshi's notes, he had taken more than 4 days to exit that region, with 3 days spent after leaving the area where the lizards congregated. Based on the map, even considering his poor condition and unfamiliarity with the environment, that region was still over 100 kilometers from the nearest Sui Rin stronghold. Furthermore, due to the area's geomagnetic anomalies, helicopters could not be deployed, necessitating overland travel. The terrain made it challenging for vehicles to navigate, and it would be difficult for the personnel from Base 3276 to reach the site in time and collect ample samples. Commander Yang Ke of Base 3276 stated, "Personnel are being dispatched from nearby camps. We have mobilized over half of the heavy helicopters in the vicinity. Within 3 hours, more than 1,000 troops will be sent to support you. Your mission is to enter the region first, clear a path according to the tactical map, and establish a forward camp swiftly. Is that understood? Yes, we will ensure the mission is accomplished." Commander Yang of Base 3276 then exited the call. Report. Our expert team has a suggestion. Commander Li Chang of Camp 1 expressed his desire to speak. Proceed, Qin Yu directed, turning his attention to Li Chang on the screen. Based on Wang Hongshi's recorded distribution of geothermal springs in Li Yu's estimations, our geological experts have devised an audacious plan. Li presented a map illustrating the distribution of underground water networks. This distribution map was inferred from the notes, and we intend to drill a hole at this location to allow the geothermal explosion to vent through a predetermined path. This could minimize the explosion's impact, conservatively estimating that at least 1/3 of the lizards could survive. What is the likelihood of success? According to our calculations, there is at least an 80% chance of success. 80%? That is insufficient. Qin Yu shook his head. Is there a way to enhance the probability? Unfortunately, it seems unattainable, Li Chang replied. The geomagnetic interference in that area is too severe for us to ascertain an accurate terrain distribution. We can only deduce from the limited information available. This is already the plan with the highest success rate. Moreover, our experts have estimated that even if we do not hit the designated target node, we can still alleviate some pressure and delay the geothermal explosion. Qin Yu pondered for a moment, his fingers gently tapping on the table. How long can we postpone? He inquired. At least 24 hours, Li Chang replied. 24 hours, Qin Yu's eyes brightened. It was sufficient time for us to gather more personnel and equipment. He suddenly lifted his head, scanning each individual on the screen. Execute this plan, and simultaneously order all support troops to advance at full speed, ensuring arrival in the target area within 20 hours. Then, exert every effort to capture the designated target and collect the corresponding organs. Understood. 107. Delivering a shock of Eastern origin to the lizards. At the swearing camp 3276, Lin Yifei's team was making the final preparations before departure. Within the camp, 3 swearing units had completed their specialized engineering modifications, ready to proceed directly to the target area as indicated on the map. The task of Lin Yifei and his comrades was to assist in clearing the path, eliminating all obstacles and dangers encountered along the way. "Captain, we are ready," came the voice of team member Jiang Guanfeng through the communicator. "Hold on, I will be there shortly," Lin Yifei responded. Casting a final glance at the 3 wristbands and a pouch containing photographs resting on the table, he stood upright and saluted, then swiftly exited. At the camp's entrance, the team members were fully geared up for departure. Linked together, 3 units formed a colossal entity, with a massive shovel at the front, sharp cutting edges on either side, and towering backup fuel tanks at the rear. This was the specially modified swearing unit designed for path clearing. Lin Yifei surveyed his team and spoke in a solemn tone. "Check your equipment. We depart in 5 minutes." Jiang Guanfeng patted the nearby swearing unit and grinned. "This beast is certainly powerful. It fears no obstacles along the way. Do not be complacent. Communications are currently unavailable within the area, so remain vigilant to any disturbances and safeguard the swearing unit. Bring along several demolition tubes. Our mission is to clear the path. Unless absolutely impassable, we shall proceed in a straight line. Mountains shall be traversed, bridges shall be laid over water, in preparation for the subsequent troops. Is that understood?" "Understood. By the way, before entering the area with the strongest geomagnetic interference, we can remove the wristbands and place them in the shielding box. Prolonged exposure to that environment will irreparably damage the wristbands, and we are currently unable to replenish them at will," Lin Yifei reminded them. The 3 wristbands previously obtained from Wang Hongshi had been entirely destroyed, leaving only the steel stamps on the back to remember the identities of 3 fallen comrades. "Received. Very well, let us depart." With Lin Yifei's command, the colossal path-clearing beast formed by the 3 swearing units roared to life as soldiers dispersed around it, ready to fend off any startled beast that might approach. Around Camp 3276, several strongholds were also undergoing final modifications. According to the experts, these lizards could likely only survive in the geomagnetically abnormal environment, or rather, it was only within that area that they could develop their unique organs. Thus, the experts recommended establishing a research center and breeding grounds within the geomagnetic anomaly zone, and these swearing units were being prepared for that purpose. Accelerate the pace. Complete the modifications within 10 hours. Lu Jingze, in charge of the modifications, moved through the various construction sites. Everyone must take heed. Ensure the experimental modules have adequate magnetic field shielding, and the breeding units must maintain the internal temperature range. If we ultimately cannot prevent thermal explosions, this will be our sole pathway to ensure the source of samples. Remember, no mistakes must occur. The engineers and technicians responsible for the transformation offered no response, fully immersed in their respective tasks. They were all skilled personnel urgently dispatched from various camps, among whom was Chun Lifeng. Squatting beside a unit of regolith, he wielded a welding gun that emitted a blue flame, meticulously securing a magnetic field shielding panel to the exterior of the experimental module. Sweat trickled down his forehead, evaporating swiftly in the heat. He squinted through his protective mask, inspecting the quality of the welds, ensuring not a single gap remained. Not far away, several engineers were engaged in the installation of an emergency cooling system. Should the temperature inside the cultivation chamber exceed critical levels due to a thermal explosion, this system could release coolant within 3 seconds, rapidly mitigating the risk of excessive internal temperatures. "Attention everyone!" Lu Jingze raised his voice. "The isolation layer of the cultivation unit must be completely sealed. Any minute leak could result in the loss of samples, a cost we cannot afford." At that moment, the communication system on his shoulder crackled to life. "What is the situation? Will we meet the deadline?" "Rest assured, Command Center. At our current pace, we will complete the transformation ahead of schedule within 8 hours, and will be ready to depart." "Excellent. Remember, we must not compromise on quality in our haste. Even the slightest oversight is unacceptable." "Yes. We guarantee the mission will be accomplished." At Camp Swear in 2537, the nearest fire support base to the target area, a flurry of activity unfolded. 3 WS-3 rocket launchers were undergoing final adjustments, equipped with ground-penetrating high-explosive warheads, tasked with the excavation mission. Commanding this operation was Commander Qin Yufei, one of the elite commanders of the former Eastern Nations long-range forces, who had mastered the WS series to an extraordinary degree. At this moment, he was focused intently on the screen before him, monitoring incoming information. Due to the intense geomagnetic effects in the target area, precise topographical features were unattainable, necessitating a calculated risk in his approach. An aerial drone was soaring at extreme altitudes toward the target area, minimizing geomagnetic interference to provide initial positioning and navigation for the rocket launchers while gathering data on the target zone. Although the scanning results appeared nearly blank, by comparing the tactical map left by Wang Hongshi with the darkened areas, he could deduce the distance involved. Is the target approximately between 380 to 400 kilometers? Observing the data relayed by the drone, Qin Yufei took pen and paper to conduct calculations, soon formulating a plan. Notify the logistics personnel to equip the warheads with image recognition terminal guidance modules. The final target will be autonomously selected by the warhead, striking the lowest position. Once the modification was complete, all rocket launchers adjusted their elevation to 47 degrees, preparing for launch. Yes, the operators swiftly input the parameters, and the launchers of the 3 WS-3 rocket systems gradually raised, emitting a mechanical hum as they readied for action. The technician hastened over to report, "Commander, the image recognition system has been calibrated, but the magnetic interference in the target area is too strong. Terminal guidance may fail." "That is of no concern." Qin Yufei waved his hand dismissively. "As long as the initial trajectory is accurate, the warhead will activate optical recognition within the final 20 kilometers. Thus, the rocket we launch will land within 1 kilometer of the target area at its lowest point, which is sufficient." He squinted. "Other units should have already begun their advance. We must open the vent as soon as possible to provide them with more time." "Report. Cannon 1 is ready. Cannon 2 is in position. Cannon 3 has completed loading. Launch." 108. One must repay their debts when mingling in this world. The area of geomagnetic anomalies. Gan Jinhua wiped the sweat from his brow and raised his right hand to fan himself. Ever since 2 days ago, when the temperature of the spring in the cave began to rise sharply, they dared not linger inside any longer. At present, the water temperature had exceeded 70 degrees, significantly increasing the surrounding temperature as well. Fortunately, those lizards could not endure the soaring heat and had vacated the vicinity, even without the barrier of the hot spring. It could still be considered relatively safe. He wondered how Brother Wang and the others were faring. Gan Jinhua rummaged through his pocket and pulled out an empty cigarette pack, inhaling deeply before placing it back. "Uncle Gan, there are indeed no signs of lizards around. Following the map provided by Instructor Wang, I have located Professor Wan and his team." At this moment, a voice called out from the side. It was Li Sirui. Gan Jinhua turned to see her, armed with a rifle and drenched in sweat, followed by an elderly man and a young man. These two were Professor Wan and Li Yu, the individuals Instructor Wang had mentioned earlier. "Since the area is relatively safe for now, I want to bring them over so we can gather and formulate a plan together." "Welcome, welcome." Gan Jinhua quickly approached and led the 3 back to their makeshift shelter. Once he had settled the 2 newcomers, he looked at Li Sirui with admiration. "Well done, girl. You're like a true warrior now." Meanwhile, Zhuang Yifan returned, carrying a new backpack. He had been responsible for scavenging supplies in the surrounding area during this time. It must be said that the boy's sixth sense was impressive, as he had managed to find several abandoned backpacks. Upon entering the shelter, Zhuang Yifan gasped for breath. "We must leave immediately. My instincts are worsening. Remaining here could lead to certain death." Li Yu, looking equally troubled, responded, "The increase in geothermal activity has exceeded my expectations. Based on the current water temperature, the impending thermal explosion is likely to be extremely violent, and the surrounding temperature may surpass 60 degrees. Staying here would indeed be fatal. What should we do then? Rush out?" Gan Jinhua inquired. "Let us not forget that the lizards have not strayed too far, even if they weren't present. Can you guarantee we could escape the blast zone of the thermal explosion?" Professor Wan, with a wry smile, added, "If you can manage to leave, do so quickly. My old bones can hardly move anymore. Just take this with you." He handed a new booklet to Li Yu. "This contains my recent research findings from the past few days. As long as you can bring this out, I will be content." Professor Wan, this. Li Yu looked at the elderly man, unsure of how to respond. Just then, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air above them. What is that? The group hurried out of the shelter and beheld 3 fiery streaks slicing through the sky, accompanied by a whistling sound, descending towards the horizon. Is it a meteor or a missile? Zhuang Yifan widened his eyes, instinctively preparing to crouch down. No. Gan Jinhua abruptly seized him. Declaring that the sound was unmistakable, it was their WS rocket, one that he had observed at every military exhibition. 3 fiery trails gradually descended amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. A muffled sound reverberated along the ground, followed by the emergence of a colossal fountain. Controlled depressurization. It's controlled depressurization, Liu suddenly exclaimed. Our team has managed to avert a thermal explosion. They succeeded. As he spoke, a fierce wind accompanied by warm raindrops fell upon everyone's faces, momentarily raising the surrounding temperature, yet still within tolerable limits. Meanwhile, the water level in the hot spring inside the cave visibly receded. Gan Jinhua gazed at the soaring column of water in the distance, his throat tightening as warm raindrops cascaded down his face, flowing along his chin like silent tears. It's a rescue. Li Sirui suddenly grasped his arm, her voice trembling. Uncle Gan, look over there. Following her pointed finger, 3 red signal flares slowly ascended into the gray sky, their vibrant hue strikingly prominent against the curtain of rain. It's the Army's standard signal flares. I studied this in military academy. They have arrived, Instructor Wang and the others have succeeded. Shortly thereafter, a series of signal flares shot into the sky. Not just Li Sirui, but every East Country citizen trained in advance comprehended the meaning of the flares, find a safe place to take cover, send signals, and await our rescue. Zhuang Yifan hurriedly dashed into the building, retrieved a signal flare, and rushed back out. As he pulled the cord, a brilliant flare ascended from their position. Subsequently, numerous new flares were launched around them. Gazing at the twinkling lights in the sky, Li Sirui spoke with pride. This is the culmination of Instructor Wang's relentless efforts. His guidance and signals have not been in vain, and many more of our compatriots have survived. Gan Jinhua chuckled. What a robust fellow. Splendid. I've been waiting to reclaim the cigarettes he owes me. The taste of a true comrade's smoke is simply exquisite. Enough chit-chat. Let us hurry back and take cover. Although the lizards won't be able to approach, the rain has become quite scalding. Meanwhile, a straight road was gradually completed at the border's entrance. With a resounding crash, the last row of trees was uprooted, and a colossal entity burst forth, further unsettling the already agitated lizard horde on this side of the boundary. Report. Target has been identified. Shall we proceed with the next phase of the plan? A scout hastily approached Lin Yifei to deliver the report. A considerable number of targets have been sighted ahead. Please provide instructions. Lin Yifei observed the lizard swarm not far away, then glanced at the signal flares illuminating the distant sky along with the immense fountain. The pressure release plan has been successfully executed, and soon more lizards will be driven this way. We shall first clear the current batch, gather materials, and ensure their proper storage, awaiting the arrival of subsequent forces to commence capture. Take care not to damage critical areas. Move out. Yes. At the command. The restless warriors swiftly formed a battle formation, and under the concentrated firepower, the lizards that reigned supreme in this area faced an unprecedented catastrophe. In merely 10 minutes, the majority of the entire colony was eradicated, with the remaining lizards fleeing in panic to the depths. Numerous vehicles, laden with storage containers, traversed the newly established routes, beginning the collection of the lizard's coronal organs. From afar, the sounds of gunfire and explosions reverberated for an extended period. Gan Jinhua and his companions remained concealed within their shelter, both exhilarated and somewhat apprehensive. Fortunately, aside from the accumulating floodwaters surrounding them, the temperature had not significantly escalated. The distant fountain continued its relentless spouting, showing no signs of abating, which heightened Liu's trepidation. The subterranean water network, both in terms of energy accumulation and scale, was far greater than he had anticipated. Had it not been for the pressure release, their demise would have been inevitable. At that moment, 3 signal flares ascended into the sky, 1 red and 2 green, flickering incessantly at the horizon. Rescue has arrived. Please indicate your location and await assistance. Read the message. Li Sirui promptly ignited the pre-prepared signal smoke, the orange-yellow haze defiantly rising amidst the rain, guiding the rescue team to their position. As the temperature increased, the surrounding area had become devoid of any lizards, alleviating concerns of attracting other creatures. Before long, the sound of hurried footsteps pierced through the rain, and an armed squad materialized within their line of sight. Each member bore the marks of mud and purple stains, yet the vivid red on their shoulders remained unmistakable. The location of the survivors had been confirmed. They swiftly altered their formation to facilitate their evacuation. Li Sirui hurried forward, ready to speak, but was halted by the squad leader. If it was not of utmost importance, it was best to wait until after their retreat. This place was not secure, with the potential for water-induced explosions looming. With the assistance of the rescue team, they soon arrived at the camp beyond the boundary line. The landscape had dramatically transformed, with a vast camp now established on the opposite side, bustling with individuals, and occasionally a similar team returning to the site. Across the camp, a group of individuals, completely adorned in purple, labored diligently to manage heaps of lizard carcasses. They meticulously removed the lizard's coronal organs, placing them into nearby storage boxes for preservation. Vehicles occasionally arrived, unloading a substantial number of relatively fresh lizard bodies for processing. Not far from them, several modified soil units were stationed, surrounded by a spacious breeding area, where soldiers busily herded live lizards inside. Calculations indicated that the temperature here would not exceed the lizard's tolerance threshold. Of course, to err on the side of caution, the healthiest lizards were confined within those modified breeding vehicles, serving as the last seats. The rescue team guided them into a medical tent before departing for new assignments, and several medical personnel promptly approached to conduct necessary examinations. "We are fine, not injured," Gan Jinhua attempted to decline, but the leading doctor firmly pressed him into a chair. "Who said that? The magnetic field in that area is exceedingly anomalous. If you wish to avoid any complications, it is best to comply with the examination," the doctor asserted without room for dispute, deftly producing the necessary diagnostic instruments. Gan Jinhua had no choice but to acquiesce, and upon witnessing this, the others also took their seats. The medical staff swiftly measured their blood pressure and heart rates, collecting blood samples for rapid testing, and a hush fell over the tent, leaving only the faint hum of the machinery. Professor Wan, observing the bustling scene outside the tent, could not restrain his curiosity. "Doctor, what is the current situation?" "Those lizards. To be honest, I'm not entirely certain, but rest assured everything has been prepared. Focus on your treatment. We can discuss matters further once the examinations are complete." At the makeshift command center in the heart of the camp, Lin Yifei and several team leaders were diligently recording details on a newly established sand table. Due to geomagnetic interference, various imaging devices had been significantly affected, thus they could only construct a rough sand table based on the visual assessments from each team. The last signal flare had been fired, marking the end of the rescue operation, with 5 teams still searching for potential survivors within the area, though the odds were slim. According to the geological expert group, there was a possibility of a minor hydrothermal explosion occurring in approximately 20 hours. Preparations must be made. All lizards near the fountain area had either fled or perished, and the necessary actions had been completed. Currently, all lizards had retreated to the outer ring. Aside from the camp, no other locations had been intervened as per the plan. With each piece of information received, they meticulously recorded it on the sand table and transmitted the data as swiftly as possible. Communication was non-existent here. Only after sending out the information could the headquarters on the Swearin network perform further analysis. Once all tasks at hand were completed, Lin Yifei exited the temporary command center and proceeded towards the medical tent. He still had one last charge to fulfill. "Who among you is Gan Jinhua? And what of Professor Wan, Li Sirui, Zhuang Yifan, and Li Yu?" Lin Yifei called out loudly to the gathered survivors. Gan Jinhua, having completed all examinations, promptly stood up. Raising his hand, "I am he." As he spoke, he made his way towards Lin Yifei, with Li Sirui and the others hastily following at his side. Lin Yifei's gaze swept over the 5 of them, ultimately resting on Gan Jinhua's face. He reached into his pocket and retrieved a pack of cigarettes. Handing it to Gan Jinhua, "This is from Wang Hongshi. He promised it to you." Gan Jinhua accepted the cigarettes, immediately extracting one, though he did not light it. Instead, he held it beneath his nose, inhaling deeply with a look of sheer ecstasy on his face. "This gift from a hero is truly fragrant. By the way, how is Brother Wang faring?" Lin Yifei's expression momentarily faltered, and he soon lowered his gaze, his voice tinged with a somber tone. "Comrade Wang Hongshi sacrificed himself, gravely wounded, while protecting the samples during the escape." He carefully extracted a piece of paper from his pocket, torn from a notebook by Wang Hongshi. "This is what he has left for you." As he spoke, he handed the paper to Gan Jinhua. Gan Jinhua's hands trembled slightly as he received the paper, its edges stained with blood. Taking a deep breath, he slowly unfolded it, revealing Wang Hongshi's hasty yet powerful handwriting. Dear Lao Gan, Professor Wan, and all, if you are reading this letter, it means you are safe. I promised to bring you out, and at last, I have kept my word. Do not mourn for me. Those samples and data are far more precious than my life, for they pertain to the future of us all. Lao Gan. I specifically mentioned the cigarettes to my comrades. If there are any, I will ensure you receive them. Make them last. Professor Wan, you must continue your research. Xiao Li. You are a promising talent. You will undoubtedly become a true warrior. Li Yu, your geological knowledge has saved us all. Persevere in your studies. Zhuang Yifan. You are fortunate to be alive. Don't take reckless risks based on mere intuition again. Remember, those who survive must keep an eye on the future for those who have perished. If possible, please take a moment to gaze upon our homeland, the Yunnan Guizhou Plateau. For I have been away from home for far too long. 110, at the Shiha base and the subsequent Sui Rin Network Command Center. Report. According to the information sent back from the forward camp, preliminary statistics have been completed. The communications officer swiftly transmitted the information received from the front lines to every individual at the command center. Currently, over 80,000 lizard organs have been collected, and approximately 30,000 lizards have been kept in captivity. Indeed, 47 of our surviving compatriots have been rescued from the corresponding area and have all been brought back to the camp. This is truly remarkable. To think there were so many survivors in such a place. It is said that the credit goes to the valiant Shinto warrior who emerged with supplies. He documented methods of evading those lizards throughout the area, enabling our compatriots to avoid danger. An extraordinary hero. By the way, we have located the scientist who discovered the existence of room temperature superconductors within the lizards. He is signed up for the research team. Well done, everyone. On the large screen of the command center, photos sent back from the forward camp flicker. Due to the unavailability of the network, information can only be conveyed in this manner. Researchers are dissecting lizard samples, the medical team is examining the survivors, and the engineering group is constructing new protective facilities. Surrounded by the established lizard breeding area, preliminary tests indicate that superconductive substances are commonly found in the lizard's special organs, exhibiting an exceptionally high critical temperature. The head of the research team, Chengzhe, is visibly excited as he points to the data charts. If we can extract and optimize this on a large scale, our energy technology will experience a revolutionary breakthrough. According to our geological team's calculations, the underground pressure has decreased to a safe level, and the likelihood of another hydrothermal explosion continues to diminish. Even if it were to occur, it would remain contained within a small area, without affecting the majority of the region. The head of the environmental team, Su, also reported. Furthermore, our team advises all personnel to limit their time working in areas with geomagnetic anomalies to no more than 10 days, followed by at least 10 days of rest. It has already been observed that the geomagnetic effects in those areas can have a certain degree of impact on the human body, and this impact intensifies over time, particularly in the core region where the effects are markedly pronounced, as reported by Professor Liu, who is responsible for the medical team. What are the specific symptoms of geomagnetic influence? Inquired Commander Qinyi. Professor Liu displayed a series of brain scan images, explaining that the effects vary among individuals. Short-term exposure can lead to headaches, insomnia, and slight disorientation. However, the most concerning issue is he magnified the images, revealing microscopic structural changes in the hippocampus and prefrontal cortex, akin to the effects of long-term exposure to strong magnetic fields. In the future, this could potentially induce dementia and cerebral atrophy. Then we should relocate the research base. No. Qinya's statement was abruptly interrupted by Chengzhe. Absolutely not. The lizards cannot depart from that designated area, for they would swiftly meet their demise. Those specialized organs can only maintain optimal vitality within that confines. The research base cannot retreat. After the purification of room temperature superconductors, they can be transported to the rear for further production, yet the initial tasks must be accomplished in that zone, not to mention the breeding of the lizards. It would be exceedingly challenging for us to artificially synthesize that substance in a short time. It remains our sole source. A mere discomfort and the potential emergence of diseases pale in comparison to the valor displayed by those heroes. What do they truly signify? Commander Qin. What we lack most at this moment is time. Qinyi furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed upon the earnest expressions of the research team members on the screen. Not just the leader Chengzhe, but nearly every member bore a similar countenance. After a moment's contemplation, he swallowed the command he was about to issue and spoke with utmost seriousness. Then let us not retreat for the time being. Let us continue to complete the next phase of research nearby. Excellent. Joy illuminated the faces of Chengzhe and his team. However, I have a stipulation, Qin Ye's tone shifted. The medical team must monitor the physical condition of every member working within the area throughout the duration. Should any significant abnormalities arise, immediate withdrawal is imperative. This is an order. What we require now is sustainable research, not transient breakthroughs at the cost of health. Qingzhe opened his mouth, seemingly ready to contest, but ultimately nodded under Qin Ye's undeniable gaze. Understood. We will strictly adhere to medical protocols. Good. Qin Ye nodded. Now, in the name of the command center, I declare that the classification of the target area be elevated to Class A, marking it as one of our most crucial bases. The provisional name for the base shall be Shiha. All surrounding outposts shall fully support the Shiha base, both in personnel and supplies. The engineering team shall devise means to widen the roads connecting to the Shiha base, ensuring the smooth transport of materials. The technical team must swiftly resolve communication issues. We cannot rely solely on manual transport for information dissemination. Extracting core military personnel to establish a defensive force is essential, for we cannot leverage our unmanned combat systems advantages in that environment. Caution is paramount. The Shia base must relentlessly tackle the purification and production of room-temperature superconductors to provide material support for subsequent related research. Qin Ye's orders were swiftly disseminated, and the entire Swearin network operated seamlessly like finely tuned gears. Heavy machinery from the engineering team set out overnight to the periphery of the Shiha base to begin widening the rugged mountain paths. The technical team established wired relay stations along the route, striving to create a stable communication link. Meanwhile, the medical team constructed a temporary monitoring station at the base entrance, where every staff member underwent rigorous brain scans. Lin Yifei and his teammates fortified the entire base as if it were a hedgehog, while Li Sirui successfully enlisted as a military medic. Professor Wan directly joined the research team, assuming a leadership role, and Li Yu became part of the geological team, remaining vigilant to environmental changes. Gan Jinhua, drawing upon his prior experience in managing business associations and logistics control, has emerged as one of the commanders for the base's material transportation. Even Zhuang Yifan has enlisted in the roster of logistics support personnel. However, having remained in the core area for an extended duration, they have significantly succumbed to the effects of the magnetic field. It is imperative for them to withdraw alongside the survivors first, and once the rotation concludes, they shall return to the front line.